Yeah. I'm, you know. What's that Bob Dylan lyric? I was listening to a Bob Dylan song. He says, my shirt's tight with sweat, but not as tight as a corner I've painted myself in.
Wow.
So that's what he said. Yeah.
It's kind of deep.
It is. It
That's
is.
right. He's got a lot of lyrics.
And then one of the lyrics, what I like, he said, "You're gonna need me, honey. You can't make love all by yourself." I thought that was,
Okay.
I thought that was a good one too. Yeah,
That's pretty blunt, straight out there.
It was, yeah.
Well, it's good to see you, and I know it's been a little while, so let's figure out what's on your mind.
Post
today.
Tarantino.
Come on.
Post. That was the last thing
This
we talked
is
about.
post Tarantino. Now, I did send you some additional materials that maybe we didn't touch on some of the things.
Well,
from
I
that.
think you may want to look at those, but I actually I didn't.
Okay, but that's all right. Well, I didn't figure we were going to recap or anything, but I was thinking.
But it
that
was the
it made some
Atlantic. Those
points.
guys. In fact, I wonder if I've actually seen that article. I may have because I the Atlantic sends me things through the Facebooks.
Okay. Well, she's pretty good. Compared her to Hitchens and some other people. I'm not sure she's at that level, but she's done some pretty good work. Just looking down the list of her articles, this one I think captured some of the psychological issues that we were starting to touch on. Maybe expanded a few things.
This
So
is Tommy Lauren.
No.
That's a joke.
Oh, that's another.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There are times when
Dana Stevens.
those references go ping,
Yeah,
over the
it's
top. And,
yeah.
But that's good, man. Maybe we'll do another recap. I'll tell you what. Why don't we just plan at one point to go back and look at our recent episodes and do a. I wished I would have said.
Yeah. There are actually
notion
a lot of things I
on
wish I
there.
wouldn't have said.
Well,
I have
in
a
your
lot of
case-
regrets.
In your case, no, what you did say we should have taken out and edited, but just to kind of comment on what we've done so far in this. All right, so let's get to it. Well, so
Well,
what
a
is
couple of things, because this would be potpourri, because there was something you brought up, this Ocean
man.
of Confirmation, and also when we leave here, I'm going to be seeing a horror film,
Yes. Okay.
and the horror film is, and so there's we could talk a bit about just the nature, the psychological utility of the horror film, because you had said your wife had said, why would you.
Why would you possibly go and watch a horror movie?
Yes.
No, but not only her though, but I know members of the family out and groups.
Why would you
that
possibly? Well, what do you think that is?
We
Why?
avoid horror movies at all costs.
Why is that? Why do
what
they
that is.
avoid horror movies? What do you think that is? Wimps.
I think it's something deep and psychological and scary.
Really?
And let's try to stay away. Maybe I don't know. I'm guessing it is, but the idea that we stay away from scary things. There's enough scary things in the world. Why would we intentionally?
That's right. Yeah. Why
go
intentionally?
toward that? Right.
Well, so that would then why would someone want a horror movie? Some people choose to see them, and right now the horror genre is sort of ascendant. There are, they're a big name.
They are.
But why would someone want to go see a horror movie?
I'd like to turn that question back on you. Why would someone want to go see a horror movie? I mean, I'm sure you don't ask the question around here unless you already have an answer pretty close by. So
I do have,
let's go with that.
But there are a couple ways to think about this, because we talked before about the right now the cutting edge of the field is with where it dovetails with neuroscience.
Right.
And one of the ways to think about any of the things that we do art-wise is we can see them through that lens. And there's this notion of the euthymic window. We've talked about that before.
Yes.
And that is that there is this there is a window with an upper limit and lower limit, and that we attempt to be able to maintain a homeostasis, and that we attempt to be able to remain within that window. And some people's windows are narrower and lower. So when you talk about folks who don't like horror films, the upper register of their euthymic window may be a bit lower than those who do. And so when we get on a roller coaster, for instance,
Right.
we want to be at the upper level of that euthymic window. So we take that homeostasis and we tilt it in this direction. So we give ourselves a safe and calculated thrill that just verges on trauma, but it doesn't.
Right.
So it's up in that limit. Just like we
Right.
watch like some people would say, why would you want to watch Old Yeller, right?
Right.
because, and that's the bottom end of the euthymic window. That is sadness. Like, why watch a movie where, like, everybody dies of cancer,
Right.
and then the kid, their dog gets hit by a car. But people
Right.
do that, right? They
Yes,
do it.
they do,
So
and
in
it's
some
really
ways,
popular.
the weeper, the romantic tragedy, is the opposite end of the euthymic window, bottom end, where the horror film is on the upper. So, and thrillers do a little bit of that too, but there is something about the horror film that we generate a false threat, and we place ourselves in the midst of that for that experience. And that experience,
Right.
and another way to think about this too is there was a cat by the name of Daniel Stern. He did a lot of work with infants. He talks about vitality affects.
Okay.
And that, if you ever notice, like, if you have a baby, ever seen one of them babies?
Yes, I
have.
couple at the house there for a number of years.
So yeah,
but
but I had one of them. I had one of them too. It was like, oh, and at one point I was like,
scary.
yeah.
Another thing.
Speaking of horror film,
yeah,
cats.
that's right. Our own personal horror film right there.
Well,
at the
and
house.
I'm convinced that if anybody, when we were about to have a kid, everybody's like, "Oh, it's great, you're gonna love
Oh,
this baby
can't
thing."
wait till you have a
Nobody
kid.
tells me, and then those same people, I'm like, I haven't slept in 6 months.
Right.
I'm covered in all sorts of horrible things, and
You
you're like,
don't smell very good.
and then
either.
the same people that told me how great it was looked at me and said, "Yeah, isn't it horrible?" I'm like, "That's not what you were telling me
That's
before."
not how you told me all this wonderful stuff that's going to happen. You should do it too. No, sharing my pain is what this
What
might
were
be.
you
I
up
don't
to
know.
with this thing? Okay, but you have having the baby. Say every somebody interact with a baby. There's a way in which to be able to interact with a baby. We do peekaboo, peekaboo. We speak in a way that we accent these vitality affects. We scare them. We do all these sorts of things. So the very development of our nervous system is based on these interactive moments in which we create attenuated near traumas. We literally generate these things.
Mm-hmm.
So you can think about it. A horror film is a little like just grown-up peekaboo.
Right.
So it's from Stern's standpoint, we seek out these experiences that give us this same sort of peekaboo. So what is a horror film? It's just a giant screen version of that sort of peekaboo.
Well, it's almost something that we do that we have some control over as
Yeah, right,
well.
and it is a controlled
So we
trauma.
don't go out of too far out there to scare ourselves and really bring about the trauma, but it's sort of regulated in some way. So I can understand it now. Well, that's helpful. But you're right. The movie, the horror genre is everywhere. There's always a horror movie on. Almost always a horror movie on.
And another way to think about this from a neuroscientific perspective, there is Panksepp, I think I'm pronouncing his name right. He talks about that the brain is actually organized along, there's 7 organizing principles of the brain. So they're like 7 systems. And one of those, I think there's procreation, there's aggression, there's seeking, there's attachment, there's sleepy, there's there's
I knew that was coming. All right. Keep going.
what there's I'll have to think about the others, but
Okay.
but
That's
one of the
all right.
ones that are important is this the seeking system. Like, and they use the example of a dog. Like this morning, my wife and I got up and we walked the dog.
Okay.
And apparently you're supposed to use a leash, and if it bites somebody, you're supposed to have you have legal recourse. I didn't know that. I just ran.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
So we walked the dog. Dogs are a wonderful example of the seeking system. Just like, wagging tails,
Right,
smelling
right,
stuff.
yeah.
Ate a diaper. Somebody threw a diaper out. The dog ate it. I don't know. These things
Yes,
happen.
I think I get the point.
But the dog
yes.
that does the seeking thing.
It did not eat a diaper, but go ahead. All right.
He did smell a diaper. My wife got
Okay,
upset.
all right, there we go.
But it was a really big baby's diaper. Like, I'm thinking that baby had to at least be 200 pounds. So I'm not really sure what was going on there. And there was a pacifier the size of like
a giant pacifier,
yeah, it
like
was
an adult pacifier.
Yeah, I'm like,
Is that where we're going?
what was that? What was that
Okay.
about? But
I'm definitely not ready, but I'd like to get to the end of this example at some point. Yeah.
Dog seeking. And we have the same thing. And so part of it is that, that we often have to seek out, like, boredom is something we all have to find a way to escape. We have to create a life in which there are not just bright and shiny things, but there are things that are loud. There are things that move quickly, and the art serves that purpose too. And you can think of a horror film. It's got some bright and shiny, but it's also got some booms and some things that move quickly, and so it
that alarms us just enough,
but
not
see,
full scale.
In these moments, all that sounds cool, but I think we should also go down the rabbit hole of Melanie Klein.
Okay, you're going to talk object relations.
Object relations,
right
and
now.
Melanie
Get
Klein.
ready for that.
So this is one of the things about Melanie. And Melanie Klein, if you go back and read some Melanie Klein, some of that stuff is just really way out there, like that. But one of the things she brings up is the first art object is Mom.
Okay.
And Mom is both the first Old Yeller, the first romantic comedy, but also the first horror movie we see.
Okay.
And so incorporated in that is the notion that, and Klein talks about how there are things inside Mom that we'd like to have. We don't know what they are. There are ways in which she comes and goes. There is a capricious element to her connection to us. Her interests move elsewhere. And so there are feelings of shame and anger and degradation. And there's this cat by the name of Julia Kristeva, who sort of takes from Melanie Klein, and she talks about the notion of the abject. And she says that part of what Mom does for us and society in general, to define who we are, we have to not own or disown parts of ourselves. And so there are elements of us if you've ever thought about the human body, it's pretty gross. There's lots of horrible, disgusting things going on at all times.
Yes.
There are.
Okay.
And we have to quickly, to define ourselves in a positive sense, we quickly label parts of ourselves that we need to disown to have. So there has to be a negative to be a positive. And so there are tremendous elements of us that are considered the abject, right? Mm-hmm. And a wonderful example of the abject, and Zizek talks about this, is, I may have mentioned before too, but think about it.
Okay.
Think about the amount of saliva you swallow every day.
Can I not think about that? Because my guess is it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
So if you just take a small bit of that, just a glassful, and over 5 or 10 minutes, just spit it into a cup.
Right.
And then try to swallow it.
No. No,
it's not
that
good,
would not
right?
be. But I know we're okay. Keep going though.
So
I got the
and
idea,
even the
the
thought of that
grossness of it all
generates nausea. So there's this in horror. There's a return of the parts we've disowned. I mean, if you think about horror movies, often have people getting cut up, gore, vomit, all the very things that
lots of blood.
Blood. I mean, even if you've ever watched Silence of the Lambs, there's a point where ejaculate gets thrown at Agent Starling. So you can't think of a single emission or a bodily emission that we don't have some sort of ambivalence or conflict with that doesn't find its way into a horror film.
Okay.
And so, according to Kristeva, we need the occasional rendezvous with disowned parts of ourselves to generate some sort of homeostasis. So it's like we watch horror films in some ways to become reacquainted, at least temporarily, with parts of ourselves that we know but we don't own. Right?
Right.
And there's a whole genre, and it's really taken off, of the body horror, where, Alien is a wonderful example of early body horror.
Right, right.
I don't know if you've seen that movie, that Alien movie.
I think
where
I
the
have.
thing goes,
bursting out of the person, yes, and running across the room.
That's a wonderful example, and Kristeva even talks about that this is an example of the abject, something inside of us, and she draws a connection between all sorts of things, even sexuality. There's a way in which we are sexuality owns us. In teenagers, suddenly hair starts popping up everywhere. You suddenly start having all these weird urges, and all these sort of things start to happen. That's a little like the alien that popped out of that guy's chest. Mm-hmm. There are parts of us that just go boom, right?
Right.
And Kristeva talks about
lifelong too. It continues as you get into later age. I understand.
And when you start getting older, and then the body horror is real, right?
Yes, unfortunately, as we get a little older, yes,
right,
there are a lot of those things coming back.
Yeah, you got like things start to sag, You know,
hair starts to grow in different places.
It does. It does. Yeah. It's
Exactly.
like, you know, you wake up and you've got like, you know, these things happen. Another film that sort of that really connects with this notion of the abject. Ever see that movie? Not the original black and white one, but the John Carpenter The Thing movie.
Yes, of course.
And remember, it's like all about bodies that turn themselves inside out. There's even a scene where they're doing the coding. What do you call it, with the defibrillator thing?
Right.
And suddenly the guy's chest, he goes into the guy's chest, and the guy's chest grows teeth, and then bites off his hands.
Yes.
Remember that scene?
Spoiler alert, I guess,
Yeah.
for
Boom.
some of
That happens.
that
And then the guy
Carpenter
stands
movie.
up and he's got blood squirting out of these stumps. Ah,
Right,
you know.
right.
So in that single
Nice
moment,
special effects, but
it was.
that's
And
the
then-
only way I can get through it is consider it to not be
But see,
real. as
notice,
special
so
effects.
you have to generate enough distance. So you generate, you move. Your ego quickly does its thing and draws a line in the sand.
Right.
But even in the act of doing that, there's something that could be considered healthy, that you are exercising your ego and your capacity for drawing a line in the sand and generating a boundary between you and the rest of the planet. And that movie allows you a chance to do that.
Mm-hmm.
It allows you a chance to play with those sorts of moments. And embedded in both Aliens and The Thing are a relationship with our body that we're not completely conscious of.
Right, and it's operating, and then so when we watch these horror movies, that we're reaching that upper limit of the dysthymic window you're talking about, and it's okay for us because it helps us regulate the real horrors that are out there that we face at
And the
times.
more you can expand your euthymic window, you know, if we think back to Freud, that we define mental health as the capacity to love, work, and play. Well, those who have a very narrow euthymic window, and you know, I don't know any studies in this, but folks who are really, really, really upset by horror movies, we may find that may be a constricted euthymic window due to developmental trauma, for instance. Right? It's suddenly,
It's
you know,
restricted by the life experience or
Right.
the trauma that the person has already experienced early on in their
And
lives.
and you know, one of the key elements of effective therapy in many ways is it's either in vivo or guided exposure. So, you know, what happens when someone comes into a therapy session is they slowly but surely begin to put into words the alien that's trying to pop out of their chest. And so it doesn't have to pop out of their chest. They can simply say, you know, I some days it feels like there's something going to come out of me that I have no control over.
Right.
Boom. And that euthymic window expands. Their capacity for self-regulation, their capacity for the modulation of their inner states.
Right. Okay.
And so you can think about,
yeah, it's almost like growth in that area.
Mm-hmm.
The more you're exposed and it's okay and you can kind of manage it and regulate it, then you can take on more of that as you need. If you don't expand that, you're going to be frightened and scared and probably have difficulties with lots of things in the world.
Yeah, in some ways, as opposed to a spectator of a horror film, you may find yourself in the middle of it, even after you leave the theater. And, you know, there's
Yeah,
lots of talk in this notion of locus of control.
Right.
And individuals who have externalized their locus of control, they're often in a horror movie. There are all these ways in which we are that when people enter therapy, what often happens is they begin to modulate the things they feel. They begin to experience an extended locus of control. That euthymic window broadens. These are all things that can happen that you
Right.
can work towards. Right?
But yeah, and I was thinking, you know, we mentioned the family members and somebody who would never see these horror movies. They're restricting themselves in a certain way because of that. But also, on a conscious level, it's like I don't want to be exposed to that. It's too real. In other words, they sort of label it as this movie, and I've said that to my wife on a number of occasions. These actors are getting paid a lot of money to have their hands cut off or whatever that might be.
Well, what do you
in
think about
special
this, though?
effects, it's not real. And I'm not sure that everybody, I think people are kind of like at the surface level of thinking that it hits them in that way, even though they know
why do you think
different.
that would be then? So because, for instance, in your case, you can navigate these sort of stage traumas in a horror film by saying, well, this is good special effects. You can allow yourself a capacity to be both participant and observer in the film, and you can generate enough observer self-reflective status to be able to say, okay, right now, let me remind myself this is just, and the special effects are great. Some people can't.
Getting better.
What now?
They're getting better.
They're getting better,
I
yeah.
mean, it looks. Right.
Right.
It would convince some people. It's real
Come
out of context.
a long way
a
since
little
Plan
bit,
9
yeah.
from Outer Space. But but others don't seem to have that capacity. Well, what do you think
Right.
about that? Why would?
I don't know. I'm almost thinking that it's some defense mechanism where we are resistant to exposing ourselves to it.
Mm-hmm.
That at some level we're telling ourselves we can't quite manage that, or we don't want to manage it, and therefore it's a protective mechanism that we kind of keep ourselves away from that because what it might turn up in us, and maybe we're a little afraid of that. But yeah, I think you're right about the exposure of it. The more you're kind of exposed and you see it, the greater capacity you have to manage it.
Well, I wonder where that capacity, and there probably is some research on this in terms of is there a certain character structure that respond to horror movies a certain way? Maybe even
Right.
attachment styles.
Right,
Are there? Is there something about the ways in which we organize our inner selves or the maps we have for the world
Right.
that may tell us something about how we're able to watch or not watch a horror movie?
Right.
Right? Like I wonder.
I mean, just on a simple level, it's this is going to connect with some trauma that the person has, and they are trying it by all means to avoid going back and looking at that. When we know in therapy that's exactly where we need to go to sort of work through that issue, whatever that trauma might be,
And
come out on the other side.
that idea
of, it, yeah.
of the edge, that growth edge,
Yes.
to be able to come to a place where someone is just at a spot where they're experiencing just enough anxiety, and to help them to be able to regulate that, to modulate it, or to modulate it, hopefully, and to be able to get them through modulation to be able to move a little further through it.
Right. Right.
I don't think too many people. I've had people come into therapy and say, they're afraid of flying, or
Right.
they have some specific phobias. I haven't had anyone come in and say they have a fear of. They want to be able to overcome their horror movie fear, but
Well, it might be diagnostic to just ask them about horror movies. How many horror movies have you seen? I never go to horror movies or whatever. They
Yeah,
might
that would be
respond
part
to
of
that.
a-
It might
yeah.
it might be kind of fun as a research project, perhaps. to
But
do
what
some
about
of that.
you could have the opposite problem? Like, what about someone who is drawn to horror movies? Individuals who are within the psychopathic realm. They often have to chase louder and more intense experiences because that's what they need to feel some sense of life.
Right,
There are individuals whose relationship to the abject may be such that, as opposed to some sort of healthy disownership, they are somehow immersed in it. That the serial killer that may want to find themselves awash in their victim's viscera, right? This is the opposite of the sort of disowning and dance with the abject that we might expect in a, quote, healthy person. So we
Right.
could say that, maybe there's a connection between too much consumption or that of horror movies that may say something too.
Right, right, yeah, that's a good point. It may be almost like a tolerance level that you have to get another fix from the substance abuse literature. That the tolerance level is sort of continues to bump up, and you have to have more and more to associate that kind of thing. Well, that's interesting. So, my question back to you about this, and I appreciate all the that was very insightful discussion. But I'm guessing that you have a hard time enjoying this horror movie that you're going to see because you're running it through that psychoanalytic filter, and you're watching out for these kind of things that we just talked about. And I'm a little concerned that, wait, what about the entertainment value for you? Can you just say, wow? that
Well,
was
here's the
really
thing, 'cause
good.
this is why I think that there is you want to be able to balance the participant observer element. So, and what that means is you are both present, but also have the capacity for self-reflection and experiences. And your capacity for flexibility with that is important. If like we mentioned the Tarantino last week,
Sure.
it's usually only afterwards that I begin to think about it. If
Right.
it's a really good film, it creates a holding space where I
Yes, it
become
draws you in.
right.
Yeah, yeah,
And so
yeah.
one of the benefits of that film, we talked about it last time, is you felt sort of sad because you were leaving. Like
Right.
it created enough of an atmosphere, like you were there, and it was a place you wanted to be, and so in a way, if the movie's effective, and that's that old aesthetic notion of form versus content. This
Thurman.
Uma Thurman. She's
Yes.
doing that. She's the little girl with the climate change. Uma Thurman.
No, that's
No.
You have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
The narcissist, where does that come developmentally? Is that some trauma that happened earlier? What's the general census on how you become the narcissist in this day and age?
It's funny because if you look at, because that technically is a personality disorder, and a lot of the research would suggest that there's a continuum, and there's a point at which personality disorders become so pronounced that there's certainly some significant trauma and maybe some genetic or biological components need to be thought about. But from Coa's perspective, narcissism, and even some of the other thinkers in psychoanalytic thought like Kernberg and whatnot, there is some sort of developmental trauma. There is something that the individual didn't get, and you can think of it this way. Narcissism is a solution to a developmental trauma. They have adapted and become the best they could be to be able to navigate and negotiate some very difficult points early in their life, and they get stuck with it. So Freud called it making the best of a bad job. That's kind of what it would be. Mm-hmm. And Coa would say that all of us began as a reflection in our mother's eye. So we have to find mirrors in our life to reflect back to parts of us that we can begin to own and integrate as self.
Okay, so this person is really trying to do the best they can with
Trying
what
to
they
do
have
best,
at this
yeah.
at this point. On the other hand, back to selfishness, that's a big component of the narcissistic. I have to be the center of attention.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has to go my way. I won't tolerate anybody else being better.
Mm-hmm.
I can't accept any help in some ways. And so I think a lot of that is about self sort of just really blown out of proportion. Like you talked about the pufferfish, but that's exactly what happens. It goes way beyond what a normal person in a relationship could tolerate if you're the other person, for example.
And like what you said that, because if we think about if there's such a thing as healthy, which would be me,
Right, got it.
that several people, including both my wife and my mom, would disagree.
Yeah, there's a long list. I could give you a
Hey,
longer
probably,
list if you like,
yeah.
but that's okay.
Everybody
it's
knows
fine.
me. But
We're-
God, he's also like
Again,
they're going like
you're doing
time.
the best you can. Okay.
But there is what I like about Coat is Coat says that there is a healthy form of narcissism, that we do have to find ways to aggrandize, to pufferfish at times, and so there is a window of narcissistic behavior that could be acceptable. You know, that would be okay. You don't get stuck. Like you can think if you come home and it's been a long day, and your wife says, hey, you forgot to take the trash out again, and now we're this is the third week in a row the trash is built up, and you suddenly may feel, a sense of I suck, I'm a lousy husband, once again, and maybe there's a lot of things during the day that made you give that feeling. At that moment, you might pufferfish. You might be able to say, and you might do it immediately, or you might find yourself telling your wife how many people today complimented you on your shoes.
Right.
And all of those are...
Anything that sort of move away.
But it also generates, and we do that. And one of the things when I work with mental health professionals, when we talk about narcissism, I often ask them as part of to look for after we talk about this, when they're hanging out with friends, hanging out with family, look at the way the people around them manage narcissistic injury. And if somebody comes and sits down and starts telling everybody about the trip to Greece that they have planned and how great it's going to be, some people will receive that with no problem at all, but you'll see some of them are like, there'll be envy into the room. And you can literally see how a group of people navigate this impingement. And not pathologically. I guess it's possible if somebody gets a fork in the eye, or you suddenly call someone a whore and throw a chair, something like that can happen.
Right.
But
never know when things.
I call that Thanksgiving in my house.
That's what it sounds like.
But
Thanksgiving, I got it.
But you
or they come back with the idea of I got a better vacation.
There you go.
You. Yeah,
See,
that
and that's
kind of thing.
literally a moment when someone is attempting to moderate and navigate that impingement. And so there are literally, hundreds of impingements that we may incur throughout the day. Well, you mentioned self-psychology because, the way self-psychology talks about this is that the self is sort of it is something, you can sort of we have to define the self. And from a self-psychological perspective, there is the brain, and then there's the mind. And the mind is an emergent property of the brain. Okay. And the self is a system that it's an emergent property of the mind in context with other selves. So there are sort of layers to this. When you talk about self from a self-psychological perspective, it is in the self system requires constant maintenance. We have to be able to do something with ourselves. We have to maintain. Coat talked about it has to have rigor. It has to stay cohesive. Right. And so there are all these ways that we manage our self states to maintain some level of cohesion. And sometimes to manage those self states, we have to be selfish. And that's when we are using the people around us to help us as self objects. They can serve different purposes. There are what he called mirror self objects, where people will reflect back to us things that we need to see. Idealized self objects. People we have to look up to. They need to be ideals that we move toward. Twinship, where we can see that we have a lot in common. There are a couple of others too, but these are all ways in which we can sort of make use of the people around us to maintain some form of self-cohesion, to feel, and cohesion can be defined as a sense of who you are across time.
Okay.
Right.
Some consistency of who we are. So we wake up in the morning, we know about our history, who we were before.
We can feel, and that throughout the day we're often generated what are known as not me states, parts of us that are parts of us, but we're, Lacan would call them extimate. They are part of us, but they feel external or they feel alien to who we are. And so those also have to be managed, and they're often managed through projection or projective introjection, you don't want to acknowledge some of your own anger, instead you'll see it in the eyes of someone else. And that's a way of also managing this self-system. Uma
Thurman.
Uma Thurman. She's
Yes.
doing that. She's the little girl with the climate change. Uma Thurman.
No, that's
No.
Dan, it's good to see you. How are you, my friend? What's going on with you
Friday.
today? It's Friday.
That's what's good. That's good.
I like
Friday.
Fridays.
Fridays are
Something
good.
about Fridays. Like we've concluded the week, we've finished our work,
That's right,
and
yes.
now whatever we want to do.
And
right?
the,
some
you know-
amount of freedom.
And I have 2 days that if I want to do like intense psychedelics, I can go up and then. I'm kidding. I can't.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was waiting for the.
I don't know how to do
See,
it.
all you have to do is pause long enough, and you're whatever you just said.
Yeah, that's it.
So,
yeah.
I don't know. Now,
Actually, I'll tell you what. The inhalants. I know that
Yes.
those are no longer popular, but at
That's
one
right.
point, those were, just
they were.
what?
They
They were big with the youth. They were big with the youth.
Okay, all right. So I know we had a brief communication on text.
We did.
Excuse me.
It was
And,
briefs, not boxers. Boxers, not briefs.
No, it wasn't anything like that. What it was about what's happened in the last week or so.
Area 51.
Was about
It's all in
Area
the news.
51.
People talk about this thing.
All right, so what's your take on Area 51? You know, this happened back. When did the original time? Was this like 50s, early 50s?
I guess
or-
this was at the height of the communists, the Red Scare, UFOs, robots.
Yeah, yeah, that
Yeah, that sort of thing. It
time
was
frame. Yeah, I grew up in that time.
That
frame.
sort
I
of
love
that sort of paranoia about the communists coming around and about bombs, and duck and cover if you are in an atomic bomb blast and.
Yeah, hide under the desk and all that.
That would have
was
really
real-
helped, I
That
guess.
would have not helped that whatsoever.
Would have really.
I'm not really sure how we survived all that, but there was a lot of
And as
fear
an
in
aside-
this idea. There was an alien, and there were a lot of movies out then. I think kids and teenagers, that kind of thing. We went to a lot of movies, and that was the
Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Rough. That was rough.
And one way to think about that invasion of the body snatchers is that if it was a fear that your neighbors could be something other than you think they are, and that was sort of inherent in the whole communist scare. Anybody could be indoctrinated.
You could be a communist.
Right. So it was like, and we could say that as we've come into the 21st century, that maybe we've expanded this notion. Not only could your neighbors be a communist and you not know it, you could be a communist and you not know it. So horror has become an identity kind of horror. It's kind of it's gone deeper.
So
Yeah.
we're not sure of ourselves.
That's
Is
right,
that
because
what you were
it's
saying?
very, yeah.
Because I'm not sure how that exactly plays in. But I know what you're about to do, and I can those folks who've listened to our podcast before know.
Yeah, that includes my mom and two people who who are on death row. I know.
Exactly. That's about the entirety of it.
And by the way, this is punishment for them. They only have one thing they can listen to this, so it's like
Is this what they choose?
And
if they choose this, then okay. Well,
one of them-
we need to perform well, do a good job.
one
These
of them
poor
I know
folks.
for a fact fired his lawyer so he could speed up the execution process. I'm just saying. He said, "Look,
Okay,
I'm
that's
no
where he
longer.
went.
Let's get this over with."
That's where he went. All right, so this idea of Area 51 and fear, we've talked about fear quite a bit there, but now we're talking about this being rekindled in the news lately. There was this rush, and as a matter of fact, it happened on social media, I think, through a couple
the
of
people were supposed to
podcasts
to rush Area 51.
and they were saying, hey, if the only way we're going to find out about this is we have to go ourselves. And something like 1 million people signed up. It was incredible what happened.
I think it's actually supposed to happen in September, right? September 6th.
I don't know the date. That could very well
Somebody
be,
said it's
yeah.
supposed to happen in Maybe I'm wrong, but
I think they've called it off, have they not? I mean, I'm not sure. I realize that there was a government response to this and warning about people showing up there. I don't know what's about to happen, but hey, here we are again. Area 51.
Area 51. Area 51. Yes, it's
Yeah, the reprise.
Well,
Okay.
here's my thought on this because
Okay, go.
the way to think about this is why is this something that we might be interested in? Why is our and it seems to be sort of a central urban legend, at least in the United States, Area 51, all these sorts of things going on.
Sure.
And we want to think about how to sort of think about this outside of whether it is true or not, but why it might catch our attention, why it may be something that we could be preoccupied with. Why are all these TV shows about UFOs?
Right, and there are a lot of those shows. If you, I mean, so many channels out there, but you it's all about ancient aliens and where and UFOs and things that we don't have a lot of real proof about, but people seem to be really gravitating toward those things.
And one element of the narrative that I think seems really important is that somebody knows something and isn't telling us. There is a mystery inherent in the aliens themselves, but also the possibility of somebody knowing something and not telling us.
Right, and the government keeping secrets from us, that's an ongoing theme in lots of different ways, but certainly around this for sure.
And just as an aside, I think they have a very naive faith in the power of our government to do anything properly and correctly.
Right.
And the idea that somehow they can maintain a secret such as this, I really think that is... you're giving them way too much. Giving them way too much credit. It's not.
I see where you're going. They're so inept they can't even keep a secret. So
I don't know.
They can keep it now. So
I really think if history tells us anything, we would expect the cat would have been out of the bag a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, somebody would have found that. Well, I do remember that Joe Rogan on his podcast, the Joe Rogan Experience, had a guy who worked at Area 51, and I can't recall his name right now, but he identified a number of things going on there and sort of really supported the idea that the government had found something, had found bodies, had found aircraft, and so forth. The news, however, was always about, some unidentified object, and they found parts and metal and things like that, and that's as far as it got from the government side of it. I find it really interesting that when the topic came up, so many people responded.
Well, this is the part where we're... if we haven't lost the 2 death row inmates at this point, whoever else is listening, this is the part where we may lose them, because I'm a creature of I'm a one-trick pony, a creature of habit, and I have a certain way of looking at the world.
You're going to talk about psychoanalytic.
I am. I'm going to a psychoanalytic exploration of Area 51.
I'm good with that.
And if I could sum it up in just one phrase, which I hope we can unpack.
Okay.
Is that we all know what Area 51 is.
Okay.
And it is Mom.
Okay, we can end there if you'd like, and we stop there and let it go. Area 51 is Mom. All right, no, but you said unpack, so I think that's going to take just a moment here for us to kind of figure that out. There's something sort of primal there going on with us.
Well, and when we think about this, and there's this guy by name Jean Laplanche. My French has gotten better.
That's very French.
Laplanche.
Go.
And Jean Laplanche is a French. Actually, he's not. He's from Jersey. He's not. I'm kidding.
It's typical. All right, go ahead.
No, he's from France. And he has this notion of what he called the enigmatic object.
Okay.
And what he said is that if you can think about the birth of subjectivity, the part of which you begin to become you, and that begins probably somewhere in gestation, certainly in birth, all that sort of stuff.
Right.
But it involves very early on a tight orbit between you and the maternal object, and that doesn't have to be Mom, but usually it's Mom.
Yeah, of course.
So there is this dance that goes on, and it is just as Mom is growing you, you're growing a mom. There's a mutual growing of each other that occurs in this sort of dance between baby and child. And Laplanche says there's something about that, though, because the way we see both ourselves, the world, and the people in it are going to be affected by both the quality and quantity of that experience.
Okay.
But there are certain things that are certainly universal, regardless of quantity and quality. Okay. And that is you as a nascent subjectivity. You as someone whose nervous system is immature is in the presence of someone who has a mature nervous system. And they generate a tremendous amount of mystery. Mom, adults, and thereby the entire world generates a certain enigma.
Okay.
And this is where it gets even funkier, because Laplanche says not only are we then sort of mugged or the shadow of this enigmatic object falls across us and we are jointly confused, whatnot, we are also enticed. We begin to sort of, we learn to not only survive and to accept, but even to be invested in these dances of mystery.
Okay.
Right?
So we're really trying to figure out some things in these early stages, and there's a lot of mystery. We don't know, and we're trying to, who is this object that's taking care of me? What is going on in the environment? And the building of their own personality and structure and so forth. So a lot of things to discover in that process.
And we've learned to begin to invest in those discoveries. So we have a hunger for mystery. So, and it's interesting because if you watch, ever watched any of them in detective movies or read them in detective novels, like that sort of thing, if you ever read them.
That's my thing, man.
You like,
yeah,
really?
Got one going on right now.
Really? So you like
we can talk about that later, but.
Well, notice how, and there's certainly something satisfying about finding out the killer, but the real satisfaction is in the chase, right?
Yes.
In the getting lost, in settling into the rhythm of the enigma, and to almost luxuriate in this experience. And Laplanche says this is kind of inherent in who we are and how we came to be, and we begin to look for it everywhere. So on a cultural level, something like Area 51 is a way of restaging that very mystery.
Right.
On a cultural level, we need to be able to there needs to be something that we don't completely understand. And there's a second area to this. But there is someone who knows, and this is the part where it gets even freakier. Because if that
I mean, I really followed you up to this point, so you're about to lose me. But I'll say this, mark this point, that these are the kind of things that we gravitate toward. There's a mystery about it. We're sort of pulled toward it in lots of ways, and it's about that. And if you find something in Area 51, let's say, it ends that in some ways, I guess.
Well, this is where Laplanche goes. We may not want to go full Laplanche on this, but let's follow through.
All right, go.
Because the second part of this, first is the mystery, the enigma, but the second is someone who is supposed to know. And Laplanche figures that very early on, the child, you or me, whoever, imagine yourself as a baby again in the presence of good old mom. You are aware that there is someone outside the orbit that mom has another investment in, a different sort of investment. That you are the apple of her eye, but her desires also go somewhere else.
Ooh.
There is someone else outside that orbit, and there is a point at which you begin to have a relationship with this other, the paternal figure.
Okay.
But before that happens, you swim with this enigma, and this also someone who knows your mom in ways that you do not. Who knows things. So there are secrets, and then there are keepers of secrets. And so this tension between mom and the burgeoning connection with dad generates first the mystery, and then the idea somewhere out there, someone knows.
Right. And it's a mystery to you, I assume, in that point.
And so in some ways you have in Area 51 a wonderful constellation that sort of reflects all of our nascent subjectivities. You have the mystery, and then someone who is holding that from us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, it does.
Okay,
make sense.
that's
I mean, I really
Laplanche.
like Laplanche.
Laplanche.
Idea. I was giving it a shot there. I mean, and we're talking on a large scale. I think there were 1 million plus people that signed up to.
And think of how many people watch these the X-Files. That was a popular show, right?
Yeah, it was.
That's
sure.
That's Scully and Mulder, whatever what is.
That's close enough. I'll take that. I like that better, actually.
I know somebody had red hair and somebody didn't, and that was. But people watch that. People watch. It is. And maybe even you can see with some of the. Witchcraft, fairy tales. There's often sort of there's something about this that is reverberated throughout history and in all different cultures. And Laplanche wants to sort of touch on that part of what makes it reverberated, it is a dance we do with the world outside of us and the world inside of us, and it at least partly is a reflection of this subjective birth we have to go through in a dance, both with a maternal object and later a paternal object.
Yeah. Well, I think that can explain a lot of things. That this structure between the child or baby and the mother kind of set the stage for this to continue throughout their lives, in other words. So what about the people who are not interested in Area 51, the ones who could care less, or they didn't sign up on the internet to charge Area 51? Which
they're dead inside.
Probably sound like a...
They're just dead inside.
No.
Well, it's interesting because I was reading this thing last night about, there were some studies on folks who don't dream. And
Okay.
about...
Interesting you said that.
About 10 to 25% of the people out there, about 1 in 250 actually was, 1 or 250 don't report dreams. They don't. And these are folks that typically, and it was interesting because they were more likely to have the profession of engineering or something highly analytical.
Okay.
So they tend to, they tend to dream.
Right.
They also
deconstruct things there.
They also have their emotional reactivity is narrower too.
Okay.
So it is possible that if there was a continuum, the folks who are really hooked by Area 51, maybe they have they are not analytical enough. Maybe they are their capacity for affect regulation is a little it's not as good, and so what they generate is what's known as a paranoid system. Because people who are really, really focused on this, there's something out paranoid about the whole thing, right?
Right.
They're aliens. They're keeping it from us.
Right.
Invasion of the body snatchers kind of stuff.
All the fears and the thrill and fear at the same time, those kind of things.
So maybe we could draw a continuum, and we might surmise that folks who are really caught up in this thing, man, they're like, they have some paranoid trends and whatnot, difficulty with affect regulation and modulation. And then on the other end, there are folks who may be more constricted. So we could almost, maybe we could do an Area 51 test to determine where someone is on that continuum.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. Well, there's a fascination and a thrill to it that I think people get swept up with, and evidently what you're saying is this was already within that person, and it sort of ignites or connects in some ways too. That thrill, that fear, someone else knowing when you don't know, but that one thread seems to be something that is in our society. The lack of trust in government. That's a big thing now. No one can trust government anymore. It seems kind of strange. It has to be some trust somewhere. So let me ask a question. If the person has been developed in a healthy way and they've come along, they've had nurturing,
Talking about me.
They other than you, and they had these kind of healthy environment and so forth and so on, they may be have less of this or more of this. Where do they fall?
Maybe we could say that they have a curious interest. They can have they can have just enough distance from their interest in this, because one of the ways to sort of gauge if you found it fascinating, this Area 51,
right,
and that is different than someone who puts on the tinfoil hat and believes that the government is going to try to steal their soul and put it into some sort of alien who's currently...
I've never worn a tinfoil hat. I just want to say that for the record. Okay.
Well, I have worn a tinfoil fedora, because if you're going to...
Hey, pretty classy move there.
It's a little advanced, but,
Yeah, kind of get back to the 40s there. It's in the same time frame of this.
Actually, if you can wear any sort of pimp wear that you can also combine with aluminum.
I hesitated to mention that, or trying to be a joke there, but then you keep going. So I will refrain for the rest of this podcast and not do that. All right. So, so those people, what? They not interested in it. They have less capacity for
maybe we say that we want folks who have at least a mild amusement or the capacity for investment in it.
Okay.
Because I think a complete dismissal or a complete falling into it, the paranoid state, Maybe we want to find some way to be between those 2 points, because, I mean, inherent in this and in Laplanche's notion of the enigmatic object is we have to cultivate a relationship with mystery. We want to be able to pursue it. We want to be able to feel some joy, some pleasure in the unknown. When you mention detective, that's what detective fiction does, right? It puts you in a place, it generates mystery, and that you stay there as long as you can. And if the writer is good enough, he will continue to generate roadblocks.
Right.
It delays the possibility of foreclosure as long as it can. So your capacity to live in that space and to find some sort of joy may be very important.
Right.
The paranoid gets lost in it. Someone who is, and maybe it's between the paranoid and the obsessive, because the obsessive would be someone who needs to have everything concise, sequential, and in that sense, they would dismiss mystery altogether. There's I believe it's Daniel Dennett, the philosopher, who talks about disparagingly he calls them Mysterians. Folks who really want to who want to preserve mystery, and he sees that as sort of, and I can understand his point.
Yeah,
but he sees that that there are that they somehow have a love affair with mystery, and he sees that goes against the whole notion of logic. It goes against what science.
Right. Well, because otherwise it's kind of a sterile environment here. There's where are the mysteries and so forth, and I think there's a lot of reinforcement for that, and the thrill of it, and not really wanting to know. Let's say, for example, the government decided, hey, wait a minute, we've held on to this Area 51 too long now. We're going to open the gates. We're going to open the doors. You guys come in, take a look at everything, take pictures, bring in whoever you want to, and
sell merch.
Mystery.
Right.
Mystery's now settled. It's over with. Okay. We're going to look for something else at that point. What's going to happen?
Here's what I would think I think that would be the very wrong move, because then it generates a different mystery. Why did they do this? Where has it been moved to?
Now this mystery never ends. I'm getting the feeling that somebody would say, hey, they just did a show, they moved everything to another spot, they're still not telling us the truth, and on it goes.
There's a famous joke that Freud tells about these two guys meet, and one guy's angry at the other, and he says, why did you say you were going to Berlin when you were going to Berlin? And the butt of the joke is that he was supposed to say he was going to Berlin, but he was actually going somewhere, but he was going to Berlin and told him he was going to Berlin. So in a way, if it's maybe not as funny as it could be.
I'm just glad we have that on tape, so I can go back and rewind and watch that.
It's not that funny. But I did some funny jokes. The number of penis jokes from Freud, you would have come to expect them, I guess. But he's Freud. Sometimes a cigar is a joke.
It's a joke.
But the idea is that it would be a little like that. Why are you telling me there's nothing in Area 51 when there's nothing in Area 51? It would really be, it would open up a whole different thing. Like, why are you doing this?
Okay. Well, it does seem to me that we've learned a lot about astrophysics and astronomy and the billions of galaxies and billions of planets.
But the cruise, astrophysics.
We need the cruise.
He puts the ass in astrophysics. I'm just saying.
You did not say that.
Sorry.
Did you say that? Okay. No, but the idea that we've learned that so the possibility of life on another planet or of an advanced alien race coming to Earth and us connecting and all of those kind of things, that's an ongoing one. That seems to be connected. That's probably a larger one than just the Area 51 in some ways. That mystery goes on and on.
It goes. And there are always those probings that go on too that I know that people are always telling about that.
I haven't learned after all these years now of not to set up the joke that's coming. I could see that in advance.
I cleaned it up. I had a really good one going, but I was like, nah, I won't go there. But it was really funny.
Well, good.
But it didn't have to do with probing.
Tell me afterwards. All right, there we go.
That's right. I think one way to think about this is when you look up into the sky.
Sure.
There is a complexity. there is a possibility. There is what Kant called the sublime, that there is something out there that is terrifying in its beauty. It is something that is both awesome but terrifying, and that is a position that we were born into. We're born into a world that is always bigger than us, smarter than us, and at least faster than us at the very beginning. As a child, we are born into this. We are adrift in a world that is making us, and that we have very little effect on, at least initially. And that Laplanche would say, these are embedded, that these become the maps we have of the world. And when we look up in the stars, that we see at least an echo or a mirror or reflection of our own subjectivity being born. And in some ways that's reductive and solipsistic, and any sort of criticism of psychoanalytic theory can say, you're reducing it all to this. Mm-hmm. I think it's not a matter of simply reducing to that, but it allows you to sort of think about how there is a continuity, developmental continuity between the things we experience as adults, Area 51, all throughout our life. They are ubiquitous. They are woven through who we are and where we come from. And there's great merch around them too.
Yeah, well, it makes it makes sense. And the aliens, when we have so many movies out, it seems like those alien movies always turns out to be some monster in there. It's almost like a genre of the horror film, and you never see that movie where maybe E.T., for example, but they came in friendly, that we developed as friends, and everything's wonderful, and we're going to go forward.
I always thought that E.T. looked a lot like a ham. Didn't he look like just like if you opened up a canned ham, and maybe it's just me.
See, now... Now that you've planted that in our heads,
it does look ham-like.
It's going to be...
It's very hamish.
But my point was that there was it's always some horror or some terrible thing that's going to happen. So we're sort of slanted to this fear, horror side of it, as opposed to...
What's interesting, because we talk about that.
Someone like us coming and saying, hey, how are you?
And you think about just the notion of horror, but this could be something to talk about at some point, too. There's another theorist by the name of Julia Kristeva. She's also French, by the way. What is it with these French people?
I don't know, man.
They got these crepes, and they get these crazy theories.
You seem to be bringing it up a lot. We'll talk about that on another show.
I'm a Francophile. Isn't that that's Francophile, right?
Okay, that doesn't sound right at all.
But she has what's called the theory of the abject, and she says that to define ourselves, it's a little like when you're taking a cookie cutter. To make the cookie in the outline of the person, there's so many other things you have to take away, and so she says we have to render abject parts of ourselves, render them negative, to be able to create a cohesive positive.
Right.
And so there are lots of things about ourselves, and different cultures set different parameters on what the abject is.
Yes.
You can think of all sorts of bodily emissions, all sorts of things about the human condition that are sort of like clothing, for instance. Nudity is seen as an element of the abject. So all these sorts of things, in some cultures, how you blow your nose is determined, or what you do with mucus, all that sort of stuff. So there are all these elements of us, and she says that in horror we have a return of the abject, that the very things that we've attempted to sort of push away from ourselves to define ourselves come back in a narrative form. She wants a wonderful example. Actually, Zizek uses this example in talking about Kristeva.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought up Zizek.
I did it again. What is it?
I've got a scorecard over here.
Ding! He says if you can. Most of us swallow, I think, almost a gallon of saliva a day.
Okay.
Just no big deal.
Yeah.
When I say that, no big deal. But imagine you take that saliva, spit it into a cup, and then have to drink it. You become nauseous.
Yes.
So there is an element of you that you've suddenly rendered abject, right?
Right. It was yours.
And it was, right,
What's the problem?
Let's tell you. But suddenly you get a little nauseous thinking about that.
Right now, as a matter of fact.
So saying, it's not,
But we break off those parts of us that for some reason we need to in order to be whole.
You won't get that on the Joe Rogan show. I bet he hasn't even ever mentioned Julia Kristeva.
I'm gonna direct message him right now and
see if he's ever.
No,
and
he's probably not. No,
at least not in the context of saliva.
Yes,
But,
yes, absolutely. All right, so we're winding our way through these mysteries. We're taking apart ourselves and discarding some parts to be whole. We're maybe in some way the defense mechanisms. We're in denial or suppression, all those kinds of things that may happen in order to preserve ourselves in some ways and who we are.
And notice how that there is a dance that goes on with this. When we pursue pleasure, and that's very different than when there's a difference between Lacan calls it jouissance, but so there is the pleasure of eating something, right? So for instance, if you're hungry, you could in the future there may be some sort of small protein wafer that you could chew, and you would for the whole day you're fine. Well, that would be pleasant in the sense that you would be assuaging hunger pains.
Right.
But true pleasure, which is pleasure jouissance has an excess, that is where, wait a minute, I'm going to wait for a couple hours and I'm going to go down to that Italian restaurant that has the unlimited breadsticks, and I'm going to eat myself sick.
Okay.
There's a big leap between those 2 points, and having a restaurant with commercials, unlimited breadsticks, all that sort of stuff, there's a big leap between simply the satiation of a desire and true pleasure. And so all of these things in mystery that we danced with when we were in our earliest stage of us, we find a way to be able to play them out in mystery novels. So you're finding a way, you find jouissance in that. You find an excess pleasure in being able to take something that at some point may have been uncomfortable and find a way to play it out in a book that you know that at some point you can put down. It finds its way there.
Come back to it, move back to it. So
Freud was big on this, that we often take the very things that are abject may find themselves into our sexuality, between two consenting adults. You can engage in all sorts of activities that if you did those in public or if you talked about them at church would get you in lots of trouble, or you'd be, but within that confine, the object can return in a way that can be pleasurable.
Okay.
Things that are slightly nauseating or over the top are less so when they're in that context. So whether it's detective novels or your honeymoon, there is a way in which you are finding a way to play with mystery and the abject,
Yeah, it's.
And by the way, that abject would really describe my honeymoon. I'm just saying. It's just not a.
You might have seen me smile at that moment, knowing that joke was coming.
I'm selling videos, so if you could actually be witness to that event if you want. Just saying.
Okay. Well, it's all about merch, as they say. So
yeah, that's some merch, all right.
That's good. So. So really you've sort of broken this down for us a little bit, but I'm not sure you're right. This hasn't been mentioned on Joe Rogan's. And as a matter of fact, I don't think the regular guy on the street has broken this down in that way. But it begins to explain this Area 51 idea. Now, you started out by saying, let's go back to the beginning here, that Area 51 was mom.
We have
one more time here. Yeah. Let's go back. What happened?
Well, because the notion of mystery, the notion of something that someone knows something that they're not telling you, the idea that there is something potentially dangerous but also enticing, these are inherent in our very, very first relationships, and that's usually with a maternal object. Mom is a mass of mysteries. She is. The things she wants, the things she doesn't want. Laplanche talks about this too, that, there are different levels of communication. And we often will say to someone, hey, I want you to do this. But there's a subtle intonation that actually I really don't want you to do this. And that, to move in language and to communicate with each other, there are these tensions and mysteries inherent in that, and they find their play. So if we were to distill Area 51 into just a series of experiences and enticements, the conflicts that are inherent in it, we would just make a list. We would find that same list in Mom, you know. And I had a paper I gave a few years back at the International Zizek Conference, of all things, in Cincinnati, Ohio, where I fell while playing disc golf and hurt my wrist. Never been the same. Never been the same.
Right.
But, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not following up on any of that. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's it. But I had a paper, and one of the lines in the paper was, you know, we've all met Cthulhu. Cthulhu is Mom. Do you know who Cthulhu is?
No, I don't.
Okay. H.P. Lovecraft, tentacle face thing, giant monster.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Didn't ring a bell,
okay.
but
Well,
yes, no, I haven't.
it was a paper on black metal. I was doing a thing on black metal, and you know, one of the things.
Topic areas for these conference presentations.
They're good.
I need to sign up for more of these. It sounds like some really interesting topics.
They're actually my last one at the International Zizek Conference in Athens, Georgia. Is Taylor Swift evil? That was the name of the paper I presented.
You put that as a title.
Is Taylor Swift evil? And
I'm sure. Have you heard anything from her?
No.
Publicity or PR camp or any of the managers or something? But okay.
It was about is popular culture inherently problematic?
Okay.
Is there something about the that was sort of, you know, and I wanted to be able to, and my conclusion is actually the opposite, that it is our capacity for aestheticization, our capacity to do something with the things that we're given, not necessarily the object themselves. So, for instance, there is a way to find a universe in Taylor Swift.
Right.
You know, people maybe more easily find a universe in Beethoven, but it depends on how one approaches it. So it's sort of a call for sort of an attempt at universal aestheticization. We got off on the wrong topic there. Sorry, but
that's quite all right.
That was Swift. But the first one I did was there's a genre called cosmic horror. Ever heard of cosmic horror?
I'm not familiar.
Okay, it's this notion, and Lovecraft, H.P. Lovecraft was a writer in 20s and 30s, I think. He might have, I think he died somewhere in the 30s and 40s, I think. He was a writer for one of these pulp magazines called Weird Tales. And he created his own sort of mythos, and it was a world of these aliens who were so powerful, and we were so minuscule in the face of them that we were like ants, fleas to them.
Right.
And he set up this way of thinking about a world in which the universe it isn't that the universe is against us; it just doesn't care.
Right.
And so there's this genre called cosmic horror that sort of play into that. I was trying to think of some films that might be within that realm. Some of, do you ever Stranger Things, see the TV show?
Sure.
That has some elements of cosmic horror. The characters, the mind flare is sort of Lovecrafty in a way. And then you have the giant thing at the end that, I don't know if you've seen the third season. Third season, I have not seen. Yeah, I'm 2 episodes away from the end of it.
Okay.
You know, it's not...
I'll start catching up soon.
It's not... I really think it took away from it when Jerry Seinfeld turns out to be the monster. I don't know if you... it's not a...
that
worst cameo.
Did not happen.
Yeah, it did.
He's too busy driving comedians around in cars, I understand.
And he delivers the final line, I would have gotten away with this if it weren't for you crazy kids. Or you... what's the line? Scooby-Doo, you know Scooby-Doo?
Yeah.
Okay, it's...
All right, we're going... I think we just covered, most comic books that have been out here. All right, we'll come back to that. But yeah, so the unfeeling monster. It doesn't care.
And it's huge. It's like, like Cthulhu is like Godzilla-sized, and he's just sort of... And there's these forces at work that we're just simply sort of the playthings of,
Right.
Again, sounds like my wedding night. Put a boom, boom.
Boom. Yeah.
Speaking of cosmic horror.
If our podcast grows at some point, we're going to have one guy with snare drum and
ching,
pow. One of those
that's
things.
what she said.
We're not going there, are we? All right, so... All right. Well, you've given us a lot to think about in terms of this Area 51 and what it really relates to us on a psychoanalytic and sort of deeper level of understanding, and why we gravitate toward those things.
There's a flip side of this too. You have to be careful because one can get so lost in theory that one could lose sight of the world in which you're walking in.
Sure.
So it isn't that Area 51 couldn't contain these mysteries,
Right.
or that there aren't aliens. If we simply dismiss it as just an echo of our early subjectivity and the birth of our subjectivity, what we should do is we should be able to make use of where we come from to inform and maybe even generate pleasure in the present day. All the ways in which we were frustrated or things didn't work out have generated just the sort of tensions that we could find in the things we enjoy. Your interest in detective novels. If we put you on the couch and begin to talk to you, we might find some interesting precursors in your childhood that might what you look for when you pick up a detective novel. It might be interesting. What would it, what sort of, and there are different genres. There's hard-boiled detective. There is the British detective. There's
different genres. They're the police
procedurals.
Procedurals.
That's right. Yes.
There we go.
And what do you prefer?
Whatever's next in the author's list that I haven't read. So
but who would be an author that you're like really
well, now you put me on the spot there. I have to think of this one. But so generally, they are police detective. That's the latest one, though. But we've been through a number of different genres in there.
Anything involve cats that solve crimes?
No cats. No cats in our novels.
Sue Grafton, the ABC the mysteries. Yeah, that involves a cat, doesn't it? There's a cat in there somewhere.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
All right, I'm about to get in trouble here. I'm going to have to bring my list of books next time.
I don't know if you like
caught off guard. I'm sorry.
Is it Man Keller, the guy from one of the Swedish crime novels?
Yes.
I
think
my
I've gone through several
mother-in-law
of those, yeah.
gave me a bunch of those, and I read them, and they're very bleak.
Very bleak. It's always ice cold,
It's very
snowy.
people. He's like got pancreatitis and doesn't want to get out of bed, and there's all these things going on. I'm like, wow, I thought Sweden was a socialist paradise. What's going on here?
No, it turns out that it's
ABBA.
not.
This is not what ABBA did not prepare me for this.
No, it's not. Not the same anymore. The bodies are always frozen under the ice.
That's right. It's not. You never see.
All right, this has been interesting. I don't know how we pulled this back exactly, and I don't even think I'm going to try because I've done
here's
this
our
before.
takeaway. Here's the takeaway. I'll reiterate. The takeaway is this.
All right, here we go.
I want to be able to find a way to find joy and pleasure in mystery. The enigma of the things. It's the unsolvability, or at least the tension toward being able to solve a thing, can create for us a journey that is full of all sorts of pleasures. It is in the picking up and reading of a detective novel that we find many things. And so I think an interest in Area 51 and an interest in all these sorts of things, whatever esoteric thing they may be, people are often interested in serial killers, for instance. And part of that is because the serial killer represents a remarkable example of the return of the abject. The parts of us that the parts that we find in a serial killer are the parts of ourselves that we have cut away, and we want to project into the serial killer and then have a relationship with through this aesthetic distance, through the medium of literature. We have a way of dancing with ourselves and having the pleasure of that dance. Same with Area 51.
Well, I do think there's some fun in all of this and having all of these interests out there, and whether or not they're a little dangerous, as it were, and getting in touch with ourselves sounds a little more like theory than just the pleasure in the
And also,
moment
if you're
of
Catholic,
wonder.
you're not supposed to do that, and you can go blind.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna leave it right there.
Boom.
Dan, thanks for coming in. I'll see you next time.
You have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
In Florida, they have a 2-day training program.
Okay.
Okay, pull in all these sort of subject matter experts about child development, what's a healthy family and what's unhealthy.
Okay. All right.
And all
You
that
know
sort of
about that stuff.
Yeah. And then they say, okay, if you want to do this, we'll give you a mentor and we'll pair you up with somebody for 6 months or whatever time it takes, kind of thing.
Okay.
And then we'll release you and say, go observe some families. Go watch what is going on with these children that we're talking about.
Okay.
And at some point, some judge is going to say to you, so what do you think?
As to whether you've measured up, I
Yep.
guess, in some ways.
Yeah. And essentially there are two parties three parties at the table. You have the parent. It's typically, in our case, a lot of women. Rarely is it men. Men seem to get off the hook with this stuff. I don't.
Yeah. Well, that's a long discussion probably in a way, but also single parent.
Yeah.
I take it. In this.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, for the most part.
You may not see a couple coming in with the kid who has
That's
the
right.
problem together, because
That's right.
that's a hopeful sign almost. I would
Exactly.
think that's
In fact,
kind of what you're hoping for
exactly.
in a way. But
That would even feel better if that were the case.
but mostly women.
Mostly women. Okay, so essentially you have the state who put her on some kind of plan where she's supposed to correct the things that were the
Right.
problem.
So they're giving the parent a chance
Exactly.
there
Yeah.
to kind of help this kid out before the state does more
That's right.
with him, a little more invasive.
So,
maybe
so,
some way.
so they'll give her whatever, 6 months or something, and they'll say to her, look, if you've got a substance abuse, we want you in substance abuse treatment. If you're domestic violence, we want you to get into some trauma therapy and take a look at that and see what's going on with all that kind of thing.
Okay.
And if it's a parenting issue, we want you in a parenting program. If it's an anger management, we want you in that, or whatever it is.
Okay.
So the state basically says, look, parent, here's what it is we expect. So while that's going on, some caregiver somewhere,
Right.
can be like grandma, can be Aunt Tilly, can be, anything,
Yeah.
whatever, is taking care of 2 or 3 of these kids who've
Yes.
been abandoned or rejected or
They're housing
abused.
them.
They're housing.
They're taking care of. When
Yeah.
you say taking care of, they really
Exactly.
are.
They really are. They're
They are
changing
taking
diapers.
care of.
They're food, clothing, shelter. They're getting them
Okay.
to school if it's school, whatever.
Yeah, and they get a stipend from the state or something.
Yeah,
They get paid
yeah.
for that. Right.
And so the deal is the guardian ad litem once a month goes in and observes what's happening in the home.
Okay.
Okay.
And reports back to
the judge.
to the judge. Okay.
And either says, hey, what's going on here is wonderful and it's a healthy place for the kid, or might say, that's really not a very desirable location. We need to come up
Okay.
with something else
Okay.
or whatever. And if mama has done her plan,
Right.
okay, and
Yep.
she's
Hopefully.
clicked off all the boxes, she's done adequate visitation, she shows up, once or twice a week.
Oh, okay.
with
So
the kids.
I see. So it's not just you sort of evaluating, or the guardian ad litem evaluating the home that they're currently in with the person that's doing the caretaking, but also the mother still engaged with the child. Okay.
That's right. And
I see that.
school system.
Okay.
I'll end up in a school system checking on grades, checking on socialization. How's the kid doing? What's his absentee rate is, or whatever
Okay,
it is.
you're going to a parent-teacher conference with it.
Conferences and
Okay, man.
what are they
That's-
called? EIP.
No,
Whatever
the,
that is, whatever the initials are. I'll go to one of those and sit and listen to whatever. I'll sit and listen to them talk about the kid, and is the kid on track or off track or whatever it is. Does the kid need reading? Does the kid need speech therapy? Does the kid need math? And what's the school going to do about it and all that kind of thing.
Yeah,
And so at some point, I've gathered enough information. Judge will say to me, "What do you think
What
ought
do you
to happen?"
think? Yeah, at that point, yeah.
And then I basically have to say, okay, here's what I think ought to happen. And sometimes the judge says, fine, we'll make that happen. And sometimes the judge says, I think you're crazy. Or
No, you're off the mark.
You're off
there.
the mark.
You may
missed it or
go
whatever.
back, try again, or something. But wow, that's a lot of responsibility, though, Rick. I'm thinking, Do you have a sort of a checklist? I know you probably got good gut instincts on what's right in the situation,
Yeah.
but are they saying, "Hey, check for these things," or how does that happen?
It probably is much my own checklist. You know,
Okay.
I'm looking for adequate nurturing
Right.
in that situation.
Sure.
Is somebody giving that kid a hug when that kid needs, falls
Yeah.
down, picked up, or whatever it is that's there? I'm looking for some level of disciplined structure.
Mm-hmm.
Something where there's a bedtime hour, there's some stories being read, there's bath time, there's just
Right.
stuff that.
Oh, I didn't ask this.
Yeah.
Really. What are the ages of these kids we're talking?
Well, they would be less than 18.
Okay.
Most of the ones that I've been working in recently are under 6.
All right. Let me.
Pretty young kids. Yep. So that's.
I got the idea. All right,
What's that?
so let me cut to the chase. How are you doing with it? How well are you doing your job? What's your self-evaluation in terms of helping these kids out? Because I got a feeling you're helping out. But,
Okay.
But how do you evaluate yourself?
I've recently been moved to. I mentor
Okay.
the guardian ad litem.
Oh, well, now they made you the supervisor.
Okay.
Wait a minute. You just got there 5 minutes ago. Well, what
I
just
know,
happened?
it did
No,
happen.
they recognize some expertise.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
give
yeah,
it up right there for Rick.
Okay,
All
so
right.
the deal is, they'll call and say, Sally wants to be a guardian ad litem. Would you work with Sally? Okay.
Yeah.
And so, but in a way, I'm looking for the same kind of thing. I want to know,
Right.
can Sally go into a space and pay attention?
Right,
to
right,
what's going
right,
on.
right.
Does she notice clean diapers or dirty diapers? Does she notice children who've been fed or haven't been fed? Does she notice tissues there if they've got a cold or whatever it is?
So
that's there?
you're actually in the trainer position.
Yeah, yeah.
And do you do any training with these folks, or you
Yeah.
just like when they come on board, you say, okay, here's what I want to know from you. Here's what you need to know.
No, I
Here's this kind
get
of thing.
them and kind of move them through, like a courtroom observation. I get them to spend a day in court. We talk about, what did you see? What were the arguments that seemed to...
Oh, that's not. I got a feeling this is just right up your alley. You must be
It is.
really enjoying this
It
to a
is,
certain
it is,
extent.
it is.
Because I always thought that sometimes as a clinical supervisor, I thought, well, sometimes we're like a backseat driver or Monday morning quarterback. We're kind of like,
That's
we're
it.
looking over the shoulder and saying, hey, you might pay attention to this over here. What do you think? And
is.
kind of get back to it. But,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, that's fun. That fits right in with your supervision training
It
and,
really
and
does.
experience.
It does. And the other sort of part that, because these are people who've come out of, for the most part, pretty healthy families, that is, the guardian ad litems that I'm training, they have fairly high expectations about what they think normal ought to be.
Okay.
And sometimes you have to reel them back in a little bit.
Yeah, so they're projecting on this ideal family kind of
Yeah,
that cannot be
Yep.
measured up
Exactly.
to that kind of thing.
And they can walk in and the TV's blaring, and
Right.
they get upset, and then they go to the judge and say it's a bad home because the TV was blaring. Well, really,
Well,
that's
that's
a cultural.
okay. Yeah,
Or they
right,
go
right,
in
right.
and the music is hard rock stuff or whatever.
Right.
it is.
I don't like that.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
exactly.
that type of music. Okay,
Exactly.
there we go.
Or it's rap, and they go, well, rap is really bad
Rap
for kids.
has gotta
and
be
so,
a-
so you have to kind of reel them in and say, okay,
Yeah.
wait.
Yeah.
That's a bias. Let's take a look at your bias.
So yeah, and making a difference between the thing that sort of triggers something about harm to the child
That's
or
right.
inappropriate in so many different
That's
ways,
right.
as opposed to maybe a taste or a style
That's
or
right.
something like that.
Yeah. So a lot of the
That's
work,
interesting.
the tricky work is just to, pay attention and pick up a bias.
All right. So the answer
When you do that.
to my question is,
Yeah.
you are definitely enjoying this work
Yeah.
right now.
Like
so.
this work.
Uma
Thurman.
Uma Thurman. She's
Yes.
doing that. She's the little girl with the climate change. Uma Thurman.
No, that's
No.
Hey, it's a beautiful Saturday.
Going to be 72 degrees.
I can't believe it. Here we are.
Anytime the temperature gets above my IQ, I'm better. I feel better.
Yeah, yeah, you got to work on that IQ thing of yours. But yeah, it's November, end of November, about to be December here, and it's
There you go.
72 degrees. So I'm going to enjoy that day.
My birthday was 4 days ago.
Oh yeah, well, happy belated birthday.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, man. So, how old are you now? Do we get
73.
deaths in?
That's it.
Oh, not
Yeah.
the
Is that
IQ?
in dog
Okay.
years or
right.
people years?
I,
All right,
actually,
that's the voice of Dr. Tom Hackett, our executive producer.
No,
coming out right here.
I've been promoted senior executive producer.
Oh yeah, he's
Two
gonna ask for
steps
more.
up, yeah.
He's going to ask for more
Yeah.
money.
Well,
It's not going to happen.
senior
so.
means he gets AARP discounts or AARP. That's all.
Yeah,
There you
yeah,
go.
yeah,
That's
okay.
right.
That's all that.
Good group out there.
That's
Yeah,
it.
Probably we'll look for sponsorship of this Got Therapy
Yeah.
program right
We
now.
could, mention prostates. I don't know.
All right, I'll tell you what. See, I'll just try to run ignore and run right through to the next idea. So you watch some more movies. We know that's happened.
I occasionally watch the movie.
I'm sorry I didn't get to go with you on this last one, but it was G-rated, and I just don't.
It was interesting because prior to this one, what the movie I saw last was the Mr. Rogers movie.
Yeah.
It's Mr. Rogers 2, Electric Boogaloo. I don't know if you've.
I don't think that was the title, although provocative. if anything.
But I hadn't seen a movie rated that sort of rating in a long time, and so the previews before it were very how do I say this, saccharine. Like I think I got cavities just watching these things.
Oh, if you're talking
so-
about just the sweetness and the
was.
kindness of this
A lot of,
gentleman in the movie, I mean,
well,
of course,
these are
that's
the
how he's
previews.
portrayed, right?
Well, actually, in the film, you don't realize this, but he killed a man
Oh no, that's not true. But
In fact,
it's not a James Bond movie. or
with a
anything,
spoon. I mean, that's how angry he was.
Right? Oh,
I mean,
that's
just,
this is being
it's
censored
like
as we
a
speak.
giant. He turned a man into a giant grapefruit. That's all I'm saying. It was.
That is not what happened. But
See, that made me laugh. The idea of
yeah,
giant
well, see
grapefruit.
that most of those things that come out will make you laugh. So rest of us are scratching our heads. All right, what's that microphone over there?
Yeah,
my friend?
I think I hurt myself.
Yeah, you be careful with that. But yeah, so you saw the doctor. Well, he wasn't that. He wasn't a doctor.
It was a Mister.
He was a mister. Well, he didn't have.
You're
that
thinking of
degree.
Dr. Spock.
I may have been there for just a second. It's hard to stay on track a lot of times around here,
Yes.
so I don't apologize. I'm just trying to keep up. But this movie was really interesting. It wasn't about him, Mr. Rogers, directly. I mean, that wasn't sort of the plot of the movie. I mean, it was about a reporter, right, who was doing an investigative review.
It's
and
about
report for him.
Mr. Rogers was holding this person hostage, and they had to rescue. Actually, well, the film itself was structured around. Oddly enough, it was Mr. Rogers was in sort of in the form of the therapist, and there
Okay.
was this character who was having who had some pretty strong father issues. And
All right. That makes
Mr.
sense.
Rogers, in a way, is an intervention, and the movie takes a sort of a surrealist, almost magic realist turn. So it's hard to say how much of it was supposed to be taken as a general narrative and.
Sort of a bigger. His character was bigger than
Well, at
life.
one-
At some point, he
Well, no. At
kinda-
one point, he becomes a character in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, and he has bunny ears, and he's
Okay.
tiny, and did these things
Okay,
happen?
there you go.
Sounds like I'm making that up. but I'm
Yeah, it
not.
does sound like, or a producer who was, under the influence of something when they came out with that. But yeah, but there's been several other Mr. Rogers movies. not just recently. Actually, it's been like this is something that has caused a lot of interest in him, and it's been out.
I think there was one called 50 Shades of Mr. Rogers.
No, that's not one I'm thinking of. But what a great character! True to life. I don't know exactly the history. I hadn't read the biography, but
people don't realize this. He was a Presbyterian minister.
Okay.
And he had a quiet yet radical agenda. And there's one of the movies you mentioned is a documentary, which sort of walks you through what that was like, and what there. And it's interesting because my wife and I were talking about this. Can I get a little psychoanalytic here?
Go ahead.
Is that
nothing new around here?
Because there is to form our ego ideal.
Mm-hmm.
To form some idea of the sort of person we want to aim towards becoming. We often pull from folks in our culture. People will pull from sports figures. People will pull from people on TV, movies, that sort of thing. And there was a time when you're growing up, you have potential paternal imagos that are things that you can internalize. And at one point, I remember in my childhood, there were two, Mr. Rogers and Bill Cosby.
Right.
And Bill Cosby didn't turn out so good.
Early on, that was a good thing, maybe, but not so much now.
But I remember literally being traumatized. And so there's a point in this film where...
Wait, traumatized at what point?
Well, with all that happened with Bill Cosby.
Oh, yeah, okay,
there was
later.
This notion that
I
somehow,
get it,
because he was called America's dad.
Well, that's true for a lot of people. I think that a lot of people had that kind of shock moment to hear about it because he was such a beloved figure, and the entire family watched this guy as he's coming up. Great show and so forth, and then
and when those things started coming out about Hugh Hefner,
no, that was not
Sorry,
the case. But yeah, you were a little bit traumatized there.
So what happens is because you found out this, and I don't know, for you, like I might have fallen at a time when Bill Cosby and because for you it might have been someone else. Like
it was Captain Kangaroo.
Captain Kangaroo.
Captain Kangaroo every morning. Friend Gary Hatcher, one of our little neighbor guys, when we were
Gary Hatcher,
and we were at the kindergarten first grade stage. He'd come over every morning for breakfast. My mother made us breakfast, and we watched Captain Kangaroo and Mr. Green Jeans, and not to leave out Bunny Rabbit. Okay, so yeah, that was the same kind of thing though. They did all of these. They played tricks on each other, but it always ended up in a nice way to behave and gave you a model to look at and say, hey.
Little known fact about this, the guy who played Captain Kangaroo, he had a drug habit that would make Jerry Garcia just go, man, slow down.
With the way things have gone so far, that would probably not surprise me, but I don't think that's right. I think you just made that up.
Yeah, I made it up.
All right, but yeah, those kind of shows. And listen, they had a big impact on our childhood coming up, And by the way, if I may mention, just as an aside, we had local shows for kids on our local TV stations, WRBL, WTVM. They had Miss Patsy's Playhouse, and if you were lucky enough to get a ticket to get in there, you would be in
Miss Patsy's
Playhouse, and same kind of thing, but not as elaborate, as the national shows.
You left out Colonel Chick. There was Colonel Chick.
That's right, and the voice from our producer talking
Colonel
about Colonel Chick,
Colonel Chick.
Local. Captain Kangaroo, kind of a local one in his own identity.
Colonel
and so
Chick.
Yeah, so when I guess where we're going before you interrupt and say something off the wall, but this was a phenomenon across the nation that local TV channels tried to emulate those big shows, and it really, Mr. Rogers came a little later in the game, I think. So just give us a perspective there.
So I did, and so what happened for most of us then is we're growing up, right? We have these beloved adult figures that sort of usher us into our development. We internalize them, right? When you think back on them, there's a fondness, right?
Right, and I mentioned my friend, and those
Gary,
kind of great
Gary Hatcher. Yeah.
Gary Hatcher, his brother. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, Where I come from, East Tennessee, the hills
Right.
of East Tennessee, the mountains there, we had a similar thing. Now you think about it, we did,
Yeah.
but it was unfortunately based on the movie Deliverance. It really wasn't.
No, that was pretty rough back in the hills there.
Yeah, it was.
So I hope the kids survived that terrible ordeal. But and maybe that accounts for some of the things that we've heard so far on the show today. So with that, given that, we now know a little more. But those shows did have a big impact on us as kids, and we loved those shows. It had humor in it. It had how to live, to do the right thing, sort of
How to make a shiv out of anything.
No, they didn't tell us how to make a shiv, but yeah, and so popular that it had a big impact on a lot of particularly boomers and
Technically, I'm not a boomer.
post-boomers.
I'm Generation X.
Yeah, you Gen X's, get busy over there, and you can say, "Hey, boomer."
We had that
We've
conversation.
done that show. By the way.
We did.
Sorry.
Turned out that was
That's
tense.
all about, yeah.
It was tense.
Yeah, well, it was okay for us to grow up with those kind of things, and it's unfortunate that things turned out in some ways for some of those people because of very bad habits. But nevertheless,
Bill Cosby's a good wonderful example. But there's something about Mr. Rogers. Somehow he's been able to preserve his legacy. There
He
doesn't
really
seem
has.
to be any skeletons in this guy's closet.
and I would think that people who are in the news would go after that and try to dig up
They would,
something
yeah.
and find it. And he was squeaky clean throughout the whole
He was
thing.
pretty,
Good for him, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's in the movie he goes out of his way not to be quote squeaky clean, and that might introduce a couple of things that might be really relevant.
Yes.
So
yes.
what I thought about is with that because there is a therapist element to this. In a way, Mr. Rogers is the therapist in the film, and he attempts to sort of get this individual, the main character, to move past the trauma and the conflict he had with his dad. And
Right,
sort of
so, yeah,
how to be able to move through it.
I mean, in a way, these morning characters, Saturday morning for some and weekday for others, were kind of therapists they were counseling kids in so many ways across the spectrum. And I think Mr. Rogers definitely did that because he taught us about relationships and kindness and those kind of things. So maybe he did that.
One of the things that he was really big on, he was an early affect theorist. He was all about getting kids to learn to do something with their feelings, especially anger. And he would often talk about that the state of the world today is often because we haven't been taught what to do with our feelings, especially the more difficult ones.
Sure.
And there's a famous line from, they sort of mirror it in the film, but I remember it when he was being asked to speak to a group of pediatricians. And they said, is there anything that you want us to sort of think about before you show up, something that we can sort of begin to discuss so we'll be ready for when you get there? And he said, he wrote back one sentence, remember that you were children once too. Mm-hmm. And that was often the way that if you could approach a child remembering what it was like when you were them, that you might be able to provide them things that you didn't get. And part of that is helping them to do something with the feelings they have. And there's a line in the film where he says, if you can mention it, you can manage it.
If you can mention it, you can manage. That sounds very familiar for from some of our earlier sessions, maybe.
If you can name it, you can tame it. As far back as Freud, the idea was, with the talking cure, with the idea of therapy, that if you can put something into words, then you can do something with it. Mm-hmm. That prior to words, we often experience somatically, we experience it as a conflict, or if you can't put it into words, then it becomes reflexive action. Mm-hmm. So the goal is, if you can insert the possibility of thought, of binding and naming the feelings you have into some sort of symbolic narrative, then it doesn't become either internal in the terms of somaticism or external in the form of reflexive action.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I like that. I like the idea of sort of defining it and giving it words.
There's
right?
a famous quote from Freud I mentioned here before. I think that the person who threw the first cursed word instead of the first spear invented civilization.
Okay.
And the idea is that the goal would be is we get, and one of the ways to think about that is there are all these sort of systems of psychotherapy. but almost all of them, to some degree, revolve around the way of getting people to be able to think about and do something with their inner experience. Some are more explicit in that. My area of interest, psychoanalytic thought, is much more explicit in that. But even behavioral and much more action and directive-oriented therapies still have that as at least implicit in the work that they do. Mm-hmm. You are working with someone to deal with the things that they brought in to see you, and you create a space to be able to do that. And so, in some ways, that is what Rogers was attempting to do, to be able to create that sort of space. And in the film, that's kind of what he does.
He wasn't trained in psychotherapy, I'm assuming, and where do you think this sort of comes from? Not everybody has that ability to begin to question themselves or do this internal dialogue, and it takes a lot of training for a lot of people to get to that point and then try to help other people begin to do it from a therapy point of view. So I wonder where that came from with him. Is that a natural kind of thing?
He was a witch.
Okay, see, I'm just asking. I'm trying to frame an appropriate question.
No.
Yeah. So,
well, I think.
I mean, some people have it more than others, or this introspective insight to themselves.
Well, if you notice, in some ways, he represents almost a cliche in a way of the non-anxious presence of the therapist.
Yes.
There's a calm, and he is actively inducing attachment and connection with all his nonverbals, his tone, the music behind the words is very calm, and he
really represented a safe space too.
Very safe,
because it was very slow, meticulous, quiet. Easy. So it was easy for that non-anxious presence, which is a great word, by the way. We all need to work on that part of ourselves, I think.
Well, and think about, that's what I think he means by, he didn't have the word for this, but in my end of the spectrum, we talk about this notion of mentalization. And the idea of reminding yourself that you were a child once is the capacity to hold the person across from you, if they're a child, as a whole object. You can see, there's another saying that people ask for love in all the most unloving ways. And so a child who is in the process of screaming and yelling, you may not hear the need or the ask for love in that, but if you can put yourself in their shoes, mentalize them, then you can suddenly be present with them in a way that you otherwise couldn't. And so we have to work toward being able to do that. And he even says in the film that he practices often. Like he practices often to be able to gravitate and stay in that space. And there's a scene in the film where early on a guy goes to visit Mr. Rogers in his studio, and he's very cynical. He's really expecting that this guy is after money, or somehow he's being overly burdened by all these things. And there's a kid, and the kid is hooked up to an oxygen machine, or a oxygen tank, but he's standing there and his parents are behind him, and he has this sword, and he's swinging the sword like this, and he almost hits Mr. Rogers with it. And Mr. Rogers is kneeling down in front of the child trying to speak to him, and the parents are going, listen, be nice, no, that's disrespectful, whatever. And finally Mr. Rogers is able to speak, and he says something like, wow, that sword looks very big and heavy. And the kid says, not really. And he says, well, I still think you must be pretty strong to be able to hold that sword. He said, well, I guess I am. And he said, I think you're probably pretty strong inside too. And the kid stops, and he hands the sword to his parents, and then he hugs Mr. Rogers. And I think that was based loosely, at least, on a real occurrence.
Right.
And you can see what happened with implicitly, Mr. Rogers understood that the kid, the anxiety of being on a studio set with cameras on him, his parents behind him, is negotiating this experience the only way he knows how, by being putting his feelings into action by throwing the sword around. And Mr. Rogers is able to create a space that slowly but surely he finds a way to at least indirectly connect with the emotional state and say to the kid, you know what, you're strong enough to be here. You are tough enough and strong enough to be in this place that you are. And so he indirectly dealt with a fear that was probably pushing this kid to act in the way that he was. Right?
Sure.
And so boom.
Wow, I don't know. I mean, I love your analysis of that, and those were that's a powerful moment, and I think that wow, what control, what focus you must have to be able to push aside all of those that interference that are surrounding you to get to that point where you're recognizing that child and what's going on with them.
Well, he talked about this. He said that because the guy says to him, "How do you manage to do this, Wyke?" And he said, "Well, it takes practice every day." Or his wife actually tells him this. The wife says, Mr. Rogers' wife says, "Well, you know, he swims laps every day. He prays." And every night before he went to bed, he would say a prayer, and he would list people's names to pray for. So he would say, you know, "Dear God, please, you know, be with," and he would list all these names. He wrote 100 letters a day.
Wow.
To people who wrote letters to him. And so all of these were, in a way, these were exercises in being able to be in that space, that orientation toward an other, right?
Yeah.
And so,
it's tough.
right, and he worked at it. There's also a scene where he's being interviewed by this guy, and this guy's really attempting to get a rise out of Mr. Rogers, really attempting to, you know, sort of disengage, and Mr. Rogers sort of continues to find a way to stay connected to him. At one point, he even says, you know, he's talking about, "Well, you had kids," and Mr. Rogers says, "Yes, I did." And he said, "Well, you know, what was that like?" And he said, "Well, my youngest really tested me, but we're okay now. And my oldest, he doesn't let people know who I am. But that's okay. That's what he needs to do." And then the guy says to him, he says, "It must really be hard having Mr. Rogers as a dad." And he said it in a way that, you know, was like, you know, sort of like if you were poking.
Right.
And Mr. Rogers got very quiet for a second. He said, "Thank you for saying that. I'd never really thought about the burden that they had. But you've given me something to think about." And the guy was like, "Okay."
Oh man, I was trying to get a rise out of him.
He
just gave me back some insight and wisdom with that. So yes.
But you can see that non-anxious presence. You can see that open to whatever comes in between the two. Whatever comes from the other, you are open to, and you're able to hold it and to contain it and to chew on it, and then to be able to give something back. And that was at least implicit. And I don't think he had any training maybe in
right. Yeah, that was
in his divinity program, maybe.
But he certainly had the discipline to be able to practice, as you said. It takes a lot of practice to do that, and a calmness within to be able to fend off that. Because most, I think, humans, we're reactive to a great extent. We want to say something back and and come back with it. To take that moment to pause. You've talked about that before. The idea of leaning in, and this notion that you just you feel the impact and then you pause. So, you know, having that kind of discipline is
well, you could literally
amazing. Don't we all need more of that, though?
Well,
I'm thinking.
I you know, well, no, because then I wouldn't have a job.
Right, that's right. True. Yeah.
You can literally see him do the pause. You can literally see him experience the impact, the emotions, the things of the person across from him, and you could sort of see him sort of processing it before he spoke. That's part of the pace at which he. You know,
it's almost hypnotic in a way too. The calmness there, and when somebody is fired up on one side and the other person is kind of calm, it takes time, and it does lower the temperature, so to speak, in that, and that's a pretty amazing skill to have. So maybe we should all practice that in some ways.
Well, and there's another element to this. I think that we sort of talked a little bit about this before, but it's an exercise that I sometimes do with folks, especially when we bring in new clinicians and new therapists. You know, when they first show up, they're at the program at the center.
Yeah, your counseling center is a training program as well, right? Okay.
And so we get together, and they're often very anxious, you know. And one of the ways to be able to get people to be aware of and to do something with their anxiety, and Mr. Rogers does this thing. I don't know if you ever watched, there's a clip of him, I think it's at the Academy Awards, and there's another clip of him where he is giving a commencement speech for a graduating class. And he says, I'm going to start the clock at 1 minute, and I want us to all be quiet. And in that 1 minute, I want you to think about all the people who've loved you into being. And he goes, and you begin to think. So you begin to think about all the folks who've loved you into being. And
by the way, 1 minute in the video world, that's a long time.
In the film, it's 1 minute. He goes.
He does actually do
quiet.
the minute, right?
And it was funny in the movie theater, and there were a lot of people in the movie theater.
Like what?
Everybody was quiet. They were like,
not knowing what. Yeah,
well,
that's right.
I think they had set it up to where
They set it up so
it was very powerful. I think,
and then the audience would do the same thing, right?
We'd broken the third wall, right? The third wall. So in a way, we were suddenly involved in what was going on the screen because all of us were doing the same thing. We were all a room full of people.
Very intentional, I would
thinking
think,
about
yes.
the people who loved us into being. And to think about that psychoanalytically, how else can I, is that's a chance for you to access your positive internal objects.
Right.
To be able to access, when we think of, we've talked about this before, but we are all born into the world needing dyadic regulation. We can't regulate anything on our own. Somebody has to help us with it. We can't, whether it's change a diaper or even our feelings.
Mm-hmm.
And so we oscillate from then on between auto and dyadic regulation. If you get the right sort of dyadic regulation early on, you can internalize it. And you learn to do something with as many feelings as you possibly can. You have a sense of, it's not independence, because true autonomy is interdependent. It's a capacity to be both connected and separate, and to allow for some sort of like a Mobius strip of sorts. But that requires an initial dyadic regulation that many of us don't get. And even the best, there are lacunae. There are still places and gaps where we don't get maybe some things we might need, and it begins to form. It helps. One of the reasons we need armor is because there is often something missing in those early regulatory interactions with caregivers.
Yeah, and that's for all of us.
Every one of us.
Right.
And so with something like anger, for instance, that is one that is often, it's very difficult to find early on dyadic regulation. You know, you can think of a kid being angry and being told that's disrespectful, or you won't be that, you can't take that tone with me, and all that sort of stuff. Those are often ways in which we begin to develop a conflicted way to deal with a ubiquitous affect state. And Rogers would say, maybe not Carl, maybe Carl Rogers, but Mr. Rogers definitely would say that is at least part of what leads to the trouble we're in, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think he often attempted to be able to create a show that would generate that kind of dyadic regulation to get people. On his TV show, he talked about not just anger, he talked about divorce, death. Right after President, I think this was John F. Kennedy had been assassinated, the next episode, he talked about assassination.
Wow.
And he said, and one of the things he said that you may notice that the adults around you are very upset, and and they may be acting in some strange ways that are scary to you, you know, and then he would say something like, well, adults are just like you. There are often things that happen to them that make it hard for them to understand, and they get scared and confused too, right?
Great message.
And
directly to the children.
He would say it. And then he would talk about, he said that, and he said, whenever you're really upset, or if you're in a bad place, or you see something scary on TV, like the assassination we talked about, or even something bad happens, my mom always taught me to not just look at the bad things, but look at all the people that are helping. Focus on the people that are helping, because in every one of these bad spaces and where bad things are happening, there are people coming together to help. And notice how that's sort of a figure to ground, a sort of parallax view where you suddenly can, there is a background that's also important. And it helps, in those moments, he's giving, he's regulating those affect states in such a way that if you internalize it, whether it's you can hear his voice in your head saying that, or you can practice it yourself, you might be able to deal with a difficult situation differently next time.
Wow, great, absolutely a great message, and one we really need to hear. I'm thinking of our times right now when there's so much anger and divisiveness. So you mentioned Carl Rogers. It almost sounds like they were pretty close and pretty similar in some things. Rogers talked about empathy and understanding from another's point of view and being congruent and all of those kinds of things that I think we probably saw on that show with Mr. Rogers. What do you think the parallel might be?
Well, and I wonder, obviously they had the same last name, and they both killed men with their bare hands. I'm kidding.
No, they didn't do that. Okay,
but
that's in the parallel universe, and that's another movie entirely.
That is.
That's right.
It's the two of them team up and like.
I can see we could write that movie right now, but we won't. We won't do that.
But
right now.
There was a Eddie Murphy parody of Mr. Rogers. Mr. What is it? Something Neighborhood. Have you seen that on Saturday Night Live?
Oh yeah, that's right. The Saturday Night Live parody. Yeah, kill my landlord. I think was a phrase that he used a lot.
But I wonder if, in some ways, they were sort of just swimming in similar water. But Rogers had a divinity degree, so and he was a Presbyterian. So it's possible that some of these Rogerian, because I think Rogers, began in the late 40s, right? Didn't he? Was in 48, 50s?
Yeah, late 40s, in the 50s, in the 60s,
and so,
really came on.
Somewhere around there when Rogers was being trained, he had to be exposed to some of this. And Carl Rogers also was his religiosity. I think he came from a religious background, and so there's something about there's a progressive Christian element to both of them in a way that I think is there.
Yeah, Rogers used this term, unconditional positive regard, which kind of took the expertise or expert position out of the fray and leveled the playing field, so to speak. So
he's also the first person to use the phrase Netflix and chill.
Really? Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't think that's true, but we and if anybody wants to know more about that, we do have an episode with that title out there from Got Therapy. But extraordinary gentleman, and I don't know, was he accepted by everyone, or do we say, okay, that's kid stuff, and I wonder how that was for him.
He was
in the real world. So
there's also a scene. This is from the documentary where. This was during the civil rights movement. They had the police officer on the show was an African American man, and Mr. Rogers is sitting in front of his house on the set, and he is got his feet he has one of those little kiddie pools, and he's taking his shoes off and he's resting his feet in the water because he's trying to cool off, and he sees the officer come around, and I forget what the officer's name is, but he says. Tells him he's probably hot and asks him if he wants to put his feet in the pool. So he takes his shoes off, and so there's Mr. Rogers and an African-American man, both with their feet in this pool of water. And that was the 60s. That was a radical move.
Yeah.
That was really literally an FU to sections of the country that attempted to would have been offended by that sort of thing. So there was a quiet revolution in, I think, some of the things he did. And it's interesting, there has been some blowback. Particularly among some voices in the right. They see that the term, I think, was wussification, and that Mr. Rogers contributed in the wussification of manhood.
Right.
And that somehow he was defanging and making men more like women, or somehow taking away, generating a civilization of beta males. And so you'll hear that among some conservative pundits that there is something about him that.
So the mystique was to be tough and take charge and fight if you have to, and all of those kinds of things. So,
because I have this
strong man.
I have a Facebook friend. He'll often send these pictures, and there's some pretty hyper-conservative artists who draw these depictions of contemporary pictures of Jesus, and it's a picture of Jesus sitting on a park bench with next to this guy. He might have his arm around the guy, but the figure of Christ is like linebacker Jesus. He's this very
he's ripped, right? He's got the six-pack. He's a
big guy.
Yeah.
He looks He does not look like a Middle Eastern man. That he looks like he's like Anglo
blonde, blue eyes. No,
I mean, he has blue eyes.
Yeah,
and it's
so he's sort of a Clay Matthews Jesus kind of approach.
It is. But you'll notice how.
Thank you, Dr. Hackett.
But to my friend, this is not a parody.
No, this is how it is, right?
For literally how. And so Mr. Rogers would really be and again, it's possible to see Scripture in all sorts of light, but I just suspect that at least the message of Christ is more Mr. Rogers than
don't you think?
Alpha male. I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Well, and I've recently seen the depiction of from the Rocky movie where Rocky had the gloves on and the Trump has got the Trump head, but he's got the ripped body. So yeah, there's that. So there's a pushback against it because I don't think, first of all, they don't understand it. If you push them back like that, you never took the time. You just sort of label somebody and put them in a box, right?
Even if you wanted to take that track, and whenever we start to, you've talked before about toxic masculinity and this notion of alpha and beta male, as if those things had any real resonance, right. But even if you wanted to take that track, the person who is truly a leader and in charge is someone who can induce growth in the people around them.
Yep.
Someone who is truly in charge of themselves and in a place of leadership, grow people around them. Right. And so Mr. Rogers' message is certainly in line with that. It's not about your ability to learn to deal with your own feelings and then help others deal with theirs is a major component of true leadership. It's not a...
Well, it is leadership, isn't it? Yeah, and I just wonder if we've forgotten that or not paid attention to it, or if somehow we're in this bipolar world that we're living in now, and we forgot some of the most important teachings. And to see somebody like Mr. Rogers do this and learn from them... I don't know if people are taking the time to really appreciate that. I'm glad this movie came out, though, because it really gave us... I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I will say, I did find the soundtrack, the NWA soundtrack, really took away from some of the... I'm not sure why.
Yeah, the F words throughout.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe that soundtrack didn't happen. But yeah, so... It just seems like it's being brushed aside in our society today, and we just don't have time for that because we're maybe too polarized or too angry or, taking one side against the other, and the idea of listening to what it would be like from a child's point of view and knowing that you were a child and at one point in time and kind of putting those things into play. It doesn't seem like people are really... Maybe they are, and we're just not hearing and seeing it in the news because the news is always disastrous and terrible.
I mean, if you look at some of this, Steven Pinker and folks like that who say that we're actually on an upward trend toward increased empathy, and that Peter Singer, and he has this notion of the circle of empathy, and that there is a notion that's grown, that at one point it was much narrower, it was much more tribally focused, it was much more gender focused, there was a time when we didn't think of childhood as childhood, we thought of children as little adults. There was a time when a recreational activity at carnivals were hitting cats with sticks. That we used to take our families to executions and lynchings. That you would take a picnic.
The public lynchings and executions that were
these
go
were
to the town square to.
So Pinker makes this notion that somehow and Singer does too, that there is the circle of empathy is growing. And in some ways, Rogers was an example of that. Mm-hmm. I think he was really frustrated because he thought that TV could be this medium for helping folks to grow. And it may not quite have, I think the opposite of Mr. Rogers, and this is maybe a reference some folks may not get because it's a little older, but would be the Jerry Springer Show, where it is...
reruns are still happening, yes.
That would literally be the opposite. So for him, it was a chance, to... he would invite on his program... children who were dealing with major illnesses, children in wheelchairs, all these sorts of things to be able to give them, voice and connection and maybe, and I'm a commie lefty liberal, bleeding heart,
and an optimist.
and maybe maybe there is maybe our narrative and our arc won't arrive at the point it needs to in time before we're all doomed, but it's still moving in the right direction. Maybe that's maybe
I'm sorry. Yeah,
too cautious.
I was going with you there for a while. It looked like a pretty rosy. Then you said, "Hey, unless
even
we
Rogers, like there was a
blow
wonderful
ourselves
thing in this may be one of the last important points from it is that he's explaining to the guy he's talking to, and the guy asks him, "Are you does this oppress you? Is this too much? Do you overwhelmed by it?" And he's talking about, you find something to do with your feelings. And he said, one thing you can do is you can go to the piano and you can bang as hard as you want all the lower keys. Bong.
Mm-hmm.
He says you can do that. You can take it and go bong. You can pound clay. You can hit a pillar. Bong.
Right.
You can do this. And then at the very last scene of the spoiler alert, I guess.
Too late. Go for it.
It's just remember who Mr. Rogers is being played by in this film?
Yes.
Joe Pesci.
No. Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks.
But go.
Tom Hanks. So Tom Hanks is and the everybody's leaving the studio, and so it's just him on the piano, and he's playing, and it gets dark, and he's playing one of his tunes, and then he stops and goes bang, and hits the thing, and he lets it resonate. And then he goes back to playing. Right?
You're right.
And
okay.
it's as if that you
had a moment.
You could see his humanity and his capacity to do something with his humanity in that moment, and his capacity to display that, to show us what he does with it in that moment, is another example of that potential dyadic regulation, to have someone else to be able to usher us into who we are, and to be able to show us that.
Yeah,
and
we need those models.
Yeah, and I think that was in one of my favorite moments of the film, is that that this lovely childish ditty he's playing is suddenly punctuated by this boom, but then he can go back to playing.
Right.
And it's not which, not to since we want to keep this on therapy. Yeah. Some of therapeutic techniques that want us to too quickly move away from anger, to too quickly move
Covered
to
up,
not that I was listening to a podcast on the use of gratitude, for instance. Now you should have a gratitude journal, and you should begin the day by thinking of 12 things you should be gracious of.
Okay.
That's a wonderful idea, but if we're not careful, those become ways to avoid us giving ourselves the opportunity to pound on the keyboard. And that my worry is that, particularly when I train therapists, we have a thing called Casement's rule, and it's the idea that we want our interventions to at least mostly be in the service of the people we're working with, our patients. But oftentimes they're not. We are uncomfortable with their anger, so we quickly try to move them away from it because it bothers us. So you want to be able to stay and dwell. You want to be able to, and I think that's part of what can be powerful in his Mr. Rogers' pause. Mm-hmm. He allows a space for bad feelings to come in. Mm-hmm. There's a saying that I often say, particularly with beginning therapists, because the one thing they're the most afraid of is someone coming in and being suicidal. Mm-hmm. And I always like to say, well, you know what? Someone saying they're suicidal is a wonderful first start.
Yeah,
that's a good place. Let's stay there a second. We don't, that is honest, that is real. It'd be a lousy place to get stuck at, but it's a wonderful place to start. And if you don't even start there, if you too quickly move away from it, if you quickly move in all sorts of directions with feelings that you're uncomfortable with, then you're not starting. And Rogers had a really good way, I think, of being able to get it to starting it, from that non-anxious presence, that pause, that capacity to be, to be present as best he could.
Well, he took on all of that and portrayed it throughout his work, and as you talked about with some of those shows. I'm just wondering, we need a Mr. Rogers now. Are there any other role models now? I know that's a question that might invoke some comment, but are there?
Well, this is controversial.
Is there somebody out there who are role models?
Donald
like
Trump.
Okay.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not.
Okay, maybe not.
I think it's funny because in a way, if we wanted to look at Obama before Trump, Obama displayed, some people would say he was cold, but he had a coolness about him that was a non-anxious presence. I mean, he seemed unflappable and often had this ability to, but if we had sort of role models, I'm not sure. I look for, Mr. Rogers, because he has been, he's obviously now embedded in our culture, so he still is a role model. I mean, we continue to see these movies about him. He continues to come back, so there's that. But that's a good question. I wonder who.
I don't have a great answer for that question either, but I almost think that it's among us, in our communities. It's those people who are doing those kinds of things within our communities that don't make the news. They're not the headlines. They're not shaking their fist at someone and displaying their anger or toughness and that kind of thing. It's just the quiet people that we all know, and we probably could point to a lot of people who
not the really quiet people, because you're going to find bodies in their backyard.
Right. Don't go to the extreme on that. Yes, that's true. That's true. But just doing good things and helping other people. And this is a holiday time of the year now, and so you begin to see people a little bit more out there that taking care of others and doing those kinds of things. So maybe they're among us around. We just don't get to see them on the big screen or the news broadcast.
Or maybe the goal would be, maybe this is a takeaway to be able to think about, is it maybe we can practice being that person.
Okay.
That I think that ultimately Roger's idea would be not that we have to, and what happens once you've achieved some dyadic regulation, you have the capacity to both soothe yourself, but then to soothe others. And so I think the goal would be, how do we create that with everyone around us? How do we model it?
Right.
So there's the possibility of being able to sort of take this torch, this spark, and to be able to carry it forward, and to be able to be both a lighted way for others, but also to light that flame in other folks as well. And that may be the thing so maybe it's a matter of being generative, right? Of being you being that person.
Yeah, I think so. Take it on, and see what the results are of doing something like that. If we all had, as you said earlier, those moments where we didn't have the perfect childhood and all the great role models of every moment throughout our development, that there's some gaps there, and we need to look for ways to understand that. So start with yourself, maybe. All right. So you're recommending the movie, I take it?
I think you can see the movie. I think it's good. It's a good movie.
All right. Well, maybe I could talk Dr. Hackett into going. And
it's no Midsummer.
Thank you. Or
The Lighthouse.
Lighthouse.
Which we all saw. Everyone in this room saw The Lighthouse
together. Everyone in this room
together.
did see The Lighthouse, and we were traumatized, me especially. But maybe Dr. Hackett, he maybe wrote out that film better than I did. But
the puppets in there were cool. I like the puppets. That was the fun part. Wasn't that in there?
I'm not sure, but
well, it's funny.
Seagulls are,
Hackett reminds me a little of the lighthouse keeper guy. What's his Defoe?
Yeah, Willem Dafoe. Oh yeah,
yeah, but a young Willem Dafoe, not the old one, the young one. The cool one in Platoon that was sort of the hipster sergeant.
Yeah, let me just say that was another movie. This movie had none. They had no role models in this movie that we're talking about, The Lighthouse. And go back to that episode, folks.
The Mermaid, she might have been like that.
The Mermaid. Okay, see, there's just so many things. But that movie is contrasted by this one, so to speak, and so we should be more like Mr. Rogers, who I think was a wonderful person and set things into motion for us to understand ourselves and other people, and particularly children. And sometimes adults don't do that. I think that's
real quick.
That's an issue.
I know you something to think about at the end too. That there's a psychoanalytic construct, we talked about it before, and it's the ideal ego versus the ego ideal. And what this means is we have to be very careful that the things we internalize can trap us. They can be tyrannical. They can be something that we can never quite make, and so we can become ashamed and feel guilt. So if you internalize this notion of Mr. Rogers and think that's the way you always have to be, that you never bang on the piano keys, that you never get angry, that you never hurt people unintentionally or even intentionally sometimes, then it can be a prison. And then it can literally drive even more of the very behavior you're attempting to not do. So we have to be able to, and that's the difference between an ideal ego is like it casts a shadow. it looms over us as something we can't attain. And the mere and that shadow can generate that shame and guilt that can drive the behavior we're attempting.
Right.
Ego ideal is something more like something you can strive towards.
Right.
Right. Like if you were into basketball, Michael Jordan. I show my age, but if he were the ideal ego, then every time you played basketball, you felt like you had to be just like him, and you weren't. You'd become angrier and despondent, all that sort of stuff. You would not be able to play the game. But if he were an ego ideal, and you say, wait a minute, this is someone who at one point was nowhere near as good as he is now. Right. By all accounts, at one point wasn't that good a basketball player. I think he talks about it in that, he just practiced. That it becomes something you can work towards as opposed to something that you would, turn away from in shame. And so we have to be careful. And I think one of the things Roger says over and over again in the film is, I get angry, I get upset, I fought with my kids. It wasn't easy for my kids to be there. That's not the goal. The goal is to be kind to yourself and others, and we have to just keep working at it.
You have to work at it, and it takes time, and you can recover when it goes off the rails a little bit. Need to bang those lower keys over there. All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. It's been a fun Saturday morning here, learning more about movies. All right, so I guess we'll take it from there. See you next time.
A story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
All right, we're in the studio. It's Saturday morning.
It is.
How are you, my friend? I see you have a little bit of a cough there, but is that okay?
I did. I came down with something last weekend at the tail end of it, and I've been fighting it off. At one point, I think on Tuesday, I was crying tears of blood. That wasn't a good sign.
Oh, that's not a good sign. You need to go to a doctor immediately.
I went to an exorcist.
An exorcist. It's about the same for you, as I understand it.
It was. It was good though. But I've been lots of vitamin C.
Okay, that's good stuff.
Unfortunately, though, I thought, I've been trying that Zicam and vitamin C.
Yeah.
But I thought they were all suppositories, so it didn't go quite as well.
Oh, wait, you didn't...
didn't go quite as well as I thought.
You're going to have to read the instructions next time, please. And then refrain from telling us about it, maybe.
Actually, and also I thought with suppositories, I didn't think you were supposed to take them out of the bottle. So... So in terms of reading the instructions...
Oh, my goodness. I don't know how this is going to go today. It's well, that's about the way it starts every time, I think. Pretty close to how this thing goes and it rolls. But welcome to Got Therapy, and we're going to talk about mental health. We're going to talk about psychology, people, things that happen.
And speaking of things that involve that area of the body, asteroids.
Asteroids, yes, it was. That's a very interesting idea, and we tweet back and forth and send text a little bit. The idea that there are comets in this and asteroids in this belt. I'm trying to. Sean would get me if I combine the two into the same thing. They're different, but
asteroids and belts.
In the Kuiper belt. Okay, I'm going to try to attempt to dig myself out of that hole.
That's where the comets come from.
Well, that's what happens, and I think there was an article about 200 of these very large obstacles that could come back, and it's been
asteroids.
Asteroids that I think some.
By the way, I had an uncle who had a really bad case of asteroids. He had to see a doctor about that.
You see, I'm just trying to collect my thoughts and get this get this sentence out. But now, I'm struggling with it occasionally. But the idea is that some 2,700 years ago, there's some scientific evidence that say that the Earth was bombarded by these asteroids, and it caused a lot of problems around our world. And that may come back around again because there are 200 that are sort of targeted here. And what do we do with that? So, first of all, it's a sensational article that came out that with those headlines that
we're all doomed.
They were all doomed, and we have to. That's the way they get clicks, and that's how they sell materials, both for media, online, and in newspapers. And it's one of those kind of a shocking things. It's supposed to shock a little bit and get you to read further and buy the newspaper or buy the ads from the media and that kind of thing. So I don't know what you think about that. For me, it's like, okay, I think I've heard this before, but there's a little grain of it that says, hey, what if this is real? Are we ready for that? Are we just sitting duck as a planet? Or what do you think about that?
I think is Jack Van Impe. He's one of the televangelists who kept predicting sort of the end of the world and whatnot. And he did this show where they would read the news and they would filter it through Revelations and Bible verses and whatnot, and show
the end of the world thing.
So that there is a thing about this investment in the end of the world that we seem to have. That there's we are drawn to it. It's a narrative that keeps popping up.
Yes, it is something about.
Speaking of, so you can hear that warning siren.
There is a warning siren in the background. I don't know if it's picking up on the mic, but that's indication that we are at 12 noon here in Columbus, Georgia, in the southeast of America.
Where it's always the end of the world. And
where it's the end of the world or not, every noon we're going to hear that siren. Just a test. I want to say that, speaking about that, just the last week or so, I think I was out at a friend's house, and this thing went off right before the rains and the sort of strong winds, maybe even tornado warning kind of thing came through, and it was like, hey, this is actually working. I don't know if everybody's paying attention to it, but we do have a system to sort of protect us from this strong weather, and with the climate change that we've so much in the news, and those of us who've watched the weather, we see that there are stronger storms, more of them, those kind of things happening. So the point being that this thing warns us, it's still going off in the background right now, it warns us of impending
doom.
That's not the word I was looking for, but in this case, maybe some strong weather or something that we need to be alerted to. So the question then, if we move back to the asteroids coming in, do we have a system like that? Is there anything that is going to warn us and say, hey, because there's been a couple of disaster movies out, I think, and parodies of all of that, where this is the end of the world, and you've got, I think there was many times.
There was one with Bruce Willis, wasn't it?
Yes, that was one with the asteroid.
Turned out he was dead the whole time.
I don't know.
Oh, that's Sorry.
That took me off guard, but as usual. But I think what that movie was about was they had put together a plan real quick and launch a spaceship up with these cowboys who went and destroyed the asteroid or moved it out of the path. So, but I don't think the warning system here in town about thunderstorms and tornadoes not the same as asteroids coming toward Earth. 200 on the list. So I'm not sure we're ready. Are we ready? Is anybody doing anything? Somebody needs to research this.
Well, as you know, when you sent that to me, my first thought was, as always, what would Freud say? Really, it's
right. I know.
I got to go with this.
It's a habit.
So that's why I was saying this notion of investment, and that we may want to think about this in terms of how doomsday scenarios and doomsday narratives, they have a place in our libidinal economy. There is something that we like to, that they are. We consume dystopian future novels. That there is a long history of the Earth being destroyed. There's even a TV show, I think that you could. I think it's still going on, or maybe it's being rebooted. Where what would the world look like if man were gone? and they sort of show you areas that what it would look like if we suddenly disappeared. And
I think I've seen many of those actually. A number of those movies anyway. It seems like the plants start growing over the concrete and the buildings, and everything looks like a lush jungle again, and it's all kind of positive from a nature point of view and other kind of things.
Well, we do seem to be causing some trouble. I'm just saying,
Evidently, we have. Yeah, don't want to admit it too much in certain groups, but
just, if you look at all the barbecued koalas in the last couple of weeks, I just ask.
Devastating.
That's not a.
No, I hope we don't have too many of those pictures, but I'm sure somebody has to document things. But
it's bad. But the thing that we want to ask ourselves is what makes these narratives enticing, and not to divorce them from reality. Asteroids or things have hit the Earth in the past and have certainly caused some changes and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
But from zombies to asteroids, there's always these narratives that we seem to invest in where the world comes to an end. And the question you might want to ask ourselves are, what itch do they scratch? What purpose do they serve? Individually and collectively as a community and as a society. And one of the things that and there are a couple ways to approach this, but I brought Jack Van Impe up as a sort of as an example. From a Freudian perspective, they can be the worst kind of symptom, because as long as we toy and play with the idea of the asteroid coming, it may keep us from actually acting on it. Like, I wonder to what degree that we're so saturated with these end of the world, these dystopian sort of future things, that they generate a sort of fantasy pocket that we sort of we find ourselves lost in, and maybe we don't do anything about them. How many? Maybe we do have some sort of early warning detection system for asteroids that are coming our way, and maybe we don't. But it would be kind of sad that if that is a potential outcome of 200 asteroids coming this way, why don't we have one? Why don't we have something in place?
Some kind of system that is an early warning system. Hey,
why not?
By the way, I'm not sure how 200's a lot. First of all, and I think that's kind of scary because they usually just have the one big one that's coming.
If I can see on my phone every time somebody rings the doorbell on my house, I should be able to see a 5 mile asteroid.
Come to think,
I should be able to see.
Right. You and the Russians are watching what happens at your front door. I understand from all the hacking that's going on with those.
Well, we are getting a hurdy-gurdy from the Ukraine, and that
you've ordered something from the Ukraine. Okay, good luck with that. Well.
We got a hurdy-gurdy and a hand-launched missile. It's two things.
Interesting, because Ukraine was not a topic of conversation until the last year or so, and it seems like we can't throw a rock without hearing about the Ukraine in some way. And you ordering, okay, so. Maybe you're part of the problem here. That's why
maybe I should. Maybe maybe the Ukrainians are going to save us from the asteroid. I don't know what. Maybe that's what.
I like how you tied that together. It could very well be. I don't know. Well, so our fantasy about these utopian views or the zombie views, either way, I can think everything's perfect and versus the zombies are out to get us. We're trying to avoid something maybe in this, or we're trying to kind of let's get this reality is too harsh. We talked about this before, but wait, I mean,
we'll think about the reality. Like if you want to, whenever we're taking sort of a psychoanalytic track, we often want to be able to ground any current experience. We want to be able to follow it down some sort of early developmental thread to maybe its earliest point of origin. So you could ask yourself, what is the first asteroid? What is the first doomsday scenario that we're often faced with? And if you were, again, channeling Freud, there is something about the move from the ease and the rhythm of the womb into the world that suddenly confronts us with a number of asteroids. And one of the things that Donald Winnicott talks about this, he was a pediatrician and psychoanalyst, and one of the first potential asteroids was something like hunger, which is probably something we didn't feel in the womb because of, we were we had an umbilical cord that sort of answered these
nourishment
needs.
Through the mother.
So Winnicott, he reasoned that the very first catastrophe we had to deal with was hunger. And it's a catastrophe that came from the inside. Mm-hmm. And so from that moment on, we have had to work through regulation from someone else initially to be able to do something with the feelings and the catastrophes that we're faced with. And the infant is faced with a series of catastrophes, having to deal with hunger, gravity, all these sorts of things, sights, sounds, smells. You can think that there's the potential for more than 200 asteroids to befall all of us at the moment of birth. And so we come up with, we are assisted in the solutions we come up with. We're often helpless to the solutions we're given by caregivers earlier in that point in our life.
Thank goodness.
And then we're often sort of, depending on the quality of that care, we may be cursed with the solutions that we're given.
Okay.
And even the best caregiver doesn't arrive in time before hunger finds us.
Right.
So to a degree, we've all been threatened, maybe even assailed by some sort of asteroid, a metaphorical asteroid of sorts. And so a Freudian take on this is that in some ways, every time we dance with dystopian things, art, literature that moves in that direction, or even news, it's a way of engaging once again in the very thing that we were experienced early on, and that there is something in that dance that is allows us to have some mastery over it.
Okay.
And that's also what can make it dangerous to have these sort of not only is it the boy who cried wolf, but in some respects it may be enough for us, many of us, simply to be scared by these headlines that we don't do anything else with them, if that makes any sense. There's a way
we don't do anything with them.
And because we're simply using them as a way to sort of to re-experience and remaster something that's already happened, as opposed to something that's potentially in the future.
Right, like it's something at a low level too. That it's a headline in an article. I can dismiss that and not look at it and laugh at it or have another reaction, but I don't really delve into it. I don't connect it to some of the earlier traumas. So it seems to me like, and this is the theme with the Freudian ideas that you've talked about so many times, but the idea is there's something in the past that the everyday experience we have now at whatever developmental stage we're at that connects to this early past, and it's a trauma and those kind of things. So
there are always elements of our history that rise up to meet the present. We never face the present moment without these filters, not just filters, because in some ways that's a difference between perception and apperception. We engage in a way that helps create the things that arrive, and in this act of creating the moment, we are bound by the tools we bring to that moment, and those are forged in the past, and they're often unconscious. They're forged at key developmental moments. I was having a conversation with someone about just sexuality in general, and you can think of that. You know that is, Freud would have that begin at the very beginning, but it's certainly something that begins to arrive when people begin to hit adolescence, and you could, at every developmental period, there's a different asteroid of sorts. You know, there is at infancy, it may be the asteroid of feeding. And then as we move into adolescence, it may be the asteroid of integrating sexuality in a way that we haven't had to before. When we hit middle-aged, I was talking to someone also this week, and we're talking about how something unique happens at middle-aged. You can't go backwards. There is no home to return to, but there's no clear future either. So what happens at middle age is you're often marooned in a way in between 2 points. And there's an asteroid there. There's something that is potentially catastrophic that we have to find some way to dance with. And some of us are lucky enough to have been given the tools early on to be able to meet that in a certain way. And we also may have a context that allows us to meet that. We've talked in here before about how all the things that we have to deal with, particularly through emotional regulation and whatnot, there is autoregulation and dyadic regulation. And we always need others to some degree. You know? You can think of the, what's that Tom Hanks movie, the one where he had the beach ball? What's that?
No. Okay. First of all, it was Castaway. Second, it was not a beach ball. It was a volleyball.
Okay. So okay. Volleyball.
Correct the record.
Okay. Good. All right. So it's a volleyball. One of them volleyballs. You'll notice one of the first things he did was to create something he can have an interaction with. So in some ways, he sort of generated an object relations. There could be some element of dyadic regulation. There could be, you know.
Yeah.
And so all of us, we have to be able to do that. And
I don't think we always associate it with something earlier in our life. I mean, obviously the Freudian theory and all those associated have this idea that you can trace it back to something there and connect it with what you said earlier, what's happening in the now, connecting with that. But I'm not sure that we always, average Joe on the street, we're connecting it to something. It's usually in this moment right in front of us in the here and now, as opposed to being connected. Although the theory seems to make sense that it is connected to something earlier.
Well, it's connected in the sense that the brain and the nervous system of the individual facing the present moment has a history, and our nervous system is directed and built and bound, particularly through early experiences. I mean, there's the dance between nature and nurture. As I say, that is nature through nurture. So we are the nervous system we have is dependent on the developmental seas we swim in from the very beginning, and so in that way we're bound by it. You know,
right. It seems like if you've had a really rough upbringing, child abuse or neglect or any of those kind of things, it's actually really going to affect you more so if you had a sort of a normal or average kind of upbringing with enough love and nurturing care. Then you have some platform to deal with these crises to come, the asteroids to come, so to speak.
And you know, you have we've talked in here before about that guy Bion, by the way.
Yeah.
And this notion that, you know, Bion said that all change is heralded by a catastrophe, and this makes a certain sort of sense if you think it just from the idea of learning theory, that the move from the big leap of faith in learning is to have to lose something, cognitive dissonance, challenge, struggle, all these sorts of things. So there's some minor catastrophe, and every time we learn something big, something that informs us in a way and challenges the way we think about ourselves in the world, there's a catastrophe in that. And that requires a level of emotional regulation, how to be able to manage and to be able to meet suffering where you're at. All these things are important. And if you can't, you not only do you not learn, not only are you stuck, but you also may be ill-prepared when the asteroid hits.
Right. You don't have the resources necessary at that moment. You may regress. I guess that's a term that's sometimes used in this way, so that you don't have the resources, but you're going to try to do something to offset this trauma that's coming.
It's interesting because you mentioned the word regression, and there's a neuroscientist and neuroscientific researcher called Alan Shore, and he wants to sort of revive this notion of therapeutic regression.
Right.
Because he thinks that that's how real learning with a capital L occurs. It requires some form of helplessness. It doesn't mean you have to become a baby again.
Right.
But it's regressed in the sense that someone develops a level of dependency, a level of dysregulation, and that's what could make therapy very, very powerful and important. It's also a criticism he pulls from some of this data, and I've seen it. There's been some increasing criticism, particularly of CBT treatments and their focus mainly on cognition, even though DBT and stuff are now focusing more on emotional regulation. But they're often very short-term type treatments, and the symptom recidivism and the resurgence of symptoms, all that sort of stuff after 6 months of treatment are pretty bad. There's no.
Okay.
Whereas longer term treatments, particularly in this case, it would be psychoanalytic ones, where there is a guided and contained, there is a generation of some level of dependency, and that this allows for the sort of changes that can be internalized, and that nervous system that's going to face the present is now changed and altered as a result of that in a way that briefer treatments may not allow it to happen.
Right.
And Shore sort of credits this notion of creating a space where regression is possible.
Regression is possible. It becomes almost a part of how to get better or work through the issue that you have. Well, it's kind of interesting that we categorize some of these things. I mean, I think with and we talked about this on other shows, but there's just a flood of information and media and everything. Information is coming at us so much, and our brain is not quite ready for some of the technology and things that are happening. But the notion that we have to sort of categorize the traumas. Though 200 asteroids coming at Earth, I haven't heard much else besides this particular article, so I can dismiss that. Or maybe I'm the person that hits and they say, wow, here's the end of the world again. This time I believe it. So I don't know. How people have to sort of almost like a choice of how you respond. I don't know if that's a choice or not. What do you think?
Well, I don't. The initial affective response is not a choice.
Right.
There is a feeling that arrives. The choice may occur, and there's a real. Even this notion of free will becomes really problematic when you begin to think about it in terms of what actually happens when we appear to choose and then initiate action or behavior. There's a lot more complicated things going on in there, and so I suspect that to individuals who already have a propensity for anxiety, this article may make them more anxious. It may already fuel an obsessive ruminative element of them that they are already dwelling on the end of things.
In this way, I just had a thought of one of our other episodes about confirmation bias, that you hear, if you're anxious, you hear something that makes you more anxious, you tend to spend more time and believe it, and those kind of things. So that could very well trigger some of that you already had in motion in some ways.
Yeah, and next thing you know, you got you're buying half a ton of peanut butter and storing it in your basement.
Right.
Yeah.
You're building the shelter, but I think if the big asteroids are coming, the shelter may not help. I don't know, but something to think about.
All I
you buy in bulk
is
what you're saying.
I got enough peanut butter to last me for a couple hundred years. Just saying. And I got a peanut allergy, so it's really going to be.
That complicates it even more.
Really,
Not sure why you're making that purchase, but well, you got to work through that allergy so you can actually use that peanut butter.
Yeah, I had a friend tell me the only way I was ever going to get swole is due to allergies. So
Swole.
Swole, that's
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm
swole,
sorry.
Sorry.
I was thinking that was a.
It's not
somewhere between woke and swole, maybe. I don't know.
It's not a slow woke. And in fact, I didn't say it a minute ago, but I when you mentioned how our childhood affects us, you don't know if you realize this, but I was raised by a cat, and to this day, I'm only attracted to women who have 8 breasts.
Oh, that was a bit of information that we really didn't need to hear about. But there's something wrong. But I'm not sure being raised by the cat was what the problem was. Well, I don't know. There's this, like I said, there's just so much information out there, and we have this childhood that sort of led us to the personality that we are now in some ways, as we talked about, and then we have to deal with these constant threats to ourselves and to other things in a context that we're not really sure how to respond, at least in a emotional way, because maybe we don't have the ability to control that so much. But I don't know. The issue of these news headlines and what's going on, it's almost a numbing kind of a response.
Well, you're the one that sent me this thing. So, what did it do to you? You saw this thing. What did you suddenly did you go buy the peanut butter in bulk? What did you do?
Here's what I do typically. I don't know, but I want to say there's a pattern here or not. But so I'm scrolling through the Twitter, which I've subscribed to a certain group of folks that send information out. Some funny and humorous, others are more newsy and hopefully helpful and educational. So the first response is, okay, look at this sensational headline. They're trying to sell papers or website advertisements or something. And then if it hits a level where I go, I wonder what's behind that, and I'll start looking in. So I'll go to the article and start reading who it's about, who said this, what's the evidence there for. I'm looking for something to sort of verify and this is being real.
You call up the Cruz and ask him if he knows anything about these asteroids.
Well, I need to. I really need to, because as we know, Sean Cruz and the Cruz has all the information about this. I mean, that's what he studies, right?
So, I think he had asteroids once too.
Oh, I don't know how to respond to that. He knows about them, but So, yeah, I want to read the article. It turns out it was on a podcast. Somebody was talking about this. This is actually the author, and I'll put the name up, but the author is a person of a scientist and looks at this anthropology, looks at all of the history and so forth. And there was some legitimate concerns that we're not prepared was the bottom line in all of this, and we need to do something. NASA has done a lot of things, and there was a sort of a hint that there was something going on to detect these things, but prepare for. I'm not sure that's really moving very fast. So that's what I did in response to your try to answer your question. Was that I dug deeper into it to see if it hit the level of something I could believe. Did it enough evidence there?
So you said, well, you went and you looked. You wanted to educate yourself, so you responded. It generated enough of an emotional experience or an affective state that at least engendered a curiosity. So you invested. You looked into it a bit more.
Yes. It's not quite all of it. Let me just add a couple more things. There was a picture. So it was a graphic representation of these multiple asteroids just out of the Earth's atmosphere about to hit the planet. That was the first thing. So it's a visual that I responded to at the very beginning before I read the headline. So I had to put that in there because I think that's another sensory piece that
there was a visual. There was a drawing of an asteroid about to decimate the planet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That started the whole thing. So it started with a visual, and that often happens with me. I'm kind of there's something, and what is that about? Let me read the headlines and go on. If I want to be honest, that's how it actually happened.
So the visual generated an experience. You were able to turn that experience into curiosity. You were able to explore it. And then at the end of this, you concluded what?
I concluded it might be a topic for us to talk about in that what's others' reaction to this? Is it like mine? Do people, like you said earlier, they just they had this anxiety already. It just adds to it. It feeds in there, and they go bonkers and start doomsday prepping of some sort, like
peanut butter.
The peanut butter, right? And,
giant cans of peanut butter.
Or what? I mean, should it be just dismissed by because it's another sensational headline and it doesn't have anything to support it?
Well, and then in a way, so it sounds like for you that the jury may be out. That you will continue to, if more information shows up, then you might go out and buy the peanut butter, or.
Or be more concerned to a certain extent and find out what, all right, the United States, great country, got a lot of material wealth. Have we done anything about this?
Got a lot of peanut butter.
We make peanut butter here, not far from here, by the way. And so, are we really, what's a percentage that this thing is going to happen? And if it does cross a threshold of some sort, then do we have ways to do it? Now, in the article, it also talked about that just a little bit, that you don't want to bomb these things and blow them up like a nuclear weapon. They're going to blow things up into tiny pieces that still have the same terrible outcome and impact.
You just got lots of things hitting you.
Yeah, lots as opposed to the big one. And so they said you have to do something by the way of putting a rocket or something to land on it or get close to it to move its path out of the way, and that's a possibility. But on this one, you have to do it 200 times. So I'm still not sure, but at least it gave you that information to
sort of move it out of the way. You want to just wanted to,
Yeah, all these things are in some sort of orbit as the solar system is, in the way I think Sean talked about accretion, I believe it was, or something, the forming of planets and the solar system, that this is something that sort of spins and circles and comes together, that perhaps we can look at the path of these 200 comets or asteroids and be able to do something with all of that. I'm not sure. I'm not, like I said, the evidence gives us a little information. I'm not convinced at this point.
But notice how that, your narrative took you to this place where you're still sort of actively seeking information to determine what you may need to do with this. Yeah. But you can see how, in some ways, you were prepared to be able to do that. Other individuals, maybe because of their earlier developmental asteroids, the catastrophe that they've had to face, they may come up with a different solution. Some of them may be frozen by this. They may disavow it. They may simply, we see that, I think, with a lot of, when you mention climate change and whatnot, there's sort of a individual and societal attempt at disavowal. We just ignore it, right? That's one. There's the possibility of overreaction when you mention the idea of trying to blow up the asteroids and to make it worse. There are lots of ways we could make this worse, right?
Oh, well, yeah.
There could. And then there's the flight of terror. And I was sort of joking about the peanut butter, but that's also a way, in some ways, not to deal with this in the way that we possibly could. Because if it turned out that there was an asteroid coming our way that we had no control over, and there's a good chance it was going to wipe out most of the planet, then we would need to know that and be able to act accordingly. Right. What can we say? What could we do? We would need to be able to have the experience, become aware of it, and then do something with it, which in some ways is that those are the three stages of any sort of emotional regulation, right?
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. We have to do something with it.
And if we don't do something with it, it figuratively and literally does something to us. And whether it is the asteroids, one of the 200 heading our way, or the asteroid of Monday, or any sort of emotional event you're currently, the conflict you continually have with a spouse or a significant other, each of those, there's the potential for a narrative that can move you in the place of doing something with it, or one that could move you in one of those other places. And there's the model of fight, flight, or freeze. There is the disavowal, the being paralyzed. There is the running away, active avoidance, and then there's the overreaction, right? And so we got to find, to be able to navigate those three points, we have to get to a place that you're describing, where we will use this to gather more information, right? To do.
Yeah, it does make sense, and it seems like sometimes we're overwhelmed by the emotion, and we just stay in that state of agitation and anxiety or fear, which is a big part of this kind of headline. The fear, what are you going to do? And then it leads you to go back, and I will full circle a little bit back to some of those movies and some of those things that we've in the books and writing and movies and media that it's going to be a terrible outcome, and we're going to see how these things are working out. It fits in with conspiracy theories as well, but then there's reasonable, rational. How should we deal with this information that we have, and what can we do? What are the possibilities? And let's choose a path and see if that helps us out. But there's all these people who just have really a lot of trouble with that emotional regulation. the systemic window, as we talked about so many times.
And sometimes they get to be president.
Okay, there you go. Knew we couldn't go far, but that's all right. Things are going to happen. We're in the countdown year now for elections and that kind of thing. So maybe we'll see.
We may have a few more asteroids heading our way there. I don't know.
Lots of asteroids. Seems to be the most engaged, talked about topic too.
Asteroids or the current election or the election cycle?
Well, the way you combined both of those together, I was thinking, the impending doom or something happening here. So
it's. I don't think it's impending. I think it's pended.
It's what is it? Yeah.
What's the opposite?
I don't know. It's already happened. It's there. It's there for us.
It's been pending.
Yeah. So I don't know. We just have to deal with the. I mean, this was an example of probably a million of these kinds of things from the media and the headlines trying to grab your attention. They're trying to shock you. They're trying to, frighten you. Fear seems to be a big seller in so many ways. And if you're talking about politics, that's certainly a part of what's happened there. But fear sells.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's several things to think about that. You mentioned that the notion of the euthymic window. There are a way in which we look for things that'll get us just at the top part of that euthymic window. Horror movies, news stories that are gloom and doom. There's a way in we get you a certain level of pleasure that we actively seek out those sorts of things because in a way they balance us. We want to pull ourselves up into the places of fear, a little like a roller coaster ride.
Yeah.
And so we're often looking for things that will generate those sorts of experiences for us. And that's kind of what I was meaning earlier, that there's a way we can be trapped by that sometimes this constant flow of horrible things actually drives us to inaction because it simply fulfills the purpose of maintaining some sort of balance. It doesn't trigger action. It's just we keep looking at these things and we keep, and you also mentioned this notion that, that it plays a part in politics. And oftentimes that, a political opponent will attempt to make the other opponent look more dangerous than the other.
Right.
And there's some indication that under fear, for instance, I think this was it Drew Weston who did this study, or maybe he just mentioned it, but that we will lean more conservative when we're afraid. And there's something about these broad political categories that correlate with neurological states and categories of emotional regulation. Mm-hmm. When we move into places where we're more afraid, we're going to want order. We're going to want structure. We're going to want certainty. We're going to and that pulls for more conservative ideology. Mm-hmm. If liberal ideology is much more marked by an openness to experience and things like that, those diminish when we're afraid. So you'll often see, and I think there's some research on this, particularly when it comes to Republican candidates who tend to be on the right. They tend to lean more toward, they're going to take your guns, they're going to kick in your door, people are going to come over the border and attack your cat. There are all these sorts of things that you get, and they are a surefire way to either motivate a certain base, right, but it also may pull other people in the direction you want them to, because when they're afraid, they move in that direction.
Right. And it's a collective in a way, right? I mean, you move that group in there, almost sounds like we have the same ideas in this group. Sounds a little socialist to me. So
that gets some people
reverse
afraid.
Of everything there.
that gets some people afraid. Well, when you think about it, this notion of individuality, particularly if you look at it a more conservative way of thinking about individuality, if there's this notion of the individual versus the collective, and somehow on the left it's much more collective, and on the right it's much more. But there is a tribalism that drives conservative politics, mm-hmm, that is in some ways anti-individual.
Yeah, I think that was very, very.
Yeah, it's good. Not. You are free to choose to be a straight Christian who likes chicken.
And guns.
And guns. Whereas, and if you don't choose those things, you are outside the tribe, and that you are you could be potentially suspicious. So.
That makes sense to me. This binary world that we're in with the tribalism and so forth, the ones and zeros, it just seems like, and I may be hopeful about this, but I think the vast majority of people are somewhere between those two, and all we see in the media are the fringes of that continuum. So I'm hopeful about that maybe we can learn to balance these things out in some way. Well, the future will let us know about that as well.
Oh, there's not going to be a future because the asteroids are coming.
So, that's right. I'm sorry to mention that, but bring that up. But I don't know. We've worked through a lot of things, but I don't think we have control over what happens in the solar system and the universe and some planet. Maybe
DeCruz does. Maybe Sean does. If we ask this guy, he may have some answers.
Yeah, he does, as a matter of fact, in that. So, I'll defer to his expertise in all of this. But so we have to respond to this. But that's just one headline out of, as I said before, a million.
And there are probably worse headlines.
Oh, absolutely. Right. This one was, kind of benign in a way that it just happened to pop up, and there was a nice picture, and I'll pull the graphic up here. But all right, it gets you thinking about it, and also it's a diversion from the day-to-day grind of all the other things that are driving you crazy, man.
That euthymic window, you will seek out a certain level of stimuli because a level of excitation allows you to return to that placid normal. And you're right, there is a grind in that. We want to be scared, we want to be sad. The movies we watch do either one of those things. There's Old Yeller dies at the end. I don't hope I didn't give that away.
Oh, too late.
And that's that bottom part of that euthymic window. And then we watch, some guy with a chainsaw. That's on the other end of that. And so we gravitate, toward. And then there's some movies like that movie, The Lighthouse. It seemed to, just.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've actually blocked that entire experience out. Yeah. So I don't know. Is that something I should see? Maybe. All right, it's up for an award. All right, we saw it win.
Hey, here's one of the this would be a takeaway from this.
All right,
I think the way to think about this is that we shouldn't just look to the sky for asteroids. We should look for the ones that are arriving on Monday morning when we wake up. We should look for all the things that dysregulate us with the potential for being able to be changed by them. We often are not in ways that we should.
Right.
And so our capacity for that to accept and to become aware and then do something with those things we feel, those steps could be necessary. So my worry isn't as much because if there are asteroids coming, it'll depend on our ability to be able to do something with the feelings that their shadows give, because by the time they hit, it's too late.
Right.
And that requires our ability to do something with our feelings. And I think again and again and again, that's something that we need to work on.
I'm with you on that. I don't think we spend enough time processing and really the self-reflection and, weighing things as opposed to just taking an opinion and being in the group maybe, and it feels good to be in the group and everybody seems to think alike. That's not true, but you conjure that up. And so maybe it's this deliberation and questioning things a little bit. Maybe some critical thinking in there might be helpful.
Maybe critical thinking, critical feeling. I think that's important.
Okay.
Also, the other thing is to think about too. There's something that we got to discuss before we go.
All right.
My favorite band in the world.
Yes.
Their new album came out last night.
Okay.
Wire, and the name of the band is Wire, and the album is Hive Mind.
Hive.
And let me just say,
all right,
you got to listen to this thing. These guys have been together since technically '76. Their first album came out in '77, and
wow.
One of the reviews I read, they've never made a bad album. And I think well, they've only made 2. But
okay. No. Well, how does this happen? That this is the band you love, and I know you've talked about them. You've been to their concerts. You can't wait.
I'm going to be seeing
them
in March.
Yeah, I knew that was happening. And so here's the thing: why aren't they known more widely. I mean,
Here's the thing.
What's going on here?
There was a famous saying, I think it was Greil Marcus said that when the Velvet Underground released their first album, 500 copies were sold, but everybody who bought one formed a band. Wire are tremendously influential. If you listen to the band, REM were influenced by Wire. Lots of new wave bands. David Bowie took some Wireisms with him. Their first album, Pink Flag, is usually, when people list the top 50 rock albums of all time, it's usually in there somewhere.
Okay.
So
all right.
They're a band that, and I think probably why they wouldn't be known is they're too odd, and they're too arty and weird to really be mass consumed. So people they take elements. In fact, there's even a thing called, if you'll listen to reviews, particularly of indie bands, they'll often say, well, this band sounds like Wire. Or this is wiry. So that there's even like a genre, they become like, how certain directors, like if it's Fellini-esque, or, all that sort of, or Spielberg-esque, whatever, they become an adjective.
Yes.
So you're right. They don't have mass consumption, but they've managed to find a way to embed themselves into our discourse. They've changed the course of the symbolic order in their own way, and that in of itself is an achievement, I think.
All right, my friend. You are definitely a fan. So, and people listen to this, hey, go listen to Wire. Go pick up the
Hive Mind. It's good.
Hive Mind. It's not an album, is it?
It's
Do they still call it albums in these days and times?
Now that vinyl is back.
Vinyl is back.
So
that is true.
You can buy an album. I unfortunately was streaming it last night before I went to bed, and so
it's good to hear that you've made that move up there to streaming. All right,
well,
good.
If the cold doesn't kill me, I'll listen to it again today. But I'm probably after this going to go crawl into a ball and take a nap.
Sounds like a good thing to do. And listen, you need to take care of yourself, because this cold is an asteroid coming for you.
Yeah, this is an asteroid.
So do something with that. All right, final words. What else is going on? Anything else we need to know? Oh, you're doing a talk coming up.
I am.
I'm real interested in that. There's a group that's actually going to form and sit in a room and listen to you.
There is.
This is going to be fun. All right, give us a little bit of the topic and where are you going to go with this thing?
It's at St. Simon's Island. I'll be giving a talk on ethics.
Ethics?
Ethics.
Okay, my friend. I know you very well, and somebody needs to be there to help you figure out what the ethics really are before you say something unethical.
That's a little like a Catholic priest doing a talk on sex. Really?
Oh,
it's kind of like
do we have
same
to?
thing. It's like this, He's probably heard of ethics and seen pictures, but maybe not really ever engaged in any.
I'm hoping it goes well, and before you go, take a look at the code of ethics somewhere. Just pick one up.
I'll tell you what, I got it tattooed. I'm not going to tell you where, but I can make it dance. That's all that you need to know.
That's way too much information, and on that note, we'll see you next time. How are you doing, sir?
Doing good.
All right, I'm glad to have you here in the studio. We've kicked off this thing. We've got everything. If I can check around, everything is actually in the red and it's rolling. So welcome to the studio. What's on your mind today, my friend?
Well, we had talked a lot about the whole idea that the new digital world has all this promise. It's the new industrial revolution. And then there are all these other concepts. You referred to some earlier today where we talked about the whole idea that, well, artificial intelligence is coming. It's going to be to the level to where it takes away every human job. Humans will be left without jobs. And I think there's a book by Harari that makes that point, that ultimately there'll be an elite that runs technology, and that everyone else will just be sitting there and living off the government dole. That's sort of some of the conventional wisdom that's out there. So ultimately, is it true? And I'm asking your thoughts on this because you're the big technology guy and do all the.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
So is it in fact true that that technology has achieved all this promise and has radically altered our life in a way that's increased our productivity.
Well, now you just sent me a loaded question over here, and I saw all of the different things that you just threw into that question to make it more complicated. Because is technology moving, changing our environment? Yes. Are robots taking our jobs? Yes. As a matter of fact, if you go in the manufacturing warehouses these days, you don't see immigrants working. You see robots working.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody had called them immigrant robots.
Mm-hmm.
They've come in with the sort of political climate there. They've come in, and that's where do the people go? So that's a serious problem. So in a way, the technology is actually canceling out some of our gains. The progress in moving toward that is going to make life better. Yeah, it is going to make life better. It has already. It's made it more complicated. I'm no expert at this. I can only tell you from personal experience and things I've come across. But the technology can be a double-edged sword. It can be a friend or foe.
Yeah.
And I think the promises is part of the problem. Now, so this is a part of your question. We're going to rewind that question and look at it later maybe, but it was like I said, it was a loaded question, but there's a piece of it that these are promises. Hey, your life's going to be easier.
That's right.
Well, wait a second. What? And be specific about that. You're going to have a flying car. Remember that one.
Right.
I think we're going to talk more about that whole idea.
Yeah.
Title of an article, which I think you've said and I think I've said at some point, where's my flying car? Because I was promised that when this technology thing took off.
Yeah, or just the
the
driverless car, which right now is fraught with all kinds of difficulties. And the big proponents of this have had to walk back their projections because these driverless cars keep doing things, and this driverless technology keeps ultimately killing people, even though probably they're a lot safer than human beings driving the cars. You know, the idea, I guess, is that, well, you know, if I get in a driverless car and then it wrecks, I don't have any control. So folks have that in the back of their mind, the whole "I don't control it" concept.
Right. Yeah, and it will be a real process of change, and I think you're right. Some of these people have Elon Musk comes to mind that have put these real short-term goals where everybody's going to be in a car like that or something. And I think they do that on purpose. I think there's some kind of strategy behind the crazy talk in a way. I do believe that, and that's something we can talk about more too on many subjects. But the proponents push it out beyond what is the manufacturing and technology is capable of to kind of get the word out, and then they will move the goalpost back a little bit, and they'll meet it in the future. There seems to be a strategy.
At what point is it overpromising, and where is that line between that and a good marketing hyperbole? Because we all say our product's the best product. That
it's an interesting question, I think, and whether or not that people will project this out in a marketing strategy and put a deadline out there that's way too soon for this to develop and us to get the information. However, you know, in the idea of driverless cars you're talking about, they have so much data now that's coming back to them to make some decisions with. And I think in a way that's how technology works. It provides analytics. It provides data that you can then begin to measure and make changes in the product and make things better. Mm-hmm. So that, I think, is good. But back to your loaded question. Yes, almost everything new comes out of the chute. You got the early adopters. You've got hype. You've got trends. You've got people kind of reacting in different ways, good and bad. And then eventually, as progress moves along, things settle out. We get more accurate picture of what's happened. So, unfortunately, Tom, you do not have a flying car that comes out of a suitcase like on the Jetsons. So I'm sorry about that.
My worry is that the whole idea that really what the business is in the United States is a software business. The majority of venture capitalism goes to 3 or 4 cities, and it goes all into software. Ultimately, what is being produced in the United States, because all the manufacturing's done overseas. Now, that may change as these other countries become more affluent, and then we may end up with manufacturing back here. But
I'm not sure all, but a lot. Yes, definitely.
Well, look at Columbus. I mean, what fed Columbus for years is gone, and essentially the jobs here are all in information. And as a college official, I always touted that. But in the back of my mind, I always worry if there's not a finished product that we can take to market and sell. It's kind of hard to sell concepts, and it doesn't create jobs for everyone. In other words, those folks who are in the information software business are going to have game in that area. So what happens to the rest of folks? That's a Harari idea that, well, they won't have anything to do. There won't be anything for them to do.
Yeah, there's almost a digital divide, if you will. Lots of divides we're having to do with people have and have nots, kind of those kind of things. You're right about the big cities having that technology and sort of centered there. I think not long ago there was some, just a few months ago, I think it was Amazon who was trying to locate their new headquarters they didn't choose a smaller rural type setting, which they could have.
Right.
And went to the big mega metropolises that we have around. And so as long as that continues, it's going to be, perilous kind of journey, because we're going to have that divide. And if some folks don't have an opportunity, then we're going to have a real problem. It should be that everybody has an opportunity, but hey, that's another concept too, make your own way. This is America, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Everybody's can be president or whatever. Those kind of things still are in people's minds. So it may be a boomer idea. But on the other hand, how should technology go? Should people have access? Should people have the opportunity to build? So you've got that going on with what you also just said, which was the idea of being centered in one location, and then another person who's not in that location doesn't have the opportunities in that. Where does it go from there? That's kind of the question. How do we, let me just say this. Part of the issue has been that technology came on. Jeff Conklin talks about this. It came on before we were ready. Mm-hmm. We didn't know what to do with it. Here's this shiny new toy that's going to make everything wonderful, but we hadn't processed what it's like, how would it affect our lives, what do we really want out of technology. So these things move fast in that way. We're all of a sudden having to catch up, and there's a book coming out. Forget the author's name. Sorry, but the title is "The Future Is Faster Than You Think."
Right.
At this end of this month.
Yeah.
And this guy the author describes just how we're not ready and what we need to do about that. And I think that's going to be a big question.
Well, it's sort of hard to predict how things are going to. So we're operating in a vacuum, in a sense, that we don't have the data to really understand what the consequences of all these things that are happening now. And I think that's true throughout history. If Kurt Vonnegut was going to write this whole scenario, he would go back and say, well, if technology takes all the jobs, then in his story, I would think there would be something like a grassroots revolution, and the government would have to tell technology to take a hike, and we're going to go back to manufacturing and manipulate all that,
Right, I think. And, the idea, too, and somebody said this just the other day, and it just kind of hit me like a brick, but 2/3 of Americans have a high school education.
Right.
Only 1/3 have beyond high school. That doesn't prepare you to work on at these levels that require so much math and the kind of computer skills and all of the service skills that we have in this industry now and have in the world, in our society certainly, and others. you're not prepared for them. So you have to do that. You've talked about education a lot and trying to get out, and you did some work in at CSU to try to reach out to those who typically don't have an opportunity to come to college and all that. That was a big issue and an important one. It just seems like all these boats have to rise at the same time, and I don't know.
Well, here's
I don't
the
know
other
what to make
thing.
of
What
it.
are we teaching in college? So if ultimately everything's going to go the technological direction, shouldn't university higher ed be basically about coding and computer science and technological? Certainly have the math and science and that kind of thing, but
Right. Well,
all these other things we teach in college, should we just sort of forget about that? Because really, ultimately, it doesn't prepare you either. And the same thing's true in public schools. We have this huge canon of things we teach because we have this American ethos where you're building the better citizen, the voter, and everything. But now, are we in a new age, or their new set of skills? For a while, the buzzword, everybody was studying critical thinking and soft skills. That was going to be the new thing.
Right.
But now I think we're off that too. So I'm not sure where we're headed with
it
that.
really is hard to know, but it just keeps moving.
Yeah.
And if this the technology sector moves faster than everything else, all the other sectors, then we haven't figured this out yet. But I want to reframe it in some ways, because I want to see this in a positive way. That's kind of my take on it. Most things, but this is an exciting challenge. So what are you going to do with it?
Mm-hmm.
You can frame it in different ways, but listen, we enjoy our phones, and we're all, connected to the grid, and we're doing these things, and we feel like we're smarter now, maybe, or we have more access to information. This dissemination of this conversation, for example, we're doing a lot of things now that we've never been able to do before. So I want to say this might be the opportunity, if we can manage this right and not shoot ourselves in the foot, and make something out of this revolution. And yes, it's going to be gains and backpedaling and moving forward, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and all those kind of things. But I want to see this in a positive way. I'm that kind of guy that we can work through problems, and we're in a country that work through a lot of problems. So why not this? And how do we make it better?
Do you see it as an issue that the ubiquity of some of these technologies has, in a way, made us disconnected from each other?
Yeah, I think. Yes, we've had a similar conversation around that question. We need more work with it to try to answer and get a good answer with it, because I think there are always losses with these gains. It's never a total. On the positive side, on the black side instead of the red, if you're looking at accounting. But the notion is that we do have to manufacture things. We have to make things.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to do the plumbing and the electrical and the building. And
Right.
we making things, right?
Yeah.
So we have to have that in our world. We have to have a balance with this service industry where everything's on a screen in front of us, and you need to know software and programming and coding and things like that. Well, that's just another piece of the puzzle. It's not everything, and it shouldn't be. We've got to adopt some basic skills that we've talked about in here a lot, and that is accommodation, empathy, being who you are, being authentic, appreciating other people and all that. Those counseling things you hear me talk about occasionally, but that needs to be involved in this whole process, so that we look at what our values are and those things that are of value to us, and we can go ahead and project out to a point, at least to a certain extent, of where we want to be. We got some vital questions to answer before we get to that. But I think we need to pose that question. Where do we want to go with all this? Where do we want to end up? It's kind of like retirement. That's something you and I both can talk about.
Yeah.
But what you want retirement to be? Well, retirement is ongoing.
I don't think we've ever really intentionally ask those questions. As you say, the future is whatever the title of the book is. The future is here now.
Yeah,
or
the future's
it's
faster than you
think, or whatever.
I don't know about that.
So here's the present. It's Thanksgiving. All the family comes over. There are the grandchildren. There's mom and dad around the table. There's the grandparents around the table. The grandchildren all have their phones or pads out.
Right.
And they're watching videos.
Right.
The parents are checking their email and checking to see if we're going to put the next picture from Thanksgiving up on Facebook. And then there's grandpa and grandma, and they're checking their Instagram accounts or Twitter
all right.
accounts.
Some pretty progressive grandpas. Well, I think that's true. That's
so what's happened to Thanksgiving? What's happened to family time and that kind of thing? And
you feel like, hey, I'm going to text you past the cranberry sauce.
Well, it goes to the point of what we talked about 20 years ago when people would be in the next office and email you rather than talk through the door. That was one of our friends used to say, just come in and tell me. Don't email
That's
me.
Right.
But the other thing is this. So, all the data that we have collected about instruction and education shows that the efficacy of digital instruction, online instruction, which is where it was all headed about the time I retired.
Right.
It was hard to teach in person. You couldn't find a class to teach them. Nobody wanted to take an in-person class. So all the data was showing, hey, it's as effective or more effective. But I'm always suspicious of the whole data thing. As a educator from public schools, I always wanted to ask, well, what data are we collecting? And is it really telling us what we need to know to make for a better life?
And how is it interpreted? That's a big point of it. So there's data, but then what do you do with it? What do you make of that, and how you apply it in the situation?
Well, and the ironic thing was I was an early adopter of online instruction. I was one of the very early ones at Columbus State. And
I actually have a video of you years ago on a green screen in the old studio where you were talking about that. And I saw that not long ago. So we have some archives here that can track back. And when you say I did that, hey, I've got evidence you did that, by the way. So cool.
So I was an early adopter. I thought this stuff was cool. It was fun to work with. I loved building websites and all that stuff. But as I did that, I always saw that as a side of what my real job was, which was to create new streams of knowledge as a researcher, and to go into the classroom and connect with students and do that and help people be better leaders. And now I wonder, are we going to look back and say, we really dropped the ball, but all the data we were collecting told us this was all good, but maybe we didn't collect the right data, because now we have all these unanticipated consequences. People disconnected, two poles look at things politically. Now that you have everything out there on the internet, people look at the news and they go to the sites that reinforces what they already think. And there's no listening to anybody else. So see
the show on confirmation bias. Just a plug there. All right, go.
Well, I was watching the whole latest impeachment news and all that, and depending on which channel you watch,
that's exactly right.
Nancy Pelosi is either a great American hero or the worst,
or the worst person ever.
Yeah.
I mean, how does this work? And there's that now underlying that, I think, is a real problem too. And I don't mean to kind of you'd go to that point as you need, but it made me think that we've got these corporations, like you said, they're in these big cities. That's where the tech giants are, Silicon Valley, New York, all those places that are making themselves wealthy.
Right.
Okay.
Sure.
That's what we're doing. We're in this.
Which is the American way, right?
That is the American way, and we're going to get rich. And Jeff Bezos, we have that picture somewhere around the studio where he's sitting at a small desk and a big CRT monitor with a paper banner up that says Amazon.com.
Right.
Well, now, so that's a problem when we don't understand some of the humanity
Right.
that should underlie this, because otherwise it comes across as greed, and I'm a little concerned about that being sort of our goal in the end, because that's not a really good goal from my point of view, and we talk about that. But the idea that you can come along and make and be prosperous and make something of yourself and make a contribution to the world and even have a lot of money, that's fine. Wait a minute, it's going up now. It's just exploding to the point that it's impossible for people to get ahead, and it's really, really easy for others to get ahead. And there's something wrong with that system. I'm not sure how to articulate that very well.
And really understand, I'm not down on technology. I'm just wondering if we're utilizing technology to meet the needs of humanity that exist right now. And
Right.
to that point, here's the things I constantly sort of think about as existential threats. One is the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, which is a technological issue. How do we come to terms with that? But the other one, even more and seemingly even more pressing, is the whole idea of global climate change. And could we, as a global society, take a look at how do we utilize science and technology to replace the present technologies that essentially global climate change is being caused by, the whole idea of creating energy, and
Right.
you need more and more energy, and
Right.
you have more and more people, and that's been good to us. But now, how do we transform those things into new kinds of energy producing entities that don't impact the climate so drastically?
Right.
And those could create jobs too. So I think
Yeah.
that may be potentially a goal for us. I wish that governments would promote those kinds of things instead of argue about whether it's happening.
Right. It almost seems like
Yeah.
some of this is being talked about on the sidelines, but for me, that's the key point. The thing you just said is that we need to make that direction change with technology that can capture carbon out of the atmosphere,
Right.
and make that we talked about solar energy and
Right.
solar powered. I mean, Peggy, my wife, wants our house to be solar run.
Yeah.
She wants those panels up and
Right.
and all those kinds. She's talked about it for a long time. So has other people. So I think really that there's an opportunity, and it may just be a generational issue. That maybe our generation, as we come along, we did a lot of good things, but we need to hand this off to people and the new technologies. And and I'm taking a developmental look here, and maybe a hopeful one too, but the idea that this new innovation, this new approach, not just to getting a chip that's faster and compute faster, but that actually is aimed at something that we really need to address. And if that happens, we may not see it, but it's going to be a good thing, maybe.
Do you know, maybe it's a new perspective for me too, because for so many years I was tied up with doing administrative work and earning a living and raising kids and that kind of thing.
What you have to do, right?
And I didn't really, in a lot of ways, see the big picture. I saw a picture as it related to the entities where I was working,
Right.
and tried to address the issues that I saw coming down the pike, and I tried to be futures oriented too.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to me that that since I've retired, I see the world in an entirely different way. I see it more in the sense of, well, what will be happening in 50 years? Now, I
Right.
won't be here.
Right.
So I'm not sure why that's happened, but I've become this sort of neo-progressive that that says, hey, we don't have our eye on the ball that's coming at us down the plate. Now, it may be that the future is coming faster than we think, but maybe the future's not what we think. In other words, we may be distracted by all the play pretties and coolie deals, and we may be missing the fact that Venice is underwater. I mean, Venice is currently underwater, and it's almost like we go, well, yeah, that's terrible for them, but what happens when it's Miami? Which, incidentally,
by the way, some of the streets are flooding there.
They are flooding in Miami, and my thought is ultimately on that deal. I wrote an article years ago, and it was about technology. It was about what a Wechselblatt disaster is.
Okay.
The idea is that you develop a technology, and the very technology you develop makes the problem you have worse.
Oh.
The example I used, there were a lot of examples, but the example I used was Katrina. The very technologies that were supposed to keep the water out kept the water in, right? So it created a Wechselblatt disaster. Well, now, my worry is, certainly over the next 20, 30 years, we can keep water out of New Orleans, but what happens when the ocean continues to rise? And that kind of thing, and whether it is that coal burning industries or cars or whatever are creating this or not, the point is it's happening. So what are we going to do about it? And that discussion, rather than needs to be more goals oriented, I guess. That's the neo-progressive in me.
No, I like it, and I like what you said too, because it fits with. When I was in graduate school, I had to take a course, and I didn't know much about it, but it was called adult development.
Yeah.
And this was psychology courses and counseling, that kind of thing. But the idea was, hey, first of all, there is adult development. You just don't get to age 21 and then you stop and you got the rest of your life.
So we're not washed up.
No, we're not. Saying. We're not. Definitely not. And the idea, too, I think, is that we're constantly – and they're talking about stages, and I wanted to mention this. This is something you said, that when you retired, now you can begin to see. Well, it's almost in a way unfortunate that we have to wait till after the job cycle and we're in retirement to look at the whole of the picture that we are involved in. And I'm hoping with this, again, but the intellectual and the digital revolution that we're in is going to inform people earlier in that development so that they make better choices, both individually and both as companies and corporations, to be able to address some of these things and see what's important. Money is one thing. We all want to make money, but hey, there's some things that are more important than that, sorry to say.
Well, certainly that promise is there. This whole idea of looking for the ball coming out of the pitcher's hand. This whole kind of metaphor I was working around. I think if I had the last 20 years to do over again.
Right. Oh boy, that's a big one right there.
I would spend a good bit more time, especially in a leadership role, leading people to have the discussion, what should we be doing, rather than the discussion being about, well, what is University of Georgia doing? What is
this mandate that we've been handed down to fulfill, and without any really a discussion about it at all?
Yeah, because really, ultimately, all these things are happening around us, but we almost are looking to the past to drive what we're doing. We want to be today's. Let's say in education, we want to be today's Harvard or the Southern Harvard. Well, the ultimate question is, what's coming down the pike? What's coming out of the pitcher's hand? What should I swing at? What shouldn't I swing at?
Right.
And
good
I don't
baseball
think,
analogy there.
I don't think as a leader I did that enough. I think what I did more was say, what problems are we having now? Okay, we pulled the people together. We threw things on the table. We got a lot of feedback, but it was almost like we were addressing what's right there in front of us and not looking to the future, whereas ultimately the role of leadership should be to be a little more, a little more futures oriented. So
I kind of think that we find ourselves where we're working in a corporation or university, as we did in other kinds of organizations, that you sort of encapsulated in that environment. You're breathing the
good
air.
point.
You're
Yeah.
seeing it from that perspective, and you're sort of have some blinders on to what's going out there, because you got to take care of your own, and so to speak. You've got a job to do. Your boss is asking you to do these tasks. You're doing that task. You're not saying, hey, does this fit into my philosophy of what we should be doing in this environment? No, you don't have that luxury. You're in that corral, and that's what you have to work with. So the big questions at that point don't seem to be very important to the people around you or the organization that you're in.
Well, and
it's
you're
kind
in
of interesting.
You're in a routine, so this is year 5 of your credit,
and it's comfortable.
Yeah,
routines are comfortable.
Well, and you're in year 5, let's say, and it's of your accreditation. Well, you got to start working on that report. Then you also know you have a budget.
Don't remind me.
And you're going to send in the budget that you essentially sent in last year, tweaked for whether you have more or less money coming down the pike projected.
Right. Yeah.
So you know you're going to do that. You know you're going to have your regular monthly meetings, and you need to prepare for that so you don't look silly or unprepared. And you're doing all that.
Right.
But it's not doing what you want to be doing, which is saying, okay, gang, here's the future, and it's coming faster than you think. Let's talk about what it might look like and come up with some alternatives that we might try to see if this takes us in the right direction. And that's really, I think, I'm working with Bridget Markwood, who I worked with on some projects at Columbus State University. We're talking a lot about what does education need to be down the road. And a lot of what we've come up with is what we're doing is really what we've been doing. And we've been doing it for years and years and years. And we don't even have defined what we think education should be doing. So we just keep doing what
you're on that treadmill and you're starting to run, and that's what you do, and that's what you know, and so you get back on that treadmill, keep rolling with what you've done before, and you're going to do that tomorrow. That's a challenge. But I have to say one thing I like about what you've done in the past that was significant for me as a faculty member when you were department chair, and you had us read books and come into a faculty meeting instead of going over various technologies or something we had to do for the chancellor or something, but that we had to think, we had to read, think, and then discuss things. And I always thought that was great when you
went over like a lead balloon with some folks.
Well, I tell you what, they didn't. They should have rethought that, because
it was like I finished graduate school. What is it? What is this about? And,
hey, no more learning here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'll bring the book in to the meeting and show it. But I don't know if.
Well, I have to admit, I had a lot of those little sticky notes sticking out of the page, so you would know that I've actually looked at the book. But for me, you're right. We don't have in those systems. There's not a time, and maybe that's different in some corporations and some settings where you do have the time to think about the big issues. I like to think that they're doing that at these Google and Amazon and all these big places. They're actually thinking about the impact, particularly like Facebook now, the whole political thing where
Zuckerberg got really burned by some things that had happened.
Wow. There's some real concerns here, because one that came up for me was this idea of free speech, which we want to have free speech, but what about paid speech? I mean, free and paid. Yeah. That's a difference between that, and they're not really seeing that difference right now in Facebook. And that's why I think all these hackers who are coming in and these millions of accounts that come with the .ru on the back of it, and are on the money that's being moved, can influence people in ways that is really it's against their own best interest in some situations. So that's maybe for a discussion for another day. We'll have to do the whole Facebook discussion maybe, because there's a lot there. But the point being that it connects to this idea of us not really thinking through, planning, setting the goals, and is this good for us, and how will it affect the future? And it's just a shame that it has to take two old retired guys to come in and talk about this. When wouldn't it be better if we did that in our 30s?
No,
as
man,
we're starting a job. Come on,
we're old guys. It's our job now to sit in a Burger King and talk about how it could be better, right?
Yeah, you know, that's actually true. If you look at the adult development literature, that's exactly where we're at. We're at this stage of life where we're kind of looking at our accomplishments and what we would have done better and changed things. And I think that's actually is part of the series of life, those stages that we go through.
Well, you talked about being optimistic, and I'm an optimist too, and I do see a lot of evidence that the people in the Silicon sector are really trying to utilize some of those resources to really address some of these issues we're talking about. At the same time, you realize, well, we're a capitalist economy, and
yes,
really you got to ultimately be about making money and earning a living too. So somewhere in the middle is a balance. But
yeah, we may not have the luxury at those early stages to do that because we're trying to make a living and provide for the family.
But it takes a lot of creativity to say, okay, well, how can we be aware of where we are globally and use that awareness to create jobs and create money and to create a good economy for everybody. And
right.
that's a balance, because like anyone else, I think those guys are having a tendency to look at, well, what's worked before. You know, when somebody says we don't need to reinvent the wheel, I've heard that my whole life.
I've said it probably.
My question is, why don't we need to reinvent the wheel? Isn't there something better? Do we actually need to touch the ground? So I think there's room for creativity there, right?
I like it. Yeah. We watched too many Star Wars movies around here.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, those little gliders are always above the ground, right?
Yeah.
Well, this has been interesting. I really think that what happens in the processing of our conversation happens for me is that I've got a couple ideas I want to kind of get out there a little bit, but I'm also very intensely listening to what you have to say so that this conversation begins to kind of go back and forth, and it almost in a way pushes us toward something we haven't thought about,
right.
and something new.
Yeah.
So the discussions are valuable in that way, and I do appreciate that, and I just want to make a process comment about that. But for the most part, how much influence can we have on these things?
Yeah.
We can certainly have control and influence on our lives and our immediate situation, but not always affecting the bigger picture. And that's one of Dr. Dan Rose's ideas, that we can do our little part, but we need this bigger collective to make some changes for that. So, well, my response was we have to start somewhere. So
that's true. Yeah.
Let's kind of get that going. All right, sir. Well, what else is going on? Final words on this idea of technology, and are we making good decisions for ourselves, and the promises of technology that didn't quite come to pass? Your suitcase flying car.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you didn't get that.
Well, I think ultimately it's not that the promise hadn't come to pass, it's that we're not there yet, but
right.
that at least we're having these discussions and these thoughts, and someone is going to make some huge discovery that's going to create that Thomas Kuhn leap,
right.
the paradigm shift,
Absolutely.
the jump in, we all know when we look at statistics, we see curves and then we see leaps, and that's
right.
That's a common phenomenon. We don't talk about it a lot. We act as if there's a curving trajectory always up, but typically it's
it spikes up.
There are spikes up and down, and there are plateaus, but then there are sudden leaps. I think that's going to happen. And we have a tendency also to look back at the past and we're able to, in retrospect,
Yes,
see
always.
those leaps. and we were a part of those, but we're not seeing what's happening now. So it's that's just human nature.
No,
right?
but I mean that's
Yeah.
a big point, because just look at how much information we have at our disposal on our phones, bombarded with information and content that we're not able to process so much. And we've had this discussion as well. I need to get Jeff Conklin in here for this one, but the idea is that it's creep in a way. This information availability now that we have from all of these different sources are we're just accepting. But if you look back 10, 15, 20 years ago, we didn't have any of this available
Right.
to us. Now, if something happens around the globe, we know about it.
Right.
And the ability to evaluate it, to talk about it, to share it, to make some sense out of it. We've never had that before as we have now. And that's going to continue to move. And I think it's going to force us to make those choices that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and Faulkner talked about this years and years ago about people tended to be pessimistic at the time of his Nobel speech with the proliferation of nuclear weapons and the two world wars and all those things. And Faulkner said, he really was sort of optimistic about where the future would go because he believed in the human spirit. And
Right.
It's funny, a lot of times folks see his work as sort of not dark but depressing sometimes, because he was really cognizant of the human condition.
Right.
But at the same time, there's always that room for redemption. So I sort of a fan of the Faulknerian point of view on all that. So I guess that would be my final word on where we were today.
All right, so we went with Faulkner. We started out with Derek Thompson talking about Where's My Flying Car?
Where's My Flying Car?
From
Good
the Atlantic,
article.
a great article.
Very
And-
thought-provoking. Don't know if I drink all the Kool-Aid.
There
but,
we go.
good stuff. Yeah.
You're good. I'm glad you're not drinking all that Kool-Aid. A couple sips here and there, I think we'll be fine
Yeah.
with it. Well, Tom, it's been a pleasure, and I tell you what, we'll do this again, and I'll see you next time.
See you next time, Mike.
And welcome to Got Therapy, everyone. So here
It's
we
a
go.
little crowded in here, though.
It's a little.
It's like a group session, huh?
Yeah, there's.
Well, we don't know where this is going, but I just
Can we
figured that,
change the name to Got Group? That's
Got Group.
It's Got Group Therapy.
Maybe after this, need therapy. It's
Yeah.
really
This is
funny.
Pod Gang. This is a gang podcast, I think, of some sort.
It is.
So everybody doing okay?
Doing good.
Are we doing
Yeah,
all right?
we're good.
Yeah,
Right
yeah.
now? Okay, yeah.
I tell you what, I ate my weight in fruitcake.
Nice.
Do people still give fruitcake?
I've got. That's all we eat on the holidays. We're a fruitcake family. My
Yeah, you
extended
are.
family. It's a lot of nothing but fruitcake.
Really?
That's just fruitcake.
Wonderful.
Man. So I have no idea about this, but I had it was sneaky of me to invite people in and not tell them what was up with anything. So
We were hoping for gang members. It kept
Every,
saying it's
yeah, I
gangs.
told him as a gang, we're going to have a gang
We give it
podcast.
signs.
And this is kind of a gang, so maybe that's what it is.
And my thought was, why should this be different from any other podcast?
Any other-
I mean, I never know what we're going to do or what we're going to say, and so
And then an hour later, we still don't. know.
We still don't know what happened, what just happened.
We've
Exactly.
killed an hour somehow. We've done that.
I hope
much.
at some point I say some things I hope my mom doesn't hear.
Yeah,
That's almost every.
That's a
every
guarantee.
week, yeah.
That's
That's a, yeah.
guaranteed.
Yeah, we're real fortunate to have Dr. Conklin in today.
Hi,
He's,
Dr. Conklin.
He's refereeing this match, and
Is he executive producer? He's in the producer's chair.
no, he cannot produce.
No, I did not
he's
touch
he's
the
a,
equipment.
he's a radio voiceover guy.
He can't
Yeah,
produce.
that's
Is that a reference to some sort of disorder? Maybe something's not working?
You see, I wanted other people to experience what I experience on a
Every
weekly
week,
basis.
yes, indeed.
So
Yeah.
that,
You could get a,
people get a
that
taste
checked
of
out.
this.
I think
How
my
well,
hand's stuck to the tape.
Yeah. Dr. Hackett, how are you, sir?
I'm good.
How was your Christmas? How was
It was
everything?
quiet, very
Oh,
quiet. We
was it?
just kind of sat
Excellent,
back and
actually,
you know
in my
we
view.
we had Christmas early, had the kids in, and then kind of just sat around with one family group for Christmas. So it
yeah,
was
that's
kinda
right.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because you
nice.
guys had to celebrate a few things a little early to get everybody on the schedule and get everybody in one place.
It's
right?
just tough. It's tough getting them all together, but we got to see just about everybody.
Okay. All right. That's it.
Very cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Big family
the
out there.
New Year's thing's going to be happening. We're going to have all the grandkids over. So we're
okay.
already. That's going to happen New Year's Day. So we're planning on that.
coming over. For
Well,
that.
yeah.
How many
Dr.
grand-
Rose will be there.
Yeah, well, that's good. He can help. He can help sit and
Give him a
watch.
chore.
How many grandchildren are we talking?
Well, it'll be. Let's see. Thomas and Laney and Kennedy will be there, and then if Kai makes the scene, that's 4 of them. And then we've got another one on the way.
Beautiful. Good.
Sorry to make some adjustments there.
So somebody's in.
Oh, another on the way, too.
You know, yeah, well,
Somebody
so,
somebody
yeah,
does not
yeah,
have.
yeah.
Somebody is fecund, as they
Yeah,
say.
that's right.
There-
Having
there
plenty
is-
plenty of production in the Hackett clan for
There is
sure.
fecundity.
Well,
in
that's
your,
that's really exciting. So
Yeah.
New Year's Eve, New Year's Day.
New Year's Day, I think.
Okay.
They're going
All
to
right.
celebrate New Year's Eve at the house, and then everybody's going to make the scene. And if we have some good weather, we'll do some fishing and camping. and
It's hard to
stuff
know
like
what
that.
this weather's going to be.
Yeah.
Dr. Rose, how are you, sir?
not too bad. Yeah, we
All
had
right, that sounds good. What happened?
we had a little controversy over the Christmas break.
Oh.
Our family often we do this where we each of us make our own version of the nativity scene.
Right.
And my son made some folks upset when he made a nativity scene out of potted meat.
Oh,
Apparently a Jesus baby out of
Potted meat.
deviled ham. Which
Devil
was-
ham. That would be
Really,
wrong.
Appropriate.
That would
really
be-
bothered some people. So
Oh my goodness,
Yeah, it's
Jeff!
not-
I don't know how you respond to that.
You
but,
can't respond to
You
that.
can't
No.
respond to
Yeah,
that.
so-
Yeah,
No.
but hopefully people
I would have
enjoy.
gone with Vienna sausage because you know if it's the right size nativity scene, that's
You're making people uncomfortable around here already at the start of this podcast, and I don't know if that's your job
Oh,
or not.
man.
But, Jeff, how about you, man? How was the holiday?
I was good. Good. We got out to Harley's. We rode.
There's 2 Jeffs on the screen, by the way. You'll see Jeff in tandem there.
Yeah, that's-
Jeff and
Twin.
Jeff feedback.
Jeff and Jeff
Jeff's
went-
multiverse.
Yeah,
Jeff and
tandem.
Jeff went riding. So.
One's a little delayed when he talks, but other than that. So yeah, Jeff and I went bike riding yesterday,
we did.
and trying to get back and get in a little exercise. And evidently, I'm paralyzed from the shoulders down. But we were all good. We had a quiet holiday too, so I'll throw that out there. As
You
quiet
said-
is good.
You said you
Quiet's
did a lot
good
of
thing.
things working on your app.
Yeah, I'm actually working on the app.
was
and
that
I-
your abs or your app?
both,
Okay.
but more on the app.
I've
than
got
the
I've got an app. Bring in my app. No.
Yeah, we're trying to get some things going for this studio and all the things we're doing. So we've just we're almost to the point of finishing the Apple or the iOS app, and we've got a guy named Jay in Bangladesh who's helping with the
Jay in
Android.
Bangladesh.
Yes,
He's
yes,
on the
so
line
that's
right
how
now.
that works.
Is that Bangladesh, Alabama?
No, that's across the sea there.
That really is.
But he's
That's-
helping us out. He's a programmer more in Android, in the Android world, which is Windows-based thing. So
Have you
I
seen
need a
him?
little
Do
help
you know
with
he-
that. I'd rather not do it.
Does
I
he
could do
really
it probably,
exist?
but
Is
I
that
won't.
the
Yeah,
question?
I'm wondering, like, what is he like? Could he be some sort of like, I don't know,
He's a digital programmer, so he
Really?
is a coder. He codes
Coder.
and things like that.
Now, how do you
Yeah.
know he's not AI? Just some
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
AI unit over in Bangladesh.
So I'm saying-
Well,
could be
I'm a little
autism?
concerned that he might,
Shipped in,
be a
coming
spy
in
of
from
some sort.
Bangalore via Bangladesh, and it's just a server somewhere you're interacting with.
Yeah, it
Isn't that what we've
very
talked
well
about?
Could
Yeah.
be. It
So-
very well could be. That was on one of those shows, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's
I mean, so
right.
Trying to
It's the
figure it
Abraham
out.
George show. He talked about all that crazy.
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. All the
So-
I don't know the reality to come. I guess it's going to be the future is coming very fast. Matter of fact, there's a title of a book we're going to have to read at some point. The future is faster than you think. something to that
Okay.
effect. So we have to put that back
Faster
in the
than you think. Yeah.
Dr. Rose, this is your show. This is Got Therapy. We've interrupted everything so far.
Well, you know,
We
I
brought
got-
in the guys
you just
here to
said
help
something.
out.
I'm going to have to, because I normally say this.
Yes, you do.
That sounds like my wedding night.
What part of what I just said?
Future's fast.
Coming too
Then
fast.
you think,
Sorry, I thought I needed to.
Do we need to hear this, Dr. Hackett?
Yeah,
do we?
bada bing.
Yeah, this is what we do here, and I usually don't survive these things very well for some reason, but I
Well,
thought I'd
I know
give it a shot.
we had a topic. I don't know if it
Yeah.
fits, because we have two other people here who may also have some other ideas. There may be some things that we have other fertile minds.
Yes.
And so there could be something in there
Well.
that might because this is a show that in some way should touch a little bit on mental health or thoughts about things emotional, and
Right,
so there
right, that's what we
could
do.
be a bit of a potpourri. Can I say that, potpourri? Is that
good
right?
word.
Yeah, you
That's
can.
a
It's
word.
Potpourri.
it's a fair word. And I have just to add that I have sort of tipped them off a little bit. I don't think they've done the reading on it, but they got the general
Well,
topic
we also had an
area,
idea.
so-
And I thought it
that's
would
what I
it
try to
would
help
might
out with
stroke just enough controversy, and that it might, and that there could be an audience out there to hear our 2 cents on the topic we'd sort of considered.
Right.
So we can make this a little open, right?
Yeah. So
um,
you send me a topic during for text, and I get the text, and I look at it, and you've got, is this podcast material? ? And
yeah. And there
almost
wasn't any nudity.
almost
Notice-
99% is no. By the way.
Yeah. There was
So-
no nudity in this one. I
No,
thought
there
that
was no
that
nudity
made,
pictures, but we're gonna see what happens, and I just want to apologize up front to all the listeners, and of course Jeff and Tom here in the studio with us before we march forward.
because there's no nudity?
Well, I
Yeah.
could be naked from the waist down. You wouldn't know.
Okay, the
afraid I would.
And
I'm
on that
beside
note,
you don't need pants.
so on that note, what is the topic?
Yeah, there we go.
You know,
Dr. Hackett is asking for a little structure
Boy,
and
I
order
guess.
around this place.
Yes, he is. Well, the topic was that there was an article in Salon that said that I don't know if you're familiar with these, but lots of folks are really interested in these Hallmark Christmas movies.
oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
And
a
they
lot
are
of interest at our house.
right,
Lot,
and
yeah.
so they're a certain formula, and that people watch them continuously. And even there's a Hallmark movie that's non-Christmas. It also is sort of formulaic and whatnot, and people, they're sort of like the cinematic version of a comfort food. And so
Right.
people are
Got
often consuming these things. The audience is typically women. I don't want to be sexist, but I do believe
Yes.
it leans in that direction.
Leans
There's
toward that,
There's
yes,
an
maybe.
estrogen factor
It's
somehow pertinent.
women and men who are napping.
Yeah,
So
it is.
napping to the show. It's
Well, that
they're
would
good
be,
to nap to. You know.
Yeah, you've
Get a
had
moment's-
experience.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You
yeah.
napped,
or every
so-
day
He
actually.
gets that moment's
you,
peace there.
You could be our expert, because I confess I've not seen a single one.
Oh, okay.
But I
But
have,
you can talk about what you
well, I've read
imagine
some
them to be.
synopsis. What is it, plural of synopses?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Synopses.
synopses.
Okay, if you
I've
wanna
read some
go there.
synopses, and so I have some idea. But the article said that Hallmark movies, especially Christmas Hallmark movies, are fascist.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have immediate reaction to that
What-
because I just want to say, and I don't want to set the tone or do anything like that or move away from the topic, but the word fascist is a powerful word and should be used cautiously, do you not think? And that all of these terrible words that people are just flying around and they're labeling people this and that.
Traitor. Everyone's
Yeah,
a
see?
traitor now. Everyone's
Okay.
committed treason.
See,
Okay,
those
okay.
are those kind of
Yeah.
words.
And I
Yeah.
think just using the word fascist is treason. See, now,
Okay,
I've used my power word, you know.
This is, we're looking for power words.
Yeah,
well,
that's right.
I got you a power word. All right, wait. So the point being that, hey, wait, are we really have to go that far to that extreme? Once you go all the way down that road, then what's left after that? That's my question. So that was my
So
little
you just- so I get-
sidebar
so
here on
you-
what this is
you
about.
guys tell me if I'm hearing him right. So you're saying that whatever you want to do, if we're going to talk about these films, we may want to stray away from such words as fascism, because that may be at best just misusing the word, the definition.
Misusing the word, but
Or-
alarmist and
Alarmist.
and kind of blowing things out of proportion beyond the reality of what they were trying to to say.
Yes,
Now,
yeah.
I don't know if that's true, but, is there some words less?
Let me just say, this
but
is
still make the
exactly
point?
how a fascist would talk. Am I wrong? Right now,
Okay,
he's.
there you go.
So see,
Dr. Hackett, help me out
I have
here,
a
would you
question
please?
about this whole thing because the
That's what a fascist
word
would
the
say.
word fascist is sort of a loaded term.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
obviously.
trying to say
word
it, but-
treason in the United States. Treason is
Treason
you're against
is up there. Yeah.
apple pie. You don't like puppies, whatever. So my question is,
I like puppy pie. But
well, that's right. And
I love
then
how
it
we-
goes to your notes too, which we remain.
See, and here's the thing. We're going to the question now before Dr. Well, it's in a way we're moving fast and furious with this, and I think that's okay. So, Dr. Hackett, ask your question.
Okay, my question is, it's a therapy question, and it really relates to God therapy and mental health and that kind of thing.
Uh-oh.
Are we presently in a landscape in the United States that is sort of where we all suffer a little bit from borderline personality? It's all about drama. Fascist, traitor, you're sick, you're a hater, you're this, you're that. I mean,
Yeah, that's-
you don't go toward the actual facts of what has been said, but you immediately label it something really extreme.
I think you're absolutely right, Hackett. You're right on
See, I
target
just
with that,
did it,
and that
saying
may be
borderline,
that may,
right? I just
that,
did it,
That
right?
may be, yeah, that's right. He's using those mental health words again. Watch him. So, yeah, and we're going way too far. There's not a civil conversation. We don't even use the idea in mental health has been there a long time. It's I messages. I feel this way. No, it's always you with the pointed finger around there. And in those cases, civilization just dropped down a notch
Well,
or two.
here's the thing, and you may be completely right, because there is a cultural climate in which we exist, and there's always a historical context we should take into consideration, and now is certainly different than then. However, particularly on the political spectrum, we often think that we live in an era where we're no longer civil politically and whatnot.
this
but
is the worst of
There's a
political
wonderful book,
times
and I
when
can't
they-
think of name, but he goes back in time and he shows old political adverts from the turn of the century.
Yeah.
And
Right.
people are calling each other's mothers' names.
Right.
I mean, it was remarkably uncivil. In fact, the arguments made is actually it was much worse. And I wonder when you because
Yeah,
like-
people were in duels. They would shoot and
people-
kill each other. over
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Andrew Jackson killed a couple of people, and so
And all in a day's work. Right?
that was, yeah.
That's how it
Interesting.
works.
And one of his duels, he made it a point to wear a giant coat, like he would wear like. I learned this in Tennessee history. This was
Okay,
when in class we had to learn this. Andrew Jackson was popular in the state I'm from.
Oh,
You
yeah,
know, who
Tennessee.
knows?
Yeah, it's all about
So
it.
I think we could be related. But the when you talk about is there something about now that makes it more emotionally labile, or there more splitting? That in some ways gets to the point of the article, because if the article overreaches, what I think it attempts to do is it attempts to be able to look at the way we think about things and the art that we consume, particularly popular culture, and how it may be good or bad for us. And if, I guess in a way, a Hallmark movie, at least on the surface, is the opposite of borderline, right? Because it is innocuous to the point of numbingness.
Boy
being
gets girl, boy gets girl, boy loses girl.
Right.
They kiss at the end. Every show's the same.
Okay, so it's
yeah.
so literally it would
Dr.
be the
Hackett has
opposite.
watched these
That's
movies,
right.
as a matter of fact.
I
it
don't
sounds
think
like.
he's been napping. I think
Yeah, he's got one eye. He's got one eye open.
telling
Thinking
on
those
myself,
things,
yeah.
I think
That's
they-
how that works.
I'm a romantic. Okay.
Avid
See,
viewer,
this
yeah.
is what happens on this show all the time, guys. For you, just another sidebar here. I have to reveal so much about myself, generally speaking, that I would rather not talk about, but somehow it comes out, and I get to hear it back. So, welcome to the club. All right, so it's innocuous. It sort of smooths things over.
Well, and so in some ways, maybe it's a balm, a salve in
Okay,
a way,
okay.
and so maybe part of the reason it's that it has some cachet at the moment is that people can run to that because it has a certain level of comfort.
Yeah. So everything's out of control. The world's kind of spinning away from where we want it to be. Here's something we can go to and quiet down,
gives us-
like
it's
a quiet place. Taking
It's
the
a little
time
like
out,
the
maybe.
film version of a donut, right?
Oh.
It's something you eat for. I don't know if you guys. I'm a big fan of the Krispy Kremes. You like those? Those Krispy
Yeah,
Kremes?
well, I think so.
I like.
Absolutely.
Jeff, what do you think, man? Krispy Kreme too
Absolutely.
much? All right.
Yeah,
just
I
making
could.
sure.
I could. I dream of eating a Krispy Kreme the size of a life preserver. Like.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
like a.
And then you found you ate your pillow.
That's
Yeah.
That's,
Woke
That's
up,
old joke,
feathers
right?
everywhere.
That's right, yeah,
That's it.
yeah.
That's how it works.
Actually, actually, I was going to say I ate my hemorrhoid pillow, but that's
The right size.
Yeah.
sorry.
First of all, the fact that you know what a hemorrhoid pillow is. Well, okay, there we go.
That
That's
was
another
my,
story, another time.
That's my nickname in high school, hemorrhoid pillow. I had it tough. It's not easy being me.
Yeah, getting picked on a lot.
was. But you're sort of saying though that you think that there's something about now that there's this need for drama. There's this need for intensity, right? That somehow that we live in an age that is that the dog or the tail? Because 24-hour news cycles and 24-hour news consumption, social media, all these things demand. There's a thing called the attention economy. You guys have heard of that, right?
Yeah.
And nothing will give you a bigger share of the attention economy than drama, right?
Right.
Than
Yes.
It's all about the clicks.
right. So so in some ways I think that if that social media is sort of made has sped this up to some degree, and the writer of the article, the Salon article, what I think they were attempting through sort of a PC lens, they may have been a little been clouded by their own sort of political stance.
Yes, and don't let that point go because we want to come back there. Keep your thought, but
That's
the idea
important.
of okay, now I'm going to expose this. I'm going to write about it, and guess what? You're talking about how you feel, and you're pushing that.
They're
one.
they're not enough diversity, not enough sexual
It's
diversity,
not
and whatnot.
enough. I'm the good guy over here, and all
And
you
there's-
guys.
And that was in the article, but I think if there was something, and this is something you do in therapy. If somebody tells you something, if somebody comes into your office and they sit down and they start going off on the most horrible racist rant,
Yeah.
let's say they go on and on about how much they hate Samoans or something. I don't know. They're just going on, and you're appalled by the statements they're making.
Sure.
But your goal as a therapist is to find something in there that has use. How does racism work for them? There's some part of what they're saying and expressing that is reflective of some emotional concern they're attempting to deal with through this diatribe. So you want to look for the truth and the grain of truth, not about the things they're saying. Racist things are not true, but how it works and what they're attempting to bring into the world and for you to see by the things that they're doing. And if you can lean in enough, you can often find that and find a way to bring it into the room. And it will be the same for this article. There's something, a concern for how they would like society to move in certain directions, and it doesn't appear to be so. And what I think sparked this article is that, I don't know if you realize this, but there was they originally aired a commercial of two women. It was a brief vignette of a larger commercial where two women were kissing because they were getting married.
Right.
And it was very chaste. It was like, it wasn't like it wasn't sexual at all, but there was a kiss. And there was a Christian organization called 1 Million Moms, which turns out there is actually, it's 1,237 moms, because there's not a million moms.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Which is
Well,
really interesting.
it sounds much better if you say 1,237. You're not
Well, they're
gonna-
called a million moms.
Okay.
And
They wish.
yeah,
They've
they've
got a goal.
goals.
They got, exactly.
Everybody
They've got
should have goals.
Right.
But though I'm not sure if their goals are all that great. But and so they said that that you should take this commercial off because it allows sex to enter into a place where you shouldn't, and let's keep this out of. We should have one arena where it's not offensive and whatnot. Now, I don't know if you should watch the video because it's just like a Hallmark movie. It's remarkably inoffensive. These are not
Okay.
two women wearing bikinis,
Right.
putting olive oil on each other. This is not.
Right.
This is nothing like that.
It's
This
not
is,
a porno film.
it's literally just, but they became really upset, and so Hallmark pulled the ad.
Yes.
And but then unpull the ad. So,
Yes, that's at that point the boardroom is not decided on what a plan is.
If I were
here.
on the boardroom, and I can only imagine what Hallmark's boardroom would be like, but I imagine it's lots of people in beige who smell like Bed Bath and Beyond.
Yes,
And
yeah.
I'm just saying that's not going to be, they're not there's not a neck tattoo among the bunch of them.
No,
no
neck
piercings.
No
piercings on
piercings.
that
No.
This is so I can only imagine how they really hashed that out, because
Okay.
it's like, I can imagine the Hallmark boardroom. There are people in the Midwest who would look at that they would look at as being too radical.
Too radical.
It's not
need to
so
spice it up a little bit there.
But their decision was to bring it back, and I
Bring
think
it back.
that sparked something. So
And
there's-
by the way, this is a commercial, right? That we're
Right,
talking
right,
about. This
right.
is
It's
not
commercial. Yeah.
Jeff, it's not a show.
No,
That's,
no,
You
and it was
watch
just-
for an hour. It's a passing commercial in between 13 other commercials.
And this was just a
right?
little piece of the commercial. It was just like in the background. Yeah.
well,
but it
if I
sparked
could
it,
be
right?
Freudian for a sense,
Uh-oh.
can I
Oh,
do this?
please do.
Yeah, we haven't been able to stop you yet, but go ahead.
Well, here's the thing, because it's interesting, because if this were a man and a woman at their wedding and they kissed each other, no one would say that it was sexual and shouldn't be brought into the arena. No one
Sure.
would take a child out of the room if that
Sure.
were to happen.
Right.
But there is something about, and I'm gonna get in trouble by saying this.
Go ahead.
Can I say it? Okay. There's
All right.
something about the conservative gaze that sometimes imbues sexuality and perversity where it isn't.
Right.
And it says something more about the gaze than the thing you're looking at. Because
Right.
what they see when they see that is, and for instance, this is what often goes around the conflict around gay marriage, and whatever your thoughts about the morality of it or whatnot, there are all sorts of ways to think about it.
Right.
But the goals behind gay marriage would inevitably be for two people of the same gender to be able to have a family.
Yeah.
Right.
That was the goal.
Yeah.
It's not so they can have more sex.
Right.
It's not because if we could end gay marriage, then they would be doing horrible things in the bedroom that we'd be forced to have to watch.
Do we
'Cause
have
that's
to
not what
watch?
it was.
We have to watch.
Because
No.
I got news. They were already doing those things.
That's right.
There was no need. But the gaze of the individuals looking at this see that instead of what it actually is. This is not about
Right.
sex. This is
No.
about the possibility of union.
Yeah.
Right.
And so it's interesting that is what finds its way into the discourse. They saw this as sexual and perverse, and most folks, in fact, I would say, a significant number of conservative Christian folks who A Million Moms were probably representing, wouldn't have even batted an eye at this. It would have been okay.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
some
yeah.
sort of
Yeah,
acceptance,
exactly.
at least
Yeah.
a little. It's
or
like, things are
it's what that whatever. But for them to see in this, it says something about. It's a little like if you there have been a number of instances of televangelists who have come out railing against homosexuality and how horrible it is, and then you find out 3 months later they're caught with a pool boy.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Right.
Literally.
Very Freudian right there
Right,
again. Yeah.
There is an attempt to be able to not deal with something by dealing with it through projection.
Yes.
And
And
it-
over projection, if there's such a word.
Right, and
but,
so the answer might be to the 1 million mom folks is, maybe you should talk to your therapist about this, or I'm not sure. And this is with even outside the realm of morality. I mean, you can still have all sorts of views on what you think is right and wrong, and what sort of values you want to hold to.
Right.
But their response to this just seems to suggest that there is something inside their hearts that they have yet to address. And I don't know if that connects to anything with what you were saying about culture at large, but I think that's the filament of truth that the Salon article is trying to address. Like, is it possible that a good percentage of the folks who watch Hallmark movies are the same sort of people who don't know their hearts? The same sort of people who have a secret conflict, a secret hatred or self-hatred that these sorts of movies numb them to, and that if they were exposed to something else besides the comfort food, then maybe there's a chance for them to grow. So what if these movies and that's the fascist element, I think. Like, if
Yeah.
you look at Triumph of the Will and those sort of not fascist propaganda films,
Right.
even some of the propaganda films out of Stalinist Russia and whatnot, there's something about how they serve the purpose of keeping someone blind and numb to something they may need to know.
Yeah, but that's most of broadcast television. Just a couple things. First, broadcast television is about the dollar.
Oh, yeah.
And it's largely reality shows, bride shows, food shows, surviving shows, but it's comfort food because it's the same show over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so if the point of the article is that folks who watch Hallmark are not in touch with their own dark, scary feelings, well, that's most of humanity anyway, right? That's why therapists stay in business. And then the second thing is, a lot of these issues we're sort of throwing on the table here, it seems to me like presently we live in a society where we have all these ways of communicating, but we're afraid of really talking about the issues and taking a hard look at the issues.
That's a good point.
Hence, if you have a different point of view, well, you're just bad. Because
Yeah.
I don't want to look at that. That's scary or weird or whatever. And most people, they have, even if their thinking is unsound, say, they have a rationale so that it works for them. I mean, that's at the heart of talk therapy, is that when people bring these things into therapy, there's the behaviors or beliefs they're engaging in, it does something for them, right?
Right, and it's always bringing those things in too when they've not found a way to talk about them, and they're hoping this therapist is going to get it, at least the underlying issues, I think.
Well, doesn't that go along with the previous discussion we had about the myths that people create?
I was thinking that.
Yeah, yeah, it went right along with that. You create this myth, and you have to do what you can to reinforce that. 'cause
Well, it
that's
gives
how
you
see the
comfort.
world. Yes,
That's right.
Yeah, you have to protect it, right? Like, once
Yeah.
you've established a narrative for the world and your place in it, the cognitive dissonance, anything that comes along to
Right.
challenge that.
Right.
I mean, and you have to be able
Yeah.
to. And when you talk about that, that's therapy is unique in that there's the potential for real talk. I mean, one of the and I come from a psychoanalytic tradition, and it can be very powerful. The minute you walk in and you sit down and you say to your patient, how was your week or what's going on? And they say, fine, but you notice they say it in a way that would suggest that maybe it's not so
not fine. Okay, okay.
yeah, it's great. And the mere fact of saying, the words "fine" came out of your mouth, but the music behind that sounded more like a horror film.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Yeah.
And that opens up the possibility for real connection.
Right.
To be able to say, why do you feel the need, even in here, to pretend to be something you're not? Notice how that can open up a powerful moment. Throughout all of your week, you have attempted to wear a mask, and in the one place that we know it's okay, it's not to. It's still hard for you to take that
You
off.
still have the mask.
Sure.
So,
Well,
yeah.
I wanted to say something about sort of the context, because I think now as we've moved into this social media world and information flood, the floodgates are open and we're all exposed to everything all the time, so to speak, that we bought into this anonymity, this idea that I can say something and I can put a different name on it, or I can be a part of a group, and I don't have to take responsibility for what I really want to say. And so I think this context that we're in, allowing people to say it, use fascist and those terrible words that we were just talking about, and go to the extreme on it with no consequences for that. But if you're in a one-to-one, face-to-face kind of situation and someone says that, you're going to have a different reaction. But if you're online, you can just float these things out, and you're part of a
good
group.
point.
You can send a bunch of emails, and you get your friends to send a bunch of emails, and so it almost makes it okay to be in one extreme direction or another.
I was just going to ask a question, though. When we go back to the Hallmark situation, are we saying that they're really perpetuating a myth of what life should be or what life is, and this little commercial was maybe bringing some reality in?
Interrupted it in some way, yeah.
I think that probably, considering the folks who are making the Hallmark movies and some of the actors are probably openly gay, probably there's a tremendous amount of diversity in the industry that generates this.
Yep.
So the actual manufacturer of these films would be they're like, I mean, to them would be no big deal. But you're right, the consumers may or may not have a narrative that they need to protect.
Okay.
In fact, one of the response from the 1 million moms is, we need to have some area where it's safe for Christians. That somehow the public sphere is beginning to shrink,
Okay.
and this was the one safe place
Okay.
for folks who could feel that. So, but
Yeah, that is some desperation in that. It seems like you've got to find a space there because you feel the walls kind of closing in, and it's
well, the irony
changing
is,
the way
and again,
you
that
want
this is, again, I'm a
in the myth,
lefty
but-
commie, but I don't remember Christ himself hanging out with people in Hallmark movies. He tended to hung out with people who,
We're real people.
Yeah.
yeah.
they're
just real
prostitutes. they
Yeah,
were.
yeah.
It's not like I don't think I can't imagine that there's nothing biblical about watching this. You could even say, in my heart, in my religious beliefs, suggest that is not something two people should do because it takes them away from salvation. It places their eternal soul in trouble. You could still have that, but still be present and honoring and connected to the people who are being presented there. I mean, there's a way to be able to navigate that conflict, right?
Well, when you get back to the New Testament principles, and the New Testament was a radical change from the Old Testament point of view in so many ways. But some of the key phrases were, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." One of the others was, "Judge not," and when you think about what ultimately happened to Jesus. He brought this message of love and acceptance and loving your neighbor and including everybody. Well, you see where it got him. Society at that point was like, hey, that's not our Old Testament principle, and that's not our society. That's not the way we see things.
Yeah, that's not the narrative or the myth that we have.
Yes.
But he was
He was radical in that sense, and it's often when you look back historically at the whole Jesus time and the time of his preaching, according to the Bible, 3 years. Well, those 3 years he brought a message of just pure love, and it was so radically against the government and the religious power in place that it got him killed. So I think a lot of times when we're talking about biblical principles, we miss the point. I mean, for me, the whole idea of spiritual quest is to work on my own judgment. I mean, I'm like anybody. I have my own perspective. I was raised in a pretty conservative Catholic household, that kind of thing. And a lot of times I have to ask, who is making this judgment? Is it really me? Is it me, my eternal self, or is it just a myth that's created for me? Right?
Which you
Jeff?
wonder, because that
Yeah.
would be, the myth that you were raised with.
Yeah.
That this is how it should be.
That's right.
And you don't know anything else.
Right. Right.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but people can seem to get really upset when they think it violates one of their beliefs at some level, and they see that as offensive and that they need to kind of strike back in some camps. That's what happens. So, and if you've got 1 million moms or 1,237, then everybody's got to shoot an email out there and stop this stuff. But then if I remember the story, they reversed the decision.
Right.
What do you think that was about? I'm not really sure. If you're going to say, okay, you persuaded us, What happens in the meantime to that? Is that money? Is that just greed, or what?
Well,
I mean,
there
I don't
was
know.
so much backlash when they pulled those, and once people heard why they pulled those, that they had to reverse that.
Well, see, it goes to the heart of another American belief, which is the belief in freedom of speech. So you're saying, okay, we're going to pull this because somebody else says we should pull it.
That's
but
right.
now, then you have a whole different political point of view that says, well, hold on. I've seen that even in the university environment where there should be absolute freedom of speech,
Yes.
but only certain kinds of speech.
Right.
And then
Always.
other kinds of speech are,
That's right.
you know, so
That shouldn't be so free.
So that shouldn't be so free. And it sort of goes like to the old Orwellian, concept of all animals are equal, but some are more equal.
Than others, yes.
And everybody engages in that kind of hypocrisy to some degree. So it's on a continuum. But when it comes down to those questions, I keep going back to, if we really believe in an enlightenment point of view, then an enlightened point of view comes from throwing everything on the table and hashing through it, and then deciding where you as an individual are, and then where you as a group are ultimately going to go. That's true democracy, but it's, it sort of goes back to the old expression. It's like making sausage. It's, it's good when it's done, but
It's
the making of it isn't all
pretty-
that great.
It's not a
Yeah.
speaking
Pretty.
sausage.
Not a pretty
Right,
process.
right.
That.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
in some ways, because if you think about what you're saying, so the opposite of a borderline state, which is splitting, when you talk about this need for drama, all
There you
good
go.
and all bad.
Jeff,
The
they're
opposite-
using those psychology terms
Yeah,
again.
they
I
are.
just want to
Yes.
make
Yeah,
sure that
yeah.
you're.
I'm taking
you're with
notes.
us. All right, there you go.
Though I can't because he's got my pad.
Yeah, I don't really know what they mean, but I use them because they sound smart.
Well, the opposite of that is some, and the fancy term for that is the depressive position, and it's being able to see shades of gray. It's a form of integration, and so you can see how splitting works on this very article, and it's split to the left and the right.
Okay.
We have the 1 million moms saying this is perverse, this is whatever, and that is hurtful. That's not helpful. That's not loving.
No.
But we also, and I say this as a left-leaning uber commie, that Salon also engaged in some splitting, because if you read the article, and I'm not, I don't want to sound too critical, but you could hear a whiff of elitism in the article. Those dumb bunnies who watch Hallmark movies,
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
so,
Right.
and I don't think that's helpful either.
No, I don't think it's helpful.
No,
and
no,
I
no,
don't
good
think.
point,
I
good
do
point.
think there's there's people in the boardroom that are saying, how much is this costing us, or how much controversy can we get out
they
there
have
and
to make
sell
a-
more magazines?
Their
So,
brand would be really in trouble.
Right.
But I suspect there's also, and because I'm not cynical enough, but I suspect there are also people on the board saying, wait a minute, we wanted to include that commercial because we really want more people at the table. We want
Right.
people to feel accepted. We think we have movies that make people feel good.
doing it for the right reasons.
and we
in some
want as
ways,
many
yeah.
people to feel good as possible. If I'm
Sure.
selling donuts,
Sure.
I would like everybody to have one of my donuts because I think you're going to like this thing, right? So I think on some level that's probably at play. But if we were to come at this from bringing it back into the therapy room, consulting room, the opposite of a borderline state is that integration. And the goal would be like if somebody's protecting their narrative and their story,
Right.
one of the goals you get to have them to do is to be able to lean into their pain without too quickly needing to split and project it off. So to be
Right.
able to say, if we had one of the 1 million moms in the room, to be able to say, okay, what is it about this commercial that causes you so much pain?
Sure.
This obviously hurts you. We don't start with saying, you unenlightened,
You're wrong.
Fascist.
race, fascist, whatever. That's not going to help.
Keep those to yourself.
Not,
over there,
it's,
right?
not going to help. But you could begin with saying, okay, what about this bothers you? And if they could articulate, then it may help them with tolerance. Doesn't mean they have to accept it, but they can tolerate the fact that there is now a place at the table for sexual diversity. There was a time when two women kissing on TV could get you killed. And now we have a place where they have a place at the table. What about this makes you feel? And I would imagine she would say something along the lines that, I'm feeling marginalized. I'm feeling afraid. I'm feeling there's not room at the table for me anymore.
Right.
And if she were able to say that, we could work with that. And we might even say, well, you know, I think you're kind of right, because there are people at the table who've been hurt. And they think you are the person that hurt them, and they would like to get revenge. They would like to take out some of their pain on you. So let's find a way to make sure that we all have a place at the table. And some of those, because there is some truth to that. I don't think it is simply just, you know, all smoke and whistle for the 1 million moms not to feel some of the things that they feel. Am I wrong? Am I...
I can see what you're
Yeah.
saying.
No,
I
think one
there's
of
a
one
threat
of,
there. Yeah.
One of and again, it's context, but being insulated in a group situation allows you not to have to do any of the things you just talked about. So I'm free from having to explore my own feelings
Right.
or my hurt or my pain and kind of grapple with it in light of someone else's hurt and pain, and how do we compromise in those things. But if I'm in a group and I can fire off some ugly note to someone without any repercussions, then I never have to deal with it. And look, I've got more supporters, and it insulates you from having to deal with those things. And so I think that's part of the split that we've been feeling with now. And the fascism piece of it is always about making the other side terrible. You know, we do it in every war. You know, the gooks and all those terrible things you
the
talk
Nazis,
about people. Right.
they had they had the figure of the Jew. They had this this individual, this group of individuals that somehow, if we can get rid of them, we would get our utopia.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
And if you have that,
Oh, we had a episode about a movie that had those kind of principles in it not long ago, if you remember.
that was what was that? That Care Bears movie. You know what that was? But it's, you're right. So, and if part of fascist, and you can see a little bit of it in you know, we can drift in that way in contemporary politics, that somehow there is, if we could only get rid of immigrants, America would be better.
That's
we'll
right.
go back to be where it was.
Oh, you bet. You
Right?
bet.
So there's
Exactly.
I'm always trying to get back to somewhere,
Yeah.
and then we need to talk about that at some point too.
Well,
about-
by the way, we
you
talked
can't
about
go back
this.
home.
You
I just
did,
wanted to
didn't
keep
you, a
bringing
few
these
weeks
things
ago?
back up. But
One of Hitler's sound bites literally was "Make Germany Great Again." I mean, literally. That's
Yeah.
what it was.
okay, all right.
I mean,
well,
and it's part of what can the specter of fascism often is, that there is a past that never existed that we're being blocked from because a certain section of the population is keeping us from it, and so we can mobilize against.
it's just
this
so much
minority.
easier to blame outward than to deal with the things inside, and that is.
Well, you know, it's
terrible.
it's all football, isn't it? So
All right,
Here we
let's
go.
bring- let's
Here
bring
we
this
go.
back.
Bring the coach in.
So first, it's a classic power move where you create either some catastrophe is coming our way or some evil group is coming our way, and if you'll just support me, you know, then we'll take care of this. And the reason I said it's football is because I've always watched these interstate rivalries closely. They're exciting, but if you talk to one group, the other team always is just full of dirty players
They're
and
always
cheaters.
cheating. Yes.
A lot of dirty play,
Yes.
violence.
Oh, don't
Our
you know?
team
Yes.
is fair play, no violence. You know,
We're the good people.
So I think you got to look. So what is and it goes back to therapy. What is that kind of behavior getting folks? If it's folks in power who are creating that dynamic, and they don't say, if a leadership team does not say, what are the issues? Let's hear from everybody, and let's come up with a game plan. If it's all, I got a game plan because that's what's happening, I always put my hand on my wallet. I mean, I think there's some tax dollars involved, and I'm going to pay, and somebody's going to get my money. So.
Well, think about it, because there are two things sort of reply. First off, I would think that, could you imagine a presidential debate where somebody said, you know what, you got a choice between the two of us, and it's going to be okay whichever you choose. America's going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Things are going to be okay. I just happen to think that my, ideas are a little better, and here's how they might work. What if that ever happened?
That never. No.
That was like, we're all going to be okay. And, by the time you get to this level of the voting, we've been vetted in all sorts of ways. If either one of us were really a bad person, we wouldn't be here. We're all pretty okay. So it's nothing to be worried about.
So in political debates now, instead of that, what you get is You're evil.
Yes.
You're evil. Hey, we're the same
good.
party. We're both socialists. Evil. I mean, it's
Yeah,
bizarre.
yeah, let's find
it's
the word that
entertaining.
is gonna make
I'm
it.
entertained by it.
And that's the second point, because I think in football and maybe in Hallmark movies, it's good that we have splitting. Because in football, we have a place where we can take all these parts of ourselves that we're never going to be going to therapy to integrate.
Well, there you go.
But we have a place where, for a certain amount of time, your neighbor can sit across from you in a stadium or whatever. We moved into our new house, and apparently the two neighbors, one of them was a Georgia fan and one of them was an Auburn fan, and so they had this. When we went to look at the house, they had this arms race of football memorabilia that they would display, and so it was like,
In the yard,
like there
right?
would be all these things, and
I've got a banner. Well, I've got a blinking sign.
right.
Yeah, right.
What was great about that is it allowed them a place to hate each other culturally, so they didn't hate each other any other way. So it was like an outlet.
Right.
It's like
That's not
Yeah,
bad.
that makes sense.
you go there, you experience
Yeah.
these experiences. So maybe we need borderline spaces. We need to go to the movies, and the bad guy is really a bad guy. He's even twirling his mustache, and he's just bad, right?
Yeah.
We need that.
Seen that guy.
We need Hallmark movies where, you know what? It's all going to work out in the end, right? So maybe we need these things. Maybe not in politics so much, because that's dangerous. And you're right. Somebody then end up paying. Trust me. Somebody
gonna
said,
cost us.
usually all of us, except for the person running,
Yes.
and his friends. But we need these spaces. And so part of, if you want to call that level of splitting somehow fascist, then we need a little fascism now and again, right?
Okay, a little fashion.
But I can see
I don't
that.
know if
I
I
can
can
see that
figure this
point,
out.
though.
Jeff, help me out.
No, I can really see that point where at
Like
times
being a little bit pregnant, so kind of a little bit
I didn't see it
fascist.
that way.
Yeah.
It's more of like trying something else on, and seeing how that would be. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a cathartic experience.
Yes.
In
Well,
other words,
not-
it goes back to the whole Greek concept of catharsis and feeling the emotions so that you purge yourself of the emotions so then you can be the enlightened human being, right?
Yeah, and I also think we're grouping people together in these groups that probably they don't belong in the same group, or maybe there's a gradation of that occurs in the group, so not everyone feels as strongly about this as some of the others do, but it's almost like we accept it as one group think everybody's thinking in the same way, and that's not true with any group. So for me, it's got to come back to the individual. You get them in therapy, maybe we can talk about this. You got 1,237 potential clients. So
That are not
I
going to
could
go
use-
in for therapy
Oh, no,
because
no.
there's nothing wrong with them.
That's right.
It's the rest of the world that's immoral.
And that's how splitting works, right? You
Yes.
project your own badness into the world, and you're okay. Somebody
Yes.
else has it.
Yes,
That's it.
exactly.
So it works.
I know, that's
it's
it.
not because people. If we go back to what's the old there's a say. How long in a conversation before somebody brings in Nazis? I forget the term for that. But there was a term. But go back to the Nazis.
They've got a time limit. Somebody's got to bring it up at by this time, right?
Hitler. He didn't think he was evil.
No,
Stalin.
he was trying to save them.
Right. And Stalin, who did horrible things, literally said, I've got to do this because if I don't, the human race is doomed.
I've got to save them.
Right. So
Okay.
there was not an indication, and they were driven. There was a lack of moral complexity, but they certainly had a moral outlook, and
Yes.
they were laser focused on that. And maybe that goes back to the narratives and the stories, because particularly with the Nazi ideology, there was this notion that there was this wonderful Germanic tradition, and that the Enlightenment was born from German thought and Aryans. And all.
purity.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
right. And we have to keep it pure so we can keep going, and all that sort of stuff.
Well, that article had quotes. It had Nazi references in there. So the writer had brought up Goebbels. Or,
Yes,
Yeah.
he did.
yeah,
Yes.
and that,
yeah.
and I'm thinking, okay, you want to make your point, but you have to bash us over the head so hard. I
Yeah,
mean,
with
come on.
him,
I think
yeah.
we're
Well.
there. I think we get the point, but it's the extremism, I think, that riles us. And maybe, like you said, Dr. Hackett, it gets more clicks. So if we're controversial and it's out there, did you hear about this? And here we
Click,
are
click,
talking
click.
about it on the
Yes.
podcast,
Yeah,
by the way.
Yeah.
And how much of that is hyperbole too? In other words, I'm making a point by making it extreme. It's almost the opposite of parody.
I'm wondering if some of these magazines, can we find a group that is really outraged about whatever the topic is? Oh, there's one. Let's call them up and get a statement from them, and let's write this article.
Well,
so I'm one of those doubters. I got to know what's
There's
going on
even an
behind
article.
the scenes.
It came from I think it may have been the National Review. It was a pretty conservative magazine, or it may have been American Spectator. I think American Spectator is more to the right, John Birch Society kind of stuff. And there was an article about how horrible Mr. Rogers was. That it was a secret plan to feminize and take away masculinity so that there could be this.
That's out there.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
and they were going on about how horrible Mr. Rogers. Actually, I think it was both an article and someone talking on Fox News, and so they're going on about Mr. Rogers and how horrible he was, and all these sorts of, and
Gosh.
they're probably you could probably find someone outraged about anything.
Anything.
I think.
Yes.
Absolutely
Yes.
anything. I need to sell something. Let me get some controversy in
Well,
here.
the Salon article is this week's big controversy. The one last week was the Peloton commercial.
Yeah.
And I never did get exactly what
Didn't
was
quite
going
get
on
that
there.
one.
I
What
didn't
happened?
get. I didn't get what anybody was mad about. I mean, it was somebody gets a Peloton for Christmas. All I thought was $2,000. That's pretty. That's pretty pricey, bro.
Well,
but-
it always
but
goes back to the dollars.
Yeah, for me,
Over
it
top.
does. That's
it does,
right. Yeah.
Well, when I saw the Peloton ad, I thought it reminds me of Diamonds Are Forever. I mean, the way they ended that commercial.
Every kiss begins with
Yes,
K,
exactly.
or ends with K, or something.
Yes.
He went to Jared, same thing.
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay, you guys are victims of all of that advertising. I just
Propaganda.
wanna
See,
say
we're
that.
consumers of it.
Yeah,
Maybe we're the
are,
ones that
really.
are susceptible to the propaganda,
I
right?
think we need to think through what's going on and what people are putting in our face and why we're reacting to things because, we could be victims of this environment that we're in.
But even that ad, and I'm with you. I tried to follow that, and I even tried watching the commercial, but it just seemed at best banal, and at worst, I'm not sure how this is going to sell anything. But hey,
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
It didn't raise my ire.
What are we selling?
I mean, if I really want to get upset, I go to YouTube and watch a Prager University YouTube.
Yeah.
Those will get me
Those will
riled.
get you.
But it's,
Well, I think with the Peloton, I mean, it was about a man getting the woman, his wife, an exercise bike for Christmas.
so that she would
Hey,
lose weight. and
you need to
conform.
lose. Yeah, that's the
was that
implication.
was
with
that the message?
I think
Okay.
that was
I
the
just
message.
thought it was a nice gesture.
It was sexist in that
I
way.
bought
I
my
didn't
wife
see
an
that.
exercise bike for Christmas. This is no lie.
Really?
I just did. You telling me I'm some sort of fascist?
Yeah.
Yeah. See,
You're
on
looking
that
for
side.
trouble,
Trying-
mister.
trying to tell you.
So I mean,
trying to tell you for-
you're the progressive kind of left-leaning guy, but you've engaged in the very kind of behavior that is and the antithesis of your point of view.
I mean,
Exact
I've
opposite.
forgotten
Your
how this
behavior
works.
and what you're talking about is different.
you
Yeah,
can
and
lose
so
a few
but
pounds.
here's what I is it
I can lose 180 pounds. I'm getting rid of you.
well actually that's exactly what happened in the Peloton.
Really?
And now she's in another commercial for vodka or something
Gin,
with
gin.
that
Yeah,
same
yeah.
sort of that same sort of look about her and she's selling. But what I really like about it, and this is just purely for my entertainment purposes, but when these things come out, then Twitter lights up. And the guys who want to take a joke and perseverate on something and make
Right.
another joke and just extreme.
Becomes
and
a
I
meme.
actually,
Yeah,
and it becomes
yeah,
a
it
meme,
does.
and I get entertained by that, and I'm sorry, I apologize to the universe for
Yes.
that kind of stuff.
There's room for that too. It's funny because as we're talking about this, I could see where the stories that we tell ourselves and that we project through splitting and projection often keep us from an emotional truth that we may really be starving for. Right. One of my favorite cats is Wilfred Bion, and he says that that we
That's a good point.
we need the food of the truth, and we will starve if we don't get it. And a mind that is cut off from that withers. And so I could see that any time, and I gave an example of Prager University, and oddly enough, I have watched a number of those, and they're not geared toward me, trust me, but I watch them. And they often make me really upset. And the goal would be, when I watch one, my first response is bunch of regressive morons with their, whatever. And so you can literally see me attempting to, whatever emotional truth is embedded in this experience, I am quickly an attempt to maintain my own sense of personal narrative and history. I am here and they're down here. I literally, as opposed to saying, okay, the person went to a lot of trouble to make this, and part of it may be to troll me, but I don't think so. There's something about this that's important to them. Can I find the heartbeat in this? Underneath all this, and then if I can listen to theirs, I also might be able to hear mine, and there's the potential for us to be able to meet somewhere in there, right?
Right.
I think that, I was talking to a family member over, and a section of my family are very conservative, and, at one point they were talking about paying off student loans, and, there's a program that under the Obama administration where if you work in a counseling center, you get your loans paid off. And so we were talking about it.
Oh, okay.
And
good to know.
she said, family member said, well, it is really expensive paying these things off. And it's her way of saying, like, I don't really support this. And if she were to say to me, a family member were to say to me, I worry that this is one more thing that gets us in debt and has the potential to keep us from growing in the ways that we need to. And so I worry about this. We could have that conversation.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
And if I could hear in that, as opposed to, because I think if I caught her, a family member, in the wrong moment, she might say, well, this is another one of those progressive socialist things where you don't want people to take responsibility for the decisions they made, and you're turning the whole generation into infants.
Right, we're going down the
going
tubes
on
now.
about those.
Yeah.
And at that point, I'm like, I can't hear. But if I could hear the heartbeat in it, and then I could hear mine, I could say, wait a minute, okay, there's some place we could meet here to be able to deal with this. But
yeah, I think so. But for me, it's that ability to see that, react to it, and then, as you talked about many times, is to lean into it and see what is in that kernel in there that I can find to connect with and so forth. I don't think that's happening that much.
No.
I want to just say, Jeff, what do you think?
I totally agree with you. We don't want to find that kernel in there because we still want to protect that story
and
or
it's
myth or
it's
narrative.
reactive.
Yes,
It's
very
automatic
much so.
in a way
Yeah.
that you have
Just
to
reject
somehow
it out of hand.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, but there is something at stake. If we lose the stories that we have about ourselves in the world,
Okay.
there is a price. There's the potential for chaos. If you look at old learning theory, there's accommodation and assimilation. And assimilation is taking a bit of information and you literally just build it into the narrative you have.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
But accommodation, and this is what Bion would say, that's the arrival of truth, requires you to have to rethink the way you think about yourself and the world.
Oh boy.
And just from an evolutionary biological perspective, if every time we woke up we were constantly having to accommodate, our
couldn't do
ancestors,
it.
we'd have been eaten a long time ago. we would not have made it.
No.
We wouldn't be gated off the plains. But so there is something important and necessary to be as assimilative as possible, and continually so. But whenever we have these sort of cultural shifts, and we began talking about the Hallmark thing and its potential for sexual diversity, and I remember growing up as a kid, and if someone was effeminate, it was okay to call them homophobic slurs, and the adults wouldn't say anything.
No one would say
Right,
anything. No,
right.
no.
Adults might say
No.
that. I remember adults cracking jokes at other, So there has been a broadening of the table. There are now more people capable of being accepted and loved than there were. I've seen it in my lifetime. When I came to CSU, my first semester there, I wanted to do an LGBTQ group that was a gala group at Gay and Lesbian Association. And I was told by some administrators, I think that's too controversial. Let's hold off for that.
Controversy off the campus, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
now
I can see it.
we have these organizations in high schools all over the place. That's in just this brief amount of time, in the 20 years we've seen this. So there has been, on a cultural level, a shift. But maybe it would be asking too much for us to move too quickly at that. Maybe it's something that, we have to stumble toward. maybe,
I think so.
you know.
It's all about this growth, but it's just a slow moving society,
Or
cultural
as Tom would
context.
bring in about this point would be evolution. That it takes time, and we'd have to evolve there, and we're just not ready.
The
right?
whole idea of the trajectory rises toward justice ultimately, but it's just
slow.
a time thing.
Yeah, it's growing pains, I guess, in this thing. But I also think there's less jokes in this sort of kind of calm and understanding and acceptance world. So does it not have to be a little edge to some of this?
Sure,
So it's supposed to be okay? I mean, come on. Can we not?
We got to troll. We got to, we got to get, we got,
I don't know.
Not, there are a couple of things I was going to joke about, but I thought, I better not say these things.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. I was
Okay.
editing.
Yeah,
I was editing during this thing.
I
was trying to stay classy.
Because
I look at the,
Yeah.
What is it?
Stay classy.
What is it?
I'm gonna
All
stay
ships.
classy.
What's that saying? All ships. The tide rises. All ships. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
And so that we have two more people here. I was a rising ship.
Well, listen, congratulations, first of all, to us for that, and you for holding back occasionally. Didn't see it that much, but it was a good attempt. And
Yeah, I didn't see it that much either, really. But
Trust me.
Nice
applaud
thought.
you for
Nice
thinking
thought.
that. Yeah.
I had some things. There were a couple of things you were saying, like, man, don't say that. Don't say it. Come
don't
on.
say it.
It's
don't
right
say
there.
it.
That's
It's
good
right
that it's
there.
even happening.
Don't say
Golly.
that. It's not. Don't do it. Don't do it.
No, it's really tough, and the politically correct environment. I mean, who navigates that very well? And it's also generational in some ways. I mean, we got a lot of leftover stuff that moves forward with us, and have to undo some things occasionally along the lines.
Everyone here, at least at one point, worked at a university, and as we all know, that is ground zero for political correctness. Right? It is literally. It is
more today.
It is.
Things have changed. Things
It
have
is.
changed.
It's not like it
No
used
doubt
to
about
be.
it.
And it's interesting because
You would think it wouldn't be, but
I've been in meetings where we're discussing, a student or a certain situation, and I've heard an administrator, that we, this unit, referring to students who had made a racist remark, this university is no place for people like that,
right.
And my thought is,
That can be applied in so many ways.
well,
Yeah.
the individual had made what could have been construed as a racist remark, and so it had caused some stir, and there was, so we all were talking about what are we going to do about this thing, and, I hate to say it, but it's not against the law to be racist, and it's not in a place where there's freedom of thought. You're free to be as racist as you want to be, as long as you're not affecting somebody else. In the privacy of your own home, you can put on Klan robes, or you and your friends want to do these things. And I'm not sure if we can say that any element of the public sphere, including a university, is not a place for someone like that. As long as they can be respectful, and we can expect them to be able to honor and respect the people around them, wonderful. There's a wonderful clip I remember seeing as a kid, a local Klan organization in I think they were out of Chattanooga. And they had made the news because they wanted to march, and they weren't being allowed to. And so their lawyer was there. So it was the Klanman lawyer, and their lawyer was African American. And he's saying, look, my clients have the right to this. And they turned to the Klanman, and he said, well, tell me about, he said, who is this lawyer? He said, he's the right man for the job. This guy is great. We have full confidence in him. He's really he's representing us. And I was like,
Oh my!
what? How does this?
How does this work?
But again, there was room for that. So when you talk about this notion of political correctness, I think it is the potential for another form of splitting. We have to be able to tolerate people who are repugnant, who represent. This is going to be horrible.
Come on.
I'm gonna take it, and you're all going to take offense.
Thanks for announcing
But I
in
think
advance.
eating meat is morally repugnant.
Okay.
I literally do.
Yes,
but I
you
have
do.
to tolerate you bastards. and I will continue to.
And this is
You'll
where
defend our right to kill ourselves with hamburgers.
That's right. I have to deal with you, you know. But the goal is I have to be.
Thank you, Doc.
That's
we
right.
appreciate the
it.
tolerance.
Not sure about the word bastards, but other than that, I think
Well,
we're
it's-
all
Well,
right.
you
Yeah.
know,
Okay.
and this is where Tom normally would say
Uh-oh, I
freedom
love
of
it.
speech, right? And people's ability to say what they feel.
Yeah. Well, okay. All right. You guys, you're on target again. However, I think it's basically using that university reference. Not so much tolerance anymore.
No,
In lots of
no.
ways. A professor can say something in a classroom and they're out.
Yeah.
You know, tenure. Jeff says often tenure's not what it used to be.
It's not.
And so I'm thinking sometimes it sounds like that is the sort of the great space for all of these developmental things to happen, these kind of progressive things to happen, and people to really have a voice. I'm not so sure. I wish it were.
Well,
but I'm
I
not so
remember
sure.
when I was at UT. This was in 85, 86. This was my first year at UT, and I would walk on campus, and there was a section of campus where, as you're walking between UT Knoxville is huge, and there would be all these speakers, and there would be somebody on literally standing on a soapbox talking about Karl Marx. And then about 50 feet from him would be this evangelical telling us we're all going to hell. I remember saying over and over again, if a woman can put a cigarette in her mouth, she can put anything in there. I'm like, what the? And literally and I'm like, it was like this melting pot of all these sorts of ideas. And I was like, okay, it's gotta.
Yeah.
I will say though that I think that there's still a grain of truth in this. There's an attempt to navigate how to keep people at the table that used to be marginalized, and it used to be okay to make fun of, but at the same time create a space that people can speak about all sorts of things. And it's true that because I work with students, and they'll often have a teacher who doesn't realize it, but in act of speaking their opinion, they often aren't aware of their place there as an authority figure.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
when they make
Yeah.
statements about that, we've had professors at CSU who've made some remarks about, transsexual individuals or sexual diversity, and they'll make comments.
Right. Not just
And
there, but a lot of places.
It isn't that they shouldn't be able to say those things, but when they're up in front of a class and they command attention and authority, the words that they say mean something different than if they were standing on that soapbox on my way to class. Does that make sense?
Yes, it
Oh,
does.
yeah. The
Yeah.
And I think
context
that,
of it, sure.
but so how can they still say these things? Because I think they should be able to say it, but also be aware of their place, the authority, and to be able to get this going. And I think that's the difficult part. And I can see where we probably succeed more than we fail, but I've seen spectacular failures where I've seen either a student is not represented maybe the way he needs to be, or I've seen where a faculty member or a staff member has suddenly been villainized for just simply stepping. It just happened to be Monday. They said this had happened on a Wednesday. No one would have batted an eye.
right.
But it happened to happen on a Monday. So
Yeah, it's really difficult to navigate all of this, and I think we have to have some level of understanding that we all have these vulnerabilities. We all say the things that you shouldn't say, or have these feelings based on our own experience, life experience, and culture, and context, and so forth. But hey, we got to try harder. Maybe, I don't know. I think we need to try a little bit harder to
there's a
understand the
takeaway
other
from all this.
point of view.
And maybe this is a way to round it back to our conversation at hand, because this is what I'll throw my 2 cents in.
All right, go.
Is that part of what's asked of us in these political correct conversations or Hallmark or whatever? I think it goes back to Beyond's notion is we have to find a way to grow. That there's a saying in the that those of us who are not digital natives, we have what's known as a Gutenberg mind. We're used to the printed text.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, let's take a picture of one of them right now. There we go. All right, and back.
I'm not going to say, okay, boomer. I'm not going to do it.
You almost did.
I'm gonna sit over there.
Yeah,
I'm
too
not
late
calling you a
now.
boomer,
I
okay?
think you did. And I'm going to get a meat sandwich right after this. All
I
right,
hope
so
so.
you take that to the
Instead of bread, it's going to be like 2 pork chops with some
With meatloaf in between.
with a prime rib in the middle. Yeah, that would be
nothing
great.
but meat.
Yeah.
all right.
And your colon just takes a look at that and just
Yeah.
starts to.
Speaking of that, all right. So
But
you see, you can't bring a certain group of guys together here and put mics in front of them.
It's
Things
that-
happen. Those things happen.
but those folk, like my son, he has a digital mind. Like for him, a book is a very different thing, and so you can already see that
Antique.
he is built to navigate a space that I am already out of step in.
Right.
And so we have to grow. I like that notion when Beyond says that we have to continue to grow the mind that we need for the world to come. And everything we're talking about to some degree is how we as a society and individuals grow to meet this world that's coming. And that's not easy. If there was a takeaway from this, what is it? There's one of my favorite lyrics from, or maybe it's from the album liner note for one of my favorite hardcore punk bands, Husker Du. Anybody a Husker Du fan here? Bob Mould, Grant Hart, any of those guys? Okay.
No.
Well, it said, revolution should begin at home, preferably in front of the bathroom mirror. And so maybe the goal is, as individuals, we have to be
Right.
able to find a way to own and navigate and attempt to understand our own emotional reactions. So maybe there is a personal need, and then as a group, to be able to do something better with the things that we feel. Maybe?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Beyond. Always good to bring up Beyond. Well, I appreciate this discussion today. It's been great, and that's about it.
You have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
All right, so it's always great to be in the studio. It's a Saturday morning. Dr. Dan Rose, how are you, my friend? What's going on?
It is the new year.
It is the new year.
And it may be the last year.
Yeah.
Just saying.
So we were talking about World War III. All right.
Everybody's
So
talking
there we
about
go.
that. We could be
That's
could be the
this
big
is,
one.
This is not the big one.
not
We're
the big
gonna.
one.
This is going to be the one leading up to the others that then go to the big one.
That's okay. We had a good run, you know? The human
Yeah,
race.
it's been
this whole
fine.
planet. We had a good run. I think we did
Yeah.
good things.
I was thinking we're not. I wouldn't.
I was going to say we
wish
could go
had
out on a high note, but
ended
actually,
it.
no, I
Yeah,
don't think we're going to go out on a high
actually,
note. But, you
I
know,
was thinking too that we if we had a little more time, we could get some things together.
I'll
We
tell
could
you,
straighten some things
as
out.
soon as the McRib was invented, we really should have just gone out then because I think it kind of peaked.
Yeah,
you know?
that was a lot of people said it at the time.
The
right?
McRib, the
That
Ozzy
McRib-
Osbourne TV show.
McRib, it only comes back every so many years or something.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know what that means. But.
It's a little like shingles. That's what that is. Goes away, comes
Well,
back.
all right. Well, this end of the world talk is not helping my my disposition at this moment here. So I wanna turn to the idea that it is the new year and it is the new decade. So
is 2020.
It's a great year. It's a great.
You know,
year.
a cousin of mine who indulges in, let's just say, Mother Nature, as the hippies used to say.
Okay, there you go.
He's
Is
really
he
happy
feeling
about
it?
the fact that there's going to be it was January, April, right?
April, yeah.
Will be a whole month of 420, and he is
April of 420. How does that work? I don't
January,
know.
February, March, April. So 420. It's 4 and then the 2. So you know.
Okay.
You know what
Well,
420 is?
He should put down the bong long enough to do the math on that. I'm not
Yeah,
really
fine.
sure, but I think that's in April on the 20th. But he's going to stretch it out. I can
Yeah,
understand. I can
think
understand
he's-
where your cousin is going.
Yeah, it's my
right.
cousin. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually my mom. Who am I kidding?
Yeah. Tell the truth
Yeah,
about this. All right, man. It's great to have you in the
She
studio.
was
This
actually a
person-
member of Bachman Turner Overdrive.
Oh,
People don't
no.
realize that. Yeah.
Bachman Turner.
She was
Overdrive.
Overdrive. She was her Overdrive.
I'm surprised you even knew that group, given the kind of things that we talk about.
Well,
here.
Randy Bachman, he was also in the Guess Who, if you didn't know about that.
Oh, I did.
That's where
probably
that
didn't know.
Mother Nature, the new Mother Nature taking over.
Yeah.
That's Guess Who.
Okay. All right. That's a nice connection right there. I appreciate
See, my
that.
associations aren't completely free. They have.
Yeah, well, see, we need to talk about your free associations
Yes.
at some point because I got a feeling that there's too much freedom going on in there. That's my
Yeah, there could
thinking
be.
about it.
It needs more
Too much
oppression.
freedom. Yes, yeah.
And,
Well, you know, on the outside, what you have on the inside. We were talking about that a moment ago. So, all right, man. So it is a good year. It started out well. Let's be positive. Let's look in sort of positive psychology, if you will. I don't know if that's
Well, here's what I thought we'd
thing
talk
anymore,
about, because
but-
if we're going to start the new year, we should start the new year with a concept that people don't often think a great deal about, but is the notion of gratitude.
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 Yes.
And not ratitude, because
I
that's
don't know what gratitude
well, that was
is.
a
but-
Weezer album, but it's also just, I guess, radical gratitude.
All right, we're starting out with a lot of musical references,
Sorry,
but I'm
I'm,
okay with that. As long as
I'm
we
not,
kind of find, I can never find those albums that you talk about. They're not.
I will say I'm not a huge
they're not
Weezer
for sale.
fan, but that's okay.
Okay.
So this whole idea of gratitude.
Yeah, gratitude is a good thing, right? We
And you
should
know
be
what?
thankful. Maybe figure out what we got. What are we grateful for? I guess grateful is connected to the idea of gratitude.
I'm grateful for this goiter. It's I don't know. No,
Oh, sounds awful.
should have more iodine in my diet.
As you've said before, better get that looked at.
It's interesting because you'll often see in medieval paintings they'll have a peasant with goiter. It's sort of somewhere etched into the painting, and that was sort of a symbol
Yes.
of poverty, because as you realize, I think iodine, and I think it maybe have added naturally. We add it to salt, or maybe it's an actual part of salt. But
Yeah.
a peasant's diet would be such that they might actually generate a goiter as a result of not being able to afford the
Okay,
the
see,
nutrients.
and this is an example of that reference from that free association we were talking about just a moment. But it's quite notable, and we should probably take note of that. And next time I look at one of those kind of paintings, I'm sure it'll come back to me at this point.
You'll see pictures of goiter. But this gratitude, it's going to be as you know, I tend to look at things through a psychoanalytic lens.
Yes, you do.
So I can't help but look into a lens, and there was take a second to talk about. There's a theorist, the person who is credited with inventing object relations therapy, Melanie Klein,
Okay.
and she makes gratitude a central portion of her theory, particularly as it can connect with mental health. Like
Right.
for Freud, one of the ways to define mental health is the ability to be ambivalent. So you can hold contradictory ideas,
Right.
different emotions in mind, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
And
that's tough for a lot of people, by the way.
it is. Actually, I'm ambivalent about everything. So really, it's not,
That fits.
So-
That fits very well.
not-
I was thinking of some of the folks that we used to train in the counseling program coming to be counselors, and that holding the different ideas. They were really looking for a one source, one route to get to where they needed to go to help the person. So it was often a struggle.
And that often comes from one of the things that, and Melanie Klein talked about this, because when we're in states of high affect, when we're feeling afraid or we're feeling all sorts of things, we tend to split.
Okay.
And that is the opposite of ambivalence. We are certain in ways that in the short run may be helpful, but in the long run, not so much. If you're
Okay.
being chased by a bear, ambivalence would be a lousy thing to have.
Right. You don't want to decide too long before you
That's right, yeah.
run or not. In the case
If-
or whatever your plan might be, there's a lot of probably bad advice about what to do if a bear comes your way.
Really,
so.
running should be your first.
I would go with
Yes.
running, but
As an
and
aside,
staying clear.
I grew up in a small town in the foothills of the Tennessee mountains, and we would occasionally have bear come into town.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know if you know how fast a black bear. As far as I know, no one's ever been killed by a black bear. They're not, but certainly not in my hometown. But
they're fast. In fact, there is no way you can outrun a bear. I don't know.
Oh.
Maybe other bears are slower, but having seen how fast a black bear can move, I'm like,
yeah. Well,
it's-
you know the old joke. I don't have to be the fast. I just need to be faster than you.
That's
is the old joke.
that might
I apologize
be the,
for bringing that up. But,
I will say black bears didn't, as a rule, also wanted nothing to do with you. If
that's right.
I think
Yeah.
you'd have to really corner one and poke it with a stick, and then it might get you. But outside of that, I don't.
I know some people, but yeah,
They might
do that. But
I'm trying really hard not to go on a tangent about which would be funny, but I'm gonna avoid.
I know.
It would've been-
I think we kind of hit as we do. We don't go too far down that road because time is of the essence.
Of the
so to
essence.
speak.
So there's this notion of ambivalence. It's central to one of Freud's ways of just defining mental health. Well, for Melanie Klein, she added this notion of gratitude. And to be able to understand this, you got to sort of take a walk down with her sort of mythology, her sort of narrative of the beginning and the origin and maintenance of the self. And for her, we are born into this sort of splitting, and that she had this image that we are sort of we have this oceanic oneness in the womb, and then we find ourselves brought into a world where suddenly we are assailed by inner tension and the response to the world of this tension. So she often talks about, for instance, this notion of the good and the bad breast. And what that basically means is the infant comes out and it didn't have to worry about hunger and all these sorts of things so much, or sleep. All this sort of stuff was sort of regulated to some degree. Suddenly it isn't. And so you depend on an external source, an object. And the maternal object is that. And there is the mom that arrives just in time, and there's the mom that waits too long, and so your hunger begins to grow inside your gut, and it feels like it's the end of the world. And that for her, the infant has to find some way to reconcile those. The good breast, the bad breast, the good mom and the bad mom, has to find a way to be able to bring these together. That takes us through that notion of ambivalence that Freud talked about. Mm-hmm. But she added a couple other things.
Okay.
Because central to her idea is this notion that envy and rage are central components of all of our psyches.
Oh, okay.
For her, when the breast does not arrive on time, we can begin to want to destroy the thing that is delaying our gratification, or at that point we hallucinate that it's the bad mom that's actually causing the hunger that we have. And so for her, we all have a seething undercurrent of envy and rage, and it's always there. And that we often find ourselves in fantasy with this notion of punishing the world for doing us wrong.
Okay.
And that and it is there, at least consciously or unconsciously. And so for her, when we can move to a place of reconciliation,
all right,
and say the mom is both good and bad, and then we can forgive ourselves for the anger we had toward the mom that we now see as both good and bad, then we have the possibility of reparation, and we can be grateful for the thing that is in front of us, as opposed to envious of the thing we don't have, or rageful at the thing that we think is attacking us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's almost anchor in a way of our personality development, the ability to incorporate these two different and disparate kinds of notions and develop a personality that can not just swing one way or the other, but maybe with both of those things.
And think about this notion of the anchor, because if you take the most mundane example, I think I've used this before, but you are, your cat coughed up a hairball on your pants, and as a result, you're now 4 minutes late for work.
Okay.
You've got in the car and you're
It
driving.
sounds like from your real true experience here, so we'll go along. Yeah. We'll keep going. I'm sorry.
I got a couple of cats. 47 actually, as a matter of fact.
It's diagnostic.
Yeah, it's there,
Right.
But actually, to fix this hairball thing, I just shaved them all. I don't know if you realize this, but once you shave a cat, you also want to keep it covered in olive oil. So my cats are shaved and they glisten with that olive oil. It's It smells nice.
I'm just hoping I don't get a meme that looks like that, because I do get cat memes from you occasionally.
I do. I am
It's one of those things.
I'm a fan of cat memes. But so you're on your way to work, 4 minutes late.
Yep.
Somebody pulls out in front of you and they're really slow.
Okay.
And so for a moment, you may suddenly become incredibly angry at them. You could feel something rise in your chest, and it's fire. Right? And then you might also get angry. Why do I live in a world where these sorts of things happen?
Right.
God hates me. The world hates me.
Yeah.
Suddenly you're in this place, and this is the opposite of gratitude. It is a place of being overwhelmed, and you move to that paranoid, schizoid sort of splitting position. You're no longer mentalizing the person in front of you. And so the goal would be, and we can sort of think about this sort of as we move into the new year, how do we stay in a place that is the opposite of what I just described? Because you could, for Klein, your ability to be able to say in that moment, wait a minute, what's going on here? I am late. It's not the end of the world. The person in front of me, who knows why they're moving slow? Wait a minute. And this often happens since we live in a military town.
Really?
It's a tag with a Purple Heart on it, and they have and so you know it's a military veteran. They're probably elderly, and so suddenly you feel really bad that you've been like, what kind of monster am I?
Cool your jets a little bit
it's
there.
Like,
try to help out, maybe
and
figure it out.
At that moment, you're able to move into a space that allows you to be able to see the world more completely, both yourself, the person in front of you, and the world.
Yeah.
You begin to see yourself, okay, it's not, I'm late, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? The person in front of me may be moving slow for their very own reason. They're doing the best they can. You know what? The world, there are people in the world right now who have it a whole lot worse than I do, so maybe this, I need to put this in perspective.
That almost needs to be a switch that people go to really fast in some of these situations. It would be a lot less stress and anxiety and tension that they have to deal with if they could kind of go to that space and say, wait, this is interrupting me, but they're okay.
Well, I remember I was talking with my wife. We just moved into our house, and we were in there, and it has this pool in the backyard. We're in the pool, and she was like, we're in the pool, and she goes, I hate this. We need to resurface this pool. This really bothers me. And then I said to her, these are some remarkable first world problems we have here. She goes, you're right.
We're floating in a pool.
Really?
With the sun shining and everything, flowers growing, everything.
It suddenly puts it in perspective. But in that moment, you could look at the surface of your pool, and the pool does need resurfacing.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
that's a thing.
She's not psychotic.
Right.
But in that moment, she married me. So
there's questions about that choice.
She has questionable. There are a number of things about her cognition that could be placed into. But
more about you than maybe her, but we'll continue.
But at that moment, she moved into a space where, at least temporarily, she was feeling the weight of existence was a little too much. Just like when the car pulls out from out in front of you, and then suddenly you're flooded with this. And so, for Klein, there's a narrative. You have to be lost. You have to move to a place of inner turmoil. You have to find the person across from you, and then the world itself, all in a state of tension.
Right.
And then there is a moment where there's the possibility of grasping it all as a whole, and then accepting it.
Yes.
Gratitude is saying, well, this may not be the best of all things, but it is this thing, and it's the best of what is in front of me now, and I accept it. There is this movement, this narrative tension that one gets to. And this is very different than, because one could take this too far, and I think that's what makes Klein interesting, because we are never without envy. We are never, what's the famous Oscar Wilde quote? I've quoted it before. Every time one of your friends succeeds, a small part of you dies.
Right.
And
it's so sad, by the way, but yeah, I kind of understand it given the context of what
you go on Facebook, and like, this goes back to my house.
Yeah.
And I always wanted a house with a pool I could just sit by, So I finally got that. I'm sitting there at my and it's a nice spring day, and
everything.
I got some water, and I'm reading a book, and I'm out there, and I say, I haven't. I need to check on this. I haven't checked my Facebook in a while. Let me check, and I open it up, and there's a friend of mine who's posting pictures of him in Italy.
Yes.
And I'm like,
Yes,
suddenly,
there you are.
I am now, in a war-torn country covered in blood and mud, as opposed to, it's like it no longer
Yeah,
feels like a great place to be. I'm like,
You were at
wait
the
a minute,
pool a moment ago, and now
this place sucks. It's
terrible.
horrible. How did I find myself in this horrible life?
Yeah.
I deserve better.
Well, that envy is going to get you right there.
Right,
So
there's-
that's what kicked in, I guess.
And for Klein, that part of what makes and the way she defines envy in a way is, or evil. Evil for her is a form of envy. Evil for her is wanting to destroy the good in someone else.
Yes.
So
sounds good. That's not good.
And it could be, and there are lots of reasons why people post photos on Facebook. I'll give my friend the benefit of the doubt. He was really happy he was in Italy.
I'm really happy,
And I'm like,
going to
hey,
show up those other guys that
may
don't
have been,
have it as great as
it
I
may
do.
have been
right?
his intent, but if we give him the benefit of the doubt, he was like, wow, my family and I finally made it to this place. We're enjoying this.
Right.
Let me show you how cool this is.
It wasn't just to kind of get at you or get back at you, man.
And I could have said, wow, I could have enjoyed the good in him. I could have said, look how happy he seems. Everybody in that picture seems happy. Wow. And then I might even be able to say, let me check to see how much flights to Italy are. And I might say, well, you know what? Maybe someday that might be something I want to do.
Okay.
But envy would be to destroy him, and I would do that in effigy. I would know it wouldn't be the possibility of thinking about Italy or thinking about the possibility of having the joy that he may be experiencing. Instead, I would want to destroy it. So in some sense, evil for Klein is envy unbound, and it is a destroying of the good, and evil is a natural element of non-gratitude. It is a place of, evil. If you can think of the example of a guy who pulled out in front of you, if you could do this in a sociopathic way. You take a picture of his license plate, and then you go visit his house at 2 a.m. and you slash his tires.
Right.
Right.
That's,
that would be and but for Klein, that would be an element of also key to this is her concept of projective identification. That part of what we do in destroying the good in others is we also take the parts of ourselves that we don't like and we put them in someone else, and then we destroy it.
Okay.
And so we can literally destroy them in terms of slashing tires or shooting somebody, or we can destroy them in effigy, in fantasy, and in the mental space as I'm seething there at my pool.
Right.
And so my moment is lost, my connection potential with my friend is lost, and the potential future that I might share in Italy or otherwise is also lost. Everything is sort of becomes a swirling, envious sort of, boom.
So
There
it
goes.
has to be something that you can do about that and make that transition back to that moment prior to that Facebook posting, I guess.
Well, for Klein, the only way through, or the main way through, is, and post-Kleinians like Wilfred Bion, I mentioned that guy before.
Yeah.
Bion often thinks that when it comes to when we're in an affect state that's unstable, if we're feeling too much or too little, if it's we're either above or below that euthymic window, we have two possible choices, and that's self-regulation and dyadic regulation.
Okay.
And for Bion, the further we are outside that euthymic window, up or down, the more we're going to need dyadic regulation. It takes two people to think a dangerous thought, and dangerous thoughts usually exist outside those 2 points. And what that means is, so if I really begin a spiral of feeling horrible and shameful and whatever I might be feeling sitting at the pool, then I might need to talk to my wife. I might call up a friend and say, hey, man, what's going on? I'm just feeling kind of crappy. That's an example of dyadic regulation.
Okay.
Therapy does that. Oftentimes folks come to see us because they've been in this place in a chronic way, and it's beginning to poison them.
Right. They can't quite get out of it by themselves. Maybe they need a little bit more help.
And for Klein, even self-regulation is actually a form of dyadic regulation, because the way we self-soothe and navigate these, or we pull for our internal object relations. There have been people in our life who've helped us to think the dangerous thoughts, and we pull for them. The people who've loved us into existence, consciously or unconsciously, become both the voices and the presence that we need to be able to move back into that euthymic window.
Okay.
And so either it requires another person or our capacity to self-soothe and bring ourselves there. And that may require, that could happen reflexively in some form. I might, without even thinking, call the friend, or I might even, without thinking, soothe myself. But for some folks, it requires maybe a step in between, and that's some minimal self-consciousness or self-reflection to be able to say, wait a minute, what's going on right now? And to be able to then name the different parts of yourself, to be able to give a name to what you're experiencing that allows you then to move in either one of those self-regulatory or diet-regulatory spaces. And the reason I think that's important, this is New Year's. Everybody's making these New Year's resolutions. If you made a resolution that you wanted to be able to accept the world with a bit more gratitude, not in a way that makes you a mindless cog in the machine or makes you a passive capitalist consumer, because those are some positive psychology. We've talked about that before.
We talked about that
There's
before.
the potential to be trapped in either one of those, because what Klein is not saying be positive. That's different than gratitude.
Okay.
Gratitude is not, oh, this is amazing and great. Gratitude is, okay, there are good and bad in all this, but I will still accept it. I will still begin at this point. I will be grateful that I am standing here at this moment. That's very different than saying, everything's great, everything's wonderful. What's that song on the Legos movie? Everything. What is it? I forget what it was. But
I wish I could help you.
Didn't see the Lego movie.
Didn't see the Lego movie.
Very Freudian film, by the way.
I think I fast forwarded through it, and when it came on the TV, but didn't quite capture my interest at that point. But maybe something I should go back and take a look at. Maybe.
So, if we want to think about how is it, without falling into some of the pitfalls that overpositivity may give us, but at the same time be able to stay present in the moment we are, particularly as the new year unfolds. So the question would be, how do you focus on and make it and practice, a little like lifting weights, the capacity to be grateful. And one of the things that Klein doesn't talk about this, but it is in the psychological literature, they often refer to it as the lived moment. And I think it comes from Donald Winnicott. And it's the idea that how often are we alive in the moments that are in front of us?
Right.
How much is this a lived moment? True. And that there may be practice, there may be a way for us to be a little more active in being able to engage with ourselves and then the world in such a way that generates lived moments. And that may be the thing to think about. Go back to me sitting at the pool, I'm looking at Facebook and my friends in Italy, that bastard. I keep going down so-and-so's, wait a minute, they're also, another friend of mine is laying out by a pool. Their pool's nicer than mine.
There we go. Everybody's having more fun than you.
You're just,
better life.
And you'll notice, but and I'm only picking up on the bits of information, the selective data that will continue to confirm the suckage.
That's right. Yeah.
Because if I skip past the advertisement saying, will you support starving kids in Somalia? I didn't suddenly say, well, I'm not a starving kid in Somalia, so it can't be all bad. I mean, I missed some of that.
You missed that. You could have thrown that into the mix there a little bit.
And I think that's part of...
It's almost the intensity of it, though, right? I mean, some of it just really clicks with maybe some previous experiences or your doubts about yourself or what you're dealing with at work and at home and those kind of things.
So you're already primed, right? And it even falls back into this, the neuropsychology of it, the neurophysiology. If you're being chased by a bear, everything is going to be a sign that the bear's coming after you. The rustle of leaves, and if you're in this highly charged affective state where your perception is highly selective, that's not Mark Solms. It's Alan Shore. Alan Shore talks about when he says this is sort of a left hemispheric process.
Okay.
And that in the left hemispheric process that we're very focused on abstracting data from our environment and creating a coherent linear narrative, which can be good in some situations, but over the long haul can be actually really bad. So if my narrative suddenly is, I've been cheated out of the life I should have gotten,
Right.
then suddenly every bit of information gets
Everything.
it's
that point.
right, and gets pulled into that narrative, and then I'm just trapped in this loop, right? And when Shore talks about this, he says that that's where there needs to be more of a bihemispheric process. We need to be able to pull from some of the right hemisphere and to be able to move from an individual, highly focused and narrow narrative to something larger. And I think for a lot of folks, that's what religion does, to be connected to something larger than you.
Right.
To be able to be collected to some narrative. That's why, it can feel really good helping people. It can feel very good caring for someone or whatever the case may be, because it suddenly moves you out of that focused, linear, sort of progressive place that you're in to one that's much more part of a larger whole.
Right.
And that often, I think, happens both in the lived moment and in a feeling of gratitude. If you can think about the moments that you're feeling really grateful to be alive, you feel a part of the human race.
Sure.
You feel a part of the world. You feel a sense of not only it's in some ways a contradiction. You feel a self-cohesion, but also a dissolution of the boundaries of the self and a connection to everything. Mm-hmm. And there's something about that moment, and that's where, Shore would particularly say that's bihemispheric in a way, that we are experiencing both those things at the same time. And I guess
Right.
go back to, this is the New Year's. We think about how to be able to create moments like that in the year ahead.
Right.
You were joking with me when we sat down, this idea of World War III. Well, if you look at the news, and my wife we were having dinner with some friends last night, and she was talking about, I've got this news feed, and the minute it came, actually our friend was saying this, as soon as it turned to 12 o'clock, I'm looking at the news, and it's all these things, and it's like, holy cow. It's like...
The world's going to end,
right.
And that kind of thing, yeah. Okay.
So, and this is where criticisms of particularly positive psychology can be useful, because part of the role of negative affect and fear and anger and even envy in its way is it's supposed to give us important information on how to be able to act and do things we may need to do. And we certainly don't want to be complacent while the world, literally, if you're in Australia, literally burns around you.
Right.
You want to be able to take the feelings you have and do something good with them. But there's also a place where if you're not careful and you feel too much, you simply become overwhelmed.
Right.
And you can't act there either. You can lull yourself into this, Disney-fied, sort of overly positive, head in the sand sort of approach to the world, or you can be completely overwhelmed by terror. And either of those keep you from being able to be a change agent in the world, maybe a change agent that the world desperately needs.
Right. And working on some issues for yourself in some ways. It does seem like there's a selfishness about this, too, and a balance with your focus on being centralized focus on yourself versus others and outward sort of direction with other people in the world in a greater sense. And so there's some combination of that, but it also seems like when you're in that moment you described by the pool, that man, that was really thinking about yourself in so many ways. It was really kind of self-focused, and you couldn't quite let go of that until something else happened.
Mm-hmm. And what Klein's narrative, and in some ways it's a general psychological narrative, from Freud on. Freud was often he's criticized for a lot of things. One of the things he was criticized is that he was sort of a pessimist. That the best we can hope for is the everyday sort of hell, as opposed to the hell of mental suffering. And he sort of said that, I think, later in life, when he spent the last 12, 14 years of his life slowly dying of cancer of the jaw. So you probably didn't have the...
Probably not a lot of high points.
It was. It's a great deal of pain. And I think even though he had a reputation early on for supposedly being a cokehead, which there's a story there but he refused to take pain medication because it kept him from being able to write.
Right.
So he was often in a great deal of pain. But even if there is a pessimistic strain that runs through all psychedelic thought. But the reason it's there is, and for Klein, you have to get lost before you can be found. The goal, again, is not to not suffer, but to suffer better. And even though my suffer was a wonderfully narcissistic suffering at sitting by the pool looking at Facebook, If I can suffer better, I can take that experience seriously, and I can do something with it. I can listen to it. And for Klein, I think, the only way to gratitude is through suffering. We have to walk through the valley of the shadow of death to get to where we need to go. And any attempt to shortcut that keeps us from being able to get to the place we need to go. And there are all sorts of counterfeit forms of gratitude. Folks who have, T-shirts and posters of on the wall, and not that those things can't be useful. I don't want to, but a simple affirmation that doesn't allow you to move through that valley of the shadow of death may be a false gratitude, and it may not be. It may not give you the lasting effects that that sort of journey could afford.
No, I can understand that. Well, it does seem like there should be some awareness, and we talked about this a lot, but the idea of mindfulness and just sort of being aware, situationally aware, if you will, in any moment in your day-to-day activities, and maybe just take a little inventory quickly to see what the environment's like and how you're doing, and check in with yourself and see if there's some gratitude that could be used in those
Well, we'll think about that
situations.
example, because if somebody comes in for treatment, they come in for therapy, you certainly want them to feel better. But if they sit down and they tell me, you know what, my mom, who was my only parent, and she's dying of terminal cancer. If within 30 seconds I said, well, you know what, that sounds tough and all, but let's think of all the things she's done for you. She's been alive for 80 years, so let's think about the positive things. Now, that actually might...
It sounds good, but there's something not quite right.
It might,
there. Something's going on. A little too soon, maybe.
Right,
in
it might
some
be.
cases, yeah.
We've attempted to shortcut maybe the minimal amount of suffering required to get to a place of some permanence or of something.
Right.
So you don't begin. But I've actually supervised and seen there are styles of therapy that might actually condone that sort of thing.
Yeah. Let's wrap that up and move on. Of a notion. We all have pain. Let's move away from yours and talk about the positive. Yeah, a little too soon, a little too quick. No relationship built. A lot of things going on.
Well, I talk about this with my trainees and folks that I supervise. That for me, I often have sort of I call it my 20-minute rule. And if somebody comes in and they sit down and they tell me they want to kill themselves, for 20 minutes, I'll look at the clock. We're going to want to kill ourselves. Let's just stay in this space. Okay, makes sense. And then once we've been in this place a while, maybe we can begin to make sense of it, and to be able to say, it makes perfect sense to me that you'd want to die. Right now, you were feeling hopeless. When you look back on your past, all you see is a train wreck, and there's nothing you look forward in the future either. You would be crazy not to want to die. This is a sign of your health. You see no way back and no way forward.
Wow, that seems like a real moment in therapy there that you want to get to be able to talk about it and kind of slowly help the person move through that process. Yeah, that's a very interesting way to put it. And I think a lot of trainees sometimes are a little beginning therapists are a little scared of that moment and rather retreat themselves from it.
And we often talk about then when we, that in that moment when someone sits down and talks about that they are in such a place of suffering that they're almost guaranteed their own self-destruction. The trainee or any therapist for a brief moment is going to feel a flood of responsibility.
Right.
The trainee especially is going to be feeling, now I'm in trouble if I don't handle this right.
Right.
And so for a moment they lose their humanity because their patient is suddenly turned into the bear that's chasing them.
Right.
And just like the person who pulled out in front of me and I was on my way to work, or just like the friend on the phone, there's an impact and an impingement, and in that moment I get lost. If they can allow themselves to be lost, and we say this in the psychoanalytic things, that often our first interventions are almost always for ourselves in a session. And that gives them a chance to be able to reflect and interpret on their own space. Wait a minute, right now it's hard for me to be really connected with this person as another human being,
Right.
because I'm a human being and I can feel the pressure and the weight of responsibility in this moment. I am afraid, and as a result, I want them to stop it. I want to either kill the bear or run away, and since I can't run away, I need to do this. Right?
Yeah.
And it would be, there could be even a moment of gratitude there, because it could be that the new therapist could say, how privileged and honored I should be that someone would make themselves so vulnerable as to say these things that are on their mind and in their heart.
Right.
They have opened themselves up to me in this moment, and it is a burden, true, but I am grateful that I have been chosen, and I have decided to make this the place I am in the world right now. There could be a moment of gratitude, but it has to come, there has to be a journey of suffering to get to that point, I think.
Wow. Yeah, it's almost so important to get to those moments in the therapy process, too, so that somebody trusts you. They'll be able to tell you those kinds of things.
One of these days it'll happen with me, you know?
I don't know. I would hope for you that it's probably happened before. And especially in training others for psychotherapy and supervising, that's got to be one of those issues. You're trying to help people understand the importance of that and of kind of taking that.
Well, the first thing they need to understand the importance of me. With any supervisor, the first thing they should really understand is, you know, how important I am.
Right.
And,
Well,
you know,
And
we'll start there.
That's not a good place, and we need to be in this journey together. But yeah, so this idea of really finding that moment, taking that impact of it, and kind of working back toward gratitude.
Yeah, maybe, and I like the way you put that. I wonder, is it a working back or towards?
Yeah.
And maybe what you said is closer to the truth. Maybe gratitude is a place that we just lose sight of. It's a path that we can walk, and that sometimes we get off that path and we have to find our way back. And maybe that's a better way of thinking about it. It is, gratitude is a sense of the attachment theorists talk about it. Bowlby talks about it. This, or maybe it may not have been Bowlby, maybe Ainsworth. Secure base.
Yeah.
That it is a sense of
Bowlby, yeah.
security and inner balance that we often need to lose, but we need to also develop the skills to refine.
Right. Yeah, I like it. Secure base, huh? Okay.
Which is nothing like first, second, or third base if you're on a date.
Right.
You know.
Right.
I know.
That's a topic for another completely different episode when we get to that. All right. Well, that's kind of a great idea. This idea of gratitude. I wasn't really sure how it might be defined psychoanalytically, but the notion of being grateful in some ways for what you have and enjoying that moment. And it seems to be that there's so many things that pull us away from that moment day to day. The guy that pulls out in front of you, the cat with the hairball, the bear chasing you even. I mean, all of those kinds of things. And then the day-to-day things that you have to do.
But see, this also may be part of Klein's point. Those impingements are necessary because we have this notion that if we could simply stay in this place of stasis, that we would always be happy.
Right.
But impingements are necessary. Hairballs, people pulling out in front of you, all this sort of stuff, they are necessary fuel for our movement forward into the future. We have to be lost before we can be found. So part of this notion of gratitude is we live in a world where, wildfires happen. Mm-hmm. And that there is suffering, and that it isn't that this suffering can be redeemed or that somehow it can be justified, but its existence is one of the things that necessitates our movement forward. If we were always in this place of, quote, happiness, if we lived at Disney World
Right.
You know, you visit Disney World once a year, maybe. I know some people visit 2 or 3 times a year.
Yeah.
And when you go there, it's a wonderful place. But if you found yourself living there 24/7, it might be its own form of hell. I don't know.
Right. Right.
At least you'd have barbershop quartets.
And some rides to go on too, so
Good.
that might be fun. But yeah, being there all the time. So being in
Which
that
they
state,
closed
where
Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, which when I was a kid was my favorite ride. They closed it.
I don't actually remember that one, but
Wind
yeah.
in the Willows based. It was Mr. Toad and
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Well, sorry you can't. They don't have the ride anymore. Evidently, that's something that you
Which,
have
by
to
the
work
way,
through.
if you take like I was a teenager when I did this, if you take enough peyote, that ride was really wild. I'm just saying that.
That's not
That
not what
was-
happened. But yeah, just the thrill of the ride, being in that thing, whatever the coffee cup or whatever teacup is, that one of those things spinning around there.
No,
I don't know
that-
what age you were, but
You're in a car.
okay.
And so you're
All right,
out of
all right.
control, and you're driving around, and you see all these sort of, whimsical and
Okay.
near calamity and that sort of
Yeah.
thing. And it's
Yeah.
yeah. There was a similar one. It was called Ron Jeremy's Wild Ride.
No,
but
that is not.
that was not
That is not. That was not. It's a small world, maybe. That's what you're thinking.
No,
of.
not Ron Jeremy. Sorry.
I hate to.
It's a
I really
big world
hate to
after
set
all.
these up and set them up, knock him down. That's Henny Youngman for a really far back reference right there in the past. All right, my friend. So that's been really helpful. Is it the case that we might want to have more of we're working toward more of the gratitude state, if you will, than all the other things that are kind of not so great for us, and that's something we should take into consideration. Maybe if we're gonna balance this out, why can't it be 60-40, maybe something like that?
I think there's a place for practice. I think there's the capacity to be able to, as you're looking at your news feed and you can see the horrendous things that are happening.
Yeah, and some of those news feeds, let's just say, if you got a Twitter account, or if you got some of those things going, it's just entertainment more than it is something you should shape your life on. So be careful about how far you go down that road, I would say.
Yeah, when you reading an article about Ron Perlman's detached retina, I mean that doesn't cause anywhere near as much. It's painful for Ron. And
Sounds
I'm hoping,
painful, yeah.
And I like the guy, and I
Late.
hope he's
But,
good. But I think that there is the possibility, as one is assailed by those news feeds, that one feels a staggering disquiet. One feels, dare I say, a sense of hopelessness, sort of. There's a chance then, you are then in the valley of the shadow of death. At that moment, I think there's the capacity to be honest with what you feel. But then there's the possibility of continuing with those feelings to see if you can move to a place that allows you some perspective. Everything in the news feed is true. It's not the only truth that's there.
There you go.
It's also not the only truth in the future. And
Right.
even if it were true, we were joking about World War III.
Yep.
Everything has a timestamp on it. And if it were so true that, be it by World War III or asteroid heading our way,
Yes.
if it is inevitable, it is what it is, there's still the capacity to be able to say, at least I had a chance to show up.
Okay.
I was here.
I was in the game. I got
was
to
in the
play.
game.
Got at bat at some point, maybe.
I got to play. And, not that that's enough or should be enough, but there is a place there that has at least a hint of gratitude, I think.
Yeah. Well, let's work on it. What do you say? All right, my friend. Thank you for helping us with that interpretation, and I like the idea of gratitude.
I also like the idea if there's anybody out there listening to this that petitioned Disney for that to bring back Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
No.
I want that thing.
All right,
I still have some peyote saved up.
Yeah,
from,
that was
last time I was
unfortunate.
there, and
You were misled back in the days. So, well, let's get that petition going. You can stand out in front of a public somewhere and get some signatures on that, and try to get that ride back. Don't think it's going to happen anytime
More like
soon.
standing outside Vape City. Really.
Vape City.
That's probably
Oh
a
my
place
God.
where I'm going to get.
Well, that's another thing. Maybe we need to do a show about that and what's happening in the world. But all right, my friend, I appreciate it. Talk to you next time. How are you doing, sir?
Doing good.
All right, I'm glad to have you here in the studio. We've kicked off this thing. We've got everything. If I can check around, everything is actually in the red and it's rolling. So welcome to the studio. What's on your mind today, my friend?
Well, we had talked a lot about the whole idea that the new digital world has all this promise. It's the new industrial revolution. And then there are all these other concepts. You referred to some earlier today where we talked about the whole idea that, well, artificial intelligence is coming. It's going to be to the level to where it takes away every human job. Humans will be left without jobs. And I think there's a book by Harari that makes that point, that ultimately there'll be an elite that runs technology and that everyone else will just be sitting there and living off the government dole. That's sort of some of the conventional wisdom that's out there. So ultimately, is it true? And I'm asking your thoughts on this because you're the big technology guy and do all the.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
So is it in fact true that that technology has achieved all this promise and has radically altered our life in a way that's increased our productivity?
Well, now you just sent me a loaded question over here, and I saw all of the different things that you just threw into that question to make it more complicated. Because is technology moving, changing our environment? Yes. Are robots taking our jobs? Yes. As a matter of fact, if you go in the manufacturing warehouses these days, you don't see immigrants working. You see robots working.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody had called them immigrant robots.
Mm-hmm.
They've come in with the sort of political climate there. They've come in, and that's where do the people go? So that's a serious problem. So in a way, the technology is actually canceling out some of our gains. The progress and moving toward that is going to make life better. Yeah, it is going to make life better. It has already. It's made it more complicated. I'm no expert at this. I can only tell you from personal experience and things I've come across. But the technology can be a double-edged sword. It can be a friend or foe.
Yeah.
And I think the promises is part of the problem. Now, so this is a part of your question. We're going to rewind that question and look at it later maybe. But it was like I said, it was a loaded question. But there's a piece of it that these are promises. Hey, your life's going to be easier.
That's right.
Well, wait a second. What? And be specific about that. You're going to have a flying car. Remember that one.
Right.
I think we're going to talk more about that whole idea.
Yeah.
Title of an article, which I think you've said and I think I've said at some point, where's my flying car? Because I was promised that when this technology thing took off.
Yeah, or just the driverless car, which right now is fraught with all kinds of difficulties. And the big proponents of this have had to walk back their projections because these driverless cars keep doing things, and this driverless technology keeps ultimately killing people, even though probably they're a lot safer than human beings driving the cars. You know, the idea, I guess, is that, well, you know, if I get in a driverless car and then it wrecks, I don't have any control. So folks have that in the back of their mind, the whole "I don't control it" concept.
Right. Yeah, and it will be a real process of change, and I think you're right. Some of these people have, Elon Musk comes to mind, that have put these real short-term goals where everybody's going to be in a car like that or something. And I think they do that on purpose. I think there's some kind of strategy behind the crazy talk in a way. I do believe that, and that's something we can talk about more too on many subjects. But the proponents push it out beyond what is the manufacturing and technology is capable of to kind of get the word out, and then they will move the goalpost back a little bit, and they'll meet it in the future. There seems to be a strategy.
At what point is it overpromising, and where is that line between that and a good marketing hyperbole? Because we all say our product's the best product. That
it's an interesting question, I think, and whether or not that people will project this out in a marketing strategy and put a deadline out there that's way too soon for this to develop and us to get the information. However, in the idea of driverless cars you're talking about, they have so much data now that's coming back to them to make some decisions with. And I think in a way that's how technology works. It provides analytics. It provides data that you can then begin to measure and make changes in the product and make things better. Mm-hmm. So that, I think, is good. But back to your loaded question. Yes, almost everything new comes out of the chute. You got the early adopters. You've got hype. You've got trends. You've got people kind of reacting in different ways, good and bad. And then eventually, as progress moves along, things settle out. We get more accurate picture of what's happened. So, unfortunately, Tom, you do not have a flying car that comes out of a suitcase like on the Jetsons. So I'm sorry about that.
My worry is that the whole idea that really what the business is in the United States is a software business. The majority of venture capitalism goes to 3 or 4 cities, and it goes all into software. Ultimately, what is being produced in the United States, because all the manufacturing's done overseas. Now, that may change as these other countries become more affluent, and then we may end up with manufacturing back here. But
I'm not sure all, but a lot. Yes, definitely.
Well, look at Columbus. I mean, what fed Columbus for years is gone, and essentially the jobs here are all in information. And as a college official, I always touted that. But in the back of my mind, I always worry if there's not a finished product that we can take to market and sell. It's kind of hard to sell concepts, and it doesn't create jobs for everyone. In other words, those folks who are in the information software business are going to have game in that area. So what happens to the rest of folks? That's a Harari idea that, well, they won't have anything to do. There won't be anything for them to do.
Yeah, there's almost a digital divide, if you will. Lots of divides we're having to do with people have and have nots, kind of those kind of things. You're right about the big cities having that technology and sort of centered there. I think not long ago there was some, just a few months ago, I think it was Amazon who was trying to locate their new headquarters in, and they didn't choose a smaller rural type setting, which they could have.
Right.
And they went to the big mega metropolises that we have around. And so as long as that continues, it's going to be, perilous kind of journey, because we're going to have that divide. And if some folks don't have an opportunity, then we're going to have a real problem. It should be that everybody has an opportunity, but hey, that's another concept too. Make your own way. This is America. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Everybody's can be president or whatever. Those kind of things still are in people's minds. So it may be a boomer idea, but on the other hand, how should technology go? Should people have access? Should people have the opportunity to build? So you've got that going on with what you also just said, which was the idea of being centered in one location, and then another person who's not in that location doesn't have the opportunities in that. Where does it go from there? That's kind of the question. How do we, let me just say this. Part of the issue has been that technology came on. Jeff Conklin talks about this. It came on before we were ready. Mm-hmm. We didn't know what to do with it. Here's this shiny new toy that's going to make everything wonderful, but we hadn't processed what it's like, how would it affect our lives, what do we really want out of technology. So these things move fast in that way. We're all of a sudden having to catch up, and there's a book coming out. Forget the author's name. Sorry, but the title is "The Future Is Faster Than You Think."
Right.
At this end of this month.
Yeah.
And this guy the author describes just how we're not ready and what we need to do about that. And I think that's going to be a big question.
Well, it's sort of hard to predict how things are going to. So we're operating in a vacuum in a sense that we don't have the data to really understand what the consequences of all these things that are happening now. And I think that's true throughout history. You know, if Kurt Vonnegut was going to write this whole scenario, he would go back and say, well, if technology takes all the jobs, then in his story, I would think there would be something like a grassroots revolution, and the government would have to tell technology to take a hike, and we're going to go back to manufacturing and manipulate all that, you know.
Right, I think. And, you know, the idea, too, and somebody said this just the other day, and it just kind of hit me like a brick, but 2/3 of Americans have a high school education.
Right.
Only a third have beyond high school. That doesn't prepare you to work on at these levels that require so much math and the kind of computer skills and all of the service skills that we have in this industry now and have in the world, in our society certainly, and others. You're not prepared for them, so you have to do that. You've talked about education a lot and trying to get out, and you did some work in what is at CSU to try to reach out to those who typically don't have an opportunity to come to college and all that. That was a big issue and an important one. It just seems like all these boats have to rise at the same time, and I don't know.
Well, here's the other thing. What are we teaching in college? So if ultimately everything's going to go the technological direction, shouldn't university higher ed be basically about coding and computer science and technological? You know, certainly have the math and science and that kind of thing, but
right. Well,
all these other things we teach in college, should we just sort of forget about that? Because really, ultimately, it doesn't prepare you either. And the same thing's true in public schools. We have this huge canon of things we teach because we have this American ethos where you're building the better citizen, the voter, and everything. But now, are we in a new age, or their new set of skills? For a while, the buzzword, everybody was studying critical thinking and soft skills. That was going to be the new thing.
Right.
But now I think we're off that too. So I'm not sure where we're headed with that.
It really is hard to know, but it just keeps moving.
Yeah.
And if this the technology sector moves faster than everything else, all the other sectors, then we haven't figured this out yet. But I want to reframe it in some ways because I want to see this in a positive way. That's kind of my take on it. Most things, but this is an exciting challenge. So what are you going to do with it?
Mm-hmm.
You can frame it in different ways, but listen, we enjoy our phones and we're all, connected to the grid and we're doing these things and we feel like we're smarter now maybe, or we have more access to information. This dissemination of this conversation, for example, we're doing a lot of things now that we've never been able to do before. So I want to say this might be the opportunity if we can manage this right and not shoot ourselves in the foot. And make something out of this revolution. And yes, it's going to be gains and, backpedaling and moving forward, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and all those kind of things. But I want to see this in a positive way. I'm that kind of guy that we can work through problems, and we're in a country that work through a lot of problems. So why not this? And how do we make it better?
Do you see it as an issue that the ubiquity of some of these technologies has, in a way, made us disconnected from each other?
Yeah, I think. Yes, we've had a similar conversation around that question. We need more work with it to try to answer and get a good answer with it, because I think there are always losses with these gains. It's never a total. On the positive side, on the black side instead of the red, if you're looking at the accounting. But the notion is that we do have to manufacture things. We have to make things.
Yeah.
somebody's got to do the plumbing and the electrical and the building and
Right.
making things, right?
Yeah.
So we have to have that in our world. We have to have a balance with this service industry where everything's on a screen in front of us and you need to know software and programming and coding and things like that. Well, that's just another piece of the puzzle. It's not everything, and it shouldn't be. We've got to adopt some basic skills that we've talked about in here a lot, and that is accommodation, empathy, being who you are, being authentic, appreciating other people and all that. Those counseling things you hear me talk about occasionally, but that needs to be involved in this whole process, so that we look at what our values are and those things that are of value to us, and we can go ahead and project out to a point, at least to a certain extent, of where we want to be. We got some vital questions to answer before we get to that. But I think we need to pose that question. Where do we want to go with all this? Where do we want to end up? It's kind of like retirement. That's something you and I both can talk about.
Yeah.
But what you want retirement to be, well, retirement is ongoing.
I don't think we've ever really intentionally asked those questions. As you say, the future is whatever the title of the book is. The future is here now.
Yeah, the future's
it's
faster than you
think, or whatever.
I don't know about that.
So here's the present. It's Thanksgiving. All the family comes over. There are the grandchildren. There's mom and dad around the table. There's the grandparents around the table. The grandchildren all have their phones or pads out.
Right.
And they're watching videos.
Right.
The parents are checking their email and checking to see if we're going to put the next picture from Thanksgiving up on Facebook. And then there's grandpa and grandma, and they're checking their Instagram accounts or Twitter
all right.
accounts.
Some pretty progressive grandpas. Well, I think that's true. That's
so what's happened to Thanksgiving? What's happened to family time and that kind of thing? And
you feel like, hey, I'm going to text you past the cranberry sauce.
Well, it goes to the point of what we talked about 20 years ago when people would be in the next office and email you rather than talk through the door. That was one of our friends used to say, just come in and tell me. Don't email
That's
me.
Right.
But the other thing is this. So, all the data that we have collected about instruction and education shows that the efficacy of digital instruction, online instruction, which is where it was all headed about the time I retired.
Right.
It was hard to teach in person. You couldn't find a class to teach them. Nobody wanted to take an in-person class. So all the data was showing, hey, it's as effective or more effective. But I'm always suspicious of the whole data thing. As a educator from public schools, I always wanted to ask, well, what data are we collecting, and is it really telling us what we need to know to make for a better life?
And how is it interpreted? That's a big point of it. So there's data, but then what do you do with it? What do you make of that, and how you apply it in the situation?
Well, and the ironic thing was, I was an early adopter of online instruction. I was one of the very early ones at Columbus State. And
I actually have a video of you years ago on a green screen in the old studio where you were talking about that. And I saw that not long ago. So we have some archives here that can track back. And when you say I did that, hey, I've got evidence you did that, by the way. So cool.
So I was an early adopter. I thought this stuff was cool. It was fun to work with. I loved building websites and all that stuff. But as I did that, I always saw that as a side of what my real job was, which was to create new streams of knowledge as a researcher, and to go into the classroom and connect with students and do that and help people be better leaders. And now I wonder, are we going to look back and say, we really dropped the ball, but all the data we were collecting told us this was all good, but maybe we didn't collect the right data, because now we have all these unanticipated consequences. People disconnected, two poles look at things politically. Now that you have everything out there on the internet, people look at the news and they go to the sites that reinforces what they already think.
Oh,
and
that's
there's no
right.
listening to anybody else. So
see
either
the show on confirmation bias. Just a plug there. There you go.
Well, I was watching the whole latest impeachment news and all that, and depending on which channel you watch,
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi is either a great American hero or the worst,
or the worst person ever. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how does this work? And there's that now underlying that I think is a real problem too. And I don't mean to kind of you'd go to that point as you need, but I it made me think that we've got these corporations, like you said, they're in these big cities. That's where the tech giants are, Silicon Valley, New York, all those places, that are making themselves wealthy.
Right.
Okay.
Sure.
That's what we're doing. We're in this.
Which is the American way, right?
That is the American
Right.
way, and we're going to get rich. And Jeff Bezos, we have that picture somewhere around the studio where he's sitting at a small desk, and a big CRT monitor, with a paper banner up that says Amazon.com.
Right.
Well, now, so that's a problem when we don't understand some of the humanity that should underlie this, because otherwise it comes across as greed, and I'm a little concerned about that being sort of our goal in the end, because that's not a really good goal from my point of view, and we talk about that. But the idea that you can come along and be prosperous and make something of yourself and make a contribution to the world and even have a lot of money, that's fine. Wait a minute, it's going up now. It's just exploding to the point that it's impossible for people to get ahead, and it's really, really easy for others to get ahead. And there's something wrong with that system. I'm not sure how to articulate that very well.
And really understand, I'm not down on technology. I'm just wondering if we're utilizing technology to meet the needs of humanity that exist right now. And to that point, here's the things I constantly sort of think about as existential threats. One is the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, which is a technological issue. How do we come to terms with that? But the other one, even more and seemingly even more pressing, is the whole idea of global climate change. And could we, as a global society, take a look at how do we utilize science and technology to replace the present technologies that essentially global climate change is being caused by, the whole idea of creating energy, and you need more and more energy, and you have more and more people, and that's been good to us. But now, how do we transform those things into new kinds of energy producing entities that don't impact the climate so drastically?
Right.
And those could create jobs too. So I think that may be potentially a goal for us. I wish that governments would promote those kinds of things instead of argue about whether it's happening,
Right. It almost seems like some of this is being talked about on the sidelines, but for me, that's the key point. The thing you just said is that we need to make that direction change with technology that can capture carbon out of the atmosphere,
right?
And make that we talked about solar energy and solar powered. I mean, Peggy, my wife wants our house to be solar run. She wants those panels up and all those kinds. She's talked about it for a long time. So is other people. So I think really that there's an opportunity, and it may just be a generational issue, that maybe our generation, as we come along, we did a lot of good things, but we need to hand this off to people and the new technologies. And and I'm taking a developmental look here, and maybe a hopeful one too, but the idea that this new innovation, this new approach, not just to getting a chip that's faster and can compute faster, but that actually is aimed at something that we really need to address. And if that happens, we may not see it, but it's going to be a good thing, maybe.
Do you know, maybe it's a new perspective for me too, because for so many years I was tied up with doing administrative work and earning a living and raising kids and that kind of thing.
What you have to do, right?
And I didn't really, in a lot of ways, see the big picture. I saw a picture as it related to the entities where I was working,
Right.
and tried to address the issues that I saw coming down the pike, and I tried to be futures oriented too.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to me that the whole that since I've retired, I see the world in an entirely different way. I see it more in the sense of, well, what will be happening in 50 years? Now, I won't be here.
Right.
So I'm not sure why that's happened, but I've become this sort of neo-progressive that says, hey, we don't have our eye on the ball that's coming at us down the plate. Now, it may be that the future is coming faster than we think, but maybe the future's not what we think. In other words, we may be distracted by all the play pretties and coolie deals, and we may be missing the fact that Venice is underwater. I mean, Venice is currently underwater, and it's almost like we go, well, yeah, that's terrible for them, but what happens when it's Miami? Which, incidentally,
by the way, some of the streets are flooding there.
They are flooding in Miami, and my thought is ultimately on that deal. I wrote an article years ago, and it was about technology. It was about what a Wechselblatt disaster is.
Okay.
The idea is that you develop a technology, and the very technology you develop makes the problem you have worse.
Oh.
The example I used, there were a lot of examples, but the example I used was Katrina. The very technologies that were supposed to keep the water out kept the water in, right? So it created a Wechselblatt disaster. Well, now, my worry is, certainly over the next 20, 30 years, we can keep water out of New Orleans, but what happens when the ocean continues to rise? Right. And that kind of thing, and whether it is that coal burning industries or cars or whatever are creating this or not, the point is it's happening. So what are we going to do about it? And that discussion, rather than needs to be more goals oriented, I guess. That's the neo-progressive in me.
No, I like it, and I like what you said too, because it fits with. When I was in graduate school, I had to take a course, and I didn't know much about it, but it was called adult development.
Yeah.
And this was psychology courses and counseling, that kind of thing. But the idea was, hey, first of all, there is adult development. You just don't get to age 21 and then you stop and you got the rest of your life.
So we're not washed up.
No, we're not. Saying. We're not. Definitely not. And the idea, too, I think, is that we're constantly – and they're talking about stages, and I wanted to mention this. This is something you said, that when you retired, now you can begin to see. Well, it's almost in a way unfortunate that we have to wait till after the job cycle and we're in retirement to look at the whole of the picture that we are involved in. And I'm hoping with this, again, but the intellectual and the digital revolution that we're in is going to inform people earlier in that development so that they make better choices, both individually and both as companies and corporations, to be able to address some of these things and see what's important. Money is one thing. We all want to make money, but hey, there's some things that are more important than that, sorry to say.
Well, certainly that promise is there. This whole idea of looking for the ball coming out of the pitcher's hand. This whole kind of metaphor I was working around. I think if I had the last 20 years to do over again.
Right. Oh boy, that's a big one right there.
I would spend a good bit more time, especially in a leadership role, leading people to have the discussion, what should we be doing, rather than The discussion being about, well, what is University of Georgia doing? What is
this mandate that we've been handed down to fulfill, and without any really a discussion about it at all?
Yeah, because really, ultimately, all these things are happening around us, but we almost are looking to the past to drive what we're doing. We want to be today's. Let's say in education, we want to be today's Harvard or the Southern Harvard. Well, the ultimate question is, what's coming down the pike? What's coming out of the pitcher's hand? What should I swing at? What shouldn't I swing at?
Right.
And
good
I don't
baseball
think,
analogy there.
I don't think as a leader I did that enough. I think what I did more was say, what problems are we having now? Okay, we pulled the people together, we threw things on the table, we got a lot of feedback, but it was almost like we were addressing what's right there in front of us and not looking to the future, whereas ultimately the role of leadership should be to be a little more futures oriented. So
I kind of think that we find ourselves where we're working in a corporation or university, as we did in other kinds of organizations, that you sort of encapsulated in that environment. You're breathing the air.
Point.
You're seeing it from that perspective, and you're sort of have some blinders on to what's going out there, because you got to take care of your own, and so to speak. You've got a job to do. Your boss is asking you to do these tasks. You're doing that task. You're not saying, hey, does this fit into my philosophy of what we should be doing in this environment? No, you don't have that luxury. You're in that corral, and that's what you have to work with. So the big questions at that point don't seem to be very important to the people around you or the organization that you're in.
Well, and
you're interesting.
You're in a routine, so this is year 5 of your credit,
and it's comfortable.
Yeah,
routines are comfortable.
And you're in year 5, let's say, and it's of your accreditation. Well, you got to start working on that report. Then you also know you have a budget.
Don't remind me.
And you're going to send in the budget that you essentially sent in last year, tweaked for whether you have more or less money coming down the pike projected. Right. Yeah. So you know you're going to do that. You know you're going to have your regular monthly meetings, and you need to prepare for that so you don't look silly or unprepared. And you're doing all that.
Right.
But it's not doing what you want to be doing, which is saying, okay, gang, here's the future, and it's coming faster than you think. Let's talk about what it might look like and come up with some alternatives that we might try to see if this takes us in the right direction. And that's really, I think, I'm working with Bridget Markwood, who I worked with on some projects at Columbus State University. We're talking a lot about what does education need to be down the road. And a lot of what we've come up with is what we're doing is really what we've been doing. And we've been doing it for years and years and years. And we don't even have defined what we think education should be doing. So we just keep doing what
you're on that treadmill and you're starting to run, and that's what you do, and that's what you know, and so you get back on that treadmill, keep rolling with what you've done before, and you're going to do that tomorrow. That's a challenge. But I have to say one thing I like about what you've done in the past that was significant for me as a faculty member when you were department chair, and you had us read books and come into a faculty meeting instead of going over various technologies or something we had to do for the chancellor or something, but that we had to think, we had to read, think, and then discuss things. And I always thought that was great when you
went over like a lead balloon with some folks.
Well, I tell you what, they didn't. They should have rethought that, because
it was like I finished graduate school. What is it? What is this about? And,
hey, no more learning here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'll bring the book in to the meeting and show it. But I don't know if.
Well, I have to admit, I had a lot of those little sticky notes sticking out of the page, so you would know that I've actually looked at the book. But for me, you're right. We don't have in those systems. There's not a time, and maybe that's different in some corporations and some settings, where you do have the time to think about the big issues. I like to think that they're doing that at these Google and Amazon and all these big places. They're actually thinking about the impact, in particular like Facebook now, the whole political thing where
Zuckerberg got really burned by some things that had happened. Yeah.
Wow. There's some real concerns here, because one that came up for me was this idea of free speech, which we want to have free speech, but what about paid speech? I mean, free and paid. Yeah. That's a difference between that, and they're not really seeing that difference right now in Facebook, and that's why I think all these hackers are coming in and these millions of accounts that come with the .ru on the back of it, and are on the money that's being moved, can influence people in ways that is it's against their own best interest in some situations. So that's maybe for a discussion for another day. We'll have to do the whole Facebook discussion maybe, because there's a lot there. But the point being that it connects to this idea of us not really thinking through, planning, setting the goals, and is this good for us, and how will it affect the future? And it's just a shame that it has to take two old retired guys to come in and talk about this. When wouldn't it be better if we did that in our 30s?
No, man,
we're job. Come on,
we're old guys. It's our job now to sit in a Burger King and talk about how it could be better, right?
Yeah, that's actually true. If you look at the adult development literature, that's exactly where we're at. We're at this stage of life where we're kind of looking at our accomplishments and what we would have done better and changed things. And I think that's actually is part of the series of life, those stages that we go through.
Well, you talked about being optimistic, and I'm an optimist too, and I do see a lot of evidence that the people in the Silicon sector are really trying to utilize some of those resources to really address some of these issues we're talking about. At the same time, you realize, well, we're a capitalist economy, and really you got to ultimately be about making money and earning a living too. So somewhere in the middle is a balance. But
it may not have the luxury at those early stages to do that, because we're trying to make a living and provide for the family.
But it takes a lot of creativity to say, okay, well, how can we be aware of where we are globally and use that awareness to create jobs and create money and to create a good economy for everybody. And that's a balance, because like anyone else, I think those guys are having a tendency to look at, well, what's worked before. When somebody says we don't need to reinvent the wheel, I've heard that my whole life.
I've said it probably.
My question is, why don't we need to reinvent the wheel? Isn't there something better? Do we actually need to touch the ground? So I think there's room for creativity there, right?
I like it. Yeah. We watch too many Star Wars movies around here.
That's right. Right.
Those little gliders are always above the ground, right?
Yeah.
Well, this has been interesting. I really think that what happens in the processing of our conversation happens for me is that I've got a couple ideas I want to kind of get out there a little bit, but I'm also very intensely listening to what you have to say, so that this conversation begins to kind of go back and forth, and it almost in a way pushes us toward something we haven't thought about, and something new. Yeah. So the discussions are valuable in that way, and I do appreciate that, and I just want to make a process comment about that. But for the most part, how much influence can we have on these things? Yeah. We can certainly have control and influence on our lives and our immediate situation, but not always affecting the bigger picture. And that's one of Dr. Dan Rose's ideas, that we can do our little part, but we need this bigger collective to make some changes for that. So, well, my response was, we have to start somewhere. So
That's true, yeah.
Let's kind of get that going. All right, sir. Well, what else is going on? Final words on this idea of technology, and we're making good decisions for ourselves, and the promises of technology that didn't quite come to pass. Your suitcase flying car.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you didn't get that.
Well, I think ultimately it's not that the promise hadn't come to pass. It's that we're not there yet. But
Right.
that at least we're having these discussions and these thoughts. And someone is going to make some huge discovery that's going to create that Thomas Kuhn leap,
Right.
the paradigm shift,
Absolutely.
the jump in. We all know when we look at statistics, we see curves and then we see leaps, and that's
Right.
that's a common phenomenon. We don't talk about it a lot. We act as if there's a curving trajectory always up, but typically it's
It spikes up.
there are
That's it,
spikes
that's
up
it.
and down, and there are plateaus, but then there are sudden leaps. I think that's going to happen, and we have a tendency also to look back at the past and we're able to, in retrospect,
Yes,
see
always.
those leaps, and we were a part of those, but we're not seeing what's happening now. So it's that's just human nature.
No,
right?
but I mean that's
Yeah.
a big point, because just look at how much information we have at our disposal on our phones, bombarded with information and content that we're not able to process so much. And we've had this discussion as well. Need to get Jeff Conklin in here for this one, but the idea is that it's creep in a way. This information availability now that we have from all of these different sources are we're just accepting. But if you look back 10, 15, 20 years ago, we didn't have any of this available
Right.
to us. Now, if something happens around the globe, we know about it.
right.
And the ability to evaluate it, to talk about it, to share it, to make some sense out of it. We've never had that before as we have now. And that's going to continue to move. And I think it's going to force us to make those choices that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and Faulkner talked about this years and years ago about people tended to be pessimistic at the time of his Nobel speech with the proliferation of nuclear weapons and the two world wars and all those things, and Faulkner said, he really was sort of optimistic about where the future would go because he believed in the human spirit. And
Right.
it's funny, a lot of times folks see his work as sort of not dark but depressing sometimes, because he was really cognizant of the human condition.
Right.
But at the same time, there's always that room for redemption. So I sort of a fan of the Faulknerian point of view on all that. So I guess that would be my final word on where we were today.
All right, so we went with Faulkner. We started out with Derek Thompson talking about Where's My Flying Car?
Where's My Flying Car?
from
Good
the Atlantic,
article.
a great article.
Very
And
thought-provoking. Don't know if I drink all the Kool-Aid.
There
but,
we go.
it's good stuff. Yeah.
You're good. I'm glad you're not drinking all that Kool-Aid. A couple sips here and there, I think we'll be fine
Yeah.
with it. Well, Tom, it's been a pleasure, and I tell you what, we'll do this again, and I'll see you next time.
See you next time, Mike.
You have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call.
The other thing is this. So, all the data that we have collected
Yes.
about instruction and education shows that the efficacy of digital instruction, online instruction, which is where it was all headed about the time I retired.
Right.
It was hard to teach in person. You couldn't find a class to teach in. Nobody wanted to take an in-person class. So all the data was showing, hey, it's as effective or more effective. But I'm always suspicious of the whole data thing. As a educator from public schools, I always wanted to ask, well, what data are we collecting? And is it really telling us what we need to know to make for a better life?
And how is it interpreted? That's a big point of it. So there's data, but then what do you do with it? What do you make of that, and how you apply it in the situation?
Well, and the ironic thing was, I was an early adopter of online instruction. I was one of the very early ones at Columbus State. And
I actually have a video of you years ago on a green screen in the old studio where you were talking about that. And I saw that not long ago. So we have some archives here that can track back. And when you say I did that, hey, I've got evidence you did that, by the way. So cool.
So I was an early adopter. I thought this stuff was cool. It was fun to work with. I loved building websites and all that stuff. But as I did that, I always saw that as a side of what my real job was, which was to create new streams of knowledge as a researcher, and to go into the classroom and connect with students and do that and help people be better leaders. And now I wonder, are we going to look back and say, we really dropped the ball, but all the data we were collecting told us this was all good, but maybe we didn't collect the right data, because now we have all these unanticipated consequences. People disconnected, two poles look at things politically. Now that you have everything out there on the internet, people look at the news and they go to the sites that reinforces what they already think. And there's no listening to anybody else. So
see the show on confirmation bias.
Of that emotional dysregulation.
Sure.
We are going to be reflexive, we're going to be automatic, and we're going to make very quick decisions, and those may be helpful in the immediate moment, but long term they often are not helpful, maybe even dumb.
Right. It could very well be that you missed that therapeutic moment, and it won't be coming back anytime soon, particularly if you use that approach more and more with anything that comes up that you have some issue with, then you kind of cut off the further exploration of it in lieu of getting out of the trouble moment you perceive, and doing it cut and dry. So there's not going to be much depth in the conversation over time.
And you could think of, there are all sorts of decisions that we make that are fraught with the possibility of affect dysregulation, that we can lose that self-reflective element, and so therefore we get into a bit of a pickle if we're not careful. When it comes to things like, and this applies to ethics, period. All ethical guidelines are there for a reason. They're supposed to, they're supposed to. In fact, one of the things that makes aspirational ethics is important is because sometimes if you outsource your ethics, then it makes it even easier to discard them.
Right. You may end up more trouble as a result
you could say,
of those kinds of
well, that's just what they wrote. That's what they want. As opposed to something that you begin to dance with. The act of bringing ethics into your bones is to turn ethics into morality. Right. It becomes an element of your moral compass. Mm-hmm. And so the person sitting across from you becomes someone with a heartbeat. And that can go back to erotic countertransference. It can often be difficult because if you suddenly feel an erotic connection, if you suddenly begin a level of attraction to the person across from you, you move to a place of splitting, and you lose their complexity. So part of what we have to navigate in the moment, and by the mere act of accepting the feelings that you have, then you can then dwell in complexity. And there's research to show this. There's research to show that that when we're able to
when we have a conflict over something, it can get us in trouble. When we allow ourselves to be, and that's the acceptance piece of that 3-stage process. It can be tough for new therapists or all of us to accept the fact that we have sadistic trends, that we might want to hurt somebody in some form or fashion, that we may invite our own hurt in some ways, that we can have erotic feelings. This can be really difficult with, and I do some consultation work with therapists in the community, but this can be really difficult if you're working with adolescents, because I've had therapists talk to me about erotic countertransference with adolescents. So if it's a male working with an adolescent female, and they're like, what do I do? I'm not supposed to feel that.
Right.
I'm like, well, we have no control over what we feel. So, I think I was supposed to be incredibly wealthy and have a Lamborghini.
Right.
But, I woke up this morning and
A lot of things.
it's not there.
Didn't happen.
So we're going to have to start where you at. And the goal would be able to think about that.
Right.
But notice
right.
how it's dangerous. This is someone underage, and I'm having feelings in the presence with him.
Completely dangerous.
So how to be able to say, what's going on here? What's going on here for you and them, and to be able to slow it down. And it takes the danger, and it becomes something that, an area that you can begin to operate in.
Right.
To be able to say, okay, this is this, and then you can move in a different way.
All right, where were we? We're saying that resolutions, people make them, they don't
Well,
continue. We just do that
It may set up
for some reason.
some counterproductive parameters in one's life. If
Okay.
nothing else, with the example of my wife, if you keep pushing off the thing that you're wanting to change, kicking the can down the road, that of itself is problematic.
Right.
But also, because we talk about some mental health stuff here, we talk about some,
Sure we do.
We talk about some psychoanalytic stuff every once in a while.
Absolutely.
So the idea is that all behavior exists in a context. So
Right.
with my wife's smokeless tobacco habit,
Wrong. Keep going.
the goal would be not necessarily that she should stop doing that,
Okay.
but maybe she would stop whatever is going on or address whatever is going on that makes her need that.
Okay.
It's a there's a different switch,
Get to the cause of things. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So as opposed, because there used to be a thing we talk about in the literature a lot called symptom substitution. That if you removed if you just targeted the symptom and removed it, something else is going to show up.
Yeah. Is that still a thing now? Do we still talk about that in
research doesn't
graduate
narrate,
schools
because it was often used as a way to disparage behavior therapy and behavioral therapies.
Oh, that's right. The fight between psychoanalytic and behavior therapies.
Right.
Actually, a book. Wachtell wrote that book. That was a great book to read. But
I have
back in the
met
day.
and hung out with Wachtell.
Yeah.
I have, yeah. But he was a guy who thought that they could be merged.
Wrong, evidently.
well, but
Well, maybe so. I mean, I not long this morning, as a matter of fact, I told a story about a therapy in a therapy situation with a couple who were very intellectual and gained a lot of insight and looked at things, but it was only the behavioral method that seemed to make a difference with them. So some kind of joining between those two things, maybe not a bad way to go.
well,
Sorry.
What may be helpful? It's interesting because people don't realize that the average number of sessions Freud saw someone was 4, and that we have at least several of his cases where at the time he used direct behavioral intervention. So the real world looks nothing like a book that someone wrote to prop up a theoretical model.
All right, let's. We need to cut that out. That needs to be a clip right there.
We all know that. We learned the hard way. In fact, I imagine anybody who comes from a strict theoretical model, the minute they hit the real world is like, okay, this is not the way. Regardless of what the model is.
I want to go back and say, you didn't teach me what we need to know.
There's some things missing there.
That's good. That's knowledge, by the way, but maybe they should. Maybe they should zero in on how these things work together.
have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
Well, it's an interesting time. First of the year, 2020. This is a big year. We
2020.
got a lot of hopes, a lot of
The first
expectations.
year that my vision and the year coincide. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, you and your 2020 vision. Well, good for you, my friend. All right, not to mention those glasses that we're seeing you
They're
wear.
all for
but-
show. I'm trying to, I wear the glasses because I'm trying to get respect. I think if I wear the glasses, people will like look at me that guy might be smart. And as long as I don't open my mouth,
Right.
it's okay.
Yeah, well, opening your mouth seems like it got us in a lot of trouble in the past, so
why-
we'll hope that
That's why he's calling the FBI.
we'll get through today, but good to have the hack, as you call him, in the studio.
The hack.
I'm not sure that's a complimentary kind of comment, but all right, so what's going on? What's happening with you, my friend?
Well, here's what I thought we'd talk about because it's the first of the year.
Yeah.
And this is the time of the year people make resolutions, right?
New Year's resolution. Got
There's a
it.
couple to think about that because, some folks would say that that's not a good idea,
Oh, really?
right? Well, it's a little like dieting. It's the
No one does these things, right? They say it, they don't do it. Is that the problem?
Well, here's the thing. It's like if you think about it, like it sets up, like what makes dieting a problem is, as opposed to changing your life, you simply restrict and punish yourself around a certain thing called food, and it doesn't last. So it's
Right,
it is
no.
so it's a bit saying like
Frivolous.
look, if I look at my calendar and I've got it's November. Look, I'm gonna keep doing the things I'm doing, but come January, my resolution is I'm gonna stop, right?
Right.
Like my wife, she does a lot of smokeless tobacco, dips a lot,
Oh,
and
didn't know that about. You sure? I'm not.
well, don't tell
I
her.
sound right.
But she keeps
Don't believe
saying
everything you hear. Maybe I don't know.
she keeps saying that I'm tired of finding pink spit cups laying around the house. It's disgusting, but something just happened over
No,
there.
it's all there's something is always happening, my friend. You may not be aware of it, but it is always happening around
it's-
here. So.
but
Don't be too worried. It's all okay. We got Dr. Hackett here in case things
I
get
think
out
I
of hand.
told you this earlier that my son saw one of the podcasts and said that the studio looks like a crack den.
Well,
So, but
you tell your son to come in the studio.
But here's the
before
thing:
He makes
how
those
does he know what
accusations.
looks like a crack den? I really should have
now
asked.
that is a good question, and we
that's
need to
the
get
issue.
back to that.
But I did say to him, I said, look, if you're going to go to crack dens, I just want to make sure you go to quality. Anything you do, you be the best at it. So,
Good advice, but
So-
not necessarily in that case.
Yeah.
All right, so. All right, where were we? We're saying that resolutions, people make them, they don't
Well,
continue. We just
it,
do that
It may set
for
up
some reason.
some counterproductive parameters in one's life. If
Okay.
nothing else, with the example of my wife, if you keep pushing off the thing that you're wanting to change, kicking the can down the road, that in itself is problematic.
Right.
But also, because we talk about some mental health stuff here, we talk about some,
Sure we do.
We talk about some psychoanalytic stuff every once in a while.
Absolutely.
So the idea is that all behavior exists in a context. So
Right.
with my wife's smokeless tobacco habit,
Wrong. Keep going.
the goal would be not necessarily that she should stop doing that,
Okay.
but maybe she would stop whatever is going on or address whatever is going on that makes her need that.
Okay.
It's a
okay.
there's a different switch, you know.
Get to the cause of things. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So as opposed, because there used to be a thing we talk about in the literature a lot called symptom substitution. That if you removed if you just targeted the symptom, removed it, something else is going to show up.
Yeah. Is that still a thing now? Do we still talk
Well,
about that in
research doesn't
graduate
narrate,
schools or-
because it was often used as a way to disparage behavior therapy and behavioral therapies.
Oh, that's right. The fight between psychoanalytic and behavior therapies.
Right.
Actually, a book. Wachtel wrote that book. That was a great book to read. But
I have
back in the
met
day.
and hung out with Wachtel.
Yeah.
I have, yeah. But he was a guy who thought that they could be merged.
Wrong, evidently.
Well, but
Well, maybe so. I mean, I not long this morning, as a matter of fact, I told a story about a therapy in a therapy situation with a couple who were very intellectual and gained a lot of insight and looked at things, but it was only the behavioral method that seemed to make a difference with them. So some kind of joining between those two things, maybe not a bad way to go.
Well, what may be helpful, it's interesting because, people don't realize that the average number of sessions Freud saw someone was 4, and that we know we have at least several of his cases where at the time he used direct behavioral intervention. So the real world looks nothing like a book that someone wrote to prop up a theoretical model.
All right, let's we need to cut that out. That needs to be a clip right there.
So we all know that. We learned the hard way. In fact, I imagine anybody who comes from a strict theoretical model, the minute they hit the real world is like, okay, this is not the way. Regardless of what the model is.
I want to go back and say, you didn't teach me what we need to know.
There's some things missing there.
That's good. That's knowledge, by the way, but maybe they should. Maybe they should zero in on how these things work together. But
well, I remember one of my mentors, he was a pretty famous psychoanalyst, and he was in supervision with him, and he came from it was an old school psychoanalyst, and so he was the sort of the very quiet, never said anything. He sort of emphasized. I think he told us that we should always wear drab clothing, not have pictures of our family on our and we're allowed to have books, but be careful what books. So there's this whole idea,
Right.
And he was very, very highly interpretive, very gifted in terms of his ability to be able to interpret things. And he would do a thing where we would play 5 minutes of a session, and he would stop it. And he'd say, okay, this is this person's issues, but this is also your issues. And you're going to collide with him in this way, and this is how the session's going to unfold.
Okay.
It was inevitably correct.
Right. Okay. I like this guy.
Just with 5 minutes of information, he would sort of... but he sort of projected this image, and one time I was in his office, and he got a call, and he picked it up, and he said, I hear him talking to his patient. He goes, man, that sounds horrible. Oh, I'm so sorry. You've been working so hard. Well, I know you're not. I know right now you don't feel it, but I love you, and there are people that love you, and we're gonna get through this together. Oh yeah. And he's talking to the guy, and he hangs the phone up, and I say, who's that? He goes, one of my patients. And I was like, it's one of your patients.
Wait, what happened?
That's nothing like what you told.
That's right. Where's the hardcore interpretations and the different things? There was a lot of empathy going on there.
And then I was like, okay, now I think I realize how this works.
Well, I have a question for you, a little off the topic, but you have been teaching at the university, and you
call it that.
I know that careful that the could go different ways there, but you've taught a course in theory and counseling theory, and there are a number of theories in those books, and they probably clash just a little bit. And I know your psychoanalytic orientation, so how is that for you to teach all of these very different theories? I'm just curious.
It works like this, and this is actually how I walk through life. Period.
Okay.
I just find things that will fuel and feed my sense of superiority. That's really all I do.
That's it. That's it right there.
Any situation
it's
I
all
walk
about
into,
you, some reason.
So well, at least I'm not. Well, it is interesting because but
I can see you saying, okay, listen, I'm going to teach you this theory, but don't listen to a word that they listen to what I have to say over here. That's what I'm thinking happens. I'm not sure.
I would sneer a lot. I would do a lot of sneering.
Yeah, this guy.
They call it. But it was interesting because the textbook we used in places, not uniformly, because sometimes the chapters were co-written or written by people who actually espoused that theoretical model. But the book itself was so poorly written and conceived that I often felt sorry for the theory. I'm like, come on, man. I would often find myself, I really think it's better than what they're putting out here.
I remember back at the time when he said, we need to rip this chapter out of this book.
I'm like, the one on psychoanalysis looked like it was written in 1923.
Oh yeah, that's true.
If you dug up Freud, he'd be going, well, hold on a second, man. This is a little stale. What are you talking about here?
A little Victorian. It's
like, what the?
Come on.
But it makes sense. The guy who wrote the book is like 150, so probably it's not a. But you can tell that as the book had, there had been like 23 editions of this. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's how it's money is
Well,
made in the book industry. Then
You could tell that the later chapters had changed to meet the times, but that first chapter, which is the psychoanalytic one, I bet it had. I would like to go back to the 23rd. I'm like, that really
no
hasn't
one wants to
changed.
touch that chapter. That's
No,
what
but
that is, right?
Nothing's changed in this.
Yeah.
But
All right.
it is interesting because there are moments when you are challenged in a way by another theoretical model.
Right.
But I think that I've been mugged by the real world enough,
Right.
to where
Beaten down.
Any sense of certainty or smugness has long since beaten out of me by the real world. So when I read them, I'm like, that might work. It's not, Or sometimes I would say, the way they made that sound, I wish that were true, but I don't think that's really
not gonna happen.
Maybe sometimes. But, I'm sorry. If it only were so.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Well, it's these real world experiences that help ground you a little bit there and take away the joy, maybe even some ways. But I think you're still okay, even though it's happened like that. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take us off topic, but I want to make sure I hit that note there.
This may or may not be connected to the topic either, but it's interesting because there are different worlds of therapy. And I come from a clinical psychological perspective, which was a very medical model, and the book is very much from a counseling perspective.
Sure.
So there's already sort of a different
Right.
philosophical grounding and substrate. The foundations are slightly different.
Right.
And that makes, and so I think, particularly since psychoanalytic theory early on was so wedded with the medical model and with psychiatry and whatnot, it really didn't make the transition that some of the other theories did to be used within that counseling framework. So I often, like we're a lot of folks from Auburn's Counseling Center or the Counseling Education Program at Auburn will come over and intern. And they'll always inevitably say to me, this is not what I thought psychoanalytic theory was. Well, this is not, I'm like, well, it actually might be. It's just you haven't, so they often haven't really been exposed to it in a way that, that would make them maybe think about it in any other way than, oh my God, I'm glad they don't do that anymore.
Right. Yeah.
So
there's so many things about it. On the couch, the therapist doesn't look at you. There's no contact. They remain quiet. The whole psychoanalytic notion where you're free thought, free thinking, dreamed interpretation, all of those kinds of things. Well, there's more to it, evidently. And
Freud regularly made tea for all of his patients. Winnicott gave everybody cookies.
Okay.
Before and
I'll
after.
go to that therapist. I
mean, there really was. I think part of the model of this sort of completely distant and disconnected therapist. Freud made this statement that you should be like a mirror. You should reflect back. You should be like a surgeon in some ways. But all of this came from the fact that he noticed that therapists begin sleeping with their patients. And that I think Jung actually sort of stirred that because I think Jung had sex with about 42 of his patients or something like that, at least 3. But
okay,
yeah. So I think part of that comes from an attempt to be able to not become entangled in certain ways, and I think it's also fueled by some Victorian stuff. Freud was never about psychoanalytic theory being done by psychiatrists. His goal was it was going to be given for free in clinics by housewives because he thought women were naturally more intuitive and emotionally connected, and a lot of the housewives had time on their hands and they would be good at it, and so he had this vision.
Okay,
that was
well. Now I don't think I've come across that idea, so I appreciate you sharing that. That didn't work out, evidently. But
there was this thing called the Nazis.
Okay,
they screwed a lot of things up.
Oh, that's right.
That's
right.
They were
about that time. Okay.
There's a famous saying by Freud because he stayed up until into Austria up until almost to things got horrible. I think he left in 38, 39. I think that's when that's when he died. No, I think he
He died a couple years after he left anyway, but there were all these rumors of what was happening, and he said that no, civilization is advanced. They're burning my books. They're not burning me.
Okay.
And
Let's look at the positive there.
But
All
what
right.
was what he wasn't noticing is at some point they were going to start burning him. He would literally have been burnt.
That's it.
And when his daughter Anna had been roughed up at a police station over her being a Jewish and whatever, and she came home and told him, that's when he said, we're leaving. And then
Okay,
they
we're
were
outta here.
some British ambassadors helped pull him out and bring him into Britain. So,
Okay.
but most of his family were killed, I think, in Auschwitz, and his sisters, his extended family. There was a huge number of people around him who were.
Wow. So there were a lot of things that he would kind of put into play and maybe work. Some of the things that we see now may be very different had it not been for the Nazis. And
They
the war.
screwed up a lot of things.
Yeah, they did, evidently. That's why they call it a world war,
Yeah.
by the way. If I
That
remember right.
Hitler's haircut and mustache, you can't get those anymore without.
Yeah.
I will say Pete Rose somehow managed to hold on. And not the mustache. He couldn't combine the two.
Pete
But-
Rose. There's a reference. You boomers out there.
There are.
Okay, so yeah, I know you're looking at Dr. Haggett. He's said he's not going to respond.
So far he hasn't.
Yeah, I know, but he's had plenty to say. It's
What
keeping
is-
it to himself.
What is it we could say that might goad him on? Like, is there some sort
listen,
of topic
listen, I'm sure you're going to come up with something. He's going to grab the mic. He's going to
going to be
he's going to cancel your mic, and then he's going to talk and try to clarify some things here. But in the meantime, all right, we got off topic just a little bit there, my friend. But so we're talking about these resolutions, these ideas for the new year. You're going to do it, but really you're not. So
Well, think about it if somebody were to talk to me about wanting to change any sort of habit,
Right.
it isn't that even if you are very symptom focused, if you come from a pretty strict behavioral therapy orientation, you still want to be able to contextualize the thing that's going on.
Sure.
So if someone comes in, like if someone came to me and they said, well, throw my wife under the bus, pretend like she has a smokeless tobacco habit.
I know. We've gone there. It's too late now.
hold on
She's
to
in
that.
trouble.
We'll hold on to that.
No, wait. You're in trouble as soon as she finds out. All right, go back.
She's not going to watch it. She puts up with me enough. Why would
Yeah,
she?
yeah. Why would she want to
Why would she?
search for videos of you?
She's like,
when she's
literally.
got the,
It's not
oh, my goodness.
she's going to be looking at pictures of Antonio Banderas or something. I don't know something.
I don't know.
But there's if someone said, okay, this is something I wanted to try to get to deal with, and you begin talking to them about it, and they try to implement some strategies to be able to remove this from their life, but these things didn't work. At least at that point, you begin to expand the context.
Okay.
You begin to think about maybe in terms of secondary gain. But I always think, and this goes for any sort of resolution that someone makes, because that's what we're talking about, the idea that suddenly you're going to be doing something different with your life. You're
Yeah.
going to be, whatever. I
Right,
always like
and you
the
got to
idea-
take the steps and the actions to make something happen with that too, as well.
I think with any behavior you want to change, the first question you should ask yourself is, what itch does it scratch? What purpose does it serve? We would say in psychotherapy, or in theory, that what is its place in my psychic economy,
Okay.
or my libidinal economy? Either way.
Okay.
And so it has a place. It does something. And so, for instance, often if you talk to someone about the possibility of changing their habits in eating habits, for instance,
Sure.
often what fuels compulsive behavior, period, particularly eating, is that there's often underlying affect states that have yet to be sort of processed or named.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are feeling bad about the way you look, and it is food that you blame for this thing, you begin to circle around food in this sort of spiral of shame, and you are connected to it in a way, and food becomes a thing that you can focus on. And it also becomes a temporary cure when you are, eating some Funyuns. When you're eating.
I was
some
wondering where you were going because I was thinking, anybody hearing that pause, when you're thinking about eating or you're thinking about food, and then there are pictures that just start to pop up with everyone. So I'm just
Well, I was trying to think
I
of
was
what's the most
Funyuns is
the-
what came to you, by the way.
Well, what food is most likely to give a party in the mouth? What is it?
Funyuns.
Funyuns. That is. You think Funyuns? I like that. I like that.
No, I was going with you because I thought maybe
Which, as an aside,
a party in your mouth. Okay.
I had a girlfriend I dated who smelled like Funyuns. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
She had
well,
sort of
there's
this-
your problem right there.
I don't know. I think
Unless
it's
you're a
nice smell.
Funyun lover. Oh, in more ways than one.
Yeah,
Boom.
that's-
Okay, there we go.
It was.
That's all I gotta
She
say
put the
about that.
fun in Funyuns. That's all I'm saying. But
Oh, more of your old girlfriends coming through his
yeah,
thing
that's the
here.
thing.
All
But,
right, so where were you going? You were asking the question,
but the mere act of eating this thing
right?
is temporary relief for the very suffering that it has caused. And that traps you in this sort of loop,
Right.
right? And so people begin to restrict and diet, and it literally can invest food with even more of a potential to pull you and draw you. Does that make
okay.
sense?
Okay.
You
Yeah,
literally find yourself. So the goal often is to be able to deal with some of the underlying emotions, to be able to think to yourself, what itch does it scratch? What is it? I mean, I'll often have folks come in and they have some concern with weight or whatever it may be, and they often haven't considered that there are some really unhappy skinny people,
Right.
and
Yes.
your weight may have little or nothing to do with your general sense of happiness or
So people glom on to the simple fix in these things. It had nothing to do with that, but it seems like something. So we'll go in that until
look
it
at the
doesn't
studies
happen
that
anymore.
suggest that once your income starts rising above $75,000 a year,
Oh yeah.
the difference between somebody who makes $75,000 a year and $500,000 a year in terms of how it contributes to happiness is diminished.
I'd like to try that experiment.
I've
You
always
give me
wanted-
the 500,000, and
Well, I don't know what. Yeah,
I don't know how that's going to work.
Let's just say.
No, but that idea that money's not going. Yeah. So and people who may feel that they're going to lose weight and their life is suddenly going to be rosy and everything's going to be wonderful. So it doesn't work like that.
Well, I mean, it butts up against this whole notion of happiness. I think we talked about before. And that in of itself is problematic because, I
think you called it the happy industry.
Badu calls it the happiness industrial complex,
Okay.
and that there's this bevy of corporations and governments that are all wanting us to fall for this notion that somehow we should be happy all the time. And then it's embedded in American culture that there's this the idea that it's in our commercials and in everything that we see and we're bombarded by, that somehow the goal is to be happy, right? And
the problem is, no, I'm just kidding, but basically, yeah.
Well,
so I'm in that complex somehow.
well, the problem often is that like it or not, there are lots of crayons in the crayon box.
Oh.
And your capacity to be able to color with as many of them as possible probably is more indicative of your capacity to have a balanced and well-lived life.
Okay.
Some of us may be lucky enough. And there's even the story of the Buddha where his family tried to keep him completely free of any suffering, so he never left the palace, had everything he wanted, and whatnot.
Right.
So that there's even in the myth or the story, the fable.
Kind of like
is
a
that
parenting style a little bit there for some, but
they
yeah,
gave him
okay.
everything.
Right.
But still, suffering found a way to find him, And I think, and the goal would be, how does one become better and better equipped to deal with the natural emotional contingencies that come with just life? And as you may know this, the feelings that you have when you're 18 can be different than the feelings you have when you're 50.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is an ever-changing landscape. And so it's never something we can completely solve because there's always something shifting, both broadly and narrowly. And so our goal is, how do we find a way to be able to live with the things that we're continually given? And a big chunk of that is some degree of suffering. And nothing could make you suffer more if you think you're supposed to be living the life you see in a truck commercial.
Right. Well, I was almost thinking of just about any commercial these days. When it's medicine, you have a terrible medical problem, but people are sort of bounding through the wheat field with the sun shining, and everybody's happy, and all the models.
That's your idea of what life would be. You are going to be, at best, frustrated by what you're going to receive. At worst, devastated by the fact that it may be like that in
didn't
some.
fix it.
And it may be like that at moments. There are moments of pure joy and exultation that come from just, there are. They're there.
Let's go with a
But-
couple of those. How about that? Well,
They
I think
usually involve drugs. I'm just saying.
well, the marketing problem I think we're coming up against that it's been painted at almost anything you're trying to sell on the television or any media platform. It's got all these wonderful happy moments and people smiling and talking, and everything is happy in that regard, and you can sell more products. So we may be just victims of this commercialism, and as you've talked about earlier.
Well, how we may be victimized in ways, it may keep us further from the sort of skills and investment in our life that may be necessary for us to have some level of at least temporary contentment and to grow. Before I was going to bed last night, I was reading Roger Scruton. Anybody here a Roger Scruton fan?
No, sorry.
He was probably the foremost conservative thinker, certainly in philosophy and in a number of things. And as you know, I'm a commie lefty. But I've long ago
And
made.
we still let you in the studio.
That's good, yeah.
Okay.
But long ago, I said to myself, I can only be a comedy. That's a.
That was good.
That's a Freudian slip.
There we go.
I could only be a commie lefty if at least 10% of the books I read had to be completely opposite of what I believe.
Okay.
And quickly I found that some of those made me want to jump out a window. But I found people like Scruton and folks like that who I may disagree with them, but they can articulate and they can challenge me to think in some ways. And so I've read a good bit of Scruton.
Oh, my
And,
friend, that is. I'm glad you had that balance there. But there are people who have never heard the opposite of their beliefs. They never heard any contradictions to or the other side, and it seems to be in this. Dr. Hackett and I talked about earlier this notion of this have and have-nots and the differences and the political differences and the siding.
Well,
one
they talk
side or
about
the
the bubbles that we live in.
Right.
Like those of us who were sort of not, or were mugged by Trump's election. We were living in a liberal bubble. I was in a Facebook, and it was literally. I remember, right before the results of the election, I went to bed and I was like, "Man, we got this." And so I woke up in the morning, and I woke my wife up because I get up at 4 in the morning. She heard me scream. I was like, "No!"
Screaming. All right, I love it. Where were
It was
the
like a
cameras?
Twilight Zone episode. The world I had woke up in a new world. So, but if I had been,
You got Dr. Hackett laughing over there, so there we go.
but if my Facebook
should have
friends
been there.
if my social media world had been a little broader, I might have seen some of these things
Seen some
potentially
of that coming.
But I
Those
didn't
who
see.
predicted it,
But
right,
it's
that's
not. But Scruton is a guy who he does provide a little balance. But he was talking. I'm not sure what my point for Scruton was. He was talking a little bit about the role of art and culture.
Yes.
Scruton is very much into. In fact, the title of the book I think is called Modern Culture. And being a conservative, he's not a very big fan of modern culture by any means, and particularly popular culture. And there's a video of him because he's also knows a lot about music. There's a video of him going over a Metallica song on a lecture. It's really funny.
Okay.
And it's obvious that he has nothing but contempt for not only the music, but anyone who might engage in it. But he's also very bright and attempting to grapple with it in a way that can convey that to his audience without losing them. So
Right.
it's really interesting to see. Cause
Yeah, that's hard to do. I mean,
he's,
here's by the way, I'm going to tell you a bunch of things you don't like and you won't want to hear.
But he's
and,
going on about it.
You're going to
But,
be okay at the end of it. That's a hard act to pull off.
One of the things that I like that he said is that the difference between what he calls popular or low culture and high culture, and there's already,
Right there. Right there.
problem. But it was interesting in the book because I'm reading the foreword to it, and he said, how did he put it? He said, I realize as I write this notion of high and low culture is fraught with concern and is sure to upset many a reader. And then he stops and he says something like, "But that's what something to the degree. But that's what you're going to get in the 300 pages to follow." So he says, it's going to happen.
Okay.
If you're going to keep going, this is what you're going to get. But one of the things I think he does touch on, as I was down in my music room this morning listening to some Autechre.
All right.
And I think that we talked about this before. They released an album, I think it's 8 hours long last year. And the year before that, or 2 years before, they released an album that was 4 hours long. Mm-hmm. That was a single.
Oh, yeah.
Joke.
Next song. Okay.
Yeah, so,
there we go.
But as I'm listening to him, I'm realizing, okay, so this doesn't meet his criteria, because for him, popular culture provides a distraction. It provides a way for us to be to play. Right. It may give us all sorts of things, but what it doesn't is it doesn't challenge us in a way and grow our ability to deal with our feelings and the complexities of life. So for him, art in a way can be both instructive and impactful, and that high culture can do this, and that low culture can't.
Okay.
And that, no one, if someone listens to Beethoven, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, for instance, we can, if they have an understanding of musical structure, they can see how he can take a motif and he can stretch it and pull it and bind it and do all these things with it in a way that is remarkable. They can also read into it the image of Beethoven pounding on the gates of heaven, bum 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 bum, and that that there is something. You can see the full force of his spirit unfold and the challenges against its unfolding, and so there are lots of ways to read something into that music, whether it's at its structural level, compositional level, or philosophical, or generating some sort of programmatic narrative. There are all sorts of ways to play with that in a way that could grow you, whereas Little Dicky, not so much,
Okay.
Or Lil Xan. Have you a big Lil Xan fan?
I'm not.
Lil Xan fan?
Anyone? Bueller? No, evidently not in this situation.
So, and when we talk about this notion of resolution, we talk about this notion of changing. Scruton would have said, I think, that our goal is to find things that grow us, to grapple more and more with the complexities that we're faced with as an individual and as a culture. As a conservative thinker, he would say that there's a wealth of things we already know that we should pull from. Mm-hmm. If a very conservative individual may say that we already have enough, and why be distracted by something new? I guess that would be sort of maybe an ultra-conservative way of thinking about things.
Right.
But he, but if the idea of, this is a real stretch, but simply changing a behavior is a little like listening to lots of Little Xan from Scruton's perspective. That it requires contextual and characterological structure and growth. That's what's asked of us if we truly want to generate some sort of resolution that's worth its weight.
So we've really got to find some ways to look at the underlying issues that are prompting that resolution for the new year. And because I think everybody almost, I would say across the board, know that resolutions run out about February or maybe March in most cases, or even before that in some ways. You make them so it's a talking point. But then again, really, wouldn't you have done that
Have you ever had a resolution? What resolution? You've had one? Well, what's it been?
Dr. Hackett, what's your resolution? I'm gonna.
Talk less, listen more.
He's done that. Look,
Actually, he's
That
putting
is
that into play right now, as
Yes.
a matter of fact,
Yes.
because he just finished an
Yes.
hour-long conversation, and now he's
But
quiet and listening.
I think he should work on
Okay.
scowling less, because occasionally I look over there.
There is a.
So,
Well,
know.
we're not on camera. You would see some of mine too, but that's okay. That's okay. Well, yeah, that's kind of the notion that we go through an exercise, but it really, we want to lose weight or we want to do whatever these things are, but wait a minute, it takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of insight, it takes a lot of effort. Oh, come on.
Well, what if your overall resolution was, I'm going to take a step back at the year that has just unfolded behind me, and I can think, is there a pattern of the challenges that I've faced? Are there been lows and highs, and what might I learn from them? And how can I think about the year to come based on where I've been? How can you be informed by and take that information and to be able to make use of it as something for the thing that's flowing towards you? There is the possibility of true growth in that, I think, both from from a particular and a universal. The more of us that do that, the more things could change in general in a better way, right?
All right.
I think our current political climate would suggest that and we talked about this before, I'm not sure if there's really any more of a division than there ever has been, because political divisions have been ubiquitous.
So to go back in history, you can
Yeah,
see that
it's
people were
always-
dueling and shooting each other.
So,
But,
yeah,
that's right.
I mean,
Okay.
I wouldn't shoot someone in a MAGA hat. I think about it. I wouldn't shoot someone in a MAGA hat. But
I'll edit that out later.
yes, I'm
All right,
sorry.
there we go.
That was a joke. It was a joke. But that in of itself could spark, like, if your resolution, maybe this is a behavioral resolution, then I'm going to make it a point to, if I see someone in a MAGA hat, to ask them in a caring way, there's something important to you about the hat that you have on.
Mm-hmm.
There is something about that is important to you. Please share with me what that is. Not in a way that is like, sarcastic or mean, but it's obvious. There's something,
Mm-hmm.
And Scruton would say that often that he quotes Heidegger, I think, that often the hats or T-shirts we wear with things on them are a being for others. They're an active display to show fidelity to a group.
Right.
They and for him, that's in some ways an act of cowardice, because it is not the development of the individual; it's a fleeing into the group.
Right.
And he thinks that popular culture, especially, can be prey to that. That we often like the things our friends like, and we look to see what's popular so we can fit in. We don't necessarily embrace things that somehow can grow us outside of that.
Right.
And my guess is that oftentimes maybe the resolutions that we set are the same way. I want to look a certain way so people will like me. I want these sorts of things. I often I guess what is the number one resolution probably revolves around weight. Am I wrong?
I would guess that. I'm not really sure. I haven't looked at the numbers on that, but that sounds like the one popular, most popular probably.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mine is to have fewer cheap massages at bus stations.
Ooh, that got a noise out of Dr. Hackett over there when you said that. I don't know if I need to follow up on that. Well, also, here's this thing. I mean, why the first of the year? It's almost a tradition that we do this, and it becomes kind of a simple thing, something we don't really spend time with and we don't follow through with. So if it's something meaningful, important to us, we probably should do that throughout the year. It doesn't matter about it. So what I'm saying is, okay, we've set aside this moment where those are resolutions. It's almost like we check the box at the beginning of the year, not really doing anything different.
And so in some ways that becomes a defensive maneuver. It's a way of kicking the can. It's a way of not having to face the moment you're in. And even the way I put that makes it sound like to have to face the moment is somehow, and there certainly may be a point of suffering in that.
Right.
But there also may not be. The goal would be, I think, at least implicit in what you said, that in a way, every breath is the potential for a resolution. That our capacity to have a lived moment, to be alive in the moment we're in, that's the challenge. How do I accept this? Nietzsche has this, he was really against... he broad-brushed Christianity, but I think he was really speaking about specific elements of Christianity. He said it's a cult of death. It's a cult of no. And for him it was, our goal is to cultivate yes. To be able to, he had this thought experiment that if time was infinite and space and it was infinite, then it means everything you do is going to echo for infinity. Every Funyun you eat is going to be, you're going to be eating that same Funyun for infinity. And the goal would be, live as if you can say yes to that. I am glad that this is forever and that this will be done forever. How can you say yes in a way that is open to life in that way? And that so much of what we do is a no. You know? And like, that becomes tricky. Let's say that you're being mugged and 4 guys are stepping on your face.
Right.
How do you say yes to that moment?
No.
But Nietzsche would say the challenge is yes. You find a way to say this, as you were losing consciousness, to be able to say thank you to some degree, that you were alive and present to be able to be in that moment. So
Okay. Well, I understood up to that point. That was a little bit of a stretch on that, but I do
didn't involve
understand
Funyuns though.
Yeah. They were stealing his Funyuns. Is that where we're going? All right. So there's going to be some suffering. There's going to be some insight and self-awareness and really taking inventory on some things when you make these, I don't know, things you're not going to follow through. I could change the name of it, but resolutions. So
The goal may not be necessarily awareness in terms of like an intellectual insight, but it may be the capacity for reflection and the capacity to be able to observe and be a participant in the things around you to some degree. If you look at some of the research in attachment theory, folks who have a secure attachment style are much more apt to be present with themselves and their partners as they move throughout the day.
okay.
They are less likely to get lost in the relationship or the relational moment they're in. And so, like when you said that the couple that you'd worked with who, the insight they had, well, they may have had an intellectual awareness, but they probably didn't have the reflective elements.
Okay.
Right? Does that make sense? It's like, for instance, I would imagine that as their patterns unfold, they might be able to name them. They might even be able to name them as they're happening, but certainly after they've immediately occurred. But the goal with, how can they be present with that information in that moment? And
Right.
what's the George Clinton saying? Free your butt and your mind will follow. If it may require a behavioral action before the mind catches up with that, and the capacity of reflection is there. But
Right.
probably what we would say from an attachment theory perspective is the act of beginning to go through the motions of having a secure attachment helped put in place something that could begin to get them to be secure with each other in these moments where there was prior conflict. But
Right, and it sounded like that example too. There was an ongoing conflict for a long time, and it just kind of continued. It became the status for them, and so something to sort of connect the two, the insight.
which, as an
and
aside,
awareness.
I don't know if you watch. There's this thing called Slate.com. You ever go on that thing?
Mhm.
And they have an advice column, and one of the
Yeah, I read it.
one of the advice was, "Help, my husband gets angry when I eat cheese." And I thought,
Okay.
Well, first off, thought was, I'd like to have those sorts of marital problems. Wouldn't it be great?
Yeah,
If
that cheese
if
you're eating.
conflict, it was cheese. If
Well,
this were-
on the other hand, what kind of cheese? There's some of those French cheeses over there we may,
It's-
I don't know. But yeah, problems have different levels, I guess. In that,
yeah,
that
and I'll tell you,
regard.
some cheese I won't eat because they're not excellent. If they're just Gouda, it's not good enough.
But boom, see, that's we've talked about having a trap set over in the corner so somebody can do the rim shot but no, I appreciate that taking us off course like that. All right, so the notion then is what should we do?
Well, you can think about the
around these
idea of
ideas.
our existential brothers and sisters. They talk about the centrality of the centrality of death, so that there is this notion that all of this is about to end, and that every moment, if it's truly a moment, has a beginning and an end, and it's our capacity to be present as it becomes a moment and as it fades away, and there is that sense of awareness and reflection. So how do we stay present with that? The individual who wants to stop, my wife, who actually doesn't, but if she did have a problem with smokeless tobacco,
Right.
the goal would be is at those moments that she feels the urge for said thing, it's not enough to just not do it. It may require to think a little bit about, again, what itch does it scratch? what is it about the balance of my life at present that would make this a thing that I'd want to do? It may be in the act of grabbing, the skull can. You're actually, in a Nietzschean sense, saying no. You are finding a way to escape. There's a capacity for some higher investment, a capacity to be in some ways that you're refusing. And so the skull takes you in that direction.
Right.
Now, it's interesting because, and advocates of use of tobacco and drugs could say, maybe rightfully so, that in moderation, those things can be just like popular music. You should be able to occasionally enjoy some Little Xan if you want, right?
Libations, yes.
Yes. Well, what's Zunak? What did you say? Oh, libations.
Yes.
The libations, yes. I wasn't going to say anything, but I think you and Hackett had been drinking a little heavy when I got here. Could be the pile of wine bottles in the corner.
I don't know. We're not going to follow through on that, but we need to clean up those
or the
bottles
fact
over
when
there
when I
next
came
time.
in, or the fact when I came in, you were giving each other tattoos. I was like, this is
That
not-
didn't happen, but
That's not.
yeah. All right. Well, yeah, but it also connects in some ways. What I was here saying was the notion of addiction, that people get addicted to drugs or addicted to these, whatever it might be.
It becomes, again, when you think of it, again, this is all psychoanalytic crap. In psychoanalytic thought, there's no such thing as an addiction. There's a compulsion. There may be a physiological hook that occurs somewhere in the course of becoming, while you are engaging in a compulsive act. But even there is something that pulls you in a certain direction.
Right.
And your capacity to slow that down enough, you may be able to give yourself the option of other things if you're present in that moment, if you have an affective connection. As an aside, when we brought up this whole existential stuff, I've often thought about how I might want to die.
Okay.
You know what? I'd like to die like my grandfather.
Oh.
In his sleep. Because that's a great way to go. And nothing like the four other people in the car with him screaming.
Oh.
Because that's not...
Oh. I get pulled in, and it's not my fault. I've done this enough. I should not get pulled into these things, but
I've been saving that one.
Yeah. At least it didn't involve a wheelchair that we talked about earlier. So then don't bring that one back up. Thanks very much. But so, all right. Well, I think though there's something useful about this notion of resolution or making some goals for yourself. Shouldn't we be making goals? I mean, set some things out there for 2020. This is the year we're in, the start of a decade. Come on.
Hitler made goals. Look where that got us.
Oh, did you have
Am I
to?
wrong? Am I wrong? No.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong with goals. Oh, heck, we should have them. I think my concern would be is that how do we? It is possible that by setting a goal, by setting parameters around and generate a certain level of expectations, it can keep us from the moment we're in, and it can also set us up for failure. And so the goal may be, if you want to set a goal, maybe the goal is to be more present. I got one of them. You got one of them smartphones. I got one of them smartphones.
Everybody.
Whenever I go to, the other day I was going to get my hair cut, and so I go in and sit down. And the first thing I always do whenever I'm in a waiting room, haircut, mani-pedi. Get a lot of those mani-pedis?
I'm supposed to, but haven't been there yet. But go ahead.
Okay, so mani-pedis. Or body hair sculpting. I get a lot of that too.
Nope.
I have a chest hair topiist. I don't know if you've ever, so.
All right.
That's a heck of a job.
I don't want to see that. I really don't want to see that.
Did you take your shirt off, or are you holding a chia pet? Sorry.
All right.
In those moments, I used to always distract myself with the phone. Now what I do is I make it a point to sit there and try to, and you could do a few things. You could, in a moment that you're in, you could try to name 5 things that you hear, right?
Okay.
So listen for 5 things.
Right.
You could do through all senses. It might be difficult with smell because you may not want that. 3 things you smell, but you could.
Yeah.
The texture of the chair. You could literally. These are all centering ways to be present in the moment you're in.
Right.
You can literally, and I often start with this notion of the 5 things I might see, to be able to look around the room, to orient yourself to the present. That's a way to be. If you want to set a goal or a resolution. How about think of ways to be present? Think of the ways in which you often pull yourself out of a moment. How can you be in this moment in some way that could be?
I kind of like that. I like the idea because it fits with a lot of things that we've been talking about over the last number of episodes of this Scott Therapy, and so the idea of being present, being in the moment. The Gestalt people talked about that.
Losers.
Well, the notion of yeah. So being using the sensory inputs to identify what are you. It's about presence. So what are you hearing? What do you see? Those kind of things.
You know, this is unlike the general population. 1 in 10 Gestaltists are frauderists.
Okay, but the question of what are you aware of now? Can help you kind of getting back into that.
It can help you to be present,
yeah.
and that goes back to Nietzsche, this notion of saying yes. It goes back to the idea of a lived moment. It's certainly not something you can do all the time. There are moments when would be good to be in a place of dissociation or disavowal. If you're being, tortured, present may not be the best thing to be.
No.
If you're in a moment of being irritation, leaning into the irritation, being able to name it for what it is, may give you the capacity to do something with it.
Right.
So there is a dip into the moment, and then this is long.
Right.
And boring.
It just might be too much to be in the moment all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You need a little vacation from the moment.
Not for me.
Not for you. You're always in that moment. Yes.
Well, no, I am the moment.
You are. You're making the moment as we speak. All right. Well, that's good information. So let me ask the final question, though. Do you have resolutions for this coming year, decade? What do you got? I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm going to. I decided I'm going to get some neck tattoos, and
neck tattoos.
So
okay,
but I want them also to be misspelled. I want things.
No regrets. Is the famous commercial? Yeah,
that'd be one that I might want. Do I have any resolutions? Let's see. I resolved to be more stoic.
No. Oh, okay. Is that possible? Would be the question. Go boom.
Is that not? It's funny. I've never really thought about resolutions in that way. I can certainly. Let me think. There is something I've made it a point. I'll tell you. This is going to sound weird. This is going to be.
It won't be the first time. But go.
So, I'm often so restrictive with what is the term when you're over focused on food? What's the term? I'm escaping it.
Food obsessive.
I'll think of it.
Okay.
But almost have it. But so I've made it a point. This a few months ago, I had my wife start buying Reese's Minis.
Yes.
And after dinner, every day, I have 2 tiny Reese's Minis.
Oh my goodness.
So
right.
I say to myself, I'm going to give myself a little of this. So my resolution was to have a little more enjoyment with some pop culture version of food. The little Zan of food. So
okay. All right, man. 2. Only 2. All right,
Good
there we go. Well, I'm not really sure how to follow that up other than to say good luck with that. And it's interesting. I want to go back and listen to this episode. We said a lot of things. I'm not sure where we went.
And we lost Tackett. He just disappeared.
Yeah, we lost our executive producer. He got fed up, and he actually just walked out.
He stormed out of here.
That was a quiet storm, but he stormed.
He was stormed.
All right, my friend. It's good to talk to you. I hope you have a good week coming up, and I don't know. See you next time. And I think in a way that's how technology works. It provides analytics. It provides data that you can then begin to measure and make changes in the product and make things better.
Mm-hmm.
So that I think is good. But back to your loaded question. Yes, almost everything new comes out of the chute. You got the early adopters. You've got hype. You've got trends. You've got people kind of reacting in different ways, good and bad. and then eventually, as progress moves along, things settle out. We get more accurate picture of what's happened. So, unfortunately, Tom, you do not have a flying car that comes out of a suitcase like on the Jetsons. So I'm sorry about that.
My worry is that the whole idea that really what the business is in the United States is a software business. The majority of venture capitalism goes to 3 or 4 cities, and it goes all into software. Ultimately, what is being produced in the United States, because all the manufacturing's done overseas. Now, that may change as these other countries become more affluent, and then we may end up with manufacturing back here. But
I'm not sure all, but a lot. Yes, definitely.
Well, look at Columbus. I mean, what fed Columbus for years is gone, and essentially the jobs here are all in information. And as a college official, I always touted that. But in the back of my mind, I always worry if there's not a finished product that we can take to market and sell. It's kind of hard to sell concepts, and it doesn't create jobs for everyone. In other words, those folks who are in the information software business are going to have game in that area. So what happens to the rest of folks? That's a Harari idea that, well, they won't have anything to do. There won't be anything for them to do.
There's room for that too. It's funny because as we're talking about this, I could see where the stories that we tell ourselves and that we project through splitting and projection often keep us from an emotional truth that we may really be starving for. Right. One of my favorite cats is Wilfred Bion, and he says that that we
that's a good point.
we need the food of the truth, and we will starve if we don't get it. And a mind that is cut off from that withers. And so I could see that any time, and I gave an example of Prager University, and oddly enough, I have watched a number of those, and they're not geared toward me, trust me, but I watch them. And they often make me really upset. And the goal would be, when I watch one, my first response is, bunch of regressive morons with their, whatever. And so you can literally see me attempting to, whatever emotional truth is embedded in this experience, I am quickly, an attempt to maintain my own sense of personal narrative and history. I am here and they're down here. I literally, as opposed to saying, okay, the person went to a lot of trouble to make this, and part of it may be to troll me, but I don't think so. There's something about this that's important to them. Can I find the heartbeat in this, underneath all this? And then if I can listen to theirs, I also might be able to hear mine. And there's the potential for us to be able to meet somewhere in there, right?
Right.
I think that, I was talking to a family member over, and a section of my family are very conservative. And, at one point they were talking about paying off student loans. And, there's a program that under the Obama administration where if you work in a counseling center, you get your loans paid off. And so we were talking about it.
Oh, okay.
And
good to know.
she said, family member said, well, it is really expensive paying these things off. And it's her way of saying, I don't really support this. And if she were to say to me, a family member were to say to me, I worry that this is one more thing that gets us in debt and has the potential to keep us from growing in the ways that we need to. And so I worry about this. We could have that conversation.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could hear in that, as opposed to, because I think if I caught her, family member, in the wrong moment, she might say, well, this is another one of those progressive socialist things where you don't want people to take responsibility for the decisions they made, and you're turning the whole generation into infants.
Right, we're going down the tubes now.
And at that point, I'm like, I can't hear. But if I could hear the heartbeat in it, and then I could hear mine, I could say, wait a minute, okay, there's some place we could meet here to be able to deal with this. But
yeah, I think so. But for me, it's that ability to see that, react to it, and then, as you talked about many times, is to lean into it and see what is in that kernel in there that I can find to connect with and so forth. I think that's happening that much.
No.
I want to just say, Jeff, what do you think?
I totally agree with you. We don't want to find that kernel in there because we still want to protect that story
and
or
it's
myth or
it's
narrative.
reactive.
Yes,
It's
very much
automatic
so.
in a way
Yeah.
that you have
just
to
reject
somehow
it out of hand.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, but there is something at stake. If we lose the stories that we have about ourselves in the world,
Okay.
there is a price. There's the potential for chaos.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at old learning theory, there's accommodation and assimilation. And assimilation is taking a bit of information and you literally just build it into the narrative you have,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
But accommodation, and this is what Bion would say, that's the arrival of truth, requires you to have to rethink the way you think about yourself and the world.
Oh boy.
And just from an evolutionary biological perspective, if every time we woke up we were constantly having to accommodate,
We
our
couldn't do
ancestors,
it.
we'd have been eaten a long time ago. we would not have made it.
No.
We wouldn't be gated off the plains. But so there is something important and necessary to be as assimilative as possible, and continually so.
Have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
There's room for that too. It's funny because as we're talking about this, I could see where the stories that we tell ourselves and that we project through splitting and projection often keep us from an emotional truth that we may really be starving for, right?
Right.
One of my favorite cats is Wilfred Bion, and he says that that
That's a good point.
we need the food of the truth, and we will starve if we don't get it. And a mind that is cut off from that withers. And so I could see that any time, and I gave an example of Prager University, and oddly enough, I have watched a number of those, and they're not geared toward me, trust me, but I watch them. And they often make me really upset. And the goal would be, when I watch one, my first response is, bunch of regressive morons with their, whatever. And so you can literally see me attempting to, whatever emotional truth is embedded in this experience, I am quickly an attempt to maintain my own sense of personal narrative and history. I am here and they're down here. I literally, as opposed to saying, okay, the person went to a lot of trouble to make this, and part of it may be to troll me, but I don't think so. There's something about this that's important to them. Can I find the heartbeat in this, underneath all this? And then if I can listen to theirs, I also might be able to hear mine, and there's the potential for us to be able to meet somewhere in there, right?
Right. Right.
I think that, I was talking to a family member over, and a section of my family are very conservative. And, at one point they were talking about paying off student loans. And, there's a program that under the Obama administration where if you work in a counseling center, you get your loans paid off. And so we were talking about it.
Oh, okay.
And
good to know.
she said, family member said, well, it is really expensive paying these things off. And it's her way of saying, I don't really support this. And if she were to say to me, a family member were to say to me, I worry that this is one more thing that gets us in debt and has the potential to keep us from growing in the ways that we need to. And so I worry about this. We could have that conversation.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
Good.
And if I could hear in that, as opposed to, because I think if I caught her, family member, in the wrong moment, she might say, well, this is another one of those progressive socialist things where you don't want people to take responsibility for the decisions they made, and you're turning the whole generation into infants.
Right, we're going down
just
the
going
tubes
on
now.
about those.
Yeah.
And at that point, I'm like, I can't hear her. But if I could hear the heartbeat in it, and then I could hear mine, I could say, wait a minute, okay, there's some place we could meet here to be able to deal with this. But
yeah, I think so. But for me, it's that ability to see that, react to it, and then, as you talked about many times, is to lean into it and see what is in that kernel in there that I can find to connect with and so forth. I don't think that's happening that much.
Oh, no.
I want to just say, Jeff, what do you think?
Oh, I totally agree with you. We don't want to find that kernel in there because we still want to protect that story
and
or
it's
myth or, you know,
it's
narrative.
reactive. It's
Yes,
it's
very much
automatic
so.
in a way
Yeah.
that you have
Just
to
reject
somehow
it out of hand.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, but there is something at stake. If we lose the stories that we have about ourselves in the world,
Okay.
there is a price. There's the potential for chaos.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you look at old learning theory, there's accommodation and assimilation. And assimilation is taking a bit of information and you literally just build it into the narrative you have,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
But accommodation, and this is what Bion would say, that's the arrival of truth, requires you to have to rethink the way you think about yourself and the world.
Oh boy.
And just from an evolutionary biological perspective, if every time we woke up we were constantly having to accommodate,
We
our
couldn't do
ancestors,
it.
yeah, we'd have been eaten a long time ago. we would not have made
No,
it.
no.
You know, we would be gated off the plains. But so there is something important and necessary to be as assimilative as possible, and continually so.
You have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
And welcome to Got Therapy, everyone. So here
It's
we
a
go.
little crowded in here, though.
It's a little.
It's like a group session, huh?
Yeah, there's.
Well, we don't know where this is going, but I just
Can we
figured that-
change the name to Got Group? That's
Got Group.
It's a Got Group therapy.
Maybe after this, need therapy. It's
Yeah.
really
This is
funny.
Pod Gang. This is a gang podcast, I think, of some sort.
It is.
So everybody doing okay?
Doing good.
Are we doing
Yeah,
all right?
we're good.
Everybody
Yeah.
okay? Yeah.
I tell you what, I ate my weight in fruitcake.
Nice.
Do people still give fruitcake?
I've got. That's all we eat on the holidays. We're a fruitcake family. My
Yeah, you
extended
are.
family. It's a lot of nothing but fruitcake.
Really?
That's just fruitcake.
Man. So I have no idea about this, but I had it was sneaky of me to invite people in and not tell them what was up with anything.
We
So
were hoping for gang members. We kept
whenever,
saying it's
yeah, I
gangs.
told him as a gang we're going to have a gang
We give it
podcast,
signs.
and this is kind of a gang, so
Yeah.
maybe that's what it is.
And my thought was, why should this be different from any other podcast?
Any other-
I mean, I never know what we're going to do or what we're going to say, and so
And then an hour later, we still don't.
we still don't know what happened. What
but,
just
but
happened?
we've
Exactly.
killed an hour somehow. We've done that.
I hope
much.
at some point I say some things I hope my mom doesn't hear.
Yeah,
That's almost every.
That's a
every
guarantee.
week, yeah.
But
You see, you can't bring a certain group of guys together here and put mics in front of them.
It's
Things
that-
happen. Those things happen.
but those folk, like my son, he has a digital mind. Like for him, a book is a very different thing, and so you can already see that
Antique.
he is built to navigate a space that I am already out of step in.
Right.
And so we're we have to grow. I like that notion when Beyond says that we have to continue to grow the mind that we need for the world to come. And everything we're talking about to some degree is how we as a society and individuals grow to meet this world that's coming. And that's not easy. If there was a takeaway from this, what is it? There's one of my favorite lyrics from, or maybe it's from the album liner note for one of my favorite hardcore punk bands, Husker Du. Anybody a Husker Du fan here? Bob Mould, Grant Hart, any of those guys? Okay.
No.
Well, it said, revolution should begin at home, preferably in front of the bathroom mirror. And so maybe the goal is, as individuals, we have to be able to find a way to own and navigate and attempt to understand our own emotional reactions. So maybe there is a personal need, and then as a group, to be able to do something better with the things that we feel. Maybe?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Beyond, always good to bring up Beyond. Well, I appreciate this discussion today. It's been great, and that's about it.
Story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
I mean, for me, the whole idea of spiritual quest is to work on my own judgment. I mean, I'm like anybody, I have my own perspective. I was raised in a pretty conservative Catholic household, that kind of thing, and a lot of times I have to ask, who is making this judgment? Is it really me? Is it me, my eternal self, or is it just a myth that's created for me?
Which you wonder, because that would be the myth that you were raised with.
Yeah.
That this is how it should be.
That's right.
And you don't know anything else.
Right. Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but people can seem to get really upset when they think it violates one of their beliefs at some level, and they see that as offensive, and that they need to kind of strike back in some camps. That's what happens. So, and if you've got 1 million moms or 1,237, then everybody's got to shoot an email out there and stop this stuff. But then, if I remember the story, they reversed the decision.
Right.
What do you think that was about? I'm not really sure. If you're going to say, okay, you persuaded us, what happens in the meantime to that? Is that money? Is that just greed, or what?
Well,
I don't
there was
know.
so much backlash when they pulled those, and once people heard why they pulled those, that they had to reverse that.
Well, see, it goes to the heart of another American belief, which is the belief in freedom of speech. So you're saying, okay, we're going to pull this because somebody else says we should pull it.
That's
but
right.
Now, then you have a whole different political point of view that says, well, hold on. I've seen that even in the university environment where there should be absolute freedom of speech, but only certain kinds of speech.
Right.
And then other kinds of speech are,
That's right.
So
that shouldn't be so free.
So that shouldn't be so free. And it sort of goes like to the old Orwellian, concept of all animals are equal, but some are more equal.
Than others, yes.
And everybody engages in that kind of hypocrisy to some degree. So it's on a continuum. But when it comes down to those questions, I keep going back to, if we really believe in an enlightenment point of view, then an enlightened point of view comes from throwing everything on the table and hashing through it, and then deciding where you as an individual are, and then where you as a group are ultimately going to go. Mm-hmm. That's true democracy, but it's You know, it sort of
It's
goes back to the
difficult.
old expression. It's like making sausage. It's, you know, it's good when it's done, but
It's
you know,
not
the
a-
making
it's
of it
not a
isn't all
pretty-
that great.
It's not a
Yeah.
vegan
Pretty.
sausage.
Yeah.
Not a pretty
Right,
process.
right.
Dave.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
in some ways, because if you think about what you're saying, so the opposite of a borderline state, which is splitting, when you talk about this need for drama, all
There you
good
go.
and all bad.
Jeff,
The
they're
opposite-
using those psychology terms
Yeah,
again.
they
I just
are.
want to
Yes.
make
Yeah,
sure that
yeah.
you're.
I'm taking
you're with
notes.
us. All right, there you go.
Though I can't because he's got my pad.
Yeah, I don't really know what they mean, but I use them because they sound smart.
Well, the opposite of that is some, and the fancy term for that is the depressive position, and it's being able to see shades of gray. It's a form of integration. And so you can see how splitting works on this very article, and it's split to the left and the right.
Okay.
We have the 1 million moms saying this is perverse, this is, you know, whatever, and that is hurtful. That's not helpful, that's not loving.
No.
But we also, and I say this as a left-leaning uber commie, that Salon also engaged in some splitting, because if you read the article, and I don't want to sound too critical, but you could hear a whiff of elitism in the article.
Mm-hmm.
Those dumb bunnies who watch Hallmark movies,
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
so,
Right.
you know, like, and I don't think that's helpful either.
No, I don't think it's helpful. and I
no,
don't
good
think.
point.
I do think there's another. There's people in the boardroom that are saying, how much is this costing us, or how much controversy can we get out
they-
there
they have
and
to make
sell more magazines?
Their
Salon-
brand would be really in trouble.
Right.
But I suspect there's also, and because I'm not cynical enough, but I suspect there are also people on the board saying, wait a minute, we wanted to include that commercial because we really want more people at the table. We want
Right.
people to feel accepted. We think we have movies that make people feel good.
doing it for the right reasons.
and we
in some
want as
ways,
many
yeah.
people to feel good as possible. If I'm
Sure.
selling donuts,
Sure.
I would like everybody to have one of my donuts because I think you're going to like this thing, right? So I think on some level that's probably at play. But if we were to come at this from bringing it back into the therapy room, consulting room, the opposite of a borderline state is that integration. And the goal would be like if somebody's protecting their narrative and their story,
Right.
one of the goals you get to have them to do is to be able to lean into their pain without too quickly needing to split and project it off. So to be
Right.
able to say, if we had one of the 1 million moms in the room, to be able to say, okay, what is it about this commercial that causes you so much pain?
Sure.
This obviously hurts you. We don't start with saying, you know, you unenlightened,
You're wrong.
you know,
Fascist.
race, fascist, whatever. That's not going to help.
Keep those to yourself
It's
over
not,
there,
it's,
right?
you know, not going to help. But you could begin with saying, okay, what about this bothers you? And if they could articulate, then it may help them with tolerance. Doesn't mean they have to accept it, but they can tolerate the fact that there is now a place at the table.
All right, everybody, welcome to Got Therapy. I'm Michael Baltimore, but look, we have a special guest, and this is Dr. Jeff Conklin.
Good morning.
Along with
A man who was responsible for this at some point.
Yes, that's how I explain the world.
Really, it's,
84% of the population
right.
is average or below.
Okay, there you go. He's on camera saying that. So
so 80. So, but how does this explain the world? How does this heuristic sort of organize the world for you? What does it do?
When you see people out there and they do something that's completely boneheaded and you're going, oh my God, what am I? Just think they're average. That's where they plug in. It's
Yeah,
like,
and-
it's
and-
84% of the world. They're right there.
there's quite a few of them too. It
There-
turns
there
out,
are, yes.
if we look at those numbers.
I think I may be at this end of the
Some
of the-
days.
on the curve, so I don't know.
Some mornings, right?
I might be on that end. Yeah, it's
All right, so guys, this is going to be fun. It's Saturday morning, downtown Columbus, and what else is going on besides
suddenly-
Got Therapy?
Suddenly I had a craving for a corn dog. You ever get that just sort of a sudden urge for a corn dog?
Never for a corn dog.
You want the truth? Yes. I'm sorry, I had to say.
and you
that.
don't eat meat. How can you eat a corn dog?
Morning
they've
Star
got
makes
listen,
a
here
faux
we
corn
go.
dog.
I didn't know that.
I do, faux corn dog.
Wow.
This is
Say,
there's
it's
no
funny,
telling what
Because
it's
I've always had an interest in carnival workers, and two of the folks that I know who work in carnivals smell like corn dogs.
Oh, they always smell like corn dogs.
So,
It's like fast food workers, right?
Yeah, it's, you can't. Where in fast food can you get a corn dog? What's a?
I don't know.
I
don't
don't
think
know.
so.
I think
I
Sonic.
know. There's a new place called the Cookout.
Is it Sonic or is it Crystal? Has those little?
Oh, Sonic. Sonic
is-
got it,
yeah,
right?
okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
And Cookout out by the mall. Do
they have corn dogs?
Oh, they've got everything
Oh, I didn't
that you
know that.
shouldn't eat. They've
Yeah,
got it
well,
all out there.
They have
so-
onion rings. That's what's important.
Yeah, well, now that's a different story, not connected to the corn dog. But
That's onion rings is sort of the kink food of fast food. It's not it's, people don't like talking about it.
I don't know.
But they like them. They
Yeah.
just don't
Yeah,
know.
nothing wrong with it.
It's 84% of people like them. Okay.
In fact, I would think that probably fast food might hook a considerable number of the folks on that end.
Oh, I would
think-
believe that.
Yeah, I was wondering if you really had a problem with that statistic because after all, it's the bell-shaped curve, and there you go. You look at the numbers, you add them up, Jeff, right?
Every
So-
time.
Am I wrong?
And it
But
comes
every
out.
time I see a bell-shaped curve, I find it oddly erotic. So am I the only one?
That's only your
Mama.
problem, no one else.
I don't know what that.
Okay, I can tell already. This is
Going
going
right
to go
down.
the tubes before we
yeah.
get this
Just
thing
saying.
started. But so I don't know. But it's great to have you in here, Jeff. How have you been doing, man?
I'm doing great. Great.
Yeah, I saw you yesterday.
Appreciate
we had
the
a little
invitation.
lunch.
Yeah, we did.
Well,
Yeah.
listen, you're invited anytime. I mean, I've invited hundreds and hundreds of people to come in.
Most
to be
people
with,
would know better.
and no one has
Most
taken it.
people
You're
are-
the second.
There we go.
Yeah.
So, good luck to you in the next few minutes. Is what I'll say.
Right now, there's a homeless guy out there in the rain saying, "You know what? I think I'll stay in the rain." You know,
I could have been on the show.
could have been on.
Could be warm and dry. No, thank
I
you.
think I'll just choose.
Yeah, this
I'll
is
choose pneumonia. It's not really.
Just sit
Above
here by
average.
the dumpster, you know.
Above average and going. That's what he's doing. So I don't know what our topic is today. I thought I got a little bit of a text, but I wasn't sure where you wanted to go with this today. And by the way, hang on, Jeff. We're about to get started. So there you
Okay,
go.
all right.
Well, here's what I was thinking because I was listening to one of these. Ever listen to one of them podcasts? Podcasts.
Yeah, that's
I've heard them
kind of what we're doing here.
That's
But
right,
go
that's
ahead.
once or twice.
That's what. So I was listening to a podcast, and several of them, and they were talking about the purpose of music, like what it does to us, what it does for us, and all that sort of stuff. And I'm a tad obsessed with music. That's why I was asking earlier about what kind of music you
Sure,
like, and I think
sure.
you'd said Boxcar Willie or.
No, Slim Whitman.
Slim Whitman.
Not many people will
Same
admit
category.
to that. You know?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
That's okay.
I
Well,
apologize if I was setting you up for
Yeah,
the next
you
thing to
sure
come.
were.
But yeah, evidently. So.
but that's okay. I actually like. I remember they used to sell a Ronco record of Boxcar Willie.
Did they?
Remember
Yeah.
it would come on late night.
They were always late night, right?
He's the guy with a.
put it in the roaster thing and it spins around and that guy.
Boxcar Willie was known for harmonica, wasn't he? He would play the train harmonica, woo woo woo, the harmonica.
I don't know.
I think that's Boxcar
Oh,
Willie.
sorry, I thought he was an authority.
That would make
on
sense with a name like
this thing, but-
Boxcar Willie doing the
think
train
you
sounds.
should
They
know
make
that if
train
you have
sounds
all
with
the
harmonica.
connections. Come
That's
on.
all I remember.
But
So,
you're saying music has
so
a
I thought and,
purpose, right? So let's
and
talk about
we
it.
all in this room like music, right?
Yes.
This is
Yeah,
so
yeah.
pretty much.
and it might and so maybe we could just open up some questions about like its purpose, maybe even to think of how it might organize our lives in some form or fashion, because maybe it has. Like if you were to think about the songs of your youth.
Mm-hmm.
What is the soundtrack for key developmental moments in your life?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
that's right.
Right, there are, and that may allow us sort of to think about it as its utility. Maybe even there's a couple of theoretical ways we can sort of think about music too that might be I thought could be helpful. But that's where I was at.
Well, yeah, it seems to me that it has a big impact on our lives. Probably more for some than others, but across the board it has some sort of impact. But if you're talking about developmental stages in our life, there was a certain group of sounds and music that was, sort of adjacent to those events in our lives, and it probably has some effect on how we recall those events. So when you think back to a certain time, there's a certain
Soundtrack?
collection of soundtrack with all the music.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so you think that's true?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, I don't know if you realize this, but one of the songs that I associate most with my wedding night, The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round. Just whenever I hear that song,
Wow.
Yeah.
Or the
okay.
wheels come off the bus is what I was kind of thinking, but I'm not sure. But
Train kept rolling all night long.
yeah, that was an early. He got married young too. I'm thinking that's what that was. But,
guess.
well, here's my question.
Arranged marriage, right?
So, yeah, it was. There was
Another
some
problem.
There was some arrangements, all right.
Yeah.
There was a harness.
Okay. Just don't go into details, please.
Here we go.
Come on, Jeff. See, I'm sorry I invited you to
start
this
this?
thing, but here we go. This is
Here's
what
the
we
thing.
do.
So the first question would be like, so think about a song that you really liked. Like for many folks, right? You may have listened to music, but remember there was a time when you really when music sort of hit. Can you remember the time when like music became something you really sort of, really turned on to? And if you think of the songs that may have sort of occurred around that time, have you ever gone back and re-listened to them? Do they still have the same impact? Are they still important to you in the way that they may have been at that time?
Well, I'll jump in first,
Yeah,
Jeff.
yeah.
But the idea is that I think they do because it set up a marker at that particular time. And now on just about everywhere you go, they're playing the songs of the 60s. And it's everywhere. It's ubiquitous. It's in the grocery store. It's on everything. So there's almost a point that these songs we remember and we really liked, and there they are playing over and over again. Okay, we're tired of that now a little bit. But the idea is that, certain music from my background seems to be still played, used in commercials all over the place.
Well, and that's, I think, kind of sad. When a song you really like is in a commercial now, for,
Right,
Glad
'cause it can
bags or something like that. You're
Yeah,
just
it
going,
connects with
but,
people.
I remember I used to be a big oldies fan, 50s, 60s rock and roll.
Right, got
And
it.
then I owned a bar. and
Okay.
That's what we played, was 50s and 60s rock and roll. And now I have a hard time listening to it.
It's like you've done it. You've been there.
and,
you've
and
done
I,
it.
I burned out on it because we played it all the time.
So
but
just because it
I
was
mean,
over and over. Well, what would be a
every
50s song that would sort of like you would stand out, one that would really sort of hook you?
Oh gosh, some of the songs we used to listen to was like Tommy Edwards, "It's All in the Game," things like that.
Okay.
That was a good belly rubbing song you'd play and the dance floor would fill. Things
Belly
like that.
rubbing song.
Yeah, that's
close
that's,
dancing.
there we go.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Bellies rubbing together.
Yes, sir.
I get that.
Yeah,
Makes
yeah.
sense.
That's.
So you're talking to a Freudian over here. So
I guess
we're about
so.
to
Yeah.
go-
Where are we going with this?
We can
No,
turn
but-
down that
See,
road.
and,
in a
when you
heartbeat.
when you have a dance floor in a bar and you want to get people out there, you'd play.
Yeah,
belly
the
rubbing
slow
music.
tune that's
Yeah,
going
so
to
they
dance
get-
to,
yeah,
and people are on the floor, right?
And then,
Okay.
then I remember the Buddy Holly tunes, a lot of those. And
So really 50s.
well, and the thing about Buddy Holly is I have an older sister, and that was her music. And so that's what we'd listen to. And she taught me to slow dance to,
Okay.
to Tommy Edwards. So, yeah. That's,
Okay.
That's how I got influenced by that stuff. So,
I'm not going to go Freudian on that.
You
I'm
shouldn't.
not. I'm not
Yeah.
going to.
Yeah, see, it's a
I'm not-
perfect
somebody has to
imitation.
teach you how to slow dance. So if you date, you can do
Well, here's
that.
the thing. See, I grew up in an age when slow because you're talking about the music because now I'm going to the grocery store and I'm hearing. I grew up in the late 70s, 80s, and so I've gone into the grocery store and there's a band called the Pixies, for instance, that
Sure.
launched right about when I was about 18, 19, maybe a little older, but it's 87. So I guess I might have been 19, and. I heard a Pixie song in the grocery store. I'm thinking, what's
man.
What's
Yeah. I was just in the other day, and there was Steve Winwood playing.
Really?
Yeah.
What were they
so,
playing?
I've forgotten the tune now,
Ark
but
of
it
the
was
Diver.
from one of his. Well, they do play that.
They
one. I
do
have
a lot,
heard
yes.
Ark of the Diver. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
from a later album, but
Yes.
there were some earlier ones too. So it's just amazing that how this is still in this culture and still kind of in the atmosphere everywhere you go.
Sure.
I'm not sure the impact of that.
Well, some folks, like when you talk about burnout on certain sounds, like I can think of I probably really began to thinking about music, and I guess I was about in '78. I was 12, so maybe 13. '79, I remember starting to listen to music, and there were albums that my sister had sort of left. And one of the first that I really remember listening to a great deal of was the Moody Blues in Search of the Lost Chord.
Sure.
And so, and there was, I think it was maybe Styx Paradise Theater, I think. One of those early Styx albums.
Yeah, that's
And
the
so
70s for sure.
when I go back and listen to the Moody Blues can hold up, but the Styx, like I remember really being obsessed when I was a kid, but I go back and I'm a little cringy because I don't. I'm like,
Right.
I do not. That's a little. That's a little much. So maybe maybe some of this loses its allure and luster. I don't know.
Maybe.
I think so. But there's probably those go-to songs that we all have somewhere on our list now on our device, in the car, wherever you play music that still holds up over time. But now it's more of not just one song, but it's a collection or it's different groups.
Sure.
And so I've got a playlist now. Playlists were not a thing back in the day.
Well, there were
when I was coming
mixtapes.
up, right?
Mixtapes. Oh, yes.
I'm
if you wanted
talking
to-
prior to mixtapes. There was nothing.
Yeah.
Because at one point I think my first music was I got a record player.
Okay.
And it didn't have that many records, so
No.
there were 45s.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
With
Oh,
the big
yeah.
spindle in the middle, and
Yep.
then there's the album when you lucky enough to get an album.
And it just save up and buy a 45 and, Beatles Day Tripper.
Yeah,
You know?
and here in Columbus we had Flipside Records.
Oh, yes.
That you could find the most obscure albums out there, but they still had 45. So days gone by. I apologize. So we're getting too far back.
Well, I remember walking with my friend Mark to the Big K, because he lived in this bigger town. He was 14 miles, so he lived in a town that actually had, stores.
Stores.
And so I remember he and I would walk to the Big K, and he would look at 45s. Like he would looking for, and there would be a section of 45s,
Oh, yeah.
and they'd all be in the little sleeves, and you'd find, what.
And there was an A side and a B side
Yes,
on all
yes,
45s.
yes.
There was the one recording you wanted, but then you had to tolerate this
Had to
other
fill the
that
other
came
side.
through, right?
Yes. Yeah. And now and then some band would put a good song on both sides.
Yeah, Beatles did that. As a
Yeah,
matter of fact,
Beatles
sometimes,
did, yeah.
They had the number one hits of the B side.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
So-
a really good band would stretch on a B-side. You'd hear things you know. And it's funny because like I grew up in a time when punk had just hit, and so there was we were talking about my favorite band in the world a little while ago, Wire,
Yep.
and for a time, particularly in the underground and in indie, to be popular was to be bad.
Right.
So it goes back to your thing. If people liked it, it sucked.
Yeah.
If you made a lot of money, then which kind of went against being able to eat. But popularity was not. It was that was selling out.
That's right. That's right. You had to
So-
find the most obscure, revolt against the
Man.
the man.
The
right?
man
The
always, yeah.
So that was,
yeah.
and I grew up in an era where the '60s was distrusted. So it was like hippies were the worst thing in the world. So like the lead singer of Sex Pistols they invited him to join the band because he had a T-shirt, and it was a Pink Floyd T-shirt that he just put in lipstick "I hate" over the band album, and so that's what got him the gig.
Right.
Because
outrageous.
you
You go
just-
against the
Yeah.
grain, right?
Which was odd because of all Pink Floyd really weren't the kind of band that you could.
Say I hate them.
Yes, not really. And he probably didn't really hate them. He was just being a schmuck. But there were certain bands like for a while, if in Britain, the Beatles were often the target.
Oh, sure.
These bands that were sort of
Yeah, progressed out of the pop into this. They're doing their own thing. They're doing something different, probably along that same line with the others you talked about.
They sort of helped usher in, Pink Floyd, bands like that. Psychedelia became something that, but in the '80s, particularly, like you mentioned records, but. And I came around the time when CDs became a thing, so records were out.
Right.
And I owned some records and cassettes for a while, and then CDs.
Yeah.
But
no 8 tracks. Anybody?
Jeez,
Anyone?
mine are
Okay,
gone
all
now.
right, sorry.
I had my 8 tracks. But
I
yeah.
apologize for being old, but
I remember an 8-track of an ABBA album called Voulez-Vous, I think, we had on 8-track, and there was a built-in 8-track player on that. We had one of those giant all-in-one wood, had a record player in it, an 8-track player, and then I remember that.
The huge consoles that
it was
you
a
had
console, yes.
middle,
Play,
Right.
I remember those. So those were good days, but obscurity was key. College radio was big. Like how you learned about things, where you turn on the college radio and it was 90.1, I think was at UT, and you could listen. You would sort of see it. You'd hear like band, and their motto was, if you've heard it before, we're not doing our job. And so it literally was just a
I want to hear that song again. No, we don't. You can't. We don't play
short playlist.
What?
it's not,
all new.
and it would be like the most, like I remember there's a label out of New Zealand called Flying Nun. And for a while there, I don't know if you heard a lot of Lou Reed or Velvet Underground, but they said they had that sort of a jangly, lo-fi sort of sound to them, and there were all these bands coming off the Flying Nun label, and so you were, you'd try to find some, and you couldn't, you'd have to buy them on import. Like I remember going to a store in Knoxville, and you'd go to the import section because you wouldn't go to anywhere. Why would you go anywhere else? But you want to go to the import.
Okay.
And even at the time, like I've mentioned the band Wire, I bought one of their albums for $25. And this was like 1988.
That's a lot. That's a lot of money right there back in the day.
So it was a little like, my whole paycheck from Long John Silver's just went into buying this.
Always wait for the reference,
Yes.
Jeff. Let me just say that. It never happened, but still, it's a good reference,
great
right?
one,
All right,
yeah.
there we go.
And so, I'm smelling like fried fish. I'm walking into the store, but I walk out with this thing. Another band called Bauhaus. They were like this. They were an early goth band, and I remember buying an import, their first album. Again, it was like $25-$30. Like you'd buy it, and then you'd go home and sort of you'd sort of like pulling the sword from the stone. You'd found this.
This is it.
And then you go home. You go back to your small southern town where everybody is even your mom does smokeless tobacco, and they're chasing a pig in the backyard.
Right.
Just another day.
Kill some chickens for dinner. Oh, my goodness.
But
All
me,
right,
I'm different because I got this Bauhaus album. So in some ways, it sort of allowed you to sort of generate an identity and to create a sense of self. And it's interesting we talk about this because you guys probably have a slightly different cultural reference to music in a way, right? Or am I wrong? Because you mentioned the 60s.
Yes.
Yeah,
So that was-
See, in my early days, of course, I was playing in bands because everybody played in the band. Everybody on the block, everybody on the next block, they all had a band.
Sure,
We put it
sure.
together and started playing the.
Unless you had a banjo where I'm from, you didn't play in a band.
That's right. No banjos.
Scary.
Yeah, remember the guy moved in with the electric guitar and the Fender amp, and that changed everything for us along the way. We were on bikes playing baseball until he showed up with this electric guitar. Right, it changed everything. I also remember that there were, we moved to the albums, and the albums kind of thing was. Is there one good song, or
Often that was
all the
the
rest
way,
of them are bad? All those kind of things that's coming to mind now. But back in those times, we played the whole album side.
Sure.
So you got all of those songs in there. That's the way the turntables were set up. You didn't just play this one song.
No.
Like now, when you have a playlist, you play your song. Those kind of things. But anyway, I just have to mention that. But yeah, so it was a different time. Played in a band, played the music that was on the radio, and then progressed from there. So you had to keep up, because if you were playing in clubs or you played for money, you played where you go where the money was. So
You cranked up some Boxcar Willie. That's
we
really
did
what
not.
you
We
did.
did not play Boxcar Willie, but
Hang on, Sloopy.
everything.
That's
That's
what
what every
as a
band
matter
did.
of fact,
so
how
did
did
we.
you know it was
We
on
were
the
a
list? Okay.
garage band that did that too. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Everybody.
you produced it. So that culture was, informed us, and we were kind of connected to what was playing and what was popular in a way.
Okay.
So that wasn't always the best music, but it's what people wanted to hear. So that's and also what we could play. By the way, listen.
So think about it. Your trajectory seems to be being in bands. It was a communal activity. It was sort of within a larger cultural context. post 60s, when disco hit, for instance, suddenly that communal element and the hedonistic element was cranked up. And then I think that there were, particularly in Great Britain, where there was the economic crash and there were all these folks out of work, and the music that sort of spawned punk was sort of in your face, anti-collective in all sorts of ways, and this probably isn't for everybody because I'm an obsessive neurotic, but
All right.
There's a book called Our Band Could Save Your Life. And so there was this notion that you could find something very important in music and in the band and in the culture and the genre it was part of. So, for instance, when you bought an album, you didn't think of singles because it was like a novel. You listened to it, every bit of it, and you knew who did the cover art, who produced it, who
Right.
you knew who influenced this band, so that you could sort of draw a tree and then begin to move backwards to be able to find things. And so it was like this. It was like, I remember the first time I'd ever heard Wire was I was at UT, and there was a guy who played in a band called C7 States, and he was a drummer. And he was
Okay.
and if you're from Tennessee, or
Right.
you know,
I think I know that reference.
The reference, the sign.
C7
Yeah,
States.
Side of the barns out there.
Yes.
so they're called C, and they were actually pretty good. And this is when REM really hit big, so there was this sudden bubbling in the underground, and so he had this great record collection, and so he loaned me 3 records. He loaned me Peter Murphy, who was the lead singer of Bauhaus solo album. He loaned me the Soft Boys, which was an underground. It was called Paisley Underground. It was sort of the '60s filtered through Syd Barrett area Pink Floyd from Great Britain. Robin Hitchcock went on to sort of keep doing things, but the Soft Boys existed. They were named for, I think, a William Burroughs reference, and then a Wire album.
Mm-hmm.
And so I remember taking them home, and you before you put them on, you look at the album cover, you turn it over.
It was the album cover. Yes.
Who did this? Where that you scrutinize the members of the band, and I think you and I talked about this before. That like I remember as a kid, when we first we used to have like 2.5 channels. First off, we're up in the mountains, and so you didn't get much. And one of those channels was just some guy blowing into a jug. That was all you got. And
Don't remember that channel, but
yeah,
yeah.
it was.
Didn't get that where I was.
Yes, Boxcar Willie would have been.
Boxcar would have been the top of the
Major
Right.
improvement.
That would have been like, but if Boxcar really only played the jug. But I remember turning it was called Night Flight, and this was before MTV. So Night Flight came on, it played videos, and
Right.
videos that already started to exist and whatnot. And
Okay.
I remember back to back they would play different things, and they played a Van Halen video. I think it was a live of them playing the Kinks cover, "You Really Got Me" or whatever, and then they played the Talking Heads song. Course, the same as it ever was. I'll think of the name of the song, but they played it, and I remember thinking to myself, "Good God, I am not David Lee Roth. I'm David Byrne.
Right. Yeah.
I am not.
Okay.
I'm not going to be that, and I don't really kind of wouldn't want to be that, but." Oh no! What do I do with this?
Right.
And that it became a way of self-definition. It set the parameters of and I think this happens for all of us to a degree, right? Because you identified with a rock musician or maybe a sports somebody or whatever, but it
Right.
began that process of identification. You begin to sort of, and maybe I'm wrong, but certainly in the 80s and underground culture and whatnot, music was this notion of this is how you could be true to yourself. This is how you could be part of a political movement or an artistic movement, and you could define yourself accordingly. And the Talking Heads were like that. Their early albums were filled with this neurotic energy and this sense, like if Van Halen were about the power of sexuality and this, exaggerating your sexual prowess and whatnot. The Talking Heads were about this sex stuff is scary. I mean, it was a whole different sort of like that. why is my body doing this? And why are people expecting me to, it was a completely different sort of, and it couldn't possibly be popular. And Talking Heads at some point sort of began to have hits, but their first three or four albums were woefully obscure.
Right.
They were not,
right.
They were.
Well, I think too, as you were talking, I was thinking that it's a cultural thing because you sort of found the other people in your group that liked the same group or same albums and all of that.
Your tribe.
So it became a
your
tribe. Yeah.
You can define your tribe. If somebody, if I would even ask, what kind of music do you like? And that would allow me to determine if these are people I could trust.
Could I hang with them?
It's almost like a personality profile. Let me give you a list. Yeah, that's.
What do you listen to?
No, we don't like you because you're not with the Zeppelin crew. So that kind of thing.
And I was thinking about when Zeppelin first came out. I mean, not everybody was into Zeppelin.
No, it took a warming up to Zeppelin.
Yes, it did.
Did it? Yes, it really did.
That first album was great stuff. I mean, they went so far, but I think you made a great point, Dan, when those were the guys you hung with, the same people that liked the same music, and like when Bowie came out, and we'd all hang around and
right. And I found in the group too that somebody would introduce a new group, and I would go, I just. But then I had to if I'm going to fit in,
I better like this.
I've got to figure this thing out.
We're going to listen to this stuff. Yeah.
Right. And it turns out they were probably right. And I was just
you just had to get there.
Yeah.
Like when somebody introduced the washboard into that Jug Guys band. It was a while.
They weren't ready.
This is
point taken right there.
It was.
Yeah. So you've got to kind of fit into the group, and maybe your taste is going to change over a period of time with some things that are introduced. But that's what music was all about, is a new thing coming up. With the new thing, right?
But and think about how in some ways it sort of shepherds and ushers in the possibility of integrating parts of yourself. Not only is it social, but there's the sexual, there's all these sorts of things that you sort of, like you mentioned Led Zeppelin, they in some ways helped, along with Black Sabbath, sort of gave birth to heavy metal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they were sort of taking the blues and exaggerating them in ways that what was it? I think it was Pete Townsend or Keith Moon gave them their name because he said he heard them play live or heard them on a show and said, "Man, this is going to sink like a lead balloon." And
okay, there we go for predictions, right? Not always the case.
He may have been joking, but they took that as a sign that
I think too that there's emotion that are connected with music, and it's sort of a feeling that you have connected to, well, not only the music itself, but the event that you're at or the situation.
You see them in concert as opposed to at home.
Right.
With headphones on at 2 a.m. As a teenager, that was sort of those headphone moments. You would sort of. I remember hearing. There's a band called the Jesus and Mary Chain, and their music sounds.
Jeff, did you just say yes? You have that collection?
No, I don't have that collection, but I remember them. I remember them. Yes.
All right.
And it sounds a little like if you cross the Beach Boys with a chainsaw.
Oh, okay.
So
that happens.
So there's these sort of like there are these sort of Beach Boy-esque, Beatle-esque melodies buried under just layers of feedback. It's like it's like it's and so there's a song they have called "You'll Never Understand Me." And I remember as a teenager listening to that. You're right.
Sounds
no one's
true.
ever going to understand
nobody
me.
That's right.
And
that was the point, man.
It was like, and I saw them. I've seen them in concert a couple of times. And first time I saw them at in Knoxville, Tennessee in 1990.
Okay.
And I guess I was.
There's a memory right there for you. All right.
I guess I was 19 when I saw them, maybe 20. And so they come into the Knoxville Theater, and the opening band was Nine Inch Nails. And so it was already a little raucous because the lead singer, Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails, grabbed the guitarist by the hair and started dragging him around the stage. And I was like, we are not in Kansas anymore.
We're out there now.
But when the Jesus and Mary Chain came on, first off, before they came on, the whole venue filled with smoke. I'm like, what is this? And suddenly I noticed that they were turning all the lights like toward us. And so when they came on, well, first off, before they came on,
You were
they
blinded. You couldn't see,
well,
right? All right.
that was about to happen. They played a video of a song that I'd never heard from them, and they played. I was like, why are they playing a video before they come on? And then the song goes off, smoke rolls in, and suddenly the lights start going in your eyes, so you can't see. You're being disoriented, and the band is just a wall of feedback. You can't tell when the next song begins or ends, and they don't speak. The lead singer sort of just draped over the and he's and it's just whatever. And they only played for like 30 minutes,
Right.
and at one point I sort of just turn and see what everybody's doing, and everybody's got their mouths open. They're going, my God, what is this? And some people are scared.
Happening.
And then suddenly it stops. And somehow the smoke is gone and they disappeared. And we all just sort of filed numbly out of the theater.
That was it.
What was
Concert
that?
over.
And then I remember, my girlfriend at the time, and she was like, oh, God, it was horrible. What was that? And I thought to myself, that is the greatest
That's
thing
the greatest
I've ever seen. That was literally, it was like, wow, that was perfect.
Yes. Okay.
And you knew she wasn't for you.
And she wasn't.
Yeah. That didn't last long, did
Because
it?
my wife actually has seen them twice with me, and she's a Jesus and Mary Chain fan. So that is a there's a point there.
That's a compatibility factor.
Though I
there.
will
This
say
is not a
they
personality
seem
thing.
to have learned how to play instruments in the time
Since then.
time.
Yes.
Or maybe because they're even though the feedback is still there is they're.
They moved the guitars away from the speakers.
There was. And when I say feedback, I mean ear piercing, not like this shrill, like a dentist drill.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like if somebody amplified a
Would
dentist
you
drill.
repeat that? Because my hearing is gone now because of all of that. So
It was-
yeah.
Holy.
Okay, that was a moment that changed things for you.
It was.
Evidently. All right.
Yeah,
So and you identified with that sort of genre of music.
Well, see, but that I think maybe because you guys play an instrument, I might look for something. And one way to define music is organized sound that generates the seeking of meaning. So. I say that because it is very broad. I spend lots of time listening to drones and ambient. And this morning I was listening to a band called Autechre. And it's one of their songs they have one song that's 42 minutes, but 27 minutes of what sounds a little like somebody might have dropped their synthesizers in a bathtub. It's really there's no melody per se.
Right, of course.
There are repetitive things going on within it, and so I often seek out that, if it is too melodic or too within the lines, I can often, unless it's something like I'm a huge Bob Dylan fan, but I find the feedback in his voice. Like there's there's a dentist drill in there. It's when he speaks, but it's and lyrically too. I think there's also something that's of the dentist drill there too. But my guess is you guys might approach music differently. Like there might be.
Maybe so. But we started talking about the early introductions to the music that we listened to back in the day, and then the progression through this, and now we're here today. So you can have a really eclectic collection. I mean, you saw my playlist up there. I mean, everybody from classic to country to obscure to ambient stuff is there. I'd play some ambient music, those kind of things. So, but every once in a while, I like that melody and the verse and the chorus coming up, and it's repetitive and it sounds good, and maybe it makes an emotional connection in different ways, and we need various levels of that emotional reaction to music.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because you get a chance to, because he's going to talk about emotions, and this is a good segue to the psychological elements of it. But I was going to ask you about, like, you may look for something slightly different in the organized sounds.
Well, and I have to go back to the music I was listening to was very pop, so I was thinking cow cells. bands like that. You know, things that you don't even want to. And then
2 verses, a chorus, and a verse, and it's over.
And
right?
that was it.
No,
They were
you
3-minute
got it.
songs and things of that nature. And then later, it was what we would call today old country. That was my high school years. Was listening to Buck Owens and Waylon and people like that.
Sure.
And I was really immersed in that. It was different than everybody else because everybody else was getting into the heavy metal stuff at that point, and I was going country, and so it was different. But when you talk about that emotional part, I remember those periods in my life when you were listening to this or you were dating her, and this. And it was the soundtracks of our lives.
Yeah, I mean,
and
that's kind of the phrase, isn't it, that we have that. So.
And you know, one of the first real concerts I went to was Jethro Tull.
Yeah.
You know, back 72.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And we just had missed the Stones. They had been there the week before, you know.
Okay.
So it's one of those
well,
things.
you can probably go back and you can probably next week go find the Stones.
They're on the road
concert.
again.
Yeah.
Yes, once again. Yeah.
Tull, not so much.
No, but he's trying. You know.
I just the fact that there was he's thinking about starting Jethro Tull back up. He said he's not sure about it, but because he came. Did he come here?
He was in Macon.
Macon.
Saw him in Macon when he came.
Yeah, because
back in the day, some 70s.
Well, no, but he came here like recently. Like he's touring with a symphony or
I think I've heard that.
something like that.
I'm not sure.
And something,
Yeah.
But when we talk about it, because we should talk about some mental health sort of things, right? So we should,
you know.
So
Yeah, that's why I was introducing the whole idea of emotions, because there's something called music therapy out there.
There
I don't
you
know if we
go.
want to go down that
There you
road,
go.
but certainly like that. So it
Here's
does
where
have an effect emotionally on us.
there's this guy. Ever heard of Jacques Panksepp?
No, can't say that I have.
Never hung out with this guy.
No.
You know,
Yeah.
Jeff, sometimes I wonder if he's making up these names he brings
they're
in here. 'Cause
they're
it
so
does-
far
I
out.
know I'm not going to know this, right? So
I think
he's
he
free
won
to do that.
I think he won a Nobel Prize. I'm not
Oh,
sure,
okay.
but he
Well,
may
in
have.
that case, I look
Well,
like
then,
I look
there you
like
go.
I don't know
Here
what
we
I'm
sit.
talking about. Apologize once again. Here we
But
go.
it's okay. It's okay. I think he's one of the he's the first person to come up with what's known as the bottom-up version of neurology. That the idea that emotions come first and then thinking after them. And he's one of the guys who generated the idea of affective neuroscience. And so it's sort of, and his claim to fame is he's known as the rat tickler. If you go on YouTube, you can see this.
Okay.
And
There you go. Got a lot of hits on
I like
YouTube
that.
there,
Yeah.
right? Okay,
Well,
here we go.
he
Well,
found
now.
out that rats laugh.
If you tickle them.
We don't hear it because it's high pitched, but rats have emotions. They laugh, they cry, and so suddenly there's this notion that you know, affect is central, and as we move down the phylogenetic spectrum, that we see its centrality is there is a significant centrality to affect. So we thought, well, we could look at the brain, and we could look at the brain and the emotions, and he has 7 subsystems that are interacting, and I'm not going to remember them all. Maybe I will. Let's see if I can. It's seeking, rage, care, lust, fear, play. There's one more.
All right, it's pretty good
But
recall right there.
yeah.
So
I'll-
you get
I'll-
points.
Yeah, so, there's another one. But in a good example of the seeking system, ever had a dog?
Yeah.
Still do?
Dogs?
Yeah. Walked the dog this morning.
The seeking system of a dog. What is a dog? The first thing you do, it goes outside. Right?
Right.
Yep.
That's that seeking system. So Panksepp says that, you know, in all mammals at least, we have this, that there is a neurological substrate. There are different parts of the brain that sort of go into this, and there are different parts. So they're seeking, right? Mm-hmm. All of us know rage.
Yep.
You know, you guys are hanging out with me, so you all know about lust.
Yeah. Oh,
So
I agreed too quickly, Jeff. I mean, I do that sometimes. It's for the
You're right on top of that.
punchline. I'm like, well, oh no, that's not it.
The setup.
but and notice how care and lust are actually different things.
Yeah.
So that nurturance and care, but anytime we're engaged in any activity, there's an overlap in these systems. So there's affect complexity.
Sure.
So there is, you know, like I was, I think I mentioned this, when I did this ethics presentation at St. Simon's. Have you been to the St. Simon's Islands?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it's I'm there and I walk out. I get there and it's kind of cold and a little rainy, but there's a woman and a dog on the beach and she's throwing. And I say to myself, as I'm watching this, how many of Panksepp's subsystems are currently at play in this moment?
Okay.
As one would do, right?
Okay. Yeah. Always.
Well, now.
So, so think about all the things, just in playing with your dog. There's the seeking system in the dog and probably the human being as well. There's play in both. Mm-hmm. There's care and nurturance. Maybe lust, but I wasn't going to go there. But no, I'm kidding. It wasn't there.
Here we go.
It wasn't there. But I hope it wasn't there. But you can think
I'm not editing anything out.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't.
Right.
I mean, it's a podcast.
It's not what we're going to do. It happened. All right. There we go.
So there are all these different subsets to play, right? So they're there and they're happening. And part of what we can think about is mental health is the capacity for subjective complexity. To have as much overlap and less conflict, because some folks, would have, and I'm going to go off the rail here, and you're probably not going to like this.
Okay, here we go.
But for instance, there was some studies Lou Borsky, I think, did in the 70s and 80s about when women are breastfeeding, they inadvertently may experience some sexual sensation.
Mm-hmm. I've heard that. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
There's probably don't Google this because it'll take you to some websites you don't want to see.
Right.
Or you might want to see.
Or you might.
And then you're down the rabbit hole. And the day's over. And okay.
And there were lots of jokes there, but I'm editing.
Oh,
I'm
good,
editing.
good. Keep going.
I'm having the break.
Keep going.
Inhibiting.
He's
that's a good.
learning some more
We have to be
things
able to inhibit and to be able to deal with these subsystems, but women who would have conflict around that could often engage. It would then engage different subsystems. Rage, for instance, annoyance, because they're experiencing something that they don't allow themselves to have some awareness and acceptance of, so they can move on from it. So our capacity to be able to move and to have this this complexity of affect experience is very important, right?
Sure.
And the reason I bring this whole thing up is that even though that with the woman playing with the dog both her and the dog are experiencing these, and in some ways these systems are being triggered by each other, and these often happen in any sort of social context. I think about this in terms of music. So I was sort of asking you guys, like, what do you look for in music?
Right.
And I think that we may get different things from, because you mentioned the playlist. So, for instance, a country song, and by the way, I don't know if you realize this, but now that there's self-driving cars, there's going to be a song about a truck leaving a guy in country music.
As it just goes off.
That's right.
Okay. It opens a lot of doors.
It does. Start writing this afternoon.
Right,
My truck left me and took the dog. So that's going to be...
It has to be in the rain at the train station.
David Allen Coe comes back. Yes.
Got it.
So, but think about how different maybe it's like country might move. That there is it triggers the negative side of the care system of that care subsystem, or the blues, for instance. Like these are songs that somehow are miserable but make us feel good in the act of listening to them, right? So they do something with these subsystems, and so music has the capacity, partly because its level of abstraction, even if it has lyrics. Most folks don't listen to lyrics. There was some recent study where they had people list their favorite songs and then see if they knew the lyrics. They didn't. Now that doesn't mean they don't register the lyrics. Just like you may not remember the things that your mom would say to you as she tucked you into bed, or you may not remember the things that your friends, and word for word, the impact of those words can be registered. And again, this goes back to this notion of this bottom up. Doesn't mean that you have to be engaged lexically in these things to have some, but they're there. But so these songs, they different genre, like heavy metal, for instance, because you mentioned, and when you were listening to country when folks were listening, heavy metal probably might scratch different itches, may pull from different subs. For instance, you may not, while listening to a song about your truck leaving you, have the same experience about a song about Vikings, destroying a village. That would be Viking death metal if you like Amon Amarth. I don't know if you're into Swedish.
No.
All about Amon Amarth, okay?
Okay.
Got all the albums. I'm sorry. Too revealing? Okay.
That is,
I was in a mosh pit in Amon Amarth, and someone knocked me down and took my T-shirt. That's a different. That's a different story.
Wow, that's a full episode we got to come back to at some point. But otherwise,
they scratch. So your playlist. Maybe the reason we make playlist is so that we can hit as many of those. Systems as possible. Maybe.
I think you're onto something there, because I mean, you've got a Pandora playlist or some other iTunes or Prime Music or Google, all those things. So what do you choose from that playlist at that moment in time? I mean, you scroll through, no. Creedence Clearwater, no. Amon Amarth, no. You keep going. Oh, country, George Jones from there. I'm a little sad today. I don't know.
I was thinking, now that you said, remember when you used to do those mixtapes for a girl?
Yes. Yeah. That's the only time I've ever done one. I remember the mixtape I made for this girl who was in my psychology class.
Okay.
And,
And what were you trying to do when you made that tape?
Well,
not the ultimate goal. I don't mean that.
Impress the girl, probably.
Yes, right? but what were you doing?
That would be both. That may be both seeking and lust subsystems, right? So there are a couple of things, but there is an element of, and the way you described it was, for me, my mixtape in some way was an active display, just like male birds have the feathers.
Right.
Exactly.
It was an example.
This is me.
Yeah. My emotional. I remember I put a New Order, "Everything's Gone Green," which is an obscure. It's right after their lead singer killed themselves, and they became New Order. There's this remarkably depressing song. Which, by the way, if you've ever listened to Joy Division, the lead singer killed himself, and I remember they were interviewing one of the guitarists, like, we just didn't see that coming. I thought, you've been playing in the band, listening to this guy for years.
Yeah, and you missed it all. You never heard it.
Were you listening to what this guy was saying?
No, they didn't listen to the lyrics either. But that's it, and that's what I was going for. When you were creating that tape, you were putting you out there. This is how I'm feeling. This is what
Yeah, it's sort of almost a resume in that moment for the other person to get to know who you are. Right?
And I didn't ever use the term display, but that's exactly what it was.
Right.
And isn't your list now on Pandora kind of the same way? This is me. This is who I am. This is what I'm feeling.
It should have been private until he pulled it up on the screen. There,
Mike's list.
Now I'm getting psychoanalyzed.
There's a lot of Tiny Tim on this. I don't know. I'm not
tiptoe through the tulips with me. Yes.
I'm not sure what that means.
One-hit wonders are on there. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Which is funny. Bob Dylan's a huge Tiny Tim fan. He really is. But. Pre-war music, he's really recently, his albums have been really informed by that. But so maybe then the mixtape is a little like the bird displaying its feathers in front of a mirror. Maybe there's something. It's sort of a display solipsism, and I wonder what itch that scratches. Because you're right. Nowadays, now that I'm married, I don't make. I will attempt to play a song for my wife, but if she doesn't like it, it hurts my feelings so much that I literally just stop.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah,
doesn't it?
Oh man!
Because again, you're doing the same thing.
You don't love me anymore.
But you're putting you out there again.
This is so,
Yeah, look what I'm feeling here.
And
put everything on the line, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Wow.
But it's so the mixtape. It is a reveal, a resume, a display, right? It is,
This is how I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I want to know how we control this a little bit, because I kind of think, okay, I've got the playlist. I'm going to go down. What am I feeling? What am I doing in this moment? What do I want in the background? That's too noisy. Let me put some ambient on, or let me find something. So it depends on what you're doing, what's going on with you in that moment. And I think that's beginning to sound a little like therapy, maybe. In some ways we need some comfort or something, drive, something. If you're exercising, for example, are you going to put on the slow dance tune? No, you're going to put on
something
the one
that
with
pumps
the
you
beat.
up.
Yeah, that's how you're going to do this.
But you can think about this, because therapy, there is a parallel. Great art introduces us to ourselves, right? It helps us to know and name parts of ourselves we otherwise couldn't reach. A good relationship does that. A good talk, a good encounter with anything, in some ways, brings more of us to us. Where Freud's famous statement, where it was, there I shall be. And it doesn't have to be it can be an unthought known. It doesn't have to be something that's articulated. You just know it. You can feel it. We would say, I think Panksepp would say it's sort of much more right hemispheric. It's something that is pre-lexical or doesn't necessarily require sequential reasoning or words to be able to do something with it. And so much of therapy is that.
Right.
People, there's a real stress on cognitive behavioral therapy that's much more bottom down and, cognition. But good therapy has to find a way both and maybe lean a little toward the part that's more emotion. And the part that I think all art scratches, right? Like
yeah, and I'm thinking too that maybe we're looking for comfort. Maybe we're playing a playlist. We have it available to us. We're going back to that list. It becomes therapeutic because we're familiar with it. We're comfortable with it. It's not the new album that we just bought or the new thing we haven't heard yet or somebody's turning you on to something in that way. It's like, okay, this is my list and it brings me comfort or it fits into whatever I'm doing at that moment.
Wouldn't that be the Panksepp's care subsystem, right? So you are looking for, because I often do go back to bands, and like, in fact, I think one time back in the old days, I made a list of all these bands I liked. Remember?
Yes, I remember that. I need to find that episode because that was really interesting. First of all, there were 200. I didn't know 198 of them. I've been listening to music for a long time, so but I had no idea.
I was literally walking across the street heading toward lunch, and on Thursday, and it's already I'd been at work since 4:30 that morning, so I was already tired, and I started thinking about the music I liked and the bands I liked, and I said, I suddenly feel better. I can think of my favorite bands. I like the Kinks. I like Wire. I like Autechre. I like John Coltrane. I'm going to, and as I'm feeling better, right? I'm like,
right. I think that's the effect, right?
But there's also music like there's that seeking subsystem.
I think, yeah.
And so there's music like, I've never heard this before, or like you said, I don't know if I really like this or not, but I'm going to keep listening.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And how many times have you purchased something
but you hated it first,
and you hate it the first playthrough, and you go, what the heck did I do?
That's a buyer's remorse or something that you have to deal with.
Like third time through, you're going,
and then it hits you.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute,
this isn't bad. Now I know why I got this.
In fact, my favorite things, like I remember the first, like, because I've been talking a lot about Wire. The first time I heard them, I was like, have they seen people play instruments before?
Do they know what
that is?
I'm not sure. And then you start, and like you said, but there's something here, and then it's like suddenly you fall into it, like it finds you, and I think that's where that's a whole different sort of subsystem in a way.
And then part of that, I think, is you have an emotion right now and you can't identify it, and when you play that. It really hits that nerve. It really strikes that chord, and you really go, yeah, that's what I'm feeling.
Yeah, and
that's where I'm at.
It kind of goes back to relationships too. So if you guys have a group and you're talking about them, I'm kind of processing that in real time. I'm thinking, maybe I ought to give that a try, and it's connecting with something new, maybe one of those subsystems you're talking about, and then, hey, I might like it too, so I've been introduced to something new. Let me kind of venture out, seek it, try to find something new that maybe turns out, hey, pretty cool. Sure. I'm glad I did that.
It was, you were playing Slim Whitman, and I was thinking, maybe when I go home, I'll put on some Slim Whitman while I'm making, because I bet my wife maybe, right, but I would never have thought of, or Bruce Cockburn. I'm like, I really haven't listened to Bruce.
I haven't listened to Bruce in a long time.
I wonder if I revisited that, and let's see if there's something, So you're right, there is and that would be
connection.
That also triggers. So it does that. I like the idea that before I go to bed at night, I'll read and I'll listen to music, and the music I choose then is very different, Right?
Right.
It is. That's where I often choose an ambient track, or I'll
sure.
There's a jazz pianist named
No
Matthew
Amon
Shipp.
Amarth before.
But there was a time when I was younger that I might put that on before I went to bed.
And sleep right into it.
Yeah, that's right. But nowadays I'm like, no,
Can't do that.
life is cruel enough. I don't need to bring the cruelty to this moment.
Keep it going on.
Yeah, it's just not. I need this time for respite. But he's a pianist, Matthew Shipp, and he plays avant-garde jazz, and it often sounds like both of his hands are playing different songs,
Right.
and that they're angry at each other. but there's still something about it, like I'm like, I don't know why I would want to listen to this, but there's something sort of, and there is comfort in that, right? So
Yeah.
there are times, but there are also
Familiar.
times you might listen to music for. Like, I don't really know what I want to listen to, but I'll put this on, and then I'll find myself there, and it'll tell me something about, or I'll go, I want to remember. So each time we approach music, and it may activate different parts of ourselves, and it may articulate different parts of it. That's why I like this idea of sort of thinking about those 7 emotional subsystems, and how that's one way to sort of think about how we appreciate all art, but particularly music, because it can do so many things, right? It's not...
Yeah, I'm wondering too, and there's probably some science out there about how it impacts the brain. The brain mapping idea, and
they do functional MRIs. With people,
the MRIs, and what parts of the brain light up with certain types of music and those kind of things, and how we process it and what we do. And then I think that's almost the cognitive side of it, and you got the emotional side of it. So music covers a lot of territory for our lives.
Well, there was a recent study where they were showing letting people listen to death metal and whatnot, and the idea, does this make them violent? And then I forget what they did is they then exposed them to flowers or puppies and asked them what they felt, and it had the opposite effects of making them violent. Like,
okay,
they got it out.
Well, maybe that's it, because I can think of what friend of mine died a while back, and whenever I'm in a place of grief, I just can't listen to music, and so there was this blackout period, and then I'm at the gym, and I'm like, okay, I think it was down in my basement. I'm gonna listen to something, and for a while there, all I listened was the darkest, blackest, meanest death metal, black metal you can imagine.
Okay.
And often, there's a lyric where he said, "And the storm took everything, and the storm took nothing." And something about that lyric is this guy's like, in his Cookie Monster voice, saying it, and the music behind him sounds like, like it's just.
Yeah.
I found that as it brought me back into the world. I could find myself alive again and sort of thinking about grief, in ways that I couldn't. So it was reviving in a way, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah, I think there's got to be some. It makes sense. It has to make sense to us in our world, and so music can do a lot for us. I have it on all the time, basically. If I'm in the truck moving somewhere, if it's not a podcast or Jeff talking about something on the podcast, it's music in the background. Yeah. So
once again,
you go to the gym, you're home, and you're kind of listening to things. So it's a constant in our world.
How about from the movie? I was thinking about the one with John Cusack when he talks about the 5 greatest breakup songs.
High Fidelity?
High Fidelity. 5 greatest breakup songs. And I don't mean that as light as it sounds.
Right.
Because we do that.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking when I ended my last relationship, I was playing music like that. And I finally got to that point.
Right.
And it was like, okay, now I know what I have to do. Okay? And
it helped. It helped articulate parts of yourself. You were able to have a relationship with the places that you hurt, right? Mm-hmm. It was literally therapeutic, right?
It was.
This was a necessary journey to get you to the next place you needed to be.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, there's so much to know and so much to learn about it, and there's such variety in all of these groups that we talked about here today. I mean, really A to Z, if you want to go back from the pop all the way up to all the others that we mentioned here. There's just so much that impacts us and kicks in the cognition, kicks in the feelings with it, and we seem to just take it for granted in some ways. That
Well, you mentioned pop. Like, think of the greatest pop tune you can imagine. Think of the one that, like, really sort of, you know, the it doesn't have to be popular pop, but something that, right, that is. Can you think of one?
Red Rubber Ball, The Circle.
okay, all right, all
Pop?
right.
Okay.
All right,
Well, what do you-
I'm in a bind here.
Indian Lakes, Cowsills.
Well, but do it again. This is
Paul Revere and the Raiders back
Oh,
from the days.
Kicks.
Yeah, Kicks.
Kicks.
Oh,
I know.
Great song.
I know.
Oh,
Kicks
yeah.
are getting harder to find.
Yes, they are.
I know that one.
And they are.
Red Rubber Ball, I don't know, and the Cowsills, I know a little bit of, but you're outside of my zone. But I'll look for it. But joy, right? This is just you could get it can give you goosebumps. The hairs on the back of your neck stand up, right? You can suddenly get this, and we think that part of the reason that we get goosebumps is that, you know, our ancestors had fur, and part of the ways that we would display if we're under threat or whatever, if a cat, their hair goes up.
Right.
And so there's a direct connection between these emotional states of just suddenly being just, and music does that, right? You can have a song that just kind of boom.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah, I think so, and also it connects with a particular event. My Sharona, is that a thing?
My Sharona, yes.
My Sharona, which
neck.
that was at a fair here in Columbus back when
was
the
it?
kid,
Yeah.
back in the day, and so that's the first one that popped up. But there's so many more out there that connects with a place and time.
listen
in
to the
your
lyrics of that
history.
song. That's a really dirty song. You ever listen to it?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
I don't. No,
It's
that
really-
is what you quoted earlier. We don't listen to the lyrics, right?
We don't have.
That's
So
all
the
I
music is
listen to
good.
often is
What?
the lyrics. From when I was young, I learned lyrics to songs, and all of a sudden the words would pop in my head, and that's all I, and
They'll come out like in conversation or
well, too often. Yeah.
but in that's another one of the subsystems that and there is we talk about this in therapy. Like if I'm talking with someone and a lyric comes into my mind, it often helps me to understand what's going on in this moment that I otherwise couldn't know.
Okay.
Like I remember I was I've used this example 1,000 times, but I was grading papers or tests, whatever, out in front of this was before Davidson Schuster building was built, and I'm doing, and suddenly there are people around me, and the Elvis Costello lyric. There's a song called "This Is Hell," "This is hell, this is hell, hell is heaven in reverse." And why is that song in my head? And then I realized, wait a minute, these people are really annoying me. I really am. All this time I've been exerting all this energy, and people are like, this is hell. You know,
That's where I'm at. All right. So.
I need to do something about that. One of the lyrics in that is, "My favorite things plays again and again, but it's by Julie Andrews and not by John Coltrane."
There you go.
Yeah. You may not be able to control some of those lyrics that pop in your head. These kind of things. Well, man, this has been cool today to talk about music and hear your own experiences, and we get to share some things about it. What's the final word on music? Is there anything that we can do from a mental health side? Is it comforting? Can I go listen to that song when I'm down, or how do I do?
You should engage as many activities as you can that'll help introduce you to yourself. That'll help you to integrate parts of yourself that can generate that complexity we talk about. You don't have to think about it intellectually. We've talked about music in a way that could preclude the possibility of some folks just enjoying it. It's enough to just do that.
Right,
But,
right.
you know.
Without a big purpose. You started out by asking the question, what is the purpose of music? So do you have an answer now that we've talked about
I
it?
like the idea that there's this notion by Schopenhauer, and he said that all great art must be useless. And there's also a lyric by Elvis Costello, "What shall we do? What shall we do with all this useless beauty?" Well, it needs to be useless because utility is only such a small fraction of what's asked of us in the world. If our job is to dig ditches, then it's certainly important that we dig the ditches we need to. But the rest of life is something else other than that. And I think art, beauty, all of it should be wonderfully useless. So it has utility. That's certainly important.
Okay.
But its utility is in its uselessness, I think. So.
Okay. All right. Rather profound in a way. Yeah, play with and use all the crayons in the crayon box.
There you go.
I think we talked about. Jeff, good to have you here today,
Well, thank
man.
you.
Thank you
Thank
for being
you.
here. All right, with that, I guess we'll stop there. We'll see you next time.
You have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
I think too that there's emotion that are connected with music, and it's sort of a feeling that you have connected to, well, not only the music itself, but the event that you're at or the situation.
You see them in concert as opposed to at home.
Right.
With
Right.
headphones on at 2 in the morning. As a teenager, that was sort of those headphone moments. You would sort of. I remember hearing. There's a band called the Jesus and Mary Chain, and their music sounds.
Jeff, did you just say yes? You have that collection? At
No,
home?
I don't have that
Okay,
collection,
all right,
but I
that was
remember
it.
them. I remember them. Yes.
All right.
And it sounds a little like if you cross the Beach Boys with a chainsaw.
Oh, okay.
So-
that happens.
So there's these sort of like there are these sort of Beach Boy-esque, Beatle-esque melodies buried under just layers of feedback. It's like
Right,
It's like
right, yeah.
it's and so there's a song they have called "You'll Never Understand Me." And I remember as a teenager listening to that. You're right. No
Sounds
one's
true.
ever going to
Sounds
understand
nobody
me.
That's
will.
right.
And it
And
was
that was the point, man.
It was like, and I saw them. I've seen them in concert a couple of times, and first time I saw them at in Knoxville, Tennessee, in 1990.
Okay.
And I guess I was.
There's a memory right
Yeah.
there for you. All
I
right.
guess I was 19 when I
Okay.
saw them, maybe 20, and so they come into the Knoxville Theater, and the opening band was Nine Inch Nails. And so it was
Yeah.
already a little raucous because the lead singer, Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails, grabbed the guitarist by the hair and started dragging him around the stage. And I was
Oh.
like, we are not in Kansas
We are.
anymore.
We're out there now.
But when the Jesus and Mary Chain came on, first off, before they came on, the whole venue filled with smoke. I'm like, what is this? And suddenly I noticed that they were turning all the lights like toward us. And so when they came on, well, first off, before they came on,
You were
they
blinded. You couldn't see,
well,
right? All right.
that was about to happen. They played a video of a song that I'd never heard from them, and they played. I was like, why are they playing a video before they come on? And then the song goes off, smoke rolls in, and suddenly the lights start going in your eyes, so you can't see. You're being disoriented, and the band is just a wall of feedback. You can't tell when the next song begins or ends, and they don't speak. The lead singer sort of just draped over the and he's and they're just whatever, and they only played for like 30 minutes.
Right.
and at one point I sort of just turn and see what everybody's doing, and everybody's got their mouths open. They're going, my God, what is this? And some people are scared.
Happening.
And then suddenly it stops, and somehow the smoke is gone, and they disappeared, and we all just sort of filed numbly out of the theater.
That was it.
What was
Concert
that?
over.
And then I remember, my girlfriend at the time, and she was like, "Oh, that was horrible. What was that?" And I thought to myself, that is the greatest
That's
thing
the greatest
I've ever seen. That was literally. It was like, wow. That was
Yeah.
perfect.
That's yes. Okay.
And you knew she wasn't for you.
And she wasn't.
Yeah. That
We
didn't
were-
last long, did
Because
it?
my wife actually has seen them twice with me, and she's a Jesus and Mary Chain fan. So that is a there's a point
That's
there.
a compatibility factor.
Though I
there.
will
This is
say
not a
they
personality
seem
thing.
to have learned how to play instruments in the time in
Since
between
then.
time.
Yes, yes.
Or maybe because they're even though the feedback is still there is they're
They moved the guitars away from the speakers.
there
so
was.
that,
And when I say
something happened.
feedback, I mean ear piercing. Not
Oh, yeah.
like I mean like like this shrill, make like a dentist drill.
Thinking now that you said, remember when you used to do those mixtapes for a girl?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the only time I've ever done one. I remember the mixtape I made for this girl who was in my psychology class.
Okay.
And, you know.
And what were you trying to do when you made that tape?
Well,
Not the ultimate goal. I don't mean that.
Impress the girl, probably.
Yes,
right?
but what were you doing?
Well, that one of those, that would be both, that may be both seeking and lust subsystems, right? So there are a couple of things, but there is an element of, and the way you described it was for me, my mixtape in some way was an active display, just like male birds
Yes.
have the feathers.
Right.
Exactly.
It was an example.
This is me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My emotional. I remember I put a New Order. Everything's Gone Green, which is an obscure. It's right after their lead singer killed themselves, and they became New Order. There's this remarkably depressing song. Which, by the way, if you've ever listened to Joy Division, the lead singer killed himself, and I remember they were interviewing one of the guitarists, like, we just didn't see that coming. I thought, you've been playing in the band, listening to this guy for years.
Yeah.
And you missed it all. You never heard it.
Were you listening to what this guy was saying?
No, they didn't listen to the lyrics either. But that's it, and that's what I was going for. When you were creating that tape, you were putting you out there. This is how I'm feeling. This is what I.
Yeah, it's sort of almost a resume in that moment for the other person to get to know who you are. Right?
And I didn't ever use the term display, but that's exactly what it was.
Right.
And isn't your list now on Pandora kind of the same way? This is me. This is who I am. This is what I'm feeling.
It should have been private until he pulled it up on the screen. There,
Mike's list.
Now I'm getting
listening to that.
psychoanalyzed.
There's a lot of Tiny Tim on this. I don't know. I'm not gonna-
Tiptoe through the
that is
tulips with me. Yes.
I'm not sure what that means.
One-hit wonders are on there. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's a.
So that's the first one that popped up, but there's so many more out there that connects with a place and time.
Listen
in
to the
your
lyrics of that
history.
song. That's a really dirty song. You ever listen to it?
Yes.
Yes. I don't. No.
It is
That
really-
is what you quoted earlier. We don't listen to the lyrics, right?
We don't have.
That's
So
all
the
I
music
listen
is
to
good.
often is the lyrics. From when I was young, I learned lyrics to songs, and all of a sudden the words would pop in my head, and that's all I, and
They'll come out like in conversation or
too often. Yeah.
but in that's another one of the subsystems that and there is we talk about this in therapy. Like if I'm talking with someone and a lyric comes into my mind, it often helps me to understand what's going on in this moment that I otherwise couldn't know.
Okay.
I remember I was I've used this example 1,000 times, but I was grading papers or
test, whatever, out in front of this was before Davidson Schuster building was built, and I'm doing, and suddenly there are people around me, and the Elvis Costello lyric. There's a song called "This Is Hell," "This is hell, this is hell, hell is heaven in reverse," and why is that song in my head? And then I realized, wait a minute, these people are really annoying me. I really am. All this time I've been exerting all this energy, and people are like, this is hell. You know,
That's where I'm at. All right.
I need to do something about that. One of the lyrics in that is, "My favorite things plays again and again, but it's by Julie Andrews and not by John Coltrane."
There you go. Yeah. You may not be able to control some of those lyrics that pop in your head. That kind of things. Well, man, this has been cool today to talk about music and hear your own experiences, and we get to share some things about it. What's the final word on music? Is there anything that we can do from a mental health side? Is it comforting? Can I go listen to that song when I'm down, or how do I do?
You should engage as many activities as you can that'll help introduce you to yourself. That'll help you to integrate parts of yourself that can generate that complexity we talk about. You don't have to think about it intellectually. We've talked about music in a way that could preclude the possibility of some folks just enjoying it. It's enough to just do that.
Right,
but,
right.
You know,
without a big purpose. You started out by asking the question, what is the purpose of music? Mm-hmm. So do you have an answer now that we've talked about it?
I like the idea that there's this notion by Schopenhauer, and he said that all great art must be useless. And there's also a lyric by Elvis Costello, what shall we do with all this useless beauty? Well, it needs to be useless because utility is only such a small fraction of what's asked of us in the world. If our job is to dig ditches, then it's certainly important that we dig the ditches we need to. But the rest of life is something else other than that. And I think art, beauty, all of it should be wonderfully useless. So it has utility. That's certainly important.
Okay.
But its utility is in its uselessness, I think. So.
Okay. All right. Rather profound in a way. Yeah. Play with and use all the crayons in the crayon box.
There you go.
I think we've talked about. Jeff, good to have you here today,
Well,
man.
thank you.
Thank you for being here. All right. With that, I guess we'll stop there and we'll see you next time.
You have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
You did a great job the other day on ad-libbing on the street videos. Dr. Long,
appreciate that.
Dr. Long shot me an email, and the title of the email was Street Videos. And he was, yeah. So I thought, we're in trouble now.
No,
But,
street videos.
But street video.
Can I plug that in there?
As long as I can have street tacos in there somewhere.
You got
I'm
a
good.
plug there? Try it. If it is, you got a plug.
This
try it.
man. See, this is what I've learned. I've learned that I can't take him anywhere.
All right, there you go.
I've learned that for
Yeah,
sure.
he's trying to. He's already sent like 12 Instagrams and 42 tweets out. And what's up?
Unfortunately,
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Because you don't want to hear what I got to say.
unfortunately, Dr. B, you know, we put out tons of great quality work.
All right.
And the thing is, they see it.
Okay.
They might not click on it, but they see it. So, make sure I'm putting it in, an available space for them to see it. So that's
In their own time, because we understand people come to their, their own lights and understandings in their own time and space. So, it'll be out there. You can take your time and go do what you got to do.
Well, I'm just glad to have you guys in the studio. That's all
But Santi is the man, Dr. B. I just want to let y'all know Santi is the man.
Santi, you were talking those street videos, and Dr. Long sent me he liked them, by the way. He really thought it was kind of cool ad lib about it. You guys were just.
I was reading off
You were
the
freestyling. No, you were not. You were out there, man, and
the words were just
I mean, the word came in. Somebody said the word alien, and then it was like, hey, you. Alien hunters, you need to have a podcast. I like it.
Grab the attention.
That was very cool, very smooth, and I think that's an example too of just being yourself and being in the moment, and responding with that authenticity we were talking about a moment ago, and having fun at the same time. Now, you can't have fun all the time because that doesn't necessarily make money. And move the part A down to part B. But
go back to your last point real quick. As far as one thing we've learned, and to what you just pointed on, being yourself. That's one of the main things that we've learned throughout working with everyone we work with, is we had to stay true to who we were, regardless of what happened.
Makes sense.
We were put in a lot of different scenarios and situations and places where you're often given a choice. Do you be you, or do you switch it up? And we've, since day one, we've stayed true to ourselves. Comes with the good and the bad, but overall we like
with the bad.
Let's say sometimes it comes with the bad.
Not everybody's going to be a fan, right? I mean, you better.
There are a lot of non-fans.
Right. What you said.
All right, that's what he said. All right, so but I'm thinking you're right about that. But that that's part of life, and sort of moving through those moments. That it's not all about your hurt feelings, or it's not all about some thought you have in your head all the time. You got to kind of move on and get over that, and not be so self-critical, or not have your ego so fragile. Egos
are out there. If you want to be, I don't want to say, you got to, in order to be successful, you got to remove your ego, because there's a lot of successful egotistic people.
Oh yeah.
But
these days and times,
like he said, with these relationships nowadays, with the way the society is if you can just maneuver better, is that me?
I think that is.
If you can just maneuver better with people, aka, like you said, sometimes don't always think about yourself. Don't put you in front of everything. Things will work better, because if everyone is thinking about everyone else, then everyone is taken care of. It's that simple. Because if you're just only thinking about yourself and you can't care for another person, like no one else can be cared of than just you.
It's much more important what happens the day after the revolution than the day of. And in some ways that is reflective of what happens in therapy too. When someone comes in and we initiate some sort of change process, there's some sort of movement, some sort of understanding, some sort of skill imparted. It's really the most important thing is what happens next. And I think that's sort of the subtext in all this, and even the paper I want to write. I want to think about what happens next, and how do we ensure that what happens next can be somehow a fidelity, or somehow connected in the best possible way to what happened the day before.
All right. I like it. It's food for thought. And I don't think we always think that long term necessarily. And maybe we need to. All right, good conversation, Dan. I guess that's it. That's
Boom.
A wrap. We'll see you next time.
this Uma
Thurman.
Uma Thurman. She's
Yes.
doing that. She's the little girl with the climate change. Uma Thurman.
No, that's
No.
So the transits that are still interesting to us here in 2019 are the ones that are taking place in other solar systems.
okay.
Now, wait a minute. That
Yes.
implies something, right?
Yes, it does.
That implies that there are actually planets around other stars. And in fact, the very way we discovered planets around other stars had to do with the way that the planets were orbiting around those parent stars.
Right.
And so there's a whole new class of planets that we know a lot about now
Yes.
that are called extrasolar planets.
Extrasolar planet.
Extrasolar. Extrasolar means they're not orbiting our sun, they're orbiting another star.
All right.
We now know of over 4,000 extrasolar planets.
Wait a minute. 4,000.
Over 4,000. And by
Over
the way, that
4,000.
number keeps going up, so it's a little bit hard for me to keep track. I think the latest number I saw was 4,084 known confirmed exoplanets or extrasolar planets.
Incredible.
And so by the way, let me throw that shortening in.
Yes.
You'll see the word exoplanet.
Right.
And exoplanet is just because guys like myself got tired of saying extrasolar planet. It was just too many syllables.
Yeah.
So we just cut it down to exoplanet.
Shorten it up. Make it quick. And we're
you go.
moving on. Okay, I got it.
In with the cool crowd. So if you're in with the cool crowd, you'll call them exoplanets. So when you hear the term exoplanet, just think about a planet around a star that's not the sun. It's around another one of those stars that we see up in the sky.
First of
Now-
all, that's just amazing that we have that technology
Right.
and yeah, it's sort of brilliant scientific thinking to figure this out. I think,
and
in
that's
so
what
many
I'd like
ways.
to address a little bit. How did we find these things, right?
Yeah.
There's two ways that we found exoplanets, and actually the first way is a little bit more complicated. It's a pretty specialized circumstance.
Okay.
That's when a very big, massive planet is orbiting a fairly small star at a fairly close range.
Right.
When that's happening, scientists can actually detect the star moving in and out relative to the Earth. But really what it's doing, it's kind of going around in a circle. Now, we don't see that other planet, but we can see the star moving in a circle. Well, that implies that there has to be another planet out there tugging it and making it move. The
Okay.
planet does not give off light, so it's not bright
Oh,
enough
that's
for us to
right.
see.
Yes, I remember you saying, "Hey, it's all about light."
Right.
That's how we
Astronomy's
get to see
prejudiced
things,
to things that glow in the dark. So that's why we have to watch those things that glow in the dark, right? So the star itself, though, is glowing nicely, and we can see that star moving around in its own little circle because of a common orbit with a very heavy planet. But to us, what we're measuring is the radial movement in and out. And we do that with this thing called Doppler shifts or red shift, blue shift. And so that's the wavelengths of light being shifted relative to because of the motion of that star. So
Got it.
so one of the ways we can figure out that there are planets around other stars is we can just see that star, we can see that parent star vibrating in and out a little bit, which really means it's going around in tiny circles.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there
Okay,
are only
that's
a
cool.
very special few star planet combinations that are just right for us to detect that kind of radial motion.
Well, and it's at such a distance too. And
Exactly.
it's still mind-boggling, and for me anyway, that we can take those tiny little shifts and things, and then extrapolate that's an orbit.
That's right. That's right.
Pretty
Exactly.
cool idea.
But so astronomers came up with then a second way to potentially identify planets that were orbiting other stars.
Okay.
And this still is kind of a Goldilocks situation where everything has to be lined up just right.
Got it.
It's just that it's a more common occurrence, which is something called a transiting exoplanet. So we've talked about transits.
Okay.
Transits in our own solar system are a planet moving in front of the face of a sun. Well, a transiting exoplanet is another solar system out in our galaxy where the planet's planes of orbit are lined up just right to where the planet will pass in front of the face of its parent star.
Okay.
And when it does that, it dims the light from that parent star down a little bit.
Okay.
And then as it moves off the face of its parent star, the light comes back up again. So it's just passing between us. It's not actually touching the star, but
Right.
it's passing in between us and that star. It drops the light coming to Earth down a little bit as it moves in front, and then as it moves out of the way, the light comes back up again. So,
Right.
so scientists developed a whole series of cameras that were very sensitive to picking up these slight variations in the light coming from stars due to planets passing in front of them. And they mounted some of those cameras on a couple of spacecraft. The first spacecraft to go into orbit around the Earth that had this technology on it was called Kepler.
Wow.
And so Kepler was a telescope named after Johannes Kepler, who studied planetary motions, by the way. So Kepler was a...
You have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
All right, Dan, good to see you.
Saturday
What is going on? Yes, Saturday morning.
Not
for us
bathed.
right here.
Not
So-
bathed. This is the hat. As I
Yes.
mentioned earlier, I smell like deviled ham. Whenever I don't bathe for a while, I smell like a potted meat.
Oh my goodness.
So,
okay, potted meat.
I
Yes,
have not
there's a
eaten.
topic
I haven't
for
bathed
us
in a
right
couple
there.
of 4th of July and all that sort of stuff. And
Yeah, we just had the 4th of July. Did you see the fireworks? Or there?
I was in Atlanta.
Celebration?
I was on top of this building, and I saw fireworks from they were all, many of them were far away, but I could see them from a surround. Centennial Park, Decatur, Buckhead, all these sorts of places. Boom, they were all going on around you. It's amazing.
Oh, that's pretty
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, I like that idea.
For a brief moment, I felt okay to be alive. Just for
Okay,
a small,
just for a
small
brief
moment. I was,
You know, I think we need to work on expanding that for
We could.
you, particularly,
We could,
so
yeah.
you can enjoy this ride.
you know what else that I've found that helps me to enjoy life is this wonderful new refreshing beverage, Supercharged.
Supercharged.
I
Okay.
think,
Okay. I'll just leave it right there. Thank you. I appreciate that mention there. I'm sure the guys upstairs appreciate that as well. So, so what's been on your mind? So you could break into a commercial and it would go south in a hurry.
Okay,
We all
okay.
know that. Everyone watching this absolutely knows that. So.
I could do commercials. Let's see. What I was thinking was a couple of things. You brought something up, but I also had something on the drive up to. It's a family tradition that we listen to David Sedaris audiobooks.
Okay.
That's what we For a while there was we were listening to Ayn Rand audiobooks.
Oh no,
but
that was not happening.
But yeah,
After
yeah.
that didn't happen. But
Suddenly I found at one point my son, he was 10 at the time, I found him attempting to club a poor person to death.
Okay.
And that's when I realized we needed to
we might need to pay attention a little bit more.
we need to stop the Ayn Rand.
Yeah.
So but we so we've been
People can put those two together later. All right, there we go.
we've been listening to like some David Sedaris, and which is interesting because sometimes some of what he talks about is not kid friendly. So you have to
Right.
hover near the pause button
Okay.
to be able to move through some things because he does this one story about Fire Island that not for kids.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
But it's funny. It's just not for kids.
Yeah. Right.
So we're up there. We're
part of
heading
your
toward.
job, right? As a parent.
It's parent, yeah. But I thought part of my job actually is to guide him through tactical shaming.
Yeah, we talked about your parental shaming earlier.
That's right. I'm going to write a book on shame-based parenting.
This is there's a need for an intervention on that for sure.
There probably is. So we're in the car. We're going up, and suddenly Sedaris tells a story his stories are autobiographical, and I'm sure there's a little liberty taken in this one, but talks about when he was younger, somewhere in the age between 6. Well, actually, he makes it sound like it started somewhere around that time, when he had these severe obsessive compulsive symptoms. Like he would be in the classroom, he would get up 28 times during classroom, and he would go and have to lick the light switch. On the way home, he would have to lick mailboxes, statues in people's yards. He would have to lick the doorknob to his house. He would have to kiss the stairs. All these sort of things, and he would. So what would
a 10-minute walk would be an hour and a half, and it was just sort of riddled and weighed with all these rituals that you have to go through. Boom, boom,
It seems
boom.
very interesting too, because with the tongue, he has to lick things. That's germs and everything. That's got to drive somebody crazy in his household, I'm sure.
Well, the teacher was rather upset. It began with the teacher sort of wanting sending a letter home to his mom to address these things.
Okay.
And the teacher, at least from his perspective, wasn't quite understanding what this all could mean. She thought it was just simply sort of
right.
She didn't.
Really bizarre in some ways, and that's why you're not going to come to a quick understanding of that until you look at it a little bit.
Yes, and you might want to, most of the classroom you'd want to touch things with the glove, when that kid's around.
Right, everyone wears gloves now.
But and he tells a story. Oddly enough, he makes it relatively humorous. But if you've ever been subject to obsessive compulsive symptoms or known someone who has, they are terrifying, and they're hell. They just really are. They're tough. And to be plagued by
it's kind of associated. It's anxiety, right? It falls into that camp. And look at anxiety, depression, illness, those kinds of things, for sure.
And that's where it becomes sort of interesting, because if you look at it from a purely biological stance, we could say that maybe it is something awry with the nervous system. We could say that, and certainly in very extreme cases, that there seems to be some genetic pull, there's history of severe obsessive disorder in families often. But one way to think about it would be, because I tend to, I don't know if you know this, but I can look at things psychoanalytically.
Sure.
Sometimes, every once in a while.
Every once in a while, like that.
Every day. So we can think about it. If at the core it is anxiety, obsessive compulsive symptoms are an attempt at a solution. It is what Freud called making the best of a bad job. Everything that was all of these obsessive acts, these obsessive thoughts and compulsive acts, are all circle around a central and core anxiety, and that they are attempts to mediate that. They're attempts to be able to do something with it. And if you, for instance, he makes just a passing mention of what was going on at a time when these things really became difficult. And his parents had just moved from the north to North Carolina, and they were living in this temporary house. And so you can see that at that moment he was placed under a tremendous amount of pressure and stress.
Okay.
And as a kid, whatever tendency he had toward compulsive activity and obsessive thought suddenly became increasingly exacerbated as a result of this change. And so the solution became even more drastic and dire. And as you can see, that developmentally there are all these sorts of, particularly as we move into middle school, social pressures, puberty. They're both internal and external stressors that occur as a result of your developmental arc, and they tend to increase. And so
and that I was interested in his age at the time. You didn't mention that, but I'm assuming it was middle school.
I think so. I think we said he was. I think he was 10 or 11. I may be wrong. But it seemed to be somewhere around that area, 4th, 5th, 6th grade, something like that.
It was just developmental.
He was right there in that sort of spot.
Okay.
And so you can see that it's an attempt to be able to cope, and it's what makes it sort of like most symptoms. And this is the way to sort of think about this. This is the way, particularly psychoanalytically, we would define a symptom. It provides an immediate and limited but very effective solution to the anxiety at hand. But long term, it tends to feed itself. So it's a symptom that begins to actually reinforce itself and make itself worse. Because if his anxiety on some level was feeling alone and vulnerable, moving away from friends and family and a network of connections that somehow made him feel supported, as soon as he comes to a new place, licking doorknobs and light switches is not going to make you connected to people.
No, as a matter of fact, it's going to run people in the opposite direction, or he's going to suffer some real consequences from other people.
And the vicious spiral of that is, it begins to get worse and worse and worse. And so the problem you fixed now requires more of the same fix, and then at some point it can even unmoor itself and no longer be tied at all to the thing that initially started.
Okay. That's
So
interesting.
in his case, it seemed to, if his story is accurate, it was remarkably debilitating. And for him, it wasn't until he had maybe a bit more control over it. But it wasn't until he started smoking as a young adult and doing drugs that he was able to do something with those things. He would talk about how the ritual of smoking, lighting a cigarette, of stepping away to smoke, all these sorts of things were a way for him to suddenly, once he picked up chain smoking, to develop a set of compulsions and rituals that were more socially acceptable. And so we made that trend. Now, why his parents didn't take him to a therapist, I don't know. That in of itself this was in the 70s, I guess.
Excuse me.
Late 60s, early 70s, I guess. So how old he was?
Right. It might be
But-
some kind of taboo against that, particularly.
But that also
within
could be
the-
diagnostic, that the family, it's simply just,
Yes.
so I don't know. And if you've listened to any of his stories, he's lots going on.
Yeah, it seems like there is a lot going on with him, but he's prolific and he's on NPR and he's on all of these. I guess there's shows in some regard. So
yeah,
he seems to be doing pretty well and pulled his act together, at least literally.
He doesn't have his own drink yet, but he's not quite hasn't reached that level of success, but he's moving in that direction.
Yeah. Well, that's really interesting. So it took a sort of a life of its own, moved away from the initial starting point for him with the anxiety and the move and the other kinds of things there. So.
And part of what makes this interesting is that if you think about this psychodynamically, all of us come up with a solution for the things that we feel and the stressors we have. It's just some of us are lucky enough, either through genetic pull or having the right sort of developmental environment, we come up with much better solutions than the ones he came up with. Well, all of us have a way of, we have at least some modicum of maybe obsessive or compulsive things that move through us. But for instance, there's a hierarchy of ego defenses that are talked about in the psychodynamic literature. And one of the ones he exhibits is a good one to have, a sense of humor. So if you are experiencing that initial anxiety that anybody would feel in a social setting, but you're able to tell a joke, that's a sort of defense that mediates your affect, but in such a way that brings people closer. So it's certainly true that humor can go off the rails and can end up running people away. I think my wife probably could talk about that.
I was going to say, we probably have plenty of examples just from this show.
That's
not
right.
only at your home, but
the fact that certain things she says you should not find funny, and I can't help it. It's just,
that's an immediate signal for you to find something.
So that's,
that's right.
But by and large, it's a much better defense than the compulsive licking of a light switch.
Sure.
But all of us have a pattern of symptoms, adaptive or otherwise, that we make use of. And they become something that's often referred to as character structure. They become, it's reflex, it's like an autopilot, it's like an implicit map of our insides and our outsides that we sort of follow. And built into that are these solutions we come up with, these ways, and they are embedded. They're not something we're often aware of. They mediate automatically and reflexively. And part of what happens in therapy, if our man Dave Sedaris were to, as a kid, show up, part of the goal would be is to help him to name and to acknowledge at least some of the anxiety he's experiencing. If you created a space, if he were a younger child and you did play therapy, for instance, you could find a way for him to be able to put into words and some form of mediated action the sort of stressors that the move made. Since he's a little older at the time, you might get him to be able to tell you directly, or in the stories he speaks of. If you ask him what he's been doing and he starts telling you about a TV show he likes, sometimes those are small windows into talking about characters that he identifies with. And it becomes some small movement for him to begin to put into words instead of these reflexive actions, the things he's attempting to mediate. And you create what's known as an environment of dyadic regulation, as opposed to the solitary. There's dyadic regulation and there's solitary regulation. That's not what it is. But there's a fancy term for it. But
okay.
When he is in these obsessive compulsive symptoms, he is stuck outside of the potential for dyadic regulation. The story begins with the teacher sort of making fun of him and sending a letter home. Right. The story begins with a failure of potential dyadic regulation. If she had sat down with him, and it may not have been helpful for her to say, why do you keep doing this? Right. But she could have sat down with him and said, hey man, I know you're new here. When did you guys move down? She could have started there.
Okay.
That would be the moment of potential dyadic regulation. If that were successful in a successful treatment, part of what happens, including maybe helping him to sort of name some skills he could utilize, giving him some tools to navigate these things, but he also would be able to internalize. He would bring the teacher with him. In the act of dyadic regulation, you sort of internalize that sort of stuff, and it becomes a new map, a new reflex, more adaptable. That makes some sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense because the idea that we all are on this continuum a little bit with this OCD, the obsessive compulsive kind of thing, and that we build some kind of structure as we go along. But for him, it was an extreme. I mean, licking all these objects around in this world must have just horrified all the people close to him. And look for a significant reason for this in some way.
And you can see that it leaves him increasingly isolated and away from the potential for the level of dyadic regulation that he needs. And probably his family is also under a great deal of stress. I think at the time his mom was pregnant with his brother, I think. So there are all these familial pressures. So, and I think he had at that time 2 older sisters. I think he has 3. Maybe he has 3 older sisters.
Wow.
Maybe, I think that's right. And, or maybe a younger sister. I think he has a younger sister too, or maybe I'm wrong. But, so there was nothing there, or there was minimal things there to help him to be able to cope outside of that reflexive symptom.
Yeah, I'm wondering too. I mean, it seems like it was unconscious. He wasn't going in and saying, "Oh, when I get to North Carolina, I'm going to start licking the light switch." This was something that just manifested itself. What's the explanation? I mean, why couldn't he realize? Wait a minute, and think through this in some way, kind of self-regulate. What do you think?
Well, it's interesting because if you go with, when I've worked with patients with OCD, oftentimes with them, there's something dangerous about thinking it. There's something dangerous about getting close to it. There's an example that I can't remember the name of the text, but with a woman who had her husband had taken a job, and she had just moved into a new city, southern city, middle of nowhere, small town, and she began to, they moved, and she had just had her second child. She had a 2-year-old, and she had a baby. And when she was leaving the house, if she were leaving the house with a sitter or by herself, especially by herself with the kids or whatever, she would have to check the stove 500 times. She had to go back and forth, and she would have to do the locks almost 100 times. She just would, and she'd always had some compulsive trends, but they really become incredibly exacerbated. Well, part of a way to think about this, what she may need to think to move past that, if we take a psychodynamic step, is to think about the anger she may have toward her husband. the anger she may have toward her kids. There may be an unconscious desire for the stove to actually burn the house down because she might want to be free of all the pain and struggle and stress that she's under.
Right.
So there's a knot. There is a conflict between different parts of herself that find themselves tied to this symptom. And to untie the knot, you may have to get connected to things that are very difficult to think. Maybe even things that are impossible to think. For Sedaris as a little boy, he may not have the capacity to be able to name these things. He's never, if he had lived in his hometown up until he was 10 years old, he doesn't have the words to know what moving means. Someone may at some point may have attempted to, so I think that's part of it. So sometimes the feelings are too much, but sometimes there's a conflict too. There is, and this is very psychoanalytic and maybe controversial in a number of quarters, but at least with some obsessive symptoms, there's a danger to really peering under the symptom, because what you find there can be maybe very dangerous and difficult. No one wants to think that they want to burn their family down.
Right.
But
you're having those kind of very horrible, unthinkable kinds of thoughts, and being able to confront those, and that's hard enough for anyone to do.
A number of folks that I've worked with throughout the ages, I'm not that old. I'm old, but I'm not that old. But throughout my career as a male hand model, throughout my career as a therapist.
What is it that you do? We gotta figure that out one day.
Yeah, what do I do?
That's another show. We'll get to that.
But oftentimes, some of the symptoms, the patterns you see will be around things like pedophilia. Oh, I think I'm a child molester. I think I'm a horrible person. And that they can, they'll can't drive past the park because there'll be kids there, and they'll suddenly, oh my God, what a horrible person. And sometimes the symptoms serve the purpose of, or at least part of their purpose, is to punish. That the things that I feel are too much, and to project condemnation and aggression outward are a way to tie that knot. They offer a quick and not so easy, very difficult solution. Part of the work is to get someone to be able to, if not directly peer under what conflict may be arriving at that, getting them better at being able to feel the things that they feel.
Right.
I can think of an individual who had some those fears of pedophilia, and he had graduated from a graduate program and had just started a fairly lucrative career and was beginning to experience some success when his obsessive compulsive symptoms began to reach a crescendo. Mm-hmm. And part of the work with him was untying this knot to see that at least part of this had to do with the fact that he was now more successful than his dad. Mm-hmm. That up until now he had lived under this idea that his dad was as good as he could get, was second to God in terms of his place in the universe, and to suddenly live in a world where he began to think about his father differently, his very success began to wreck the balance in the world that he had. And so beginning to get him to touch on those things began to get him to be, and it's difficult to see, well, how does fear of molesting kids connect with this wrecked by success narrative? But what is central to it is really just affect. It is feeling. Symptoms are an attempt to be able to mediate inner experience, and that can tie all sorts of things together that often seem not connected at all. Right. Or it could be that it was necessary for me to do that because he had good insurance and I wanted a boat.
Okay, this was we were straightforward there. We just went off the rails just a little bit about the boat, but
I really don't.
No, it's difficult to face these kinds of things, and if the context of the family we're in and the environment that we're in makes it harder to do that, sure, we're going to shy away from that. We'll find reasons not to look at that. And as you said, it may be too horrifying for the person.
It's it ain't easy being human, and that's part of the takeaway from this is that you can look at someone with the extreme symptoms that Sedaris had with the licking of the light switch, but we can see embedded in that something existential, something that is central to the human condition. We have to come up with a solution that allows us to live, and we are not solitary in that. We don't do it by ourselves. It requires people in our life to help us to do that. And no matter how good they are, sometimes they're not good enough in some ways. We have genetics and biology give us a certain, there are certain factors there that we are, like cards we are dealt. All of those things sort of swirl together, and we come up with a way to do something with those. And when you look at an extreme situation like Sedaris, I mean, think about yourself. You think about the things that you do. Think about the way in which you mediate stress. One of the more common ways would be, lots of folks, the first thing they do when they come home is either on the weekend or usually the weekend they'll Netflix binge.
Right.
And you may say to yourself, on one level, that's okay, Netflix binge, but that can be
By the
if
way,
you're not.
it happened at my house this couple of days ago with the third season of Stranger Things.
Stranger Things,
there you go.
yes.
So.
That's
Sorry, I didn't mean to take you off.
yeah,
on that.
we
That
have,
was
I
like-
gotta watch that Stranger Things. That's that one about it's got Ducky in it.
I'm not going to say anything. I tried to talk about it the other day. I was shushed at the house
Okay.
because we didn't want to reveal anything.
Okay,
so,
okay.
try to be
But see,
respectful.
a Netflix binge can be symptomatic because it can be another solution to mediate certain affect states. We talked before about that notion of the euthymic window. We can move to a place of compulsive activity in the Netflix binge, and it's different than licking a light switch, but it can in the end keep us maybe even stuck in some ways that Sedaris also was. A weekend spent Netflix binging doesn't allow you to think about the week before, the Monday through Friday, that generated the need for that compulsive activity. And it is possible, if you are allowed to get close enough to things that pushed you toward that symptom, to suffer just enough to feel them, you might be able to come up with a more adaptive solution. You may be liberated. You may grow in a way that allows you to have more of a life than a life that you have to attempt to escape from through a screen.
Right. Well, I guess we have to use what we have at hand in some ways. So what happens if you don't adapt to this? I mean, you were talking about, he obviously kind of pushed through this and worked through it in some ways.
He made a lot of dough. The Sedaris guy, he's successful.
What happens when you don't have the opportunity to work through? That sounds like a terrible place to be in your life, and it would constrain you from ever kind of growing.
I think there are folks who are literally debilitated, who are trapped. There used to be a saying in shrink circles that if you scratch the surface of an obsessive, you get a psychotic. And what that really means is that untempered, and what often happens is, as part of our developmental arc, is a lot of emotionally difficult or a lot of psychological symptoms can have some level of remission as one moves through age. They can sometimes, and so it could be that folks who initially have these sorts of things, they may even out. They may find a way that they may disperse. You'll notice lots of pre and adolescent and post-adolescents will develop certain tics. Those will come and go, and those may be connected with the rapid myelinization of different hemispheres, which can be connected with increased executive functioning control, all that sort of stuff. So there are neurological sort of hallmarks and markers one move through, but some folks these things don't remit, and instead they find themselves trapped forever. They do.
It sounds like a pretty rough place to be for a lot of folks. Well, I was told at one point that, being a little bit OCD was good while you're in graduate school and you're working on advanced studies. So
I was told a little psychopathy was good.
Okay.
Until they found the bodies, and then they were like, "Look, man,
you gotta stop this if you're gonna graduate." Okay, I heard that. Yeah.
Well, within Western culture, especially, OCD. A little bit of that is good. We sort of have to, in some ways, differentiate between OCD and OCPD. Depending on who you're talking to, those can be radically different things. But if the capacity to develop and maintain structure certainly is within Western society very important. OCPD, the more central thing is control. That also, a little bit of that can be important. You have the capacity to be able to direct and mediate and control over the things that you feel and things that you do. So, would come in handy. That said, though, I'm sure you can think of folks that you may have attended graduate school with or professors, for instance, who did that. And then
we had students in there.
Students, yeah, you probably know.
Let's cover everybody.
Don't.
As best we can.
Yeah, I've had bosses and administrators.
Everyone up the line.
There are lots of ways
yeah.
where you are, there used to be when you were a kid, I haven't heard my son say this, but when I was growing up, you would say, step on a crack and break your mother's back.
Yeah.
And this saying goes all the way back to Freud. Freud writes about it, and it's called the Thalian principle.
Okay.
I think I may be mispronouncing that. It's the idea that, for Freud, it's there is an excessive enjoyment about dancing around cracks that could potentially kill your mom. And that's in some ways the essence of a symptom. To lick a light switch doesn't just mediate inner tension, it brings with it its own sense of enjoyment. A guy by the name Jacques Lacan, again, not Chaka Khan, very different people.
I know.
Use that.
The albums are different, the music is completely different.
Very different. You can dance to both of them, though. But he called it jouissance, and it's the idea that there is an excessive pleasure to these things. So part of what also drives a symptom is if you're just walking along and trying not to step on cracks, but if suddenly in your mind you fantasize, if I step on this crack, I'll kill my mom. Suddenly it becomes a game. It begins to have there's a charge to it.
Right.
And so Lacan, he wants to emphasize that there is an enjoyment, an excessive enjoyment in our symptoms. They allow us to, there is something there, a sort of obscene pleasure that drives these things too. And then part of untangling is being able to do something with that as well.
Right, there's a lot to manage in these situations for folks going through this, but a little bit goes a long way, as they say. So maybe we'll figure out what you need to do in therapy. But I think you said it earlier that we need to approach these issues in some ways that without the blame necessarily. Because I think your example a few minutes ago was like the teacher coming at the person and saying, what's wrong with you, as opposed to talk about what the situation was like moving to North Carolina.
Well, that does in some ways go against my shame-based parenting techniques.
Parenting. I hope you don't use that in therapy. Do you use No, I would take that question back.
Shame-based therapy. It would be, you lousy light switch licker. That's not really going to help. That's not.
No, that's not going to help. And as well,
well, it's interesting because it actually can. Well, shame doesn't help. But one of the things that we talk about in one of my favorite cats, Lily B on there, says that our first role as therapists are to survive the patient. And I would say that our first role of any social encounter is to survive the other. And so someone who is licking your light switch is a harder person to survive. Someone who is in front of you rocking back and forth, crying hysterically, saying they're a child molester,
because they had these thoughts, it's hard to survive. So part of what, to be able to lean in, to be able to mentalize the person across from you, is to be able to, as best you can, see the humanity, and if you can, also see where your own symptoms may lie, that you are at least part of that continuum. I may not be someone who looks like Switch, but I am someone who does this and this and this and this.
Right.
You know? So.
Wow. There's a lot to think about there.
But, and hopefully the thinking involves someone with really good insurance, because I got a boat.
Yeah, you boat.
I got to get a boat. Right now, I couldn't afford a dinghy.
Right. How about a float for the pool that we've heard about?
Yeah, like those floaties. Yeah, I couldn't even afford floaties.
Floaties, no floaties.
Floaties.
It's terrible.
No,
it's a terrible situation. Well, we'll take donations at the end of the show. Pitch in for some floaties for you.
I feel we should work in commercials, like the guys upstairs. We'll do a commercial for them.
Let's leave the guys upstairs out of this conversation until we bonded our friendship. Okay, then we can move.
That's
forward.
actually a referral to not God, but as people don't realize, we are polytheists. So we believe in many gods. So it's reference right to the gods who are guiding us, and Zeus and Apollo and
others,
and Ed Norton. I don't know.
Or the tweet of God, I think, is out there on Twitter. So
what is it now? The tweet of God?
Yeah. That's God tweets now.
God tweets. I hope
some situations, but they can't shut him down for some reason.
I hope he's not tweeting anything
violated.
from Leviticus. Wear mixed fabrics. I'm gonna send you to hell.
Those things I wish I hadn't brought up at this moment, but that's what we do sometimes. So what do you know? All right, man. Well, that's been very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So, what else?
Well, you're not supposed to have. Is this like radio? You can't have dead air.
We can have dead air. Yeah.
Some people would say
it's called post production.
Here it is.
So we just find that moment where we can stop to get to the next
I think there are only two kinds of air in this room: hot air and dead air. I think there's really you got no.
Which is more? I don't know.
Well, you brought us up a little earlier, and in some ways, there's a way to connect these.
Yeah. Well,
about ideology. The more people
certainly want to talk about it.
So we can say that for later if you want.
Yeah, well, we need to have a longer time to kind of get into it, but let's talk about it for just a second.
Well,
Set this up sort of up.
You talked about this notion of ideology, like why are people like, let's we should remain apolitical, or do we wade into the fray?
Well, I would say at this point there's no way escaping from the politics because it's in the air that we breathe at this point. So
well, I have a couple of
careful we don't go.
Friends from Tennessee where I grew up. We're very conservative, and so they often send on the Facebooks. I don't know if you got one of those Facebooks or if you know any that does.
I've heard of the Facebooks.
But I got one of the Facebooks, and they send these, and they often say things like immigrants go home. I don't like line breakers, or that was one they go about breaking in line, there are pictures of Trump as if he was drawn a little like he might be some sort of Christ figure, and so there's an ideological component to that.
Sure.
And you were saying that why do people cling to that? Why do people
that's kind of the question. Why do we need that? In other words, we can't really sort of independently think about things as they come and make choices in that. We have to sort of join a particular ideology and then march to that too.
Correct.
And I find that very interesting.
This is how this connects because we'll go with Lacan again. Lacan has a famous saying that reality is structured like fiction.
Okay.
And only the non-duped err. That's another one.
Okay.
And
we may have to have some disclaimer at the end of this show, but and also a definition, some terms used during the show.
But what he means by that is that the only way you can be wrong is not to be fooled. And what that means is that we can only exist or make use of reality through some sort of mesh, through symptom, through our own histories. It is always to some degree wrong. So there is a fiction that we create to be able to, that it involves us and the people around us. And this fiction is how we move through the world. And it is always to some degree untrue, because it has to be. It is always to some degree unfinished. And what happens with rigid ideological structures is they become rigid, fascistic, and they no longer allow for the movement that what one needs to have with our necessary fiction. You could imagine a dialectic of illusion and disillusionment, and illusion and disillusionment, that allows the growth of a mind and a spirit to be able to get bigger and bigger and embrace the world in a better and better fashion. But on some level, we have to cling. When we talk about learning theory, for instance, there's also a famous philosopher that said, all learning is, there is no learning without suffering. And that's the whole notion of assimilation versus accommodation from Piaget's standpoint. That to assimilate is not to alter the fiction and the illusion we live with. To accommodate it, however, is to have to alter that, and that is almost always painful. So, and I'm picking on my friends in Tennessee, but for instance, this notion that, immigrants go home, nobody likes a line breaker. They may be narrowing their idea of what what makes this ideological is, in many ways, that most ideological systems often have, Lacan calls it a quilting point, or some notion or idea that sort of ties everything together. A lot of right-wing ideology, this notion of freedom. Freedom isn't free, or this notion of America almost as if it's sort of a saturated symbol. Well, in this case, it's the immigrant, and that there are outsiders that we should be united against, and we should be united against them underneath the American flag, and they are trying to get in. They're doing something unfair and wrong. And so that is a helpful illusion to have, because it makes the world make sense. It creates a fiction that you can live under. But there's a tremendous amount of information that has to be repressed, or in fact, you can also, what often happens in the system, this is all psychoanalytic, the immigrant gets to own all the projections. You don't have to think about your own difficulties in a certain way, because you can project them into the immigrant.
Right.
And so it offers again that really tidy fiction illusion that one can live under. But what's missing in that, what was challenging, is if you were to take my friend from Tennessee and we were having, I said, well, what if you realize that a certain percentage, I don't know what percentage of it, 30% of those are actually women and their babies. They are fleeing because if they stay where they're at, they might be killed. Or that they see a promise for a world where their children may have the things you've been able to give yours. What should they do? Should they stay where they're at? And if you were to say that, would it open up the possibility of some level of accommodation? Doesn't mean that he suddenly has to, throw away his entire platform of immigration. But there's the possibility of being able to think about this differently. Now, as an aside, we've talked in here about Slavoj Žižek, and he got in a lot of trouble, and made a lot of his friends upset when he said that he said it in a way that was very provocative. But what he said is, as long as we focus on the immigrant, we are never going to fix the global problem. Why in this world where we have enough resources are there places that people want to flee from? The right focuses on erecting borders, and the left focuses on creating a space for these people to come to. The real issue, neither are tackling. Why are there places in the world that people need to run from? That's what we need to fix. And that an ideological system keeps you from being able, the illusion of the system keeps you from being able to directly deal with the thing you need to. We don't often ask ourselves that question.
No, it's probably just too tough for us. And besides, if you're in this ideology, one or the other, or ones that are out there, it's comforting in some ways. It's not. I mean, it's nice to have all the people around you agreeing with this, and you have it. You feel like part of the team, if you will. And it's a safe space in some ways to kind of protect it. But what you were saying was this is all fiction. Because
Well,
it's a bigger question.
And we would say that again from a Lacanian perspective. That's why the non-duped error. If you really want to get in trouble, then it sort of, in a way talks about this notion of red and blue pills. That to truly be awake, if there was such a thing that you could take a red pill that made you completely aware as best you could the world around you, it would be a buzzing confusion. You'd be assaulted by all the things around you.
There's just too much going on, and contradictory thoughts, and ability, and ambiguity, and so forth.
This
so,
very table, would it is far more in flux than our senses allow us to know. The world around us is far more in flux than the world that our senses allow us to know. So there is no such thing as direct perception. There's always apperception. It's always filtered through both the limitations and the developmental maps that we've been given. And an ideology is just a specific kind of map. And it's usually the sort of map that an entire culture moves under. There's capitalist, there is socialist. Socialism also is like somebody sent me a meme today. One of my friends from Tennessee, very conservative, he said that this is no longer Democrats versus Republican. This is America versus socialists. Trump 2020. And you'll notice that now that could be either a clever marketing tool that Karl Rove somewhere decided to come up with.
What happened to that guy?
But,
yeah,
I think he
somewhere in the background something's going on. I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah.
But but it's a wonderful sort of ideological device because it's an attempt to be able to say that if you don't support Trump, you're not an American.
Right.
And you're this thing called a socialist, which is what Lacan would call an empty signifier. What does that really mean? It's like Zizek talks about this. The Schrodinger is Mexican, and if you'll know that a lot of this immigration that there are the Mexican individuals coming across the border illegally, either stealing our jobs or doing nothing and soaking up all our Social Security. How can they do both? So
yeah, you run into a contradiction at some point where it doesn't make sense.
But what Zizek would say is because it's an empty signifier. It doesn't really mean anything. Not really. It's just a way to be able to bind all these things together. So when you say the word socialist, what does that really mean?
Real.
And the person with the bumper sticker, if you ask them, they may come up with a whole bunch of list of things. Many of them could be just as contradictory. So let me get this right. Socialists want to do this and this and this. And when you begin, well, wait a minute, have you met one of them? Well, no, we said they're everywhere. Well, where is this? Well, they're Bernie Sanders. And so it sounds like, Bernie Sanders is, so, and then when you begin to unpack that, well, it doesn't. So you're saying Bernie Sanders wants the government to outlaw churches? Is that what you're saying? And then there often becomes this sort of like, but there is an empty signifier in there dancing around that is there simply as a placeholder to keep this ideological system in place. It sort of whirls around it, right?
Right, and the contradictions don't seem to matter. I mean, if you're watching the times we're in and all the media and what's happening in politics and so forth, it seems like there are direct contradictions, but they're either excuses or they just go on without commenting about these things. I find that very difficult to understand.
In the commentary, and it can be difficult in lots of ways because some folks on the left, and there are folks on the left criticizing that the Me Too movement and awareness of misogyny and abuse itself, if we're not careful, could become something other than you intend it to be. That's a controversial subject because I'm not really sure, there's ideology in that statement too. But it is possible that, if you go back to Zizek's idea about where we get tripped up in immigration, if we focus, and I think we mentioned this before, he talked a lot about some of this conflict with transgender rights, that what often seems to happen is we're just finding a way to integrate one more person into the world instead of this one more person may be able to have the seeds for change for the entire world. So those on the outside, if you ask
Nazi Germany. It talks about the figure of the Jew. For the Nazi ideology, they were like, again, they were like Schrodinger's Mexican. On one level, they were degenerates who did nothing but sucked up resources, but they also controlled everything. And like, okay, but that's because in the end, they served a purpose, and unconsciously they structured this entire system. But if you were to ask someone on the outside, it is from them they might be able to observe, well, wait a minute, that their vantage point might allow them to see something that people who are trapped in this ideological system can't see, if they were able to speak. So how do we give voice to the marginalized in such a way that they may be able to change the majority? They may deliver a truth that creates an act of accommodation on a societal level. And we have to be careful. We have to find a way to be able to keep that voice intact and able to speak. So.
Yeah, I think we need to have that available to folks. But I mean, at first it's this issue of insight. Am I really thinking what do I believe in and why? Let's get to that point as well and begin to assess things. I don't think people are analytically or otherwise being critical thinkers about it. It seems like we're just accepting of some things because we want to fit in. Almost a Maslow, one of the hierarchies of connecting with others,
And this is kind of some rabbit hole stuff, but particularly if you follow some of the Zizek stuff, he would say beware of critical thinking too.
Okay.
Because there's often a need to get lost, and it's often in the stumbling that you find yourself. So it is possible that the repentant racist may have an awareness and may be a potential for change that even the marginalized individual may not be. So it may require the stumble and the fall, and then a retroactive critical analysis of the stumble to be able to move the individual forward in the way that we want them to go. You may have to fall down before you can rise up. That may be the model how this is supposed to happen. You may need to lick a few light switches before before you can be aware of yourself. You may have to move, and you have to move through the symptom in a way to get to the sort of truth you need to.
Okay. Well, final idea about this with this ideology notion, and I like the way you tied it into the OCD a little bit there. But the idea of, is this healthy? I mean, to just sort of cling on to the ideology and wear the certain hat and do the certain things. Where does it end up? But is it healthy, and how do we get out of it? What do you think?
Well, there's not a lot of. There is some data, and it's often filtered through politics. But oftentimes, folks who, depending on how rigid an ideological edifice or system is, and depending if it's on the left or the right, we do know that individuals, particularly if their ideological system is more tribal, to the degree that it is tribal, there are higher incidences of hypertension, diabetes, there are all these sort of ill health effects. So there's some data to suggest that there's something difficult and dangerous about any sort of rigidly held ideological system.
Right.
But I suspect that my friends in Tennessee, one of my friends in Tennessee did have a heart attack like 10 years ago, or maybe 3 years ago. So that made that watch me, I'll suddenly keel over right now, but
no,
I'll try not to.
Try not to.
But I suspect though that on some level it probably is healthy to have some sort of system, and if you stay within a context where there are no cognitive dissonance, if you watched only one news channel, if you've existed within a certain bubble, you probably would be relatively comfortable in that. And we do know that in terms of measures of happiness, it depends on how you, again, that's a hard thing to operationalize.
Right.
But folks who skew toward the right report higher levels of happiness. They report, so the more conservative you are in those sense. And that makes a certain amount of sense because if you move toward the left, you're much more aware of systemic problems. If your ideological
system says that God will sort it out in the end, then you can rest easier than someone who believes that we have to fix these things.
We got to work hard to fix these things, yeah.
So, I think that's part of what's insidious. We may be saying that to move outside of one's ideological system is to risk health and to risk, it may put you in some sort of danger. If no one learns through suffering, then you're going to have to move through something painful to get outside of an ideological system. So, to answer your question, maybe it'd be better if we were all Nazis.
Okay, that was not exactly the answer I was looking for.
I will say this,
I don't know
though.
how to recover from that one. But
I will say this, though. They had cool uniforms.
Yeah, the uniforms were cool. All right, so we get other than that. This is going to get us into big trouble.
Actually,
You
but
understand
this is
right?
also one of the things that this guy Zizek writes about, because Nazi ideology was very much about. It was not sex and drugs and rock and roll. It was very much about discipline, rigidity. It was about not even. I don't know. You weren't supposed to everything in moderation, or so there were all this sort of. And so Zizek says the reason why their costumes looks cool because that's where all the renounced pleasures surfaced. That because they weren't allowed to kick it up at home, they would have these Nazi would look like socialist. Or no, they weren't socialists. That's another. Okay, maybe we can talk about that.
Right.
Clarify that they weren't. That's why, they had these giant rallies where everybody's it's like this sort of political orgy rallies.
Right.
And that the ideological system allowed a return of the repressed in moments like that. So their uniforms were cool because the contents were under pressure, and that's where some of this pleasure surfaced. And those Nazi boots.
And well, here's how it happened, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going out to my truck out the front door here at 1214 First Avenue to pick up a book that Dr. Hackett and I are going to do a Talk with Mike and Tom podcast coming up pretty soon. And happened to run into two of my favorite people walking down the street. I think I scared them just a little bit. Did I not scare you?
You scared me.
Okay, I didn't mean to. I did. That door
you know
opened.
What happened? You didn't scare me.
I think I did.
I think you startled my very skittish significant other. And
Okay,
then
let's
he
get a
lunged up.
close up of him over there
Yes.
being skittish. All right, perfect.
Don't
That's
say
how
boo.
it looks.
Don't say boo. And then he jumped. He lunged. Let me just use a better word. He lunged.
He lunged.
He did.
Yeah.
And then he startled me. And so then.
Well, it all happened when I opened the door. So
That's right.
Yes.
I want to apologize for my opening of the door.
I think
I'm
that's
just trying
it.
to get out of the
I think
building. What
that's
did I
it.
do wrong? I don't know. And absolutely, there is no crime that has been committed here. Okay, I want to make sure. Is that true? Now,
True statement.
You have a background. You tell us a little bit about your background because you may know more about true crime than any of us. What do you think?
Maybe a little bit. I've never dabbled in criminal law.
Okay.
But I do have a background in law. I have a Juris Doctorate. So.
Okay, so you're working as an attorney, so you've probably seen some things around. Now you do have interest, and so maybe one of your interests is true crimes. Is that true?
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, I do. Investigative reporting, true crime, and it's not something I've ever really talked about. I just happened to mention to my current that I like to listen to certain podcasts, but
That's the current right there.
Thank you for pointing. Yes, good. So
No,
can we just say this is my first time in your studio? We talked about people's second times. This is my first time here.
Well, listen.
I'm really enjoying
First
this.
of all, welcome. You are always welcome here at the studio, and we have a lot of good folks coming in. Good people, good podcasts is what we say on our advertising. So, I was telling you guys a story about when Dr. Hackett and the film crew we went out on the streets of Broadway, and we were asking people to be a part of our promotional video about podcast here. And you can find us at columbuspodcasting.com. So one of the things we asked, do you listen or watch, because it's both audio and video, podcast? And I was surprised. First of all, everyone was watching podcasts or listening to podcasts. Everyone we talked to. That sort of confirmed some things for me. But secondly, when we asked what they liked, a good percentage of the people said, you guessed it,
True crime.
True crime.
True crime.
All right, now what? All right, I'm fascinated. I've said before, I've read a few of those mystery novels. I've got audio books and I'm listening and so forth, but I'm not sure it's true crime. There's an entire category of true crime. So, Shatul, let me ask you, what is your definition of sort of the true crime genre?
So I think, and one of the things what I said to you is, before we get into that, I think we have to really look at, what I find interesting is, it depends who you ask, right?
Right.
So I think people pull different things out of these quote unquote true crime podcasts, just like we get into the books of true crime,
right.
Mystery, suspense. If you go into like the James Patterson type stories, right?
Yeah.
We have a character, we have antagonists, we have protagonists, we have the whodunits, right?
Right. There's a plot points that move through and you kind of mislead
you have the
folks
arc,
a little bit. Yeah, arc, and you're
right?
trying to find, yes.
And then everybody's with you, you're on it, you know who did it. And then there's that dun dun dun, not who you thought.
Wow, yeah.
Right?
That kind of keeps us there, doesn't it? I think
keeps
that's what
us
happens.
there, keeps us right there with you. And so, but then there's that other genre of the cold case. Nobody could figure it out. Maybe you'll figure it out. Let us give you everything we have. You might be the one.
So now wait a second. Now, if I like it. First, it's intriguing, but is it really an unsolved case, a cold case, and it's kind of left up to the listener to help figure it out?
Depends on what you're listening to. There are some out there that present everything that we have. We're going to, whoever the moderator or the narrator or whoever is the person. Personally, I don't like the cold case files ones. I need to get to the end. I need you to catch it.
Well, I had heard that. Now, somebody just let this slip, and I was listening. But they say, listen, one of the first things you need to do is go to the end of the book or the end of the story and find out who did it, and then work your way back and then start over. I'm not sure that's always true.
Well, not for me. As I said, I think it just depends on who you are. And this comes back to, I'm a lawyer, you're a psychologist, right? That's what we do for a living. That doesn't necessarily always align with our dispositions or our backstory, right?
Right.
So I think we all bring a lot to the table in all of our years of living.
So we might come up with something that no one else.
Or not just for the solving of the mystery, but I mean, why are we interested in this? A lot of times when I'm listening to things, what I really like to hear is, how did the lawyers treat these stories that are involved in this? How did they deal with some of the examination of the witnesses? How did they deal with the experts in the case? How did they deal with the law enforcement aspect of it? That's just an interest of mine.
Well, that fascinates me too. I like that a lot because I want to know how they really checked out the evidence. What's your alibi? Well, I was at so-and-so's place at this time. Well, if it's a good detective, they're not going to take the word for it. They're going to go there. They're going to get witnesses. They're going to get up more evidence to make sure that alibi sticks. So.
Well, and what now? Okay, you just hit the 30,000-foot view of that.
Okay.
Bring it down. If by profession you're now dealing with personalities, you're dealing with, let's say, traits, characteristics.
Or personalities, or even, as we're going to talk about on another podcast coming up with the good Dr. Hackett, the personality disorder, maybe even the psychopath.
Absolutely.
So there's some crazy characters out there.
Well, and let me tell you how that works for me. When I hear personalities or disorders, there's some nuance there as well. And when we're dealing with dispositions of people, we're dealing with the entire people, the population. So as a lawyer, in all of my cases, I have to work and collaborate with agencies, clients, opposing counsel, fact witnesses, expert witnesses. Many times I can't really get to what I need to get to until I figure out how to get to that person. So as I'm watching, as I'm listening, more than the true crime, more than the murder itself, what I'm really interested in is the victim, the victimology. There's some profiling type stuff that goes on. But what I'm really getting to is the stuff that would normally be redacted, the law enforcement sensitive stuff out of document productions, for example. In any case, I can really hear that from a different perspective. This is now a reporter who maybe through a FOIA request has gotten evidence or has gotten documents or has gotten things from the entire police file. And then if there's things that are redacted, the reporters who's now reporting this podcast knows what's protected through First Amendment privileges, has now gotten through the trouble.
You have a story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
These things.
No, I think it's great, and to take the time out. I guess that is kind of an issue that. Well, I wanted to say something about reading a good book or reading a book like this that has so much information on it, and we're reading less. Oh boy, that's kind of
another podcast, isn't it?
That's a whole nother thing. But I do think you're on the right track where you take a break. You do some inventory on what you want, where you're at, what you're going to do. Don't we all need to do that? And I'm not so sure everybody, the Joe walking up and down the streets doing that. I want to wave the flag out there and say, hey, stop and think, reflect, be introspective, think about the future, think about the past, figure out your next steps. And it's not about you. It's about how you can help other people. And as soon as we get everybody on that train, I think we're going to be better off.
In full disclosure, though,
anyway.
When I was working full time and had a lot of responsibilities on my plate, it was a lot more difficult. As an old retired professor, I actually have the time to do this. So I'm not advocating it necessarily as, hey, I did it and, that kind of thing.
No, but I think it does make sense. And I'm all about folks taking time out to really think about what they want and how they're going to get it, what's stopping them from getting it, making good decisions that not only affect themselves but affecting others. So we try to do that in our counseling efforts, and I think it's something that we probably need to do as individuals.
A story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
GJAC is ultimately, I think, pushes for a collective action. Part of why he still maintains the label communist is not because there are various communisms, but at the core of all of them, even the ones that went horribly awry, is the idea that somehow we need to be in this together. Right. And that universal emancipation is the one point that all subjects should be aimed for. And so if these rules they may focus on individual emancipation, but they may take us away from a universal emancipatory stance. And so he may have some conflict over that. Like, we have to be careful that we don't allow ourselves to be merely individuals, and that we are not thinking about the universal struggle for all of us to be able to experience a level of life that is really only afforded to people in the first world. So,
right.
You know.
A story to tell. Columbus Podcasting can tell your story with a world-class video podcast of professional quality. Viewers and listeners can access podcasts anywhere, anytime. ColumbusPodcasting.com. Give us a call today.
Let's figure this out.
Right.
All right, Dan Rose, how are you, sir? What's up?
It's it's Friday.
Well, it's going to be Friday for the rest of the day. I don't know how to break the news to you on that.
It didn't come soon enough.
Yeah, long week, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's I got if this week were like a disease, I would say it was shingles.
Ooh, that's that's a rough one right there for some reason. So let's hope that it gets better. It's a short time frame there. All right. So what else is up? How do you deal with a shingles week?
You Colt 45. I mean, like buckets of it. Just
okay.
You know?
Well,
I'll tell you what.
That's what you got. That's what you got.
Colt 45 and pork skins, fried pork skins.
Fried pork skins.
I call that a Saturday night.
I hate to say this, but my son's on a keto diet, and for some reason there are pork skins at my house.
On the
I apologize
diet.
to the universe, as a matter of fact, for that. But they can't do carbs, but they can do fat.
Pork skins.
They can do fat. It's a crazy.
I dated
world.
a girl for a while. It smelled like pork skins.
Oh,
I just felt that was really couldn't go anywhere.
Do we need to know that?
Just
for that.
people have smells.
Well, yeah, I guess they do. I hope this session today is not really about
nothing to do with smells. Nothing. It's just heat.
Okay. Well, I'm glad it's Friday too. It's the end of a long week, and here it is Friday. And I think people really do feel better on the Friday going to the weekend. We're all working. We're trying to move toward.
I'm not working.
Yeah, our own time and so forth, and have free time during the weekend. So,
every moment of my life is free time. I mean, somebody's paying for it, but it's free time for me.
So they have no idea what they're getting for their money,
No.
but they're giving you money and you're enjoying it, right? So
that's how it works.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I'm down for that. But yeah, so what's been on your mind lately? What's these things happening?
We got to come up with something to talk with, and I thought about this. Now, in some ways, this is a little. My son would say this is a stale meme in a way. He might criticize, but
okay.
He's 47. What does he know?
I think you said on the last show he was 12, I believe, but we'll do the math later.
He's 12 going on 47.
Okay, good.
I thought about this because I've been reading this this book by Slovenian philosopher and psychoanalyst Slavoj Žižek.
Yes, okay.
Somebody I read. I've occasionally dip into the guy's work, and reading that got me to think about some things.
Sure.
And also I was at home eating some vegan chili on a bed of brown rice with some Gardein beef tips, vegan beef tips.
Okay.
Get some sponsorship out of this because I eat a lot of
think,
Gardein.
I have no problem with all the sponsors you've mentioned so far.
Good,
we
yeah.
need to talk with those guys.
Except for my my Uncle Vinny, who in his meth lab, that was the one that hit.
Yeah, Uncle Vinny is no longer with us. I understand after the explosion.
Yeah, it was an explosive venture. But I'm also and there was one of them YouTubes come up and talks about the black pill. You know?
Yes. Oh, yes. Now I
the
remember.
black pill.
We had a little bit of text back and forth about that, just a little bit. I was confused because I was thinking, well, we had the red pill, we had the blue pill, and now the black pill.
There's also the white pill. There's a black pill, a white pill. There may be other pills, but and the way to think how this might be relevant and maybe useful to some is that
I don't know if there's a rainbow pill, but go ahead.
Could be. Yeah, that was last week.
That's right.
If you know that scene in The Matrix,
yes,
where Bob Hope is. I mean, that's
no. That's not not.
Well, that didn't happen.
close.
Okay, nobody remembers who Bob Hope is.
I'm the only one in the room, and probably listening ever to this. But
okay.
Go ahead.
So there's this idea that in the film, I think it's Neo is the good guy, right?
Right.
So he's being confronted by Orpheus, right? It's Orpheus.
Yes.
Orpheus. And he asks him. He says, "Look, now that you know things, you can take the blue pill and you can go back to sleep, and this never happened. If you take the red pill, you're going to wake up and you're suddenly going to see how things really are. And you have two choices."
Yes.
So he chooses the red pill and he wakes up, and then boom, he sees how things are. Well, a few years back, my son would say longer than a few years back, there was this notion of being red pilled and how you could get woke. And that both the left and the right use this as sort of a way to talk about things. That to be red-pilled is to suddenly be aware of things. It was often talked in the alt-right community and even in some of the incel community about how you suddenly see how things really are, and different forms of woke. On the left, it could mean something different as well. But again, it's just this state of wokeness.
Yes, waking up to a new understanding, new vision of what's really going on behind the scenes, in other words.
Well, there's a wonderful scene in the Zizek film. I think it's in The Pervert's Guide to Ideology, but it may be in The Pervert's Guide to Film, where he replays that scene, and where he's in Neo's place, and he says, "I want a third pill. I don't want either one of these."
Okay.
And
my son's always wanted the third choice. When I'd read in the parenting book to give them either you want to do this or you want to do that, and they always
that's why he's eating pork skins. It's really he should have from whatever you did back then.
There's a lot of things undoable that happened.
That's
back
right.
then,
So now
we'll see what happens.
He has a diet of pork skin. If he came up with a pork skin diet, I don't know how that would work.
It's somewhere in this keto diet, but don't ask me, and I'm not interested.
Keto.
Thank you.
Keto. Yes. But so that there are Zizek's point is that there is a way in which we may think that we've been woke, but that's actually an even greater trap. That to think that you suddenly see things clearly may be to be even further embedded and further trapped in things. So a wonderful example that he uses is that in California, they banned straws, and now lots of people are buying metal straws they take with them. They go to restaurants.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So this could be an example of being red-pilled. For instance, suddenly you realize the straws, and the reason why they banned the straws is because I think the straws were affecting Liza Minnelli somehow. I don't know.
Well, no. What I was thinking was there's so much plastic that suddenly in the ocean we have this nation of
there's a lot of plastic in Liza Minnelli.
Absolutely. I was trying to move through that, but I didn't get very far. Go ahead.
Is she still alive?
Yes.
Okay, Kate. Okay. It's the plastic. So it lasts forever. But so too much plastic, it's like killing turtles and stuff, right?
So they went to paper in California, made it a law, and moved on. Yeah,
okay. There's nothing wrong with limiting plastic use, carbon footprint, but the problem potentially that is, as opposed to dealing with the root of the problem, of thinking about, wait a minute, what is, why do I live in a world where things are going into the ocean? What are the broader things going on here? You simply affect a small local change that may have no big consequence whatsoever.
Right.
Another example that Zizek gives is if you go to Starbucks and you buy a Frappuccino or a Crappuccino, whatever you buy there, and every time you buy one, you give $1 goes to support a third world country, family out of poverty. Okay. And Zizek, so again, nothing wrong with helping, but why would you question? There's a bigger question. Why do we live in a world where there's enough